宿主，淡定淡定，不要一副没见过世面的样子。呱呱，你看这个龙凤吉祥，里面都是鲍鱼和山珍海味，看得我口水直流。还有这个富贵牡丹，竟然是用牡丹花瓣作为装饰，玫瑰花瓣和蜂蜜制作而成的果冻，一会儿我可得多吃几口。瑶池鲜果看着也不错，里面都是荔枝、龙眼、火龙果这些水果。你说说，我到这个世界都10几年了，都快忘了这些水果是什么味道了。今天是中秋节，宫里举办了宴会，皇上下旨让朝中4品以上的官员带着家中年满12岁的子女进宫赴宴。这不，宋侍郎和宋夫人只好带着2儿2女进宫了。就这样，宋瑶瑶第一次进入了皇宫里。皇上带着皇后和妃嫔刚刚入座，众人见礼后，各色美食就端了上来。宋瑶瑶一看到这些美食，就在心中尖叫了起来。她的心声响彻在皇宫大殿里。听着这些尖叫声，宋侍郎、宋夫人还有宋家的另外3个子女都稳稳当当的坐在那里。他们这10几年以来都已经见怪不怪了。自从宋瑶瑶出生还是个小婴儿的时候，就经常会和一个吃瓜系统聊天。这么多年过去了，他们早就知道，所谓的吃瓜系统就是一个八卦系统。这个系统知道很多不为人知的隐私。据宋侍郎夫妇观察，整个宋府也就宋侍郎夫妇还有他们的另外3个子女可以听到宋瑶瑶的心声，家里的那些婆子、丫鬟、小厮是听不到的。经过这么多年的验证，那些心声里提到的事情都是真的。他们想提醒宋瑶瑶不要在心里随便议论别人的八卦，可是提醒的话就卡在嗓子里，根本无法说出来。知道别人那么多的隐私，肯定会招来杀身之祸的。为了女儿的安全，宋侍郎夫妇一直把宋瑶瑶关在府里，10几年以来都没有让她出过府门。可是这次皇上下旨，作为正4品的宋侍郎也只能和夫人带着今年刚满12岁的宋瑶瑶和其他子女一起进宫了。这几天宋侍郎一家可都要愁死了，不知道这趟进宫是福还是祸。刚才宋瑶瑶的尖叫声，也不知道在这皇宫大殿之内有多少人听到了。宋侍郎夫妇还有他们的另外3个子女抬起头，小心翼翼地观察着在座的所有人。只见上首的皇上、皇后、太后都疑惑地看向四周，好像在寻找着什么。再看看周围的同僚夫人、小姐们，有些也是如出一辙地看向四周，有的则是形态自若。看来有些人也是能听到宋瑶瑶心声的，还有些则是听不到的。宋侍郎夫妇此刻的后背已经湿透了。宋家的3个子女也看到了在场所有人的表情，他们也是被吓坏了。他们只能祈求宋瑶瑶今天不要说一些大逆不道的话出来。这边的宋瑶瑶根本没发现周围的一切，一边品尝着美食，一边和呱呱说着话。呱呱，这个荔枝、龙眼、火龙果似乎看着没有那么新鲜啊，有的吃就不错了，你还挑3拣4的。你当还是现代社会呢，几个小时飞机就可以直运过来了。也是，就这样的品相，也是快马加鞭，日夜兼程送到京城的。确实，有的吃就不错了，我也就不挑了。说完这话，宋瑶瑶又把一块火龙果送进了自己的嘴巴里。众人，现代社会是什么？几个小时那是什么计时法？飞机又是什么？是会飞的鸡吗？这么珍贵新鲜的水果，还有人嫌弃？听那口气，似乎人家吃过比这更新鲜的。大家都不动声色地观察着在场的所有人。皇上一一扫过所有人，刚刚明明在场，所有人的嘴巴都没有动。那声音到底是哪里来的？难道这是心声？这会儿大家都反应过来了，他们这是听到了别人的心声，可是他们依然没有找到这到底是谁的心声。听声音，对方应该是一个年轻的女子。就在这时，那道心声又响了起来。不是说宫宴上有歌舞，有世家贵女们的才艺大比拼吗？这都开戏好一会儿了，怎么什么节目都没有？不会就让咱们这么干坐着，大眼瞪小眼吧？这呱呱也不知道啊！在场所有人都反应了过来，他们只顾着寻找心声的来源了，把歌舞这回事都给忘了。皇上也是尴尬的干咳2声，对着旁边的太监总管王权说道：“宴会开始吧。”王权，宴会正式开始。随着王权的声音刚落，一群身着异域风情服饰、头戴金银首饰、身姿曼妙的舞姬们一拥而入。随着一声悠长的笛音响起，他们随即扭动了起来，每一个动作都仿佛在讲述着一个古老的传说。舞姬们的舞步轻快而又充满了神秘的力量，他们的手臂随着音乐的节奏挥舞着，仿佛在召唤着远方的神灵。宋瑶瑶睁着明亮的大眼睛，眼睛一眨不眨地看着表演。啧，这小妖扭的，我要是个男人，我的魂儿都要被勾走了。想想搂着小妖在怀的感觉，嘿嘿嘿。当宋瑶瑶的心声再次响起的时候，猝不及防，下面好几个人直接被茶水呛得咳了起来。宿主，你不要笑得这么猥琐好不好？记住自己的身份，你是一个女子，女子是要矜持一些的。知道了，我也就是在心里嘀咕几句，又没人听得见，可是怎么办呢？在场很多人都听见了，大家对这个新生的主人更加好奇了起来。哪有女子这样大胆放肆的？咦，他们怎么都集体咳嗽了起来？难道这茶水有问题？宋瑶瑶赶紧端起桌子上的茶水，凑到自己的面前， 闻了闻，又仔细看了起来。宿主，我检测过了，这茶水没有问题。这样啊，既然不是茶水的问题，可是他们为什么会集体被水呛到呢？呱呱想了想才说，可能是他们看到这些舞姬也有些想入非非了吧。我就说嘛，只要是个正常男人，哪有不被这些舞姬们勾住的？宝子们，作者码字不易，要是不喜欢作者写的文章，可以转身离开，番茄还有很多优秀的书籍等着你们。你们没必要追着作者骂吧，评论骂不行，还要追到粉丝群里来骂，有的宝子还真是够执着的。谁要再骂我，我诅咒你穿越到我写的这本书里做个炮灰，天天被宋瑶瑶扒，扒的你裤衩子都不剩。哼。Those who are not choked by tea are deemed abnormal. Those who are choked by tea are considered normal. The individuals who find themselves choking on tea quickly realize, we have not been seduced by the dancer. So refrain from making baseless accusations. Oh dear, Guagua, have you seen the dancer's slender waist and her delicate fingers? Wow, that dancer is simply stunning. She is truly a sight to behold. Song Yuo cast a glance at her own chest. Letting out a sigh, host, you are still young. Once you mature, you too shall possess their allure. Let us hope so. Those present were oblivious to what a sight to behold truly entailed. Yet from the exchange of two voices, it was not difficult to infer its meaning. Where can a woman develop? Is it not in her bosom? Many of the ladies and young misses in attendance felt their faces flush. Some bewildered individuals inquired, why are your faces flushed? Is it the warmth of so many people in the hall? The questioned ladies could only mumble a vague response. Curiosity about the voice's owner intensified. Which young miss was bold enough to utter such words? Nearby, the Song minister's family, along with their 3 children, were blushing furiously upon hearing Song Yuo's inner thoughts. This wretched girl, although her thoughts are often eccentric, had never been so audacious. There were many present who could hear inner voices. This girl might well find herself unable to marry in the future. Unbeknownst to Song Yuo, her family was already fretting over her prospects for marriage. After what felt like an eternity, the performance concluded, and Song Yuo eagerly awaited the next act, only to hear the emperor proclaim, esteemed ministers, during this joyous mid-autumn festival, let us all share a word of blessing or compose a poem. What does everyone think? Upon hearing this proposal, all eyes sparkled with interest. How splendid! Now they could discern the identity of the voice's owner. The emperor, too, was eager to uncover the voice as proprietor, hence this suggestion. Consequently, many ministers echoed in agreement. This proposal is excellent, I concur. I second that. Those who were in the dark could not comprehend the situation. Had the civil and military officials always been at odds? What had changed? When had their opinions aligned so harmoniously? The Song minister's family grew increasingly anxious. It seemed their little daughter's secret would ultimately be exposed. What would they do once everyone learned that it was their youngest daughter's inner voice? What consequences awaited the Song minister's household? Song Yuo remained blissfully unaware of her family's concerns, preoccupied with pondering what blessing she might offer. When her turn arrived, she stood up, made her way to the center of the hall, performed a respectful bow, and upon raising her head again, her heart screamed in delight. Guagua, the emperor is exceedingly handsome. Though he is older, it is evident he was striking in his youth. The emperor touched his face. Indeed, in his younger days, he had captivated many young ladies. Song Yuo then turned her gaze to the empress. This empress is extraordinarily beautiful. Her visage is like the peach blossoms of early spring, vibrant and alluring, her eyes as luminous as stars, with a straight nose and lips that resemble blossoming petals. What a breathtaking beauty! The empress, upon hearing the flattery of that inner voice, was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile, which only added to her radiance. Song Yuo then glanced at the Empress Dowager. Is this the Empress Dowager? She appears so benevolent, akin to a bodhisattva in the temple. The Empress Dowager, upon hearing that inner voice, was momentarily stunned, then smiled even more kindly. Host, everyone is awaiting your blessings. Please refrain from daydreaming, all right? Oh, understood. This is just my mother, who repeatedly advised me to keep my eyes to myself upon entering the palace. And I was so preoccupied with eating that I hadn't closely observed the emperor and the others. Now that I am this close, I can't help but glance a bit more. Stop rushing me, I shall now offer my blessings. Following this, Song Yuo's clear voice resonated through the hall. The bright moon hangs high, casting silver light. May everyone's life be as complete and radiant as this mid-autumn moon. As Song Yuo stepped into the center of the hall, her inner voice rang out once more, and everyone guessed that the owner of the voice was indeed this young girl before them. After Song Yuo finished her blessing, they were truly convinced that the voice belonged to her, as it matched her spoken words perfectly. The emperor, empress, and empress dowager scrutinized the young girl in the center of the hall. While all present curiously appraised Song Youao, the girl's face still bore the softness of childhood, yet one could glimpse the nascent beauty she would become. Her slender brows resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist, imparting an aura of tranquility and mystery, while her lips were rosy as flower petals, revealing 2 tiny canine teeth. When she smiled, the emperor regarded the demure girl before him, contemplating the discord between her exterior and her inner musings. "What is your name? Whose child are you? I have never seen you before." In response, the emperor, "I am the second legitimate daughter of the Song minister, Song Youao. I have never ventured outside before. Today is my first outing." Upon hearing this, everyone understood. With such a lively mind, no family would dare let her roam freely. The empress dowager smiled and said, "This child pleases me greatly. I grant her a pair of jade bracelets." The unexpected fortune left Song Youao startled, and she promptly knelt to express her gratitude. The empress said, "This child also pleases me immensely. I bestow upon her a jeweled hairpin." Song Youao hurriedly bowed in thanks to the empress. The empress dowager and empress, having heard Song Youao's praises of them through her inner voice, felt particularly pleased, hence their generous rewards. Song Youao herself was baffled by the sudden rewards. Why had she received them? Returning to her place, she presented her gifts to her mother. "Mother, please keep these for me." Song Madam offered a strange smile. "Very well." Song Youao continued her conversation with Guoguo. "Guoguo, why did I receive rewards? Is it because I am so adorable that everyone likes me? Indeed, I am the most charming child." Guoguo, unable to contain itself, retorted, "Host, can you not possess a modicum of self-awareness? You are but a child. If we disregard your face, even your figure fails to distinguish between front and back." "Guoguo, you wretched system." The audience listened to Song Youao's banter with the entity known as Guoguo, their shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. A young gentleman could no longer contain himself and laughed aloud nearby. Others hastily covered his mouth. This peculiar occurrence of hearing others' inner thoughts was a first for them. The emperor remained silent, and none dared to act out of line. Subsequently, many young ladies from noble families began to showcase their talents. Song Youao watched with rapt attention. After the performances, more dancers entered to present their art. "Host, host, danger, danger, the tallest dancer in the last row is a killer." Upon hearing this inner voice, all eyes turned toward the tallest dancer in the back row. A killer? Good heavens, how terrifying, to encounter an assassination at a palace banquet. "Host, he is a man disguised as a woman, infiltrating among the dancers to attempt an assassination on the emperor. His weapon is a soft sword, concealed at his waist. He also has a dagger hidden in his sleeve, coated with deadly poison." Song Youao, in a panic, exclaimed, "What should I do? How can I warn the emperor and everyone present? If I alert them directly, will the emperor suspect me of being an accomplice? Let me think. What can I do?" Why, at this critical moment, does my mind draw a blank? In the center of the hall, the dancers swirled their long sleeves and began to dance gracefully. While no one knew if Song Youao's inner voice was true, several skilled guards had already surrounded the emperor. As Song Youao anxiously pondered her next move, she suddenly saw the tall dancer swiftly draw the dagger concealed in his sleeve and lunge toward the emperor. The guards surrounding the emperor immediately rushed forward. A collective scream erupted from those present. Many, terrified, scrambled to take cover. The Song minister protected his wife, ushering their children to safety as well. Witnessing the chaos, Song Youao gasped and quickly sought refuge beneath a table. After concealing herself, Song Youao glanced towards the ongoing battle within the grand hall, murmuring to herself, "Guoguo, I still haven't devised a plan, so how did they end up fighting? Oh my, is that guard employing the infamous cut-off lineage technique? How impressive! He is undeniably handsome, truly my idol." Host, could you refrain from whimsically naming martial arts techniques? Such respectable skills sound rather vulgar when they escape your lips. Perhaps you should cease your spectator role for a moment. Your rear is still protruding from under the table. Quickly hide it to avoid any unintended injury. Upon hearing her thoughts, the onlookers swiftly turned their gazes toward Song Youao. At that moment, she was half hidden beneath the table, with her lower half still exposed, vigorously attempting to shove herself further in. Observing this comical scene, the fears of those present dissipated, and a few couldn't help but stifle their laughter. The young lady from the Song family, appearing so demure on the surface, was surprisingly wild at heart, truly a delightful character. As Song Youao continued her struggle to retreat under the table, she was promptly pulled out by her older brother. Turning her head, she saw it was her elder brother and chose not to resist. he grasped her by the nape of her collar, and in an instant, they were in a relatively safer spot. Earlier, after the Song family members had distanced themselves, they realized the absence of their lead in the year Lu Guangxiu turned 10. His father ventured into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs for his son's education, only to tragically fall from a cliff, leaving no trace of his remains. Their family, already beset by poverty, found themselves plunged deeper into destitution without Lu's father, making even the prospect of daily meals a challenge. Let alone the continuation of Lu Guangxiu's studies. Faced with the looming threat of dropping out, Lu's mother, clutching a marriage contract, sought the aid of Master Wang, imploring him to support Lu Guangxiu's education. Observing the boy, Master Wang recognized his potential as a scholar and felt it would be a great loss for him to abandon his studies. Moreover, having only one daughter, he hoped for her future happiness and thus consented. However, the condition for Lu Guangxiu's continued education was clear. Master Wang, now aged, required assurance that his son-in-law and daughter would provide for him in his twilight years, especially since his wife had passed long ago, leaving him reliant solely on his daughter. In pursuit of education, Lu's mother and Lu Guangxiu agreed to the terms. Master Wang's daughter, Wang Xiuxiu, was a delicate and refined young woman, whom Master Wang had also educated in literacy and the arts, rendering her a woman of considerable talent. While Lu Guangxiu studied away from home, Wang Xiuxiu frequently visited their household to care for Lu's mother, attending to her needs with unwavering dedication. Lu Guangxiu indeed proved to be an apt student, and after a few years, he succeeded in passing the scholar's examination. Aspiring to further his studies, he proposed attending the academy in the county town. Master Wang, weighing his finances and with some reluctance, ultimately acquiesced to this request. However, following Lu Guangxiu's success, his mother began to harbor disdain for Wang Xiuxiu, believing her unworthy of her son. Despite this, Lu Guangxiu continued to rely on Master Wang for his studies, maintaining a respectful distance from Wang Xiuxiu, though not crossing any lines. This mother is truly hypocritical and utterly shameless. Guo interjected, "Isn't that the truth?" Upon arriving in the county town, Lu Guangxiu unexpectedly became entangled with Li Huang. The daughter of a wealthy merchant, Li Huang admired Lu Guangxiu's intellect, and he seized the opportunity to portray himself as a victim, coerced into marrying his teacher's unattractive daughter, painting a wretched picture of his circumstances. He lamented that his teacher, leveraging their marriage contract, pressured him to provide for him in his old age. Upon hearing this, Li Huang was incensed. It was a breach of decorum for a son-in-law to care for his father-in-law. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, leading her to conspire with a band of thieves to violently invade Master Wang's home, brutally murdering both him and Wang Xiuxiu. The thieves ransacked the premises, staging it as a robbery gone awry. Song Youao expressed her outrage. "This is utterly monstrous. Guo, were those thieves eventually apprehended by the authorities? Did they trace it back to Li Huang?" The crowd gasped collectively, appalled by the cruelty of the situation, realizing Lu Guangxiu's sinister intentions in orchestrating the downfall of both Master Wang and Wang Xiuxiu by manipulating Li Huang into committing the heinous act. Guo continued to divulge. The thieves were discreetly dealt with by Li Huang as echoed. The onlookers gazed at Lu Guangxiu's family, then at the Duke of Zhongguo's household, their expressions unperturbed, as if they were entirely oblivious to Song Youao's inner voice. Curiosity stirred among the crowd. Why could some hear Song Youao's thoughts while others could not? At that moment, the performances in the grand hall had concluded. Yet everyone remained eager to hear the latest gossip. However, Song Youao's voice fell silent. The empress continued to engage the various ladies and young maidens, while the emperor found an excuse to depart the scene with all the attending ministers. Heading to the Yangshin Palace, upon arrival, the emperor spoke first. "Esteemed ministers, did you all hear about Song Youao, the legitimate daughter of Minister Song?" He intended to utter the phrase inner voice, but as the words hovered at the edge of his throat, it felt as if someone had grasped him by the neck, rendering him unable to voice those two words. His face flushed crimson, and he instinctively began to cough. Wang Kuang hurriedly stepped forward to pat his back, while the other ministers promptly inquired, "Your Majesty, are you unwell?" The emperor waved his hand, having tried several times. Every time he attempted to articulate terms like inner voice or mind reading, he found himself in a state of suffocation. It soon became apparent to him that such words simply could not be spoken. After a brief moment of regaining composure, he continued, "Did you all hear what transpired at the banquet?" Upon hearing this, some ministers looked puzzled, wondering what exactly they were meant to have heard, while others nodded in understanding. Several ministers, too, experienced the sensation of being choked when attempting to say inner voice, prompting them to cough violently. Finally realizing why the emperor had been so affected earlier, observing the minister's reactions, the emperor stated, "Those who can hear, stand to the left. Those who cannot, stand to the right." Before long, the group had divided into 2 lines, each comprising an equal number of those who could hear and those who could not. The emperor waved his hand. "Those who cannot hear may return to the banquet hall," once the right side had departed. The emperor turned his gaze towards Minister Song. "Minister Song, at your service," came the reply. "Please elaborate on the situation regarding Song Yaoyao." Song Shuyuan closed his eyes momentarily, inhaling deeply. "Yes, from the moment of her birth. My daughter Song Yaoyao's inner voice has been audible to me, my wife, and our other 3 children, but it remains unheard by the maids, servants, and other household staff. The entity known as Guoguo has accompanied her since birth. And through their dialogues, we have come to understand that our daughter has reincarnated with memories from her previous life. Moreover, over the years, we have verified numerous times that whatever our daughter discusses with Guoguo is invariably true." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur. Does this mean Lu Guangxu truly murdered his mentor, fiancée, wife, and daughter? One would never suspect him to be so ruthless. Serving alongside such a person in the court requires us to be ever vigilant. How could someone so heartless and inhumane exist? Such a person is unworthy of holding office. The emperor raised his hand, and the ministers fell silent. He continued, "Why can some hear while others cannot?" "This minister does not know," came the reply. "Since Song Yaoyao's birth, have you kept her confined within the estate?" "Yes, Guoguo knows far too many of others' secrets. For my daughter's safety, I had no choice but to do so." The emperor nodded, then inquired, "How much do you know about Song Yaoyao's past life?" "Occasionally, she mentions a detail or two, but my family and I are unable to comprehend the conversations between her and Guoguo. So I remain ignorant of her past." "I am curious," the emperor mused. "When Song Yaoyao mentioned an airplane today, what did she mean? Is it a chicken that can fly?" "I do not know very well. There will be ample opportunity to clarify in the future. As for the matter concerning Lu Guangxu, I have dispatched individuals to investigate, and we shall soon ascertain the truth regarding the fact that some can perceive Song Yaoyao's inner voice. Esteemed ministers, please inform your families upon your return that she must never learn of this. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." "Understood." Upon leaving Yangxin Palace, the ministers returned to the banquet hall, where the empress noted that it was already quite late and decided to dismiss everyone. Once back at their estate, Song Yaoyao was once again ordered by her parents to remain indoors, forbidden from stepping outside. She had thought that after visiting the palace that day, her parents would no longer confine her, only to find that nothing had changed, leaving her heart feeling heavy. "Guoguo, I simply do not understand. I am already 12 years old. Why can I not go outside? When I was younger, they claimed it was to protect me from being abducted. But now that I have grown, they continue to use that excuse. That being said, many young girls have indeed been abducted, and your parents are acting out of concern for your well-being." "Guoguo, whose side are you really on?" "Of course, I am on your side, but your parents do have a point. You should reflect on this. Perhaps you are right. There have been numerous incidents of young girls being sold. It is one day upon reaching this realization." The emperor gestured with a wave of his hand, and instantly, a shadow guard appeared before him. "Go to Bayun Temple outside the city and be sure to invite Master Liuran here at once. I have urgent matters of utmost importance that require his enlightenment." "Yes, your majesty." The following afternoon, the emperor met with Master Liuran. "Master Liuran, it has been quite some time." "Amitabha, your majesty." "It has indeed been a while. I have already divined what you wished to inquire about. 12 years ago, while observing the celestial phenomena at night, I discerned that a fortunate star was destined to be born within the Tianfeng dynasty." "What? You foresaw this 12 years ago? Why did you not inform me?" "At that time, although the fortunate star was destined to grace the Tianfeng dynasty, she was but an infant. It was not yet the right moment for her to meet with your majesty. Should such a meeting occur prematurely, it might lead to her untimely demise. Hence, I refrained from disclosing this to you." "Then who is this fortunate star? Is it not true that your majesty has already met her? Besides, did you not summon me today precisely for matters concerning the fortunate star? Are you saying that Song Yaoyao is that fortunate star?" "Indeed, the fortunate star shall bring unprecedented fortune to the Tianfeng dynasty. I implore your majesty to make the most of this fortune for the benefit of the people. Might the unique nature of the fortunate star be discovered by the other 3 kingdoms. Do not worry, your majesty. It shall remain undiscovered. Everything is predestined. I understand." After bidding farewell to Master Liuran, the emperor pondered deeply over his words. considering how to arrange for Song Yaoao, with thoughts already forming in his mind. The next day, after lunch, Wang Kuang arrived at the minister's residence bearing a decree. The royal eunuch specifically requested Song Yaoao to receive the edict. Upon hearing this, Song Yaoao was utterly bewildered. What had she done to warrant such an honor? Reflecting on the events of the past few days, the only significant occasion she had attended was a palace banquet. In this dynasty, receiving a royal decree required rituals of incense burning and bathing. The maid, Bito, observed the second young lady's dazed expression and grew increasingly anxious. Miss, hurry and prepare. Wang Ganggang is waiting outside. With that, Song Yaoao was jolted back to reality. All right. After Song Yaoao completed her rituals and grooming, a half hour had passed. As soon as Wang Ganggang saw Song Yaoao approach, his face blossomed into a radiant smile. Miss Song heir has arrived. Let us proceed with the decree. As everyone knelt, Wang Ganggang unfurled the decree and began to read. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, it has come to my attention that Song Yaoao, daughter of Minister Song, possesses both talent and virtue, making her a role model for women. Therefore, I hereby appoint her as a 6th-rank attendant, to accompany her father to court the following day. Thus it is decreed. The Song family was left in a state of shock upon hearing this decree. Song Yaoao was unaware of the significance of the position of attendant, but her family certainly understood. What did the emperor mean by this? An attendant is responsible for recording the emperor's daily words and actions, including court sessions, handling state affairs, and discussions with ministers. Yaoao was merely 12 years old. What was the emperor thinking? Entrusting such responsibilities to a young girl, everyone's thoughts whirled in confusion, forgetting to express their gratitude. Until Wang Kuang reminded, Little Song, receive your decree. Song Yaoao was equally bewildered. Why was she destined to enter the workforce at such a young age? Nevertheless, she managed to utter, I, Song Yaoao, received the decree. Wang Kuang exclaimed. Congratulations, Little Song, congratulations. Minister Song quickly pulled Wang Kuang aside, slipping him a red envelope. Wang Kuang squeezed the envelope, noting its thinness, and smiled even more sincerely. Minister Song cautiously inquired, Wang Ganggang, what does this mean? Our Yaoao is only 12 years old. To follow the emperor and record his words and actions, Wang Kuang chuckled. Minister Song, you needn't worry. The emperor instructed me to convey that Little Song's duties will only involve recording the emperor's words and actions during court sessions. There is no need for her to concern herself with anything else. That is a relief. Minister Song wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow. After Wang Ganggang departed, Song Yaoao wore a troubled expression. Father, speak to the emperor for me. I do not wish to attend court. Besides, the female officials in the palace serve the empress in the rear palace, and I would be the only woman in the court. It's simply not right. Minister Song sighed. Yaoao, the emperor's decree is not something to be rescinded. You must obediently accompany your father to court. Your only responsibility is to record his words and actions during court sessions, which is quite manageable, father. This is not merely about how manageable the work is. I am only 12. I truly do not wish to go to work. I beg you, please ask the emperor to revoke the decree. Once the decree is issued, it cannot be undone. Minister Song looked at his unruly daughter, feeling utterly exasperated. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and left. If father has gone, what about mother? Song Yaoao flopped against Madame Song. Feeling utterly defeated, Madame Song poked her finger at her daughter's forehead and said, How old are you? Can't you sit or stand properly? Can you not stand up straight? I can't. I like leaning against you. Can you not ask your father to speak with the emperor? Before Song Yaoao could finish, she was interrupted by Madame Song. No. Once the decree is issued, even the King of Heaven must comply. You must attend court now, tonight. I shall have the kitchen prepare your favorite braised pork. Will that suffice, mother? I also want to eat squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. Very well. I shall prepare both for you. All right then. Song Yaoao understood that the decree had been issued, and regardless of her reluctance, she would have to comply and attend court. At merely 12 years of age, how had she so inadvertently entered the workforce? Yaoao felt utterly disheartened. She felt so sorrowful. What to do? Nothing. Anything would suffice. That evening, Song Yaoao delightedly enjoyed her favorite braised pork and squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. After dinner, she returned to her room, approached her bed, discarded her shoes, and plopped down onto the bed. From beneath her pillow, she retrieved a book, its cover boldly inscribed with the words, The Unspoken Affairs Between a Charming Young Widow and a Refined Scholar. Guagua, observing the book in her hand, couldn't help but twitch his eye but still curiously asked, Host, did you have this book brought back by the maid you commissioned? Indeed, Guagua, let me tell you, this charming widow is quite bold. she directly pinned down the handsome young scholar next door, leaving him in a daze before she abruptly departed. What a heartbreaker! How could she just leave like that? Host, do you remember that you must awaken at the 5th watch tomorrow to attend court? I know, stop rushing me, I'll read for a bit longer. Guagua ceased his commentary, and the room fell into the sound of Song Yual's voice. This widow is lacking. She seems to enjoy teasing without taking any real action. Oh, if you like him, then go for it. I feel anxious for the widow. Before she knew it, night had fallen, and Song Yual was unaware of when she drifted off to sleep. She felt as though she had barely closed her eyes when Bito was already calling her to rise. Song Yual turned over, facing away from Bito, drowsily muttering, "Don't make noise. Let me sleep a little longer, miss. You cannot sleep any longer. Quickly rise, for today you must accompany your father to court." Song Yual was overwhelmed by the clamor in her ears and burrowed her head beneath the covers. As Bito continued to call her, all she wanted was to sleep. Just then, the voice of Minister Song echoed from outside. "Yo-oh," Bito hurried out. "Master, has the young lady awakened?" "No, I've been calling for ages, and she hasn't budged." Minister Song instructed the 2 maids at the door. "Assist Bito. We must arouse the young lady." "Yes, sir." Bito and the other 2 entered the room, forcibly pulling Song Yual from her blankets. With her eyes still closed, the 2 maids held her upright while Bito began to assist her with dressing, grooming, and preparing. The official robe that Song Yual was to wear had been delivered alongside the decree. Slightly oversized, but Madame Song had found someone to alter it overnight so that it would fit. As Song Yual stepped outside, she was supported by Bito and the maids, her eyes remaining tightly shut. Minister Song observed her state and called, "Yo-oh, wake up." Song Yual did not open her eyes, replying, "Father, let me rest a moment longer." Minister Song, witnessing his daughter's lethargy, shook his head in resignation and, with a determined sigh, hoisted Song Yual onto his shoulder and turned to leave. Song Yual suddenly felt an unexpected sensation of weightlessness. Awakening briefly, she realized she was being carried by her father and, reassured, closed her eyes once more. She was soon hoisted into the carriage, where Song Shuren climbed in after her. Within the carriage, Song Yual found a comfortable position and drifted back to sleep. Occasionally, she would smack her lips, murmuring, "Delicious, truly delicious." As dew trickled down the corner of her mouth, sensing something, she absently wiped her mouth with her sleeve and continued her slumber. This scene was almost unbearable to witness. Song Shuren suppressed the urge to kick his daughter out of the carriage and shut his eyes. If he dared look any longer, he would surely unleash his pent-up frustration. How had he ended up with such an unruly daughter? He and his wife were a well-matched couple. Their 2 sons were exceptional talents, and their eldest daughter was a renowned socialite in the capital. Yet their youngest daughter was nothing short of a spoiled brat. At 12 years of age, she was approaching the age of maturity. And in her current state, would she even be able to marry? It was too much to think about. Just the thought made his head ache. As the carriage swayed gently onward, Song Yual sank deeper into sleep. After an indeterminate time, the carriage finally came to a halt. No sooner had it stopped than a servant outside announced, "Master, we have arrived." Song Shuren nudged Song Yual. "Yo-oh, wake up. We are here." Exhausted, she recognized her father's voice but chose to ignore him. Keeping her eyes firmly shut, appearing utterly unresponsive, resigned, Song Shuren disembarked and hoisted Song Yual back onto his shoulder. The carriage had stopped a distance from the palace gates, necessitating a walk. He planned to wake her up once they reached the entrance. Several other carriages were parked nearby, from which various dignitaries disembarked. Upon seeing Song Yual slung over her father's shoulder, they were left speechless. The news of the emperor bestowing upon Song Yual the rank of a 6th-rank attendant had already spread throughout the capital. She was the first woman permitted to attend court. Some were envious, while others were jealous, but none possessed the capabilities of Song Yual. It seemed the emperor had conferred this title upon her due to her unique talents. However, was she not a bit too lazy? What kind of 12-year-old girl still relied on her father to carry her? Among them was Lord Yan, the Deputy Minister of Rights, who had missed the recent palace banquet due to illness and was unaware of Song Yual's extraordinary abilities. Moreover, the emperor had issued a decree forbidding anyone from discussing the events of that day, especially not allowing Song Yual to know that others could hear her thoughts. Though curiosity abounded, no one dared to defy the order. Lord Yan, who was generally at odds with Song Shuren, was completely oblivious to the happenings of that day. Upon learning that Song Shuren's legitimate second daughter had been granted the title of 6th-rank attendant, he was intensely dissatisfied. A newly appointed top scholar had to start from a 9th-rank county official position. Why should a seemingly useless little girl be granted a 6th-rank title? The more he pondered, The more indignant he became, Lord Yan cursed inwardly, believing Song Shilang had struck a stroke of luck, and then cursed the emperor for being foolish. Witnessing Song Shilang carrying that seemingly worthless girl ignited his frustration. Lord Yan hastily approached Song Shilang, adopting a sarcastic tone. Song Shilang, your family has indeed struck gold. I hear your second daughter has been appointed as a 6th-rank attendant, now that she is an official. She ought to behave like one. Just look at you. Carrying young Song like this, what a spectacle. It's not that I'm criticizing, but loving your child is one thing, and indulging her is another. You should spoil her. Children need to be taught from a young age. What kind of 12-year-old girl still relies on her father to carry her? If this gets out, how will she ever find a husband? If she is lazy, then she has been disciplined enough, you know. We always believed that great sons emerge from strict discipline. At this, Song You'll abruptly opened her eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within them. Father, put me down. As she dismounted from the carriage, her eyes may have been closed, but she was fully awake, not wanting to walk. She was more than happy for her father to carry her. Initially in high spirits, she was now irked by the unwelcome presence of someone so audacious as to speak to her in such a manner, especially one suggesting she might never marry. Whether or not she married was of little concern to her, but inciting her father to discipline her was absolutely intolerable, just as Song Shilang was about to argue with Lord Yan. He heard his daughter's voice and quickly stopped, setting her down. You're awake? Yes, I am. Song You'll glanced at Lord Yan, her irritation flaring. What did you have for breakfast, sir? Caught off guard by her question. Lord Yan stammered. I had porridge this morning. Song You'll nodded. No wonder. You must have eaten quite a lot of pickled radish with your porridge, right? It's no surprise you're so salty and irritable. Lord Yan's face flushed with anger. You audacious girl. How dare you? How dare I? I could go further, she retorted. Truly, eating from your own family's table while worrying about others' affairs. Aren't you afraid that worrying too much will lead to your untimely demise? Are you cursing me to death? Did I name anyone specifically? In this day and age, I've heard of robbing money, stealing credit, and claiming fame, but never of someone trying to steal a death. How dare you speak to me like this, you insolent child, old fool? Don't you think your age grants you authority over everyone? You truly believe yourself to be something special? Why, you Lord Yan trembled. Unable to articulate a single word, the onlooking officials were utterly astonished. They were accustomed to exchanging barbs, but when tempers flared, they typically remained mindful of their statuses, resorting to veiled insults. None could compare to Song You'll's directness. Moreover, she never resorted to profanity. Noticing Lord Yan rendered speechless, and on the verge of a tantrum, she turned to her father. Father, let us hurry. I would be surprised if he collapses and tries to extort us. Song Shilang, feigning seriousness, replied, Indeed, it seems he is ready to faint. You'll, let us move quickly. Matters concerning money must never be taken lightly. Upon hearing this, Song You'll promptly took her leave, with Song Shilang closely following. Onlookers gaped in disbelief at her audacity. Who knew that little Song was so sharp-tongued? They could see Lord Yan nearly fainting with rage. Hearing her final remarks, he somehow managed to hold himself together. Sympathy for Lord Yan spread among the officials, some even patting his shoulder, wishing him luck. Before passing him by to head toward the palace gates, it was clear that Song You'll was not one to forget a slight. Cross her, and she would ensure that your secrets were laid bare. Lord Yan had truly underestimated the formidable nature of this girl. However, this was only the beginning of the spectacle. The events at the palace gates soon reached the emperor's ears. Upon hearing the report from his shadow guards, the emperor burst into hearty laughter, then remarked, These old fools love to oppose me, making my life miserable in court, yet I am powerless against them. But now, with such a bold young lady, they've met their match. With her presence, there will be plenty of excitement in the court and the capital to come. By the way, send 4 shadow guards to protect her. We cannot allow her to come to harm. Understood. Song You'll and Song Shilang hurried away, both appearing anxious about being swindled. Occasionally, they caught the curious gazes of passers-by, particularly lingering on Song You'll. She had long since grown accustomed to such attention. Having seen much in her past life, merely being scrutinized in this manner held no significance for her. If you enjoy watching, then by all means do so. After all, you won't lose a pound yourself. Upon arriving at the Taiha Hall, a eunuch spotted Song You'll and promptly approached her, saying, Young Master Song, our household has been waiting for quite some time. I shall escort you to meet Lord Jiang. Song You'll nodded at Song Shilang. It was then that she followed the eunuch closely. She could surmise that Lord Jiang was likely her immediate superior. Lord Jiang, a gentleman in his 50s, had a kindly demeanor. With a long beard and the typical attire of a cultured scholar, Song Yao felt an innate sense of reverence towards her superior and hastily greeted him. "Greetings, Lord Jiang." Lord Jiang appraised the young girl before him and inquired, "Are you the legitimate second daughter of Song Shulang?" Song Yao, "Indeed," she replied. "Ah, splendid. A girl of remarkable spirit. Come here. I wish to discuss your duties with you." "Yes." After outlining the tasks assigned to Song Yao, Lord Jiang still harbored some unease, primarily because the girl appeared quite young. If she were to falter in her duties, the consequences would be minor, but if the emperor were displeased, it could lead to dire repercussions. "Thus," he said, "today is your first day on duty. Observe how I record matters. From tomorrow onwards, you shall begin recording on your own." "Understood." Song Yao recognized Lord Jiang's good intentions and humbly agreed. At that moment, a high-pitched voice resounded, "The emperor has arrived." All the ministers knelt down, proclaiming, "Long life the emperor." Song Yao also knelt. "All rise," commanded the emperor. As the ministers stood, Lord Yan stepped forward, declaring, "Your Majesty, I have a petition. It is most inappropriate for a woman to enter the court. There has been no precedent for this throughout history." Lord Yan had fully taken a dislike to Song Yao. When had he ever been insulted? Let alone by a mere girl. This was an unbearable humiliation. He could hardly swallow this affront, and thus he began to voice his grievances the moment the court convened. Upon hearing Lord Yan's words, Song Yao's mind ignited with indignation. "As soon as I entered the court, this old fool jumped up like a rabid dog, refusing to let go. I hadn't even sought trouble with him yet. And here he was, delivering himself to my doorstep. Is it so difficult to live in peace? Must he seek his own demise? Since he is so eager to perish, I shall not hold back. Host, this old fool is a rabid dog. You must take him on." "Guagua, who is this person? I don't even know who he is. This is my first encounter with him today, yet he is so fixated on me." Suddenly, the rough dialogue between Song Yao and Guagua reached the ears of the courtiers. Those who had previously heard Song Yao's inner thoughts had grown accustomed to her bold and unrestrained expressions. Upon hearing her thoughts again, they perked up, discreetly straining to listen. This Lord Yan, seeking his own demise, was provoking the wrong person, and he would soon find himself stripped of all dignity. Some courtiers, hearing this for the first time, were curious as to who possessed the audacity to make such ruckus in the court. However, upon observing the emperor and the surrounding ministers, who appeared unaffected, they began to suspect they had misheard. The voice they had just heard was undeniably that of a woman, the only woman in the court. Song Yao, yet just moments ago, she had not spoken a word. Was this her inner voice? With this thought, they collectively turned their gaze toward Song Yao. Lord Yan also caught wind of the earlier conversation, infuriated. The dialogue had clearly been between that wretched girl and someone named Guagua. With the repeated mention of old fool, although he was unaware of its exact meaning, he knew it could not be anything complimentary. He had stared at that girl for quite some time. She had not spoken at all. What was the meaning of this conversation? Was it truly her inner thoughts? Contemplating this, Lord Yan lifted his head once more to gaze at Song Yao. The emperor, too, pricked up his ears, eager to discern what manner of strange beings his ministers truly were. The conversation continued. "Host, that old fool is Yan Kuang, the vice minister of rights, holding a position equivalent to your father's. Both being of the fourth rank, Yan Kuang has always been at odds with your father. His confrontation today at the palace gate stems from jealousy towards your father and you. Guagua. This man is utterly shameless. If he wishes to blame someone, he should examine why he could not produce a child as remarkable as I am. Perhaps he should reflect on his own genetics." Guagua chimed in. Exactly. They did not comprehend what genetics entailed, but everyone could see that Song Yao had indeed not uttered a word. That means what they had just heard was truly her inner voice. Song Shulang felt utterly embarrassed, wishing he could vanish from sight. This little rascal, being a girl, spoke such foul language. Others might assume he and his wife had raised her in such a manner, leading them to question the family values of the Song household. In her previous life, Song Yao had been a military doctor, accustomed to the company of soldiers and having heard all manner of crude talk. This was merely the beginning. At the emperor's subtle prompting, the courtiers understood that the emperor did not wish for Song Yao to realize they could hear her thoughts. Thus, while one side engaged in a fervent debate over whether a woman ought to attend court, the other side listened intently, eager to see if the young master Song would divulge any significant secrets. Indeed, they were not left wanting. As soon after, they heard Song Yao ask, "Guagua, do you have any juicy tidbits about that old fool to share with me?" I wish to be amused. I have already decided that once I learn the old fool's secrets, I shall pen his tale and sell it to the storyteller, making it known throughout the capital. The courtiers collectively gasped at her words. How ruthless. This girl showed no intention of leaving Lord Yan a shred of dignity. There are indeed some who would have thought that old fool is actually a cross-dresser. Guo Guo, what did you say? A cross-dresser? How thrilling. Before Guo Guo could respond, Song Youall glanced at Yan Kuang and then lowered her head again, her inner voice resuming. Oh dear, I just glanced at Yan Kuang. And he appears quite presentable, not at all effeminate. TSK, TSK, TSK. How true is the saying, you cannot judge a book by its cover. Guo Guo, hurry and tell me more. The crowd did not understand the term cross-dresser, but they could sense the excitement in Song Youall's thoughts, indicating that this was surely a significant revelation. They all leaned in, eagerly awaiting Song Youall and Guo Guo to enlighten them upon hearing cross-dresser. Lord Yan visibly stiffened. Such a secret, even his closest allies and wife were unaware of. How could anyone else possibly know? With this thought, Lord Yan felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Guo Guo continued. In Yan Kuang's family, his parents had 8 daughters before finally giving birth to him. Yan father and Yan mother were elated and named him Yan Jinbao, growing up under the care of his 8 sisters. Yan Jinbao, influenced by them, developed some feminine traits. He adored beautiful dresses, loved the trinkets of girls, enjoyed using cosmetics, and played with girls. When he reached the age of enlightenment at 6, his parents sent him to school. But due to his girlish demeanor, many children were unwilling to play with him. They even nicknamed him Fake Eunuch. This led to a fight, and Yan Jinbao, having struck hard, sent his opponent to the infirmary. Upon learning the reason behind the fight, his parents recognized the severity of the situation. From then on, they personally guided Yan Jinbao, forbidding him from playing with his sisters or liking girl things, to instill more masculinity. They renamed him Yan Kuang. Yan Kuang did not understand why his parents forbade him from liking those things, and at first, he resisted. However, after being severely punished by his father a few times, he ceased to confront them directly. Song Youall interjected. Just look at how stubborn he is. Clinging to me. I doubt he will easily give up. Indeed, as the host surmised, outwardly, Yan Kuang appears to have submitted. Yet secretly, he continues to cherish those interests. However, he has concealed them well, never allowing his parents to discover his true self. Once he reached high school and acquired his own residence, he constructed a secret chamber within his study. This chamber houses an extensive collection of women's items that Yan Kuang had gathered over the years: cosmetics, women's underwear, belly wraps, embroidered shoes, menstrual belts. You could say it contains everything one could imagine. Each evening, after dinner, Yan Kuang would excuse himself to handle official duties, but in truth, he entered the secret chamber to don women's clothing, apply makeup, admire himself, and then reluctantly remove the makeup and revert to his male attire. Ah, this perverse individual even collects menstrual belts. Host, they are all unused. I am aware that if it were to be used, I would want to smash his dog's head directly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone towards Yan Kuang shifted significantly. It turns out this is what it means to be a cross-dressing master. Yan Kuang's face flushed crimson, and he wished to rush out and cover Song Youall's mouth. Yan Kuang failed to consider that Song Youall had not spoken a word at all. They absolutely could not allow Song Youall to discover any clues because of Yan Kuang. The officials in front of Yan Kuang huddled together, blocking his path. The 2 officials beside him leaned in closer, supporting him on either side to prevent him from making a run for it. When Yan Kuang glanced at the emperor's gaze filled with warning, he could only remain standing there. At that moment, he regretted deeply why he had provoked such a calamity. Song Youall continued to inquire. Does his wife know about the secret chamber? I do not know. He has been extremely discreet. Even his trusted subordinates are unaware. Host, Yan Kuang has a peculiar hobby. Can you guess what it is? I can't guess. Just tell me directly. Guo Guo, one shouldn't leave a tale half told, or they might be struck by lightning. A foreboding feeling washed over Yan Kuang, but he could neither move nor dare to make a sound. The moment he uttered a word, the emperor would certainly not spare him, and the outcome would be dire. Indeed, the next second, Guo Guo's voice rang out. All right, I shall tell you directly. Yan Kuang, while sharing a bed with his wife and concubines, enjoys donning women's clothing and has his wife and concubines wear men's attire. And then, Yan Kuang is still in the submissive role. Oh, is it that stimulating? Guo Guo, is there a video? I wish to see. Host, my current level is insufficient. Once I level up, you will be able to watch videos at any time. Guo Guo, when will you level up? I am uncertain. It could be tomorrow, the day after, or even a year later, oh, it's leveling up that casual. The court officials gazed at Yan Kuang with a complex and veiled expression. Yan Kuang raised his trembling hand, unable to utter a single word, before he spat out a mouthful of blood and subsequently fainted. Song Youao was startled by this sudden turn of events. Guo Guo. What just happened? I do not know either. I just saw Yan Kuang, that old man, spitting blood. Moreover, the amount he spat was quite exaggerated, far more consistent than a high-pressure sprayer. By the way, his hand was trembling so violently. Could it be an epileptic seizure? That should not be the case. During an epileptic fit, one would foam at the mouth and convulse, but it seems Yan Kuang does not exhibit those symptoms. Is that so? I couldn't see clearly from so far away. I really want to go over and take a look. The imperial physician had arrived, and the great hall was in disarray. Song Youao and Guo Guo, the two instigators, continued to comment on Yan Kuang's blood-spitting posture, the volume of blood, and the symptoms of an epileptic seizure. The court officials cast complex and subtle glances at Song Youao before shifting their gaze away. This girl is formidable. On her first day attending court, she has already taken down an official. Song Youao's inner thoughts continued. Guo Guo, it has been quite a while, and Yan Kuang is still unconscious. He wouldn't have truly passed away, would he, host? Yan Kuang still has breath. Oh, I thought he had already kicked the bucket. Guo Guo, when I return, I shall write down the tale of Yan Kuang, the cross-dressing master, and sell it to the storyteller. Such explosive news will surely draw a crowd to the tea house. Let me think. I feel it would be better not to buy it outright but to take a percentage instead, allowing for a steady stream of income. Upon considering this, I can almost see piles of silver calling out to me. As soon as Yan Kuang opened his eyes, he overheard Song Youao's plan to profit from his cross-dressing escapades, and he could not catch his breath. Fainting once more, the others also caught wind of Song Youao's silver-making scheme, and their hearts raced. If one day they inadvertently offended the young Lord Song, their secrets might also be penned down and sold, leaving them exposed to the world. With this thought, a shiver ran through them all. Clearly, they must cultivate a good relationship with Deputy Minister Song and ensure she keeps her daughter in check, preventing her from profiting off their secrets. If the little girl is short on silver, they could generously contribute some, but the prerequisite is that she absolutely must not use their secrets for profit. Everyone gazed at Yan Kuang, who had fainted once more. With sympathetic expressions, the emperor cast a complex glance at Song Youao before instructing them to carry Deputy Minister Yan out. The morning court session continued, and thereafter, Song Youao refrained from further conversation with Guo Guo. She obediently observed how Lord Jiang recorded the proceedings. It was imperative to pay close attention, for the next day, Song Youao would be recording on her own, with no one to assist her. Today was akin to a modern company setting, where a senior mentor guides a newcomer for a day, after which the newcomer must operate independently. As soon as court adjourned and the emperor departed, Song Youao hurriedly dashed to Deputy Minister Song. Father, let us return home quickly. I am starving. All right, father. Could you take me to the restaurant for a meal? No, the food at home is likely ready. We can eat as soon as we return. Fine, father. Observing the backs of the father and daughter, everyone harbored their own thoughts. Upon arriving home, Song Youao immediately changed out of her official robes and dashed to the dining hall. Indeed, the dining table was already laid out, except for her second brother, Song Qinghui, who had gone to the military camp. Everyone else was present. Once seated, Song Youao picked up her bowl and began to eat voraciously. Mrs. Song watched her daughter devour her meal and said, "Slow down. No one is competing with you." With her mouth full, Song Youao swallowed before replying, "Mother, the emperor is truly something. He scheduled court at the 5th watch, and I had just fallen asleep when Beto woke me up. It feels as if I rose earlier than a rooster." Indeed, the 5th watch, in modern terms, corresponds to between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. This means one must arrive at the Taiha Hall by 3 a.m. sharp, necessitating an earlier wake-up time of at least 2 hours. Today, Beto woke Song Youao at 1 a.m. Hearing this, Mrs. Song scolded. "Child, you should watch your words. What nonsense are you spouting?" Song Youao retorted defiantly. "It is the truth." Mrs. Song glared at her daughter. "What if someone hears you? Who knows what trouble it might stir?" Aware that she had spoken rather indiscreetly, Song Youao replied, "Understood." With that, she lowered her head and continued to eat. In this vast world, eating takes precedence. After finishing her meal, Song Youao addressed her parents and siblings. "Father, mother, elder brother, elder sister, I slept late last night. I shall go take a nap now." Deputy Minister Song waved his hand. "Go ahead." After Song Qingyu and Song Qingling also departed, Mrs. Song turned to Deputy Minister Song and asked, "Today was Yao's first day at court. Did she cause any trouble?" Upon hearing this, Deputy Minister Song sighed deeply and recounted the day's events, adding, "Yan Kuang was carried out of the hall. I wonder how he is faring now." Mrs. Song, upon hearing this, wore a look of disdain. That Yan Kuang, how shameless! He is so old yet bullies our Yao, who is barely 12 years old. How utterly disgraceful! If he is infuriated to death, it serves him right. Indeed, it is quite deserved, my dear. You should steer clear of that Yan Kuang. He is simply revolting. He hoards women's belongings, even menstrual items, which is utterly perverse. I understand, with Yao exposing Yan Kuang's secrets, he will likely lose all faith from now on. That is indeed his own doing. Who told him to cling to Yao? Deputy Minister Song sighed, troubled. Madam, do you think we might end up offending those court officials? Mrs. Song wore a worried expression. Yes. I am concerned about that as well. However, there is little we can do to warn Yao. Besides, everyone has their own inner thoughts. Can we really control what others think? Sigh. Well, that is true, but oh, never mind. Let us take it one step at a time. Other people's daughters are their parents' little darlings, while our Yao seems to be a source of trouble, unlike the size of Deputy Minister Song and his wife. Song Yao had long since slipped into a deep slumber. She dreamt of her past life, balancing work and study, and the scene shifted to her rescuing people amidst a hail of bullets. Wounded individuals surrounded her, severed limbs scattered about, and blood was everywhere. Suddenly, Song Yao jolted awake. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, glanced around her surroundings, and gradually felt her mood stabilize. Such dreams had haunted Song Yao numerous times before. Each time, she was jolted awake by those terrifying scenes. Song Yao inquired of Guo Guo, "What time is it now?" "Host, it is now 10 in the morning." "Ah, I woke up after a nap. And it's only 10 in the morning." "Indeed, host, did not the ancients advocate rising early and retiring early?" "I understand." Song Yao called out to the outside, "BTO," upon hearing her voice. BTO promptly pushed the door open and entered. "Miss, you are awake?" "Yes. Please prepare some bathing water for me. I am drenched in sweat." "As you wish." After BTO left, Song Yao slowly rose and leaned against the headboard. By the time she finished bathing, half an hour had passed. Dressed in a pale yellow long gown adorned with blue irises, her hair styled in 2 playful buns, she appeared lively and spirited. "Host, you look so beautiful. Are you planning to go out?" "Yes, I would like to take a stroll." "Host, will your parents allow it?" "They should have no objections. I am already an official. After all, can my parents continue to restrain me?" "Then, host, good luck." As Song Yao conversed with Guo, she made her way toward Madame Song's courtyard. Before she even entered the yard, her thoughts rang out. "Guo, what do you think my mother is doing right now? Surely it isn't with my father, he." "Host, what are you thinking? It is broad daylight. The ancients believed that one should not indulge in lewdness in daylight." "Oh, I see. I must have been overthinking it." Madame Song was panting heavily, wishing to crack open her little daughter's head to see what a young lady's mind could possibly dwell upon all day. Now she was even concocting tales about her own parents, truly outrageous. Upon entering the room, Song Yao sweetly addressed, "Mother." Madame Song did not lift her head, her eyes fixed on the account book, merely responding with a curt Song Yao approached Madame Song from behind and began to massage her shoulders. "Mother, you work so hard for this family. Let me help relieve your shoulders." If one had not heard Song Yao's inner thoughts, they would surely perceive her as a demure and considerate young lady. Yet, once her unrestrained thoughts were revealed, her entire image shattered into fragments. Madame Song remained silent, allowing Song Yao to continue her ministrations. Song Yao awaited her mother's inquiry. As usually, such displays of affection would prompt her mother to ask what she desired. What was the matter today? Her mother remained unresponsive. If her mother did not engage, how could the performance continue? "If the mountain does not come to me, then I shall go to the mountain." Thus, Song Yao sweetly called out again, "Mother." Madame Song set down the account book and stated, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't keep calling me mother." "Ah, what should I call you if not mother? Should I call you old mother?" Originally, Madame Song's temper had yet to dissipate. But upon hearing this, she picked up the account book and hurled it toward Song Yao. Sensing the impending danger, Song Yao swiftly sidestepped to the left, narrowly avoiding it. The account book fell to the ground with a thud. And Song Yao patted her little chest, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I'm so glad I dodged that. I was hit." No sooner had she spoken than Madame Song's furious voice rang out, Song Youao, being perceptive. Song Youao recognized her mother's genuine anger and hurriedly ran over to pick up the fallen account book, dusting it off before placing it carefully on the table, indignantly declaring, Mother, what troubles you? Do not be angry. Who has offended you? Tell me, and I shall deal with them. Could Madame Song confess that it was her own daughter who had caused her ire, observing Song Youao's furious expression and her readiness to defend her? Madame Song wearily waved her hand and asked, Speak, what brings you to my courtyard? Song Youao tugged at Madame Song's sleeve, shaking it gently. Mother, I have grown up. I have never left the estate. Now that I am of age and an official, I still do not know what the capital looks like. I wish to go out for a stroll. Is that agreeable? Madame Song pondered for a moment and replied. Very well, go to the treasury and fetch 50 taels of silver. You may purchase something you like. Take your elder sister with you. And remember to bring along more guards. Understood. Song Youao did not expect her mother to acquiesce so readily. Previously, even her most fervent pleas had failed to sway her parents. Why the sudden approval this time? Regardless of the reason, her mother had granted her the freedom to leave the estate, which was a positive outcome. She rose on her toes and kissed Madame Song's cheek, exclaiming, Mother, you are the best, I love you most. Before Madame Song could respond, she had already dashed away, touching her cheek. Madame Song suddenly smiled. This child, Madame Song's reasoning was simple. Many already knew her youngest daughter's secret. Keeping the child confined within the estate was not a viable solution. Moreover, Song Youao attended court daily, often prying into the secrets of those officials. Her parents could not possibly prevent it now that things had come to this. There was no need to keep the child restrained any longer. As Song Youao herself stated, she was already 12 years old and had yet to see the capital. Seeing her pitiful expression, Madame Song felt a pang of sympathy. Well, what is meant to be will be. It is futile to resist one's fate. Song Youao dashed excitedly to her elder sister Song Qingling's courtyard. Elder sister, Mother has agreed to let me leave the estate. Really? Yes. I just came from Mother's courtyard to find you. However, Mother requested that you accompany me and also instructed us to go to the treasury to withdraw 50 taels of silver to buy some things we like. All right, wait for me. I'll tidy up, and then we shall depart. Good. Observing her younger sister's excitement, Song Qinling quickly set aside her embroidery, saying, All done. The two exited the estate, where a carriage awaited them at the entrance. Once aboard, Song Youao eagerly asked, Elder sister, where are we going? I shall take you to see the clothing and jewelry shops, and then we will go to a restaurant for a meal. Sounds good. The entire capital appeared unfamiliar to Song Youao. Any destination would suffice. As the carriage moved forward, she opened the curtain to gaze outside. Her thoughts began to resonate. Guagua, is this what ancient streets look like? Indeed, host, you find yourself in the residential area of officials. Where dignitaries reside, the population is sparse, and the streets are quite clean. Once we reach the bustling market, it will be teeming with people and lively. Guagua, the architecture of ancient times is truly exquisite. How should I describe it? I feel somewhat at a loss for words. What was that internet saying? Alas, I lack culture. One can only rely on exclamations to traverse the world. Host, if you wish to express yourself in coarse language, feel free to do so without justifying it. You, a top scholar, have pursued education from undergraduate to doctoral levels. How could you possibly be at a loss for words? Who are you trying to fool? All right, Guagua has seen through me. However, a great hero does not dwell on past glories. That belongs to a previous lifetime. In this life, I merely wish to live without care. Like a slacker fish enjoying the world. Host, if you choose to be a slacker fish, do remember to bring Guagua along. I would like to seize the opportunity to gather some energy. Guagua, rest assured, I will not forget you. Listening to her sister's thoughts, Song Qinling realized that her younger sister had been a scholar in her past life. Was a scholar someone who excelled in studies? Did it imply that she was exceptionally knowledgeable? What did it mean to pursue education from undergraduate to doctoral levels? Was it akin to being a scholar or a successful candidate, someone of learned standing? Song Qinling, being a talented woman, had already deciphered much of the conversation between Song Youao and Guagua. Exiting the residential area, the number of pedestrians on the road gradually increased as they walked further. The crowd thickened until they reached a ready-made clothing shop. Where the carriage came to a halt, the driver announced, Miss, we have arrived. Song Qinling turned to Song Youao, younger sister, we have arrived, let us disembark. All right, elder sister, stepping down from the carriage, The two sisters walked inside. Song Yo-oh was eager to explore the ancient clothing store. A beautiful young woman approached them directly. Ladies, would you like to look at fabrics or ready-made garments? Song Qinling glanced at Song Yo-oh, noting her sister's lack of suggestion before replying. We shall first examine the fabrics and then look at the ready-made garments. Of course, the fabrics are on the ground floor. And the ready-made garments are on the upper floor. Please take your time. Should you need anything, just call for me. Song Qinling nodded, and the attendant went off to attend to other customers. Song Yo surveyed her surroundings and couldn't help but remark to Guoguo. Guoguo, the variety of fabrics here is truly astounding. The service provided by the attendants is also quite commendable. Host, this establishment is the largest clothing shop in the capital. The first floor boasts hundreds of fabric types, and the second floor offers a substantial selection of finished garments. The attendants here are well-trained and only take up their posts after passing rigorous evaluations. Guoguo replied. Guoguo, I had anticipated that the proprietor of this shop would possess such remarkable business acumen. Regardless of the quality of the fabrics and finished garments, the service alone is quite impressive. At that moment, Song Qinling inquired, Little sister, do you have anything that catches your fancy? Song Yo waved her hand dismissively. Elder sister, let me take a further look. After examining the ground floor, the two ascended to the upper level. Upon reviewing all the finished garments, Song Yo began to form her opinions. Guoguo, although the array of finished clothing appears extensive, in reality, there are merely a dozen or so designs. The illusion of variety arises from displaying the same design in different colors. Indeed, Guoguo has also noticed that, came the response. Ultimately, Song Qinling selected 2 bolts of fabric for purchase. Exiting the clothing shop, the two made their way toward the jewelry store. Song Qinling was captivated by a hairpin and held it in her hands for a closer inspection. The shopkeeper's wife commented, Miss, you truly have an exquisite eye. This hairpin is known as the high-tongue jade hairpin. The high-tam is one of the most striking varieties among flowers. This hairpin, entirely emerald green and shaped like a high-tam blossom, earns its name from its resemblance. Observe how 12 gemstones are embedded within, predominantly in red, blue, and purple hues, each exhibiting distinct colors. The pin's shaft is intricately engraved with high-tam motifs, exquisite and lifelike. The entire piece sparkles brilliantly, adorned with high-tone-colored gemstones, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Miss, this hairpin complements you splendidly. Before Song Qinling could respond, a voice rang from the entrance. I shall take that hairpin. Song Yo turned to see a young woman clad in a water-red gown, her features charming. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Song Qingling's expression shifted. Rong Feifei, do not overstep your bounds. We were the first to express interest in that item. The woman approached, casting a dismissive glance at Song Yo before addressing Song Qinling. Have you paid for it? If no payment has been made, it is not yours yet. Song Yo couldn't help but inquire of Guoguo. Guoguo, who is this woman? Why is she so arrogant? Following behind the young woman were several others of similar age, some of whom exchanged furtive glances with Song Yo but still greeted her. Greetings, Miss Song. The others joined in unison. Good day, Miss Song. Song Yo nodded. Hello. Among them, she recognized a few from a recent court banquet, particularly those who had greeted her first. The woman named Rong Feifei appraised Song Yo once more and, finding no notable differences, resumed her focus on the hairpin. Shopkeeper's wife, I want this hairpin. Please wrap it up for me. Rong Feifei, you. At that moment, Guoguo interjected. Host, the woman in the water-red attire is the illegitimate daughter of left censor Rong Ping, named Rong Feifei. Her father's rank is equivalent to your father's, both being of the 4th grade. Song Yo was momentarily taken aback and inwardly pondered. Guoguo, how can an illegitimate daughter be so audacious? While Song Yo held no disdain for illegitimate children, the rigid class distinctions of ancient society clearly delineated between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Furthermore, since Rong Feifei's father held the same official rank as her own, and she was an illegitimate daughter, she should be required to pay respects to her elder sister. Yet, in reality, Rong Feifei not only refrained from bowing but also brazenly attempted to seize an item. What audacity was she relying upon? The young women who entered with Rong Feifei had previously heard that Miss Song had been granted an official position due to her uniqueness, though the specifics remained shrouded in ambiguity. Today, upon encountering Miss Song, they had been observing her, both intentionally and unintentionally. As Song Yo and Guoguo's thoughts echoed, they noticed that although Song Yo did not speak, her voice resonated in their ears. Was this perhaps the distinctive quality of Miss Song? At that the physician profited several thousand taels from this transaction, yet he feared potential repercussions and had long since packed his belongings to flee. Will the third prince meet his demise? that remains contingent upon the dosage administered by Rong Feifei Guoguo. Has Rong Feifei lost her senses? How dare she employ such a substance on the third prince? If he were truly to perish, it is likely that the entire Rong family would face annihilation. Causing the prince's death is no trifling matter. Upon hearing Song Youao's concerns, the crowd's gazes toward Rong Feifei shifted dramatically. They retreated from her presence, recognizing that she was not only courting her own doom but also endangering her entire clan. Rong Feifei was indeed a lunatic. Song Youao continued her inquiry with Guoguo. Guoguo, what manner of official is the left imperial advisor? Host, as far as I know, the left imperial advisor's duty is to counsel the emperor, providing insights and recommendations to rectify errors and improprieties in governance. Oh, is Rongping a loyal minister? If so, should we not warn him to prevent Rong Feifei, this meddleman, from dragging the entire Rong family into calamity? Host, Rongping is indeed a great loyal minister. Understood. I shall devise a method to alert the Rong family. Host, you could also inform the third prince, Guoguo. In the eyes of the third prince, we are inconsequential. If he were to inquire how we became aware of Rong Feifei's actions, how would I explain it? I could easily lose my life, Guoguo. While I wish to assist others, it must be done with my safety assured. I cannot risk my life to save another. I'm afraid I am not that noble. I will start with the Rong residents and consider my options. Indeed, host, your thoughts are always prudent. Safety is paramount. Upon lifting her gaze, Song Youao spotted Rong Feifei, that lunatic, still bullying her elder sister. She stepped forward, swiftly pulling Song Qinling behind her, confronting Rong Feifei with indignation. From whence do you, this meddleman, emerge? Why do you so relish seizing what belongs to others? Rong Feifei's face flushed crimson with rage. Ever since her legitimate sister wed into the third prince's household, everyone had revered her. Though she harbored disdain for her sister, she could not deny the advantages she had gained from her. Now that she was with the third prince, she felt assured of her eventual entry into his household, dismissing everyone around her with arrogance, retorting, "Whom do you insult? Whoever deserves it shall be insulted. You, a mere girl yet to grow, dare to speak to me in such a manner." Song Youao scrutinized Rong Feifei from head to toe before disdainfully responding, "You claim I have not matured. Pray tell, have you matured? Enlighten me. What part of you is fully grown? I wish to witness it." Rong Feifei's face burned with embarrassment. You are shameless," with one hand on her hip and the other raised in a delicate gesture. Song Youao swayed her hips and spoke in a faint, sugary tone. "You are shameless? How utterly detestable." Following her words, Song Youao feigned retching, truly disgusted by her own antics, as she concluded her statement. Those around them stifled laughter, covering their mouths in a struggle to contain their mirth. Observing their shoulders shake with suppressed laughter made it evident just how difficult it was for them to hold back. This young lady, Song, was quite amusing. Song Qinling, witnessing her sister's antics, promptly patted her on the back, asking, "Youao, are you all right?" After a prolonged spell of feigned retching, Song Youao straightened herself. "Elder sister, I am fine. Merely emulating someone and made myself nauseous." Rong Feifei, her face still flushed, shouted, "I would never act like that." Infuriated by the impudent girl before her, Rong Feifei contemplated resorting to violence. Song Youao admonished, "Who grants you the audacity to assault a court official? If you strike me, I shall immediately fall to the ground." Refusing to rise, turning to Song Qinling, she declared, "Elder sister, should she dare to strike me, I will lie down, and you must hasten to the Jinxiao prefecture to report that an official has been assaulted and I lie unconscious." Rong Feifei's anger escalated. "Do you dare to openly extort me?" Song Youao scoffed. "If you strike me, I shall extort you. If I do not succeed in ruining you, I shall not be called Song Youao. Feel free to test me." It had already spread throughout the capital that Song Youao had been appointed as a sixth-rank attendant. Rong Feifei was certainly aware of this, in this era of strict social hierarchy. A commoner daring to assault a court official would face execution. Rong Feifei was not willing to gamble with her life, unable to best Song Youao in argument and forbidden from striking her. Rong Feifei felt utterly humiliated. "You sharp-tongued little girl, be wary. You may end up unmarried." Song Youao retorted with a dismissive laugh. "Whether I marry or not is of no concern to you. You incessantly speak of marriage. Are you so eager to wed? I am not eager to wed. If you are not, then silence your tongue. A young lady should not constantly speak of marriage. Those unaware might think you are lovesick. You wretched girl, I am not wretched. I am living splendidly, infuriating you." Rong Feifei tossed aside the hairpin she had snatched from Song Qingling's possession, shattering it against the counter. Seeing this, Song Yuo could not suppress her laughter. Alas! The hairpin is broken. Your wish has been fulfilled. It now truly belongs to you. Turning to the shopkeeper, Song Yuo asked, Madam Shopkeeper, did you not claim this hairpin was worth 3,000 taels? Ensure this lunatic compensates for it. If she refuses, send her to face the authorities. Rong Feifei pointed at Song Yuo. This hairpin, how could it possibly be worth 3,000 taels? Song Yuo replied with a smile. Previously, it was worthless, but now that it is shattered, it is indeed worth that much. The shopkeeper chuckled. How could this hairpin not be valued at 3,000 taels? It is clearly worth that amount. Quick, demand payment. Operating such an expensive jewelry shop in the capital, the establishment undoubtedly had powerful backing, rendering them unafraid of a mere fourth-rank official's illegitimate daughter. The shopkeeper, disapproving of Rong Feifei's brazen behavior, deliberately echoed Song Yuo's words. This jewelry store was under the second prince's ownership. They were not intimidated by her refusal to pay. I do not carry that much silver. Not a problem. I shall send someone with you to your residence to retrieve it. With no other choice, Rong Feifei begrudgingly agreed to return home for the funds. Once there, she dared not confide in her father or legitimate mother but sought out her aunt instead, although her aunt was frustrated by her daughter's foolishness. She recognized that if her daughter were to wed the third prince, her own future would be secured. Thus, she could not allow her daughter to feel disheartened. With that thought in mind, she withdrew her private savings to lend to Rong Feifei. Meanwhile, Rong Feifei continuously cursed Song Yuo and Song Qinling in her heart, plotting how she might take revenge after her liaison with the third prince and secure her position within his household. Little did she know, her fortunate days were about to come to an abrupt end. In the jewelry shop, as the shopkeeper dispatched someone to escort Rong Feifei back to the Rong residence to collect the silver, Song Yuo turned and noticed a throng had gathered in the store. She remarked to Guoguo, Guoguo, why are there so many people in this jewelry shop, host? It appears they were drawn in by the commotion caused when Rong Feifei was bullying your elder sister. Ah, I see. Indeed, there is never a shortage of onlookers eager for entertainment. Song Yuo did not suspect that these individuals were there specifically for her. Indeed, host, in this ancient time, without the means to scroll through a phone or access the internet, one might find themselves quite bored. Eating melons and watching dramas is a fine way to pass the time. You speak wisely, Guoguo. Just then, Song Qinling addressed her younger sister. Little sister, are you hungry? Would you care to join me at a restaurant? Yes, yes, I only had a bit of food upon returning from court, and I am quite famished now. The two sisters, having finally exited the jewelry shop, made their way towards the grandest restaurant in the capital. Fumanlu, unbeknownst to Song Yuo, word of her intention to dine out had spread, and after her departure from the jewelry shop, the crowd followed at a distance. The flow of patrons into Fumanlu was incessant. Song Yuo lifted her gaze to admire the splendid building before her, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, remarkable in its beauty. She could not help but exclaim to Guoguo, Guoguo, this restaurant is truly magnificent. Indeed, this is the largest restaurant in the capital, and its proprietor is none other than the current emperor. Is this the emperor's private property? Guoguo replied, yes. The proceeds from this establishment are directed into the emperor's private treasury. The establishment is divided into 4 levels. The first floor generally accommodates common folk, the second floor caters to affluent merchants, while the third and fourth floors welcome officials and their families. Song Yuo could not help but exclaim. The divisions are quite distinct. As they conversed, Song Qinling had already led Song Yuo into the restaurant. Upon their arrival, a waiter approached them, inquiring, ladies, have you reserved a table? No, they replied. That is unfortunate. The restaurant is currently at full capacity. Would you like to wait? Some patrons take their meals slowly, lingering for 1 or 2 hours, which is quite a long time to wait. Song Yuo contemplated pulling her elder sister away to dine elsewhere. At that moment, they spotted Song Qinyu entering. Delighted, Song Qinling called out, elder brother. Song Qinyu turned to see his 2 younger sisters and approached them, asking, Qinling, Yuo, what brings you here? Song Qinling candidly explained, elder brother, I wanted to bring my younger sister here for a meal, but the waiter informed us that the place is full and suggested we wait. I see. Today, I have arranged to dine with 2 classmates, and we reserved a private room in advance. If you don't mind, you may join us. After a glance at her sister, Song Yuo nodded, and then she inquired, elder brother, will this inconvenience you? The 2 young men accompanying Song Qinyu quickly assured them, not at all. In Tianfeng Kingdom, it is quite normal for men and women to enjoy outings together, whether it be for a stroll in the countryside, a boat ride, or a meal. just as it is now. No one would think twice about you two dining with your elder brother and us. The waiter then guided them to their private room on the 3rd floor. Song Yao gazed around with wide eyes, reminiscent of Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Once seated, they began perusing the menu. Song Yao waved her hand, saying, "Elder brother, you may order whatever you like. I will be fine with anything." Knowing his sister's fondness for meat dishes, Song Qingyu ordered several meat options. After placing the order, he introduced his companions. "This is my 2 classmates, the one in white, the legitimate grandson of the current Grand Tutor, Xiao Minglan, and the one in blue, the legitimate son of the Longshu Ling, Gao Zheyu. Minglan, Zheyu, these are my younger sisters, Song Qingling and Song Youao. Greetings." They exchanged. Following the introductions, a lively conversation ensued. Unbeknownst to Song Youao, after she entered the private room, several noblewomen with their offspring arrived at the restaurant as well. They had long-standing reservations for private rooms here, allowing them to come and dine at their leisure. Their room was not far from where Song Youao and the others were seated, enabling them to overhear her thoughts. Those without reservations, after conferring with the noblewomen, also followed into the private rooms. The rooms, which had been reserved for years, quickly filled with patrons. They ordered sunflower seeds and refreshments, quietly awaiting the musings of Song Youao. Meanwhile, Song Youao, unfamiliar with her elder brother's classmates, sat quietly, yet her gaze roamed over the 2 young men across from her. Guo, elder brother's classmates are quite handsome. Xiao Minglan, dressed in white, is like snow. Beneath his subtly defined brows, his long, narrow eyes resemble gently flowing spring water, making him appear as if enveloped in a refreshing breeze. His nose is delicately shaped, his lips pale, with a hint of a smile playing at the corners. Look at him now, holding a white jade teacup, a few strands of hair casually falling, and with a slight smile. He emanates warmth and vitality. Truly, he is a refined gentleman. Suddenly, Song You's thoughts resonated within the private room. Xiao Minglan and Gao Zheyu, having been present at the banquet, were already accustomed to hearing her musings. Upon hearing them again, they remained composed. This was the first time Xiao Minglan had received such compliments from a lady. Causing his ears to flush with embarrassment, Gao Zheyu teased him with a smirk. Song Qingyu and Song Qingling felt utterly mortified. Their younger sister was at it again. The patrons in the other private room became animated, exclaiming, "Here it comes, the musings have finally arrived." Guo interjected, "Host, do you have feelings for Xiao Minglan?" "No, I merely appreciate handsome men." "Host, you should act on your feelings. When the time is right, seize the opportunity." "Guo, I genuinely just admire him. I have no ulterior motives." "All right then, host, I believe you. By the way, what do you think of Gao Zheyu?" Gao Zheyu had been engrossed in the conversation when he suddenly heard his name, causing him to put up his ears. Curious to hear how the young lady would evaluate him soon, Song You's thoughts began to flow again. Gao Zheyu, fair as jade, his eyes like twinkling stars, his clear gaze sparkling with light. When he smiles gently, it feels as though sunlight penetrates to the depths of one's heart. When conversing, he speaks softly, and the warmth in his demeanor radiates the essence of a refined gentleman. "Host, your evaluations are quite impressive. Of course, 20 years of reading in my past life were not in vain." The astonishment swept over everyone present, including those in the other private rooms, upon hearing this revelation. The former Song Youao had studied for 2 decades. Her previous assessments of Xiao Minglan and Gao Zheyu indicated that she was indeed a well-educated individual. Before anyone could ponder further, Guo's voice chimed in again. "Host, Gao Zheyu is so admirable. Why not just pounce on him?" Everyone was taken aback, and Gao Zheyu, in particular, spluttered his tea, followed by a fit of coughing. This Guo system was rather irreverent. Song Youao looked quizzically at the others present. "Guo, what's wrong with them?" "I'm not sure, host. You still haven't told me whether you plan to pounce on Gao Zheyu." Fearing further embarrassment, Gao Zheyu blurted out, with a gait like the Buddha and a heart like a demon. The golden crow dances as the winds grow fierce. Sweat rains down, troubling the matters below, lest the drizzle startles the rain god. Having spoken, he turned and left. Song Youao was momentarily stunned. Guo, is Gao Zheyu okay? Why did he suddenly start reciting poetry? And then he just walked away as if chased by wolves. Not only was Song Youao shocked, but the other 3 and patrons in the other private rooms were equally astounded. In that moment, Guo's laughter echoed throughout the private room. "Ha ha, this Gao Zheyu is hilarious. Guo, what's so funny? Do share." Guo laughed for a while before finally calming down. "Host, take a moment to consider the poem Gao Zheyu just recited, and you'll understand its meaning." Song Youao mentally recited the poem twice, with a gait like the Buddha and a heart like a demon, the golden crow dances as the winds grow fierce. Sweat rains down, troubling the matters below, lest the drizzle startles the rain god. Suddenly, realization dawned on Song Yaoao. Oh my, even for a simple matter like going to the restroom, he has to write a poem. Is this even human behavior? The other three in the private room, along with those in the others, quickly caught on, their faces flushing red with embarrassment, having never anticipated Gao Zheyou would make such a statement. Guagua continued, oh dear, this is too amusing. Gao Zheyou truly is a talent. His poem is about using the restroom during the day. Let me give him a fitting poem for nighttime. The moonlight slants through the trees in the clear night. A gentle breeze stirs, leaving emotions unsettled. Suddenly, the creek seems to surge, yearning for a small pavilion among the flowers. Song Yaoao was left dumbfounded. Guagua, aren't you just a spectator system? How come you can compose poetry too? Host, Guagua is a multi-talented system. There's much more you don't know. In her heart, Song Yaoao gave Guagua a thumbs up. Guagua, you're impressive. I'm only envious of you. Host, you flatter me, by the way. You still haven't answered my previous question. What question? I've completely forgotten after all this chatter. It was about whether you plan to pounce on Gao Zheyou. Oh, that. My definitive answer is no. Just think about it. If he writes a poem for using the restroom, will he also write one for passing gas or for sleeping or for eating? Just imagining that scene drives me insane. A person like him is not suited for someone like me. He is best admired from a distance, nothing more. Alright then, Guagua, I'm curious about how the Zongshu Lin family educates their children. Do they compose poetry for every little thing they do? As far as I know, the Zongshu Lin family does not have a habit of composing poetry at every turn. Song Yaoao sighed. In other words, the family of the Minister of State has produced such an exceptional talent as Gao Zheyou. It seems so, host, came the reply. Unbeknownst to Song Yaoao, Gao Zheyou was not typically like this. He was simply intimidated by Guagua and her. In fact, the few people present, along with others in the nearby private rooms, were also curious about how the couple, Mr. and Mrs. Song, had educated their children to produce such an extraordinary individual as Song Yaoao. Afterward, the dishes were served, and Gao Zheyou returned. Song Yaoao busily indulged in her meal, her inner thoughts filled with various evaluations of the food, and she refrained from mentioning anything else. Once the meal concluded and they exited the restaurant, Xiao Milang and Gao Zheyou departed first, while Song Qingyu intended to escort her two younger sisters back to their residence before returning to the academy. What the others did not realize was that as soon as they left the restaurant, the individuals from the other private rooms also followed suit. Accompanying young Master Song always promised the opportunity for fresh gossip. This trip had certainly been worthwhile. They had come to indulge in gossip, and they were still hungry. As soon as Song Yaoao departed, the gossip mongers quickly dispersed, seeking a place to satiate their appetites first. The restaurant was now less crowded than before, with many private rooms vacated, and some patrons promptly ordered dishes, deciding to dine well before heading home. Others, after dispersing, returned to their residences where food awaited them. However, the news that the Minister of State's legitimate son, Gao Zheyou, even composed poetry while attending to nature's call had spread. Some found Gao Zheyou to be merely a bookworm, questioning why he needed to craft a poem for such a simple task as relieving oneself, making it so cryptic that one had to ponder for ages to grasp his intent. What kind of life would a girl have if she married such a bookish fellow? Gao Zheyou occasionally produced poems, but those with slower wits often found themselves perplexed by his words. Yet, others argued that a scholar should embody the demeanor of a scholar, expressing even the simplest of actions with elegance through verse. Gao Zheyou was indeed a true literary talent. In summary, opinions varied widely. The poem he composed regarding his nature's call also circulated among the crowd. From that day forward, whenever someone encountered Gao Zheyou, they would tease him with remarks like, "Brother Gao, have you composed any poems today?" Or, "Brother Gao, did inspiration strike while you attended to nature?" Gao Zheyou felt utterly embarrassed, yet there was nothing he could do. That poem was indeed his creation, a fact he could not deny. Moreover, with so many mocking him, he felt powerless against them. Furthermore, a gentleman does not resort to violence. How could he strike someone? If the teachers and deans were to learn of this, who knows how they would handle the situation? In the carriage, Song Yaoao hesitated, contemplating for some time before addressing Song Qingyu. "Elder brother, I have received some news. The illegitimate daughter of left Minister Rong Feifei, has procured a certain kind of medicine. She intends to use it on the third prince." Both Song Qingyu and Song Qingling remained silent, attentively listening to their sister's account. Song Yaoao continued, left Minister Rong Ping is a loyal official. And I wish to alert him if anything were to happen to the third prince. The Rong family and their 9 clans would likely meet with calamity. However, I am unsure how to convey this warning to him. Song Qingyu gently ruffled Song Yao's hair. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Leave it to your elder brother. Elder brother, are you not curious where I obtained this news? When little sister wishes to inform elder brother, she will surely do so. Song Qingyu guessed that the source was the system named Guoguo, which, after years of testing, he had come to believe was always accurate. Of course, the matter regarding Rong Feifei was indeed true. Song Yao beamed a sweet smile. Thank you, elder brother, for believing in me. Since you have said so, I shall leave the task of alerting Minister Rong to you. Upon returning home, Song Qingling and Song Yao went to their respective courtyards. While Song Qingyu sought out Mr. Song to discuss the matter concerning Rong Feifei, also mentioning Song Yao's intention to assist Rong Ping, Song Qingyu inquired, Father, should we warn Minister Rong about this? After a moment of silence, Mr. Song replied, Minister Rong is indeed a good official. It would be a pity for the court to lose such a person. Leave this matter to me. You need not worry about it. You should hurry back to the academy and not delay your afternoon studies. Understood. After Song Qingyu departed, Mr. Song pondered for a moment before penning a letter. Once sealed, he instructed a servant to deliver it to Minister Rong's residence, emphasizing that the letter must be personally handed to Minister Rong without being transferred to anyone else along the way. The servant complied and set off. Upon arriving at the Rong residence, the guard explained the purpose of the visit. The doorman, puzzled, wondered why several individuals were requesting to see the master today, although the doorman was confused. He promptly relayed the messages, and shortly after, the guard was ushered into the Rong residence. Minister Rong, upon reading the contents of the letter, wore a grim expression yet displayed no surprise. He expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your reminder. Once this matter is resolved in a few days, I will personally come to express my thanks. Minister Rong rewarded the guard with some money before sending him on his way. This was not the first letter of warning Minister Rong had received today. Several officials with whom he had close ties had also sent similar letters. Upon receiving the first letter, Minister Rong had already dispatched someone to inquire about the events of the day, which had been witnessed by many, making it easy to ascertain. However, everyone had deliberately avoided mentioning Song Yao's inner thoughts. No one brought it up. Minister Rong had already heard about Song Yao's inner thoughts during the morning court session. The incident involving Lu Guangxu had confirmed that Song Yao's inner thoughts were indeed accurate. Thus, it was evident that his illegitimate daughter had provoked someone today, having her secret exposed in public. Which must also be true. Minister Rong had conducted an investigation and, fortunately, after Rong Feifei was escorted home to retrieve money, she had not left the residence again. No. With the matter exposed early and the rebellious daughter yet to find an opportunity to act, nothing had transpired, and he still had time to intervene. Minister Rong approached Madame Rong, recounting the situation. Upon hearing this, Madame Rong nearly fainted from rage. Together, Minister Rong and Madame Rong, accompanied by maidservants and young servants, marched directly toward Rong Feifei's quarters. Upon arrival, Madame Rong ordered the maidservant to drag Rong Feifei from her room. When Rong Feifei was thrown to the ground, she looked utterly bewildered. Madame Rong continued. Search inside. Several maidservants rushed into Rong Feifei's chamber. Rong Feifei panicked. Her room must not be searched, and those items must not be discovered. With tears welling in her eyes, she feigned innocence, pleading, Father, Mother, what are you doing? What wrong have I committed? Why must you search my room? Minister Rong and Madame Rong looked upon their illegitimate daughter with disdain at her theatrical display. They found it unnecessary to engage in further conversation with her. Merely awaiting the results of the search. At that moment, the doctor they had summoned arrived. Dr. Han sensed something was amiss upon seeing the scene, but having already arrived, he could not leave immediately and thus stood by obediently. Shortly after, a few maidservants emerged from the room, holding a letter and a small packet. They handed these items to Minister Rong before stepping aside. Upon seeing those items, Rong Feifei's complexion turned ashen. She realized her fate was sealed. Minister Rong opened the small packet and glanced at Dr. Han, directly passing it to him. Dr. Han, please take a look at this. Dr. Han, observing the situation, felt he should not have come. He feared he had unwittingly become embroiled in a conspiracy. Trembling, he accepted the packet and examined it closely. After a moment, he reported, This is a powder used to induce estrus in animals. Before he could finish, Rong Feifei shouted in disbelief, You lie. This is clearly a powder for enhancing women's fertility. Dr. Han, taken aback by her challenge to his medical expertise, grew displeased. He had practiced medicine for decades, treating countless patients without error. And today, being questioned was an affront. No longer timid, Dear Hong retorted, "What I say is the truth. This is indeed a powder for inducing estrus in animals. If you do not believe me, you may summon other doctors for verification." Minister Rong had already discerned the truth of the matter, aligning with what the previous letters had indicated, and he trusted Dear Hong's assessment. He nodded. "We certainly trust Dear Hong, however, regarding today's events, I ask that you keep this matter confidential." Of course. Subsequently, Minister Rong compensated Dear Hong for his consultation before sending him out. After Dear Hong's departure, Minister Rong opened the letter and began to read. The letter was brief, expressing longing and affection for the third prince, followed by an invitation to meet at their usual rendezvous. After reading the letter, Minister Rong handed it to Madame Rong. In a fit of rage, Minister Rong kicked Rong Feifei to the ground, scolding, "You shameless girl, what do you intend by purchasing estrus-inducing powder for animals and inviting the third prince? Let us not even broach the subject of your shameless seduction of your own brother-in-law. Rather, let us discuss the matter concerning this powdered substance. Are you aware that applying such a thing to a person could be fatal if mishandled? Are you intending to harm the prince? If you desire to perish, that is your prerogative. But must you drag the entire Rong family into your demise?" Upon hearing this, Rong Feifei became increasingly alarmed. "No, I did not intend to harm the third prince. I merely wished to enter his residence and bear him a child as soon as possible. I believed this powder would enhance a woman's chances of conception. It was that doctor who deceived me." "This is not my fault." Rong Darren's anger surged, and he raised his leg to deliver another merciless kick, sending Rong Feifei sprawling to the ground. "When you err, do you still dare to argue? Is this not how we have taught you?" The previous kick had shown no mercy, leaving Rong Feifei on the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. At that moment, Anne stumbled in, kneeling and repeatedly bowing her head. "Master, madam, the third miss is still young. She realizes her mistake. Please, spare her this time." The sight of Anne only fueled Rong Ping's ire further, for these misguided notions had originated from her. Keeping such a calamity within the household could lead to even greater troubles in the future. Rong Darren disregarded Anne's pleas and ordered her to be beaten severely, subsequently instructing the steward to sell her off. Anne had never anticipated that her appeal would result in her being sold. Struggling with her battered form, she pleaded, "Master, you cannot treat me this way. I have served you for over a decade. You cannot be so heartless." Rong Darren looked at her with disdain. "It is only out of regard for our past that I have not ended your life. Given your actions, selling you is already a great mercy." As Anne attempted to plead further, she was silenced by a servant and dragged away. Rong Feifei was left in shock at the unfolding events. She could not fathom that her father would go so far as to sell Anne. All she desired was a better marriage. How had matters escalated to this point? Frustrated, she shouted, "Anne only wanted me to marry well. I merely wished to wed a man of status. What have we done wrong? Why must you treat us this way?" Rong Darren, still contemplating how to deal with this rebellious daughter, was taken aback by her audacity in questioning them. His disdain for this illegitimate daughter deepened. Yet he replied, "Wishing to marry well is not the issue. Your error lies in believing that all men have perished in this world. Why must you entangle yourself with your own brother-in-law? If that were not enough, how dare you administer such a drug to the third prince? Should anything happen to him, the entire Rong family, all our kin, would suffer the consequences of your actions. Before acting, did you not consider the gravity of the situation? How do you still have the audacity to question us? Your aunt, aiding you from the shadows, is not your supporter. She seeks your demise." The demise of the entire Rong clan. Rong Feifei realized that her father was fully aware of her intentions and that her stubbornness had led to this confrontation. Overcome with despair, she lay on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Rong Darren then instructed his wife, "Ensure this miscreant is sent to the estate at once. She must be closely monitored to prevent further calamity." "Yes, my lord." Rong Madam harbored a deep-seated hatred for this illegitimate daughter, who dared to vie for the affections of her own daughter as suitor, nearly bringing disaster upon the Rong household. Now that her husband had spoken, this wretched girl would fall into her hands, and she would not hesitate to be ruthless. The following day, Rong Feifei was dispatched to the estate, accompanied by a single maid and 6 formidable matrons. Rong Madam, determined to make a statement, specifically selected the most intimidating matrons and commanded them to attend to the third miss diligently. These matrons were cunning and assured her they would take excellent care of the third miss. They may not excel in other skills, but they were well versed in the art of tormenting others. A specialty of theirs. When Rong Feifei attempted to resist, she was swiftly bound and thrown into the carriage. The days of her living hell were about to commence. She could not comprehend how her father had discovered her deeds. Doubt began to creep in regarding those around her, leading her to become increasingly paranoid. Meanwhile, the third prince, having not seen Rong Feifei for several days, grew restless and dispatched his secret guards to inquire about her whereabouts. Upon learning that she had been sent to the estate, he was informed of the entire situation. After absorbing the news, the third prince's expression darkened significantly. To dare administer such a drug to him was tantamount to seeking his ruin. Imagining the dire consequences of his potential demise, he furiously shattered the teacup in his grip. This Rong Feifei deserved nothing less than death for her treachery. How dare she plot against him? The third prince mused that Rong Darren had been too lenient in not executing her outright. Now that she had been sent away, with several fierce matrons accompanying her, he opted not to take further action. Allowing Rong Feifei to endure a fate worse than death was far more satisfying than simply killing her. Meanwhile, Song Yuo returned to her quarters, stifling a yawn, and remarked to Bito, I am feeling rather drowsy and wish to sleep a little longer. Miss, you already napped after returning from court, did you not? Indeed, but after going out, I wish to sleep again. As she changed her attire, Song Yuo replied, Yes, I am sleepy once more. Bito, do you not know, spring makes one drowsy, autumn makes one weary, and summer induces a nap. Bito pouted, Miss, you are clearly just being lazy, but tell me, do you not do the same in winter? Bito, you do not understand, winter is hibernation now, be off, do not disturb me. Your mistress desires her rest. Yes, Bito had grown accustomed to her young lady's peculiar reasoning. She had only heard of bears and snakes hibernating, never of humans doing so. Thus, she decided to leave. Song Yuo drifted off to sleep. After an indeterminate time, she was roused by Bito's voice. Miss, you must rise quickly. We have guests, and the master wishes you to go to the front hall. In her days, Song Yuo heard this and thought, so what if we have guests? It is not as though they have not come before, and my father is present, so why summon me? I shan't go. She rolled over, pulling the blanket over her head. Intent on continuing her slumber. Miss, you must hurry. The servant delivering the message said that if you do not go, the master will withhold your monthly allowance. The mention of her allowance jolted Song Yuo upright. Withholding her spending money was absolutely unacceptable. She said to Bito, Very well, fetch a basin of water. I shall wash up before meeting the guests. Bito laughed, elated. How could she not be pleased? Every time she called upon the young lady to rise, it took at least half an hour to rouse her. Today, however, she sprang up with remarkable speed. It was evident that the master had wielded her allowance as a means of control. After Bito departed, Song Yuo inquired of Guoguo, who has come to the estate? Host, it is that old villain Yan Kuang. Song Yuo asked, perplexed. Oh, why has he come? Was he not unconscious from blood loss? How has he recovered so swiftly? Host, perhaps his blood loss was not severe, allowing him to awaken quickly. Song Yuo lamented, what a pity. I thought he would meet his end. How has he managed to recover? Host, do not dwell on it. He is quite well. Does this not affirm the saying, good people do not live long, while calamities linger for millennia? Song Yuo had already labeled Yan Kuang as a source of misfortune just then. Bito returned with water, and as Song Yuo washed up, she questioned Guoguo. By the way, Guoguo, why has that old villain come to our home? Surely, he does not seek to blame my father and me for his blood loss at the palace gates. Attempting to extort us? Host, you are overthinking it. Yan Kuang is here to apologize. Song Yuo, incredulous, asked, what? Apologize? Did my father do something unbeknownst to me that would warrant such a visit from that old villain? It seems your father has done nothing. How can that be? Has Yan Kuang had a change of heart, realizing it is unethical to bully a child, and thus comes to apologize, given his character? I find that hard to believe, host. Whether you believe it or not, you can simply go see for yourself. Though Song Yuo harbored doubts, she hastened her washing. Upon her arrival, she indeed found Yan Kuang, who had two large wooden chests beside him. Seeing Song Yuo, he immediately rose, exclaiming, young Master Song has arrived. How to say it? Yan Kuang holds a higher official rank than himself. His current demeanor upon rising to greet Song Yuo genuinely startled her, prompting her to hastily inquire of Guoguo. Guoguo, has this person coughed up blood once and lost his mind? How could he, a proper 4th-rank official, greet a mere 6th-rank idle official like me with such fervor? I can't shake the feeling that I'm being eyed by the big bad wolf. He must have some grand scheme up his sleeve. Upon hearing these thoughts, both Song Shulang and Yan Kuang coughed discreetly. Though they were unfamiliar with the term Big Bad Wolf, they understood the nature of wolves fierce, ruthless, and bloody. They are undeniably brutal creatures. From the context, it was not difficult to infer that Song Yao felt Yan Kuang's enthusiasm was excessive and suspected ill intentions. Likening herself to prey under the wolf's gaze, fearing that Song Yao might misinterpret his intentions, Yan Kuang quickly clarified, "I have come today to apologize to Song Shilang and young Master Song. It was entirely my fault this morning. I should not have spoken recklessly. I brought some gifts in hopes that you might forgive me." Once Yan Kuang returned to his residence and regained consciousness, he promptly instructed his steward to gather 2 boxes filled with items that young girls adore, determined to go and make amends. If he delayed, the girl might turn his affairs into a tale. Spreading it far and wide, earlier, Yan Kuang had subtly communicated with Song Shilang, and with these 2 boxes of gifts as a token of apology, he hoped to dissuade young Master Song from writing tales about his misdeeds. Song Shilang acknowledged that they could not articulate the thoughts of Song Yao, but he would do his utmost to prevent any further misunderstandings. Yan Kuang was already grateful for Song Shilang's assistance. His primary objective now was to leave a positive impression on Song Yao, thus extinguishing her desire to spin stories about him. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to stand firm in court, and might even face a barrage of rotten eggs and vegetables upon stepping outside. Song Yao remained cautious of Yan Kuang, exclaiming, "Gua Gua, this old man Yan Kuang, he couldn't possibly be plotting something, could he?" "Host, he likely isn't, Gua Gua. I can't shake the feeling that his smile sends chills down my spine." Upon hearing Song Yao's thoughts, Yan Kuang's face stiffened. He genuinely came to apologize and harbored no ill intent. Reflecting on the situation, Yan Kuang realized he might have acted too hastily. However, to prevent the young girl from misunderstanding him, he quickly opened the 2 large wooden boxes and remarked, not knowing what young Master Song prefers, "I prepared some items that young girls tend to like." Song Yao peered into the boxes, and indeed, they contained numerous items, hair ornaments, jewelry, fabrics, all of which were things young girls would cherish. She pouted, for she possessed the soul of a 30-something individual. Although these items were valuable, they were not to her taste. She couldn't help but complain to Gua Gua, "These items may appeal to little girls and are certainly worth a fortune, but they do not suit me at all. I'm not a little girl. By the way, Gua Gua, could you check if there is anything inappropriate hidden in this box? You know, like rebellion or treason, aren't there always such plots in dramas? Someone might use the guise of an apology to set traps for loyal subjects, and when the emperor discovers the evidence, the loyal ones meet with a tragic end." "Host, I have already checked, and there is nothing of the sort in the boxes. They are genuinely filled with items that young girls would appreciate." "Oh, really? Then perhaps I was overthinking it. These things are indeed valuable, and selling them could yield a handsome profit. Though, it is a bit of a hassle. Honestly, I would prefer actual silver. I like silver, gold ingots, and silver notes." Hearing this, Yan Kuang felt quite vexed. How unlikable must he be for young Master Song to be so wary of him? Yet, given their earlier tense encounter, it was understandable that she would harbor suspicions when he unexpectedly came to apologize later in the day. This girl certainly had a keen sense of caution. But what did she mean by dramas? Was it referring to acting? What was young Master Song's past life like to dare to play such a deadly game? However, time would reveal all. Yan Kuang pulled out a stack of silver notes from his sleeve and presented them to Song Yao. "Young Master Song, I am uncertain if you would like these, but if you do not, I have also prepared some silver notes, allowing you to purchase things that you truly desire." Song Yao was taken aback for a moment and immediately called out to Gua Gua, "Gua Gua, Gua Gua, how does this person know that I like silver notes? Can he hear my thoughts?" "Host, please do not jump to conclusions. It is quite normal for him to prepare some silver notes in addition to the boxes of items. Fearing you might not find them to your liking, why make a fuss about it? Gua Gua, are you certain? Could it be that I am overreacting?" "Yes, host, you can rest easy and accept them." Yan Kuang was greatly alarmed upon hearing Song Yao's suspicions about him overhearing her thoughts. If she discovered that her thoughts were being eavesdropped upon, who knows what chaos would ensue. More terrifying was the prospect of the emperor learning that it was due to him that Song Yao became aware of her thoughts being overheard. He would undoubtedly meet his end. Even if Song Shilang were her father, the emperor might still direct his anger toward him. Thankfully, Gua Gua was there to smooth things over. Both were left thoroughly rattled. The dialogue between Song Yao and Gua Gua continued. "Gua Gua, if I accept such a significant sum of silver notes, wouldn't it be problematic if people find out that I accepted bribes on my first day in office? Could I be implicated?" "No. 1,000 taels is indeed considerable. but it does not meet the threshold for bribery in this dynasty. From what I know, the standard for accepting bribes starts at 10,000 taels. What you have does not count. Even some elders give their younger relatives private funds that amount to this much. Is that so? Then I shall accept it without worry. By the way, are officials in this dynasty also wealthy? Is it true that 10,000 taels is the benchmark for bribery? In today's world, which official does not have a few estates and shops? If they solely relied on their monthly salary, how could they support the entire household? That is indeed true. Once Song Yao lowered her guard, her eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze on the silver notes in Yan Kuang's hands, asking, "Really, this is 1,000 taels of silver notes? I humbly accept them." Before Song Shulang could voice any objections, Song Yao had already taken the silver notes, exclaiming, "Very well, very well." She began to count the notes in front of Yan Kuang. Each note was worth 100 taels, totaling 10 notes for 1,000 taels. Upon seeing such a substantial amount, Song Yao's attitude shifted dramatically. "Lord Yan, please take a seat," she instructed a nearby maid. "Go fetch Lord Yan a new pot of tea. And bring some freshly made pastries from the kitchen." Yes, witnessing the change in Song Yao's demeanor, Yan Kuang felt a significant weight lift off his chest as Song Shulang conversed with Yan Kuang. Song Yao remained silent, quietly tucking the silver notes into her sleeve. At that moment, Song Yao felt quite pleased. Guo Guo inquired, "Host, are you still planning to write a tale about the old man Yan Kuang?" Song Yao corrected seriously, "Guo Guo, since we have accepted his gifts, we shouldn't continue calling him the old man. We shall refer to him as Lord Yan." "Understood. In light of the 1,000 taels, I will refrain from writing any tales. As for those 2 boxes, let my elder sister pick out what she likes, and I will have my mother handle the rest. The 1,000 taels are mine. No one can take them." Hearing this, Yan Kuang finally felt at ease. He had come with the right intentions. Young Master Song had decided against writing tales about him. Yan Kuang was not concerned about other officials gossiping, as today had merely been unlucky for him. Exposed by Song Yao, who knows who she might focus on next? How many in the court are truly clean? Their sordid affairs would likely be shocking. Today they could speak of themselves, but tomorrow, once their secrets are revealed, they could just as easily spread the word. Thus, after court today, they reached a consensus. They would not speak indiscriminately about each other's matters, as long as they managed to deal with Song Yao, the source of trouble, preventing her from spreading rumors. All would be well. Guo Guo rolled his eyes at the speed of Song Yao's change of heart. "Host, do you have any sense of integrity left? A little money has completely bought you off. What do you know? This is what I call having grace and principles. Accepting someone's gifts while going around publicizing their affairs is truly unethical." "Guo Guo, don't you agree? As long as the money is right, everything else is negotiable." "All right then. You are right." Yan Kuang achieved the outcome he desired and soon took his leave after Yan Kuang departed. Deputy Minister Song was about to speak when Song Yao, with a vigilant demeanor, quickly covered her sleeve pocket and stepped back several paces. "Father, these 1,000 taels were given to me by Lord Yan. You cannot seize a child's money." Deputy Minister Song glared at Song Yao. "Is this how you perceive me?" Song Yao remained silent, her eyes still wary as she regarded her father. Her lack of response was tantamount to acquiescence, observing her wolf-guarding expression. Deputy Minister Song felt an overwhelming urge to slap her. Taking several deep breaths, he managed to suppress his rising anger and said, "I do not wish to take your silver. I merely meant to convey that since these 2 boxes are a gift from Lord Yan, you may decide what to do with them." Upon hearing this, Song Yao finally relaxed her guard. "If you had said so earlier, father, you had me all tense for no reason." This only served to infuriate Deputy Minister Song further. As if it were his fault, nevertheless, he thought, "She is my own flesh and blood, so I shall endure." With a weary wave of his hand, he instructed, "Carry the boxes and be off." "All right." Song Yao quickly instructed the servant to lift the boxes and hurried towards Song Qingling's courtyard. "Elder sister, your beloved Yao is here." Song Yao always arrived in such a lively manner, and Song Qingling was already accustomed to it. Peering out the window into the courtyard, Song Qingling heard the voice but did not see her sister's figure. Once again, the sound arrived before the person did. Moments later, Song Yao's silhouette finally appeared in Song Qingling's courtyard. "Elder sister, look what delightful treasures I have brought you." Song Yao had the servant carry the wooden boxes into Song Qingling's chamber. Once they were set down, she dismissed the servants. Opening the boxes, she exclaimed grandly, "Elder sister, see if there's anything you fancy. Feel free to choose." Song Qingling examined the contents, which were all suitable for a young lady hair ornaments, jewelry, cosmetics, fabrics, and more, each piece exquisitely crafted. she inquired. "Oh, where did you acquire these items?" "They were gifted to me by someone eager to present them," Song Yoo replied. Upon hearing this, Song Qinling couldn't help but twitch her lips. Noticing her elder sister's expression, Song Yoo insisted, "Elder sister, do not doubt me. These truly were given to me, and I couldn't refuse them. Let me tell you." Thereupon, Song Yoo recounted the argument she had with Yan Kuang at the palace gate that morning. "Elder sister, do you think Yan Kuang has a problem with his mind? We had a quarrel in the morning, and by the afternoon, he inexplicably showed up with gifts to apologize." After hearing the entire story, Song Qinling surmised that Yoo must have revealed some significant secret about Lord Yan, prompting him to seek reconciliation. Song Qinling was spot on. Song Yoo boisterously declared, "Elder sister, choose at will. After all, these are gifts received without effort." Song Qinling selected 3 items and stated, "I will take these few." However, seeing that her elder sister chose so little, Song Yoo picked out an additional 7 or 8 pieces and thrust them into her hands. "Elder sister, I believe these would suit you as well. Keep them all since you say they are suitable. I shall keep them." Song Qinling acquiesced. Song Yoo also gifted a pair of hairpins to each of her elder sister's personal maids, instructing, "Serve your young lady well." "Yes, thank you, second miss," they replied. Song Yoo chose a hairpin for herself, intending to bestow it upon Beto later. She then carried the remaining items to Madame Song, having already heard of the matter from the servants. Madame Song was unsurprised to see her daughter. "Mother, please decide how to handle these 2 boxes. We have taken some, and the rest are here." "All right," replied Madame Song. "Mother, I shall take my leave now." "Wait a moment." Song Yoo mechanically turned around and asked, "Mother, is there something else?" Without hesitation, Madame Song inquired, "I heard you received 1,000 taels in silver notes today. Who was the gossip that revealed this to mother so swiftly?" Song Yoo covered her sleeve pocket. "That is all mine. What would a young girl like you do with so much money?" "I have my uses." "What uses do you have?" "I have my uses." Song Yoo retorted before bolting away. Madame Song called after her, "Come back." But Song Yoo paid no heed to her mother's voice. Running even faster as if her legs were sparking, she dashed into her own courtyard without pausing and rushed into her chamber, quickly locking the door and securing the windows before searching for a place to hide her silver notes. As she rummaged, she muttered to herself, "Guo, you useless system. Other systems have storage functions, while you have nothing. Look at the predicament I'm in now. Where on earth am I to hide these notes?" Host, Guo's current level is too low. In the future, when I achieve a higher level, I will possess everything. When will you level up? Guo does not know. You are a trash system, and you still won't admit it. Knowing nothing when asked, "Host, I am quite useful enough. Help me find a hiding place for the silver notes." With Guo's assistance, she finally concealed the notes securely. Song Yoo didn't he consider that Madame Song likely did not genuinely want the 1,000 taels. Otherwise, she would have ordered the maids to capture her long ago. Madame Song merely intended to inquire what her daughter planned to do with such wealth. But Song Yoo had misconstrued the situation. In her previous life, she often saw videos online of parents using various excuses to take red envelopes from their children during the new year. Thus, she believed that the 1,000 taels in her possession were akin to those red envelopes, fearing her parents might take them as well, which is why she ran. Song Yoo resolved that she must safeguard the silver notes and never part with them. After securing the notes, she finally opened the door and stepped outside. At the entrance stood Beto, looking worried. "Miss, are you alright?" "I am fine. What could possibly be wrong with me?" While speaking, Song Yoo presented the hairpin she had prepared for Beto. "Beto, this is a reward for you." Beto accepted the hairpin, cherishing it as it was the latest style and worth several taels of silver. Surprised by the second Miss' generosity, she immediately knelt. "Thank you, Miss," as the Minister of Revenue stepped forward, declaring, "Your servant is here." "How much silver remains in the national treasury?" 100,000 taels. "What? How can it be so little?" The Emperor interjected. "I am aware. Recently, we allocated 200,000 taels to the frontier military camps and subsequently spent another 50,000 taels on palace repairs." The Emperor's face was clouded with worry. With merely 100,000 taels left in the treasury, if all of it were to be used for disaster relief, where would he procure funds for any urgent state needs? The hall fell into a heavy silence, each person awaiting the Emperor's decision. The tension palpable. Song Yoo, who had been diligently recording, suddenly fell silent. She looked up to see the worry etched on everyone's faces. "Guo," she called. "What is happening? Why is no one speaking?" "Host, it's just the dire financial situation. The treasury now holds only 100,000 taels. If we expend it all on relief efforts, What will happen if the state requires funds urgently? Guagua, is the court truly so impoverished? I suspect some ministers' households are wealthier than the treasury itself. Indeed, host, you are quite astute. Among these officials stands a veritable cash cow. Their wealth could not only address the current flooding crisis in Jiangnan, but could sustain an army of 300,000 for 30 years without issue. While the emperor was troubled by the lack of funds, he suddenly caught wind of Song Youao's thoughts and perked up, eager to discover who this cash cow might be. The ministers, with their transparent intentions, became visibly excited, sensing an opportunity for intrigue. Those with ulterior motives were drenched in cold sweat, silently praying that Song Youao would not reveal their secrets. The conversation continued. Guagua, is what you say true? Is this person truly so wealthy? Please tell me, who is it? Certainly, host, the most affluent individual is none other than General Shen Yuansu, a second-rank military commander. Song Youao gasped. What? This cash cow is a military general? At that moment, all eyes turned toward Shen Yuansu. No one had expected him to possess such wealth. The ministers, who had their own secrets, breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing it was not them being exposed. Shen Yuansu stiffened slightly upon hearing his name. His affairs were shrouded in secrecy, and he believed no one knew. At this moment, he harbored a glimmer of hope. The emperor, taken aback by the mention of Shen Yuansu, never anticipated that this cash cow would be him. Guagua continued. Indeed, no one would have imagined that the wealthiest official in the Tianfeng dynasty would be a military general. This story begins with Shen Yuansu's origins. Shen Yuansu, originally named Sikong Su, the courtiers as the ministers deliberated over the calamity of flooding in Jiangnan. They keenly attuned their ears to the heartfelt musings of Song Youao when she spoke of replenishing the national treasury with gold. Both the emperor and the ministers wholeheartedly endorsed her sentiments. At this juncture, Sikong Su cast a venomous glare at Song Youao, seething with resentment. That wretched Song Youao had laid bare all his affairs. He realized his downfall was imminent and harbored a desire to see her subjected to 1,000 tortures. An eerie chill enveloped Song Youao, as if she were the target of a venomous serpent's gaze. A sensation that was nothing short of terrifying. Guagua, why do I feel so cold all over, as if I am being watched by a poisonous snake? Guagua reassured her. Host, did you perhaps kick off your blanket while sleeping last night? Are you catching a cold? No, I assure you, I am in perfect health, not a trace of illness. Host, if you are indeed well, then it must be merely a figment of your imagination. Perhaps, Guagua, do you know all of Sikong Su's enterprises, and where that gold mine is located? By the way, do you know where that treasure map is hidden? I know, just as Guagua was about to elaborate. Song Youao interjected. Guagua, please refrain from speaking further. There are too many properties and specific locations for me to remember right now. After the court session, I will fetch some paper and a pen. And you can tell me then. Once I have recorded everything, I will find a way to hand it over to my father. Given his loyalty to the emperor, he will undoubtedly submit the information. Alright then. Initially, the emperor was concerned that revealing her thoughts in such a public setting would expose the locations of those properties, the treasure map, and the gold mine. However, he did not anticipate Song Youao's clever arrangements. This way, he could dispatch secret guards to follow her. As long as she recorded everything properly and handed it over to Minister Song, the guards could promptly deliver the items to the palace. Throughout the court assembly, Song Youao kept her head bowed, engrossed in jotting down the discussions between the emperor and the ministers, while also engaging in conversation with Guagua, leaving her quite overwhelmed. She was utterly oblivious to the shift in dynamics within the court, nor did she notice Sikong Su's intense gaze, filled with murderous intent. Continuing her inquiries, she asked, Guagua, do you know where Xian Yuanche is? He seems like a dangerous individual. Yes, he is currently near the gold mine. A new batch of gold has recently emerged there, and Xian Yuanche intends to transport it to the capital to present to Sikong Su. In an effort to win over the court officials, Guagua, please inform me of the route they will take to escort the gold. I will record it and pass it to my father as well. Certainly, host. Additionally, in the backyard of Sikong Su's residence, there is a false mountain concealing a large secret chamber, which houses hundreds of boxes of gold ingots. These ingots were transported in by Xian Yuanche previously. Wow, Sikong Su truly is dripping in wealth. Indeed, host, just a fraction of what he has could sustain an entire household of ordinary ministers. Standing there, Song Youao felt her legs growing numb. Guagua, my legs are getting a bit stiff. I would like to move them slightly. Do you think anyone will notice my subtle movements? Host, it would be wise to first observe the emperor and the ministers. If no one is paying attention to you, then you may move a little, and that should not pose a problem. All right, I will take your advice. The ministers had been glancing at Song Yaoao. But upon hearing this, they quickly averted their gazes, fearful of being discovered by the young lady. Following Guoguo's suggestion, Song Yaoao finally dared to raise her head to survey the ministers. This simple act revealed a troubling sight. She realized something was amiss. Guoguo, these ministers are acting strangely today, aren't they? Look around Sikong-su. There are no civil officials present, only military ones. Moreover, a third-rank military officer has positioned himself directly in front of second-rank Sikong-su. This is quite illogical. Is there some significant event unfolding that I am unaware of? I cannot say, host. For now, do not concern yourself with these matters. Did you not wish to move your legs? Quickly check if anyone is watching you. Guoguo, aside from Sikong-su glaring at me with fury, no one else seems to be paying attention to me. What have I done to provoke such ire? Did I disturb his ancestral tomb or steal his wife or concubines? Why does he regard me with such venomous eyes? Keep glaring, if you dare. I am not one to forget easily. I have an 80-meter-long blade ready to strike. While I may not be able to defeat you, a remnant of a fallen dynasty, I can certainly scheme against you in secret. Guoguo, upon returning home, gather all the information regarding Sikong-su, his assets, and those connected to him. I wish to document it all. Understood, host. Under Sikong-su's unwavering stare, Song Yaoao felt paralyzed, too afraid to even shift her legs. Guoguo, is Sikong-su unwell? He has been fixated on me. I hesitate to move even slightly. If he continues to glare, I might just pluck out his eyes and use them as lanterns. That perverse man. Why does he keep staring at me? Could it be that his concubines did not please the emperor remained unperturbed? Bring forth Sikong-su, this remnant of the former dynasty, and imprison him in the Tianlao. No one is permitted to approach him. Yes, Sikong-su was dragged away, his eyes filled with bitterness and resentment. Long before Guoguo revealed that Sikong-su was a remnant of the former dynasty, the emperor had already dispatched troops to encircle Sikong-su's residence. Now, the emperor awaited the return of the dark guards with the information recorded by Song Yaoao. The gossip that the court officials had indulged in today was not whispered among them. After all, it concerned a remnant of the former dynasty. Who would dare to speak of it? A careless word could lead to the ruin of their families. Upon returning to her estate, Song Yaoao made her way directly to her courtyard. After changing into her official attire, she immediately began to write at her desk, having adopted a different handwriting style. It was only after half an hour that she completed her task, after meticulously checking for any errors. Song Yaoao prepared to seek out Minister Song. Minister Song had been waiting in his study for her return. Quietly, Song Yaoao approached the study and, seeing no one around, curiously inquired, Guoguo, why is there not a single servant inside today? To facilitate Song Yaoao's actions, Minister Song had sent all the servants away from the vicinity of the study. I have no idea, host. Take this opportunity to wrap the items in stones and leave them at your father's study door. All right, Song Yaoao wrapped the small stones in paper and accurately placed them at the entrance of Minister Song's study before turning and running off. After putting some distance between herself and the study, she hid in a corner to watch. When Minister Song emerged, he shouted, "Who goes there?" Not detecting anything unusual, he then noticed the paper bundle on the ground, picked it up, and returned to his study. Song Yaoao watched as her father collected the paper bundle before returning to her courtyard. After examining the contents of the paper, which confirmed they were what the emperor desired, Minister Song immediately handed it over to the dark guard sent by the emperor. The dark guard clasped his hands in gratitude to Minister Song before turning to leave. In order to assist Song Yaoao, Minister Song's acting talents were unwittingly brought to the fore. The dark guard hurried back to the palace with the note, and upon reviewing its contents, the emperor issued a series of edicts. Unbeknownst to Song Yaoao, her writings had reached the emperor's hands with astonishing speed. After completing her task, she suddenly felt her stomach rumble with hunger. Signaling her need to satisfy her physical needs before anything else, Madame Song had long prepared breakfast and was waiting for her in the dining hall, with the swiftness of a gust of wind. She finally satiated her hunger. Madame Song gazed at Song Yaoao and felt a headache coming on. At this age, how can a young lady eat with such disregard? Each meal resembles a ravenous ghost reborn. I've admonished her countless times, yet to no avail. Song Yaoao's eating habits were cultivated during her previous life in the military, where meals were consumed with such haste. Although she was a military doctor, she regularly trained alongside the soldiers. After each training session, exhausted and famished, she would rush to the mess hall, her thoughts solely focused on food. Initially, They were allotted 10 minutes to eat, but eventually, they had to finish within 5 minutes. Speed was essential. Failing to adhere to this meant facing hunger during the afternoon's training. In the military, no one cuddled the women. They were treated as men, while the men were regarded as beasts of burden. Even though Song Yao had been reborn, she saw nothing wrong with this approach. She intended to live her life freely and unrestrained. Following her own comfort, Song Yao refused to conform to the expectations of others. As such a life would be unbearable, it was not the existence she desired. Upon returning to her courtyard, she heard Guoguo's voice. Host, Guoguo is about to upgrade, and I may not be able to contact you for a while. Guoguo, how long will your upgrade take? I have no idea, but it should be quick. I see. Well, go ahead. I eagerly await the upgraded Guoguo. I too look forward to reuniting with you after my upgrade. After that, Guoguo fell silent, lying on her bed. Song Yao recalled Sikong Su's terrifying gaze, sending a shiver down her spine. In her previous life, as a military doctor with modest combat skills, she was no match for special forces or elite soldiers. She had only learned some rudimentary techniques, which were utterly insufficient in this ancient setting. If she encountered someone as skilled as Sikong Su, she would undoubtedly perish in an instant. With this thought, Song Yao felt her composure slip away. After all, she had fought hard to live again, surrounded by a loving family, enjoying the privileges of a wealthy young lady, and the freedom to live idly. How could she allow herself to perish? That was absolutely out of the question. Reflecting on her circumstances, she realized it was only her second day at work. Aside from the initial conflict with Yan Kuang, she had not offended anyone else. Why did Sikong Su harbor such animosity towards her? What was the source of his hatred? Song Yao found it perplexing but chose to set it aside. Unbeknownst to her, Sikong Su had already been imprisoned by the emperor and posed no threat to her. However, Song Yao was completely unaware of this. At present, she was preoccupied with devising a means to preserve her own life. Beyond her medical skills, she possessed no other abilities. Yet, Song Yao pondered, if she couldn't overpower him, could she not resort to cunning? Though lacking martial prowess, she could utilize her medical expertise. In her previous life, Song Yao was a versatile doctor, proficient in both traditional and Western medicine, confident in her skills. It was often said that medicine and poison were two sides of the same coin. Out of curiosity, she had even researched and concocted poisons. Now, this skill would prove invaluable. With this in mind, Song Yao fetched paper and ink, beginning to write. Once finished, she sent Bito to the apothecary to procure the necessary herbs. Reluctantly, Song Yao produced 300 taels of silver notes, handing them to Bito. Just yesterday, she had received these notes, still warm from her grasp, and now she was already parting with them. As Bito prepared to leave with the silver, Song Yao instinctively reached out to call her back, but ultimately restrained herself. Although Song Yao cherished money, her life took precedence. Watching Bito depart, she averted her gaze, choosing not to dwell on her loss. It wasn't that she was unwilling to part with Bito. Rather, it was the 300 taels of silver that pained her heart. Tears of anguish streamed down her face. Approaching her bed, she kicked off her shoes and lay down flat. Perhaps it was best to take a short nap. When she awoke, Bito should have returned by then, and she would focus on concocting her poisons. Upon awakening once more, she instinctively called out, Guoguo, what time is it now? The familiar voice of Guoguo did not respond. And it dawned on Song Yao that Guoguo was upgrading. Without the ability to contact Guoguo, her life felt devoid of color. She repeatedly reassured herself, Guoguo is upgrading, not gone forever. It will return soon. Guoguo, host, I thank you, and your ancestors for remembering that I am still alive. Song Yao shouted outside. Bito entered. Miss, when did you return? I just got back a moment ago. Did you procure everything I asked for? Yes, I gathered everything. It cost a total of 280 taels, leaving us with 20 taels. Good. Please fetch a basin of water for me, and after I wash up, bring all the items to my room. Yes, after washing, Bito brought everything to the room, including the remaining 20 taels of silver. Song Yao instructed Bito to leave and not to let anyone disturb her. The first potion she intended to concoct was Shixiang Ruango-san. Shixiang Ruango-san, upon the onset of its effects, the entire body becomes weak and sore, making movement impossible for several days, with no internal power to draw upon. If poisoned again shortly after, the victim will experience immediate blood reversal and breath cessation, with no remedy in sight. Next, there was Hua Shifeng. Harmless when it comes into contact with intact skin, but upon contact with blood, the poisoned individual will dissolve into a puddle of blood within half an hour. This is an essential item for disposing of corpses after committing murder. Additionally, there was Qisher Z after poisoning. The victim will uncontrollably laugh for 7 days before succumbing to death. Bambian. Once poisoned, they cannot see the light and move for several days. The emperor and his ministers had been deprived of fresh melons. Leaving them with an unsettling sense of something amiss, they engaged in various conjectures, yet none dared to inquire of Song Youao. On the surface, the court appeared tranquil, but beneath the calm, tumultuous undercurrents surged. Ever since Song Youao had thoroughly exposed Si Kongsu, those with guilty consciences could no longer remain composed. They lived in a state of constant trepidation, fearing that she might soon turn her gaze upon them. Rather than continue to live in such fear, they resolved to take preemptive action. They bribed the Assassin's Guild to eliminate Song Youao. Following Song Youao's exposure of Si Kongsu, the emperor suspected that someone might attempt to harm her and promptly dispatched 20 elite guards to protect her. In the days that followed, unbeknownst to Song Youao, these 20 guards, along with 4 covert operatives, had systematically dealt with numerous assassins. The attempts on her life were known to Deputy Minister Song, who had anticipated this day long ago. For her safety, he had confined her to the estate for over a decade, denying her the freedom to leave now. His fears had come to fruition. 3 days had swiftly passed, during which Song Youao had concocted the 10 fragrant softening powder, corpse dissolving powder, hemostatic powder, and 100 poisons pill. Given the limited time, she could only prepare these for now, with plans to create more later. Just as she was about to test the efficacy of her concoctions, she faced yet another assassination attempt that very night. Previously, the assassins deployed numbered merely 20 or 30. However, after a series of failed attempts, this time they sent over 120 guards dispatched by the emperor, alongside Song's 30 men, were utterly incapable of thwarting this overwhelming force. The earlier assassins had been neutralized before even breaching the estate, but this current wave charged directly into Song Youao's courtyard. Upon witnessing the assassins, Song Youao exclaimed, "What the hell?" and followed up with a frustrated, "What the hell is this? Were they truly targeting her? What had she done to attract such ire? Clearly, someone sought her life." Although she did not know who wished her dead, the assassins had delivered themselves to her doorstep, and she would not hold back. After discerning the positions of friend and foe, she called out to the crowd, "Step aside." Upon hearing her command, the emperor's guards and Song's men, though uncertain of her intentions, instinctively complied and moved aside. Seizing the 10 fragrant softening powder in her hand, she hurled it into the midst of the assassins. They merely saw a paper package flying toward them and, without a second thought, sliced it open with their swords. The powder dispersed instantly, and by the time the assassins realized what was happening, it was too late to cover their mouths and noses. Within moments, a number of them had collapsed. Observing Song Youao covering her mouth and nose, her own men followed suit. The leader of the assassins, witnessing his comrades succumbing, cursed, "You despicable coward, using poison." Song Youao retorted, "You hundreds come to kill a defenseless woman, and you dare call me despicable? You believe it permissible to take lives, yet I am not allowed to resist. What kind of logic is that? Moreover, you are all ruthless killers." Your hand stained with the Song Youao blinked and said, "Father, I can handle the body." The esteemed official, Song Shulang, gazed at his troublesome daughter. Uncertain of her intentions, he retorted, "Are you truly capable of managing this?" Song Youao resolutely nodded. "Yes, what do you plan to do?" She replied, "Father, apart from the leader of the assassins, just knock out the other killers." Although perplexed by his daughter's motives, Song Shulang nevertheless instructed his men to comply with her wishes and incapacitate everyone except the leader. Observing this scene, Song Youao nodded in satisfaction. She retrieved a pouch of powdered medicine from her pocket and strode purposefully towards the assassin leader. Upon seeing the devilish Song Youao approach, the leader instinctively attempted to retreat. What do you intend to do?" Song Youao's laughter grew more audacious. "Ha ha ha, oh dear. In just a moment, I've transformed into a witch again. Thank you for the compliment, but alas, no reward will be given. As for what I plan to do, you'll find out soon enough." As Song Youao scrutinized the leader, clad entirely in black, she could not ascertain if he bore any injuries. She picked up a sword from the ground and made a swift cut on his arm. Before the assassin leader could utter a cry of alarm, she opened the paper pouch in her hand and poured the powder over him. The leader, already weakened by the medicinal effects, let out a wretched scream. With a venomous glare, he bellowed. The following day, as soon as the court convened, the emperor proclaimed the identity of the remnant of the previous dynasty, Si Kongsu, and enumerated a series of his transgressions. The inner thoughts of Song Youao echoed, "Guo Guo, it seems that the note I wrote was indeed handed over to the emperor by my father." The efficiency of this matter is rather impressive, Guo Guo replied. Host, after all, he is the emperor, the sovereign of the realm. Can his pace not be swift? Song Yao acknowledged. That is true, Guo Guo. Has Xian Yuanche been apprehended? Guo Guo responded. Not yet. When the emperor dispatched his men to the gold mine, Xian Yuanche escaped using his formidable martial skills. Song Yao felt an involuntary surge of anxiety. Xian Yuanche is a dangerous element. If he manages to evade capture, who knows what acts of vengeance he might commit in the future? Guo Guo, where is Xian Yuanche hiding now? With Guo Guo's upgrade, their dialogue was now audible to a larger assembly of courtiers. Those hearing the inner voices for the first time were bewildered as they sought the source of the sound. After a moment of contemplation, they focused their gazes upon Song Youo. The one-on-one conversation continued. Guo Guo stated, I know, host, I will activate the live broadcast feature, and you can see for yourself. The courtiers were perplexed by the term live broadcast, but soon, they would comprehend its significance. A screen materialized above Song Youo's head, revealing a disheveled man clad in rags. The man mingled among beggars, holding a tattered bowl and a wooden stick, humbly soliciting alms at the city gate. Song Youo could not help but exclaim, TSK, TSK, TSK. Xian Yuanche is indeed capable of both rising and falling. He is truly cut out for espionage, albeit with the wrong associates. Guo Guo concurred. Indeed, host Xian Yuanche was originally from an intelligence background. Sikong Jin is indeed fortunate to have such a devoted subordinate. The term espionage was a novel concept for Song Youo, and from the context, it could be inferred to mean something akin to shadow guards. The officials observed the screen, where a beggar, filthy and disheveled, was ingratiating himself to passers-by. Were it not for Song Youo's declaration that this beggar was the esteemed shadow guard Xian Yuanche, none of them would have associated this ragged figure with the formidable individual. Song Youo inquired, Guo Guo, has Xian Yuanche already infiltrated the capital? Guo Guo confirmed, yes, host. He is currently amidst the beggars at the southern gate. Upon hearing this, the emperor immediately whispered to eunuch Wang, dispatching elite guards to secretly apprehend Xian Yuanche. Allowing this individual to remain at large was an undeniable threat. He must be captured this time. The emperor had been preoccupied with matters concerning Sikong Su, including private armies, gold mines, and the treasures from Sikong Su's domain, all of which were now under his control. The only remaining peril was the elusive Xian Yuanche, causing him considerable unrest. The elite guards sent forth were among the finest, ensuring that they could handle Xian Yuanche without issue. The morning court session continued. Song Youo's thoughts persisted. I hope the emperor discovers Xian Yuanche soon and brings him to justice. I wish to remind the emperor, but how can I do so? After the court session, I shall alert my father. Unbeknownst to her, the individuals sent to apprehend Xian Yuanche were already en route. With a plan forming in her mind, Song Youo felt considerably more relaxed, reflecting, Guo Guo, your new video and live features are quite impressive. It makes observing the unfolding events so much clearer, Guo Guo proudly declared. Of course, I am the universe's most formidable gossip system. This time, Song Youo refrained from chastising Guo Guo. Well, the child is still young. Let him indulge in a bit of self-admiration, day after day. Attending court was exhausting for Song Youo. As she lethargically recorded the proceedings, nearly succumbing to slumber, Guo Guo observed her state and remarked, Host, you seem rather listless. How about I share some juicy gossip? At the mention of gossip, Song Youo sprang to life, her voice rising several octaves. Hurry up and tell me. It has been ages since I've heard anything fresh. I could use a good dose of excitement. Guo Guo confidently replied, Certainly, host, please hold on. Hearing of the impending gossip, the officials perked up, continuing their discussions on state affairs while straining to listen in. However, they silently prayed that it would not pertain to any of their own affairs. Just then, Guo Guo's voice chimed in again. Host, I have located the relevant video. I will explain while you watch. All right, Song Youo agreed. The screen above her head revealed a man whom everyone instantly recognized as Yu Lingtian, the third-rank deputy minister. It seemed that today's revelation would concern Yu Lingtian, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the other officials. Subsequently, the officials positioned behind Yu Lingtian turned their attention towards him. Those unable to turn around to face Yu Lingtian discreetly focused on the screen above Song You's head. At that moment, Yu Lingtian's countenance was grim. Were his secrets about to be exposed? How would he maintain his standing in the court once his indiscretions were revealed? Would his father-in-law, the Minister of State, continue to support him? Upon recognizing Yu Lingtian, Song Youo was momentarily taken aback before commenting. Yu Lingtian is renowned in the capital as a devoted husband. Could it be that his reputation is merely a facade? Guo Guo replied, Host, your guess is astute. This Yu Lingtian is indeed a hypocrite. Song Yao asked in disbelief, A hypocrite? Surely you jest. Guo Guo explained, Host, allow me to elaborate. Yu Lingtian is a scholar of great distinction, having married the legitimate daughter of the Minister of State, Kang Xia. Kang Xia is intelligent, beautiful, and gracious. At that time, it was a stroke of fortune for Yu Lingtian to marry such a noble woman given his status. Song Yao concurred, indeed, merely based on his status as a top scholar. Marrying into a prominent family is truly a stroke of luck, Guo Guo continued. Initially, both Yu Lingtian and his family felt that marrying such a noble woman was a blessing accrued over generations. They enjoyed a period of blissful matrimony. However, after a year passed without any sign of pregnancy from Kang Xia, Yu Lingtian's family began to express dissatisfaction. Yet, Yu Lingtian believed that it was only the first year of marriage, and a child would likely come soon. He suppressed his family's discontent. Song Yao scoffed, I can't help but feel that Yu Lingtian is simply afraid of Kang Xia's family, the Minister of State's residence. Guo Guo affirmed, You are correct, Host. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years passed, and still no sign of pregnancy from Kang Xia. The dissatisfaction of Yu Lingtian's family reached a boiling point. Yu Lingtian himself had long since lost the affection he once held for Kang Xia. Yet he dared not voice his frustrations due to the Minister of State's influence. The entire Yu family felt that they could not leave their lineage to die out because of Kang Xia. But now, even attempting to take a concubine for Yu Lingtian was a daunting prospect. When Yu Lingtian married Kang Xia, he had assured Minister Kang that he would never take a concubine, pledging his fidelity to Kang Xia alone. Had it not been for this guarantee, Minister Kang would never have consented to the marriage. No matter how much he admired Yu Lingtian's talents, Yu Lingtian was merely the son of a small merchant. His status was insufficient to marry into a noble family. With that guarantee, Minister Kang finally relented. However, the Yu family did not anticipate that Kang Xia would be unable to bear children. After much deliberation, they devised a solution to allow Yu Lingtian to maintain a mistress. When the mistress bore a child, they could adopt the illegitimate child under Kang Xia's name. Song Yao scoffed again. The Yu family and Yu Lingtian truly have devised an excellent scheme. Unwilling to part with the Minister of State's backing while desiring children, they concocted such a plan. How shameless! If Kang Xia were to acknowledge that illegitimate child as her own and devote herself to nurturing and educating him, it might turn out well if the child were grateful. However, if he turns out to be an ungrateful wretch, a dose of poison could swiftly end Kang Xia's life, followed by a fire to consume her quarters. With the narrative that it was a household accident, leaving the legitimate mother unable to escape, a few drops of water could easily wash this incident away. Kang Xia has been reduced to ashes, and the central minister's residence finds itself unable to investigate. This is a quintessential example of obliterating evidence. Ultimately, due to the identity of the legitimate heir, that child can inherit all of Kang Xia's dowry and receive support from the central minister's residence. After a year or so, Yu Lingtian can bring that concubine into the residence, and their family of 3 will finally be reunited. What a heart-wrenching love story this is. Bah! A scoundrel like Yu Lingtian deserves to perish. Every day, he feigns deep affection for Kang Xia, establishing a facade of a devoted husband, and his reputation for doting on his wife spreads throughout the capital. How utterly repulsive! Kang Xia is merely the stepping stone for this family of 3. Upon hearing Song Yao's heartfelt words, the expressions of everyone changed dramatically. Good heavens, what have they just heard? They knew Kang Xia had not borne Yu Lingtian any sons or daughters, and now it was revealed that his professed devotion to his wife was nothing but a facade. What a hypocritical charlatan! They had all been duped by Yu Lingtian. Lord Kang clenched his fists in fury, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. He longed to eliminate this scoundrel Yu Lingtian on the spot. Listening to Song Yao's words, Yu Lingtian's face turned pale, his body drenched in cold sweat. He realized his doom was imminent. Guo Guo, host, do not be agitated. What you have said has yet to come to pass. Song Yao scoffed. Even if it hasn't occurred yet, one can easily foresee the ensuing developments. Kang Xia and the central minister's residence are truly the most tragic of victims. Guo Guo, host, please hold your horses. I haven't finished yet. Yu Lingtian has been maintaining 3 concubines outside. Song Yao's anger flared even more. What? 3 concubines? He's been keeping so many. Guo Guo let out a mischievous laugh. Host, Yu Lingtian often seeks excuses to go out at night, claiming to attend gatherings with colleagues. In reality, he is visiting his 3 concubines. He frequently finishes with one before rushing off to another. In short, he equally favors all 3, ensuring he visits each one. Song Yao glanced at Yu Lingtian, look at how busy he is at night. Guo Guo, I just looked at Yu Lingtian, and his face is ashen. Like a ghost. Do you know why he looks so pale? Guo Guo curiously inquired. Why? Song Youao, with him rushing around to father children every day, he must be utterly drained by those little vixens. Just look at him. He should be wary of collapsing from exhaustion and dying on a woman's bed. Let us hope that by the time a child is born, he has already expired himself. Guo Guo continued. Host, you are mistaken. Of his 3 concubines, one has already given birth to a child, who is now 3 months old. The Yu family and Yu Lingtian are currently devising plans on how to persuade Kang Xie to adopt that child. Song Youo, I wonder what grand performance the Yu family and Yu Lingtian are planning to compel Kang Xie as agreement. I am quite curious. Guo Guo, host, there is more. That child is not actually Yu Lingtian's, but rather the offspring of that concubine and another man. Song Youo perked up immediately. Really? What on earth happened? Hurry, tell me. Not only was Song Youo energized, but everyone present was also keenly listening. Fearful of missing any detail, Guo Guo, that concubine was the first of the 3 to follow Yu Lingtian. Despite being with him for so long, she had not become pregnant, fearing Yu Lingtian would abandon her. She was well aware that he was with her solely for the purpose of having children. With no signs of pregnancy, she grew increasingly anxious. Thus, she devised a plan. She contacted her old flame and shared her predicament. Upon realizing their child could be recognized as the son of a high-ranking official in the court and potentially acknowledged as a grandson by the central minister's residence, he was eager to join her. They quickly rekindled their romance, and before long, she was pregnant. Song Youo let out a gleeful laugh. Ho ho ho, indeed. What goes around comes around. Guo Guo continued to divulge. In truth, it is not that Kang Xie cannot bear children. The reality is that Yu Lingtian himself lacks the ability to procreate. Just observe his 4 women. Aside from one who has coupled him and given birth, the other 3 have not conceived, which clearly indicates Yu Lingtian's own shortcomings. Song Youo raised her head and glanced at Yu Lingtian. He trembled uncontrollably, realizing that the issue had never been with his wife but rather his own inadequacies. The crowd was ablaze with excitement as the video revealed the 3 concubines, all of whom were exceedingly ordinary in appearance. One could not fathom how Yu Lingtian could bring himself to engage with them. For the sake of procreation, Yu Lingtian exhibited no standards whatsoever. The man in question was even more unappealing, with a sharp chin and a gaunt appearance, clearly not a man of good character. The crowd looked upon Yu Lingtian with disdain yet sympathy. While many accepted the idea of a man having multiple wives, none could tolerate Yu Lingtian's hypocrisy, unable to bear the weight of his own reality. Yu Lingtian finally succumbed, spewing blood and collapsing. Song Youo jumped at the sound of Yu Lingtian's fall. What just happened? Guo Guo, before long, the ministers were treated to an unheard melody, and they soon beheld the lyrics of the song displayed on the screen above Song You's head. Wild waves is an attitude. Wild waves rise and fall. Wild waves, wild waves, wild waves. Wild waves is an attitude. Wild waves are unrestrained. Wild waves, a journey of madness and wandering, a journey towards the horizon. Song Youo sang along in her heart, while the ministers felt as though they were ensnared by a bewitching sound. Only able to discern, light waves is a kind of rabbit catching. Light waves are unyielding beasts. Light waves, a journey of brightness, a journey of wandering, a journey of carefree abandon. At that moment, the ministers couldn't help but curse inwardly. For heaven's sake, can you please be quiet, Lady Song? The sound echoed in their ears, inciting a primal urge to silence Song Youo, a perfectly good song, once escaping her lips, had utterly transformed. To escape the torment of the enchanting melody, the ministers quickened their pace, leaving Song Youo behind. She, however, paid no mind, as she found herself alone, upon reaching the palace gates. The court officials departed in their own carriages, leaving only Song Youo waiting in hers for the arrival of Minister Song. Time passed, and suddenly the music ceased, followed by Guo Guo's voice. Host, the main event is about to unfold. After the court session, Lord Kang returned to his residence with a retinue of servants and attendants, storming towards number 8 Lu Shu Hatong. Song Youo, who had been lazily reclining in the palanquin, sprang up in excitement upon hearing this. Yu Lingshan's mistress, has she been discovered by Lord Kang? This is fantastic. It's time to settle the score with that scoundrel and that shameless mistress. In a flurry, Song Youo exclaimed, Where is my father? I can't wait to witness the drama unfold live. How far is the palace gate from Lu Shu Hatong? I wonder if I can make it there on foot. Guo Guo replied helplessly,
Your father has not yet emerged, as far as I know. It takes at least an hour by carriage to reach Lu Shu Hatong, and on foot, it would likely take even longer. I can provide you with a live broadcast. Why must you rush to see it in person? It seemed running there on foot was not an option. Song Yao felt a pang of disappointment. Nevertheless, she clarified, it's not the same, it's akin to a celebrity concert. While recordings are available afterward, many still choose to attend in person. Do you know why? The atmosphere and emotions are entirely different. The live experience is far more exhilarating and immersive. Guo Guo, now more resigned, asked, so, will you still watch the live stream? Song Yao nodded fervently. Yes, yes, if I cannot attend in person, I shall make do with the live broadcast. Guo Guo, quickly relay the scenes from the event. Understood, host. Soon, a throng of people followed behind Lord Kong. Rushing towards number 8 Lu Shu Hatong, Lord Kong signaled, and a burly servant strode forth, kicking the door open with a thud. A woman dressed as a housekeeper emerged, followed by another servant. The housekeeper shouted at the newcomers. Who are you? The burly servant stepped aside, allowing Lord Kong to take the forefront, upon seeing the finely attired figures before her. The housekeeper hesitantly inquired, Gentlemen, have you mistaken us for someone else? We are good people. After appraising the duo, Lord Kong asserted, You have not mistaken us. Call your master out, the housekeeper stammered. I shall fetch her at once. Moments later, a young woman emerged from within. Though her features were unremarkable, her fair complexion indicated she was well cared for. Upon spotting Lord Kong, her eyes momentarily flickered with fear. Yet she quickly regained her composure and asked, What brings you here? Lord Kong, detecting the subtle shift in her demeanor, sensed she recognized his authority. He exuded an air of dominance that typically intimidated others, particularly with his current grim expression. However, the young woman, after her initial reaction, remained unperturbed, inquiring about their purpose for visiting. With such an ordinary visage, it was remarkable that she had managed to climb into the bed of a third-rank official and bore him a son. Suggesting she possessed formidable skills, Lord Kong, uninterested in wasting time with her, stated plainly, From your earlier glance, it is evident you know who I am. Since you are aware, I will not beat around the bush. To scheme against the minister's estate and his daughter, you are far too naive. Expecting us to pave the way for you and your illegitimate child is nothing short of delusional. Women like you, who engage in such unprincipled liaisons, deserve to be punished severely. Guards, take this woman and her child to face the authorities for proper judgment. Yes, sir. Although the kingdom of Tianfeng was known for its liberal attitudes, women of such disrepute faced severe repercussions. Upon hearing this, the woman shrieked, You cannot treat me this way. After all, I have given birth to a son for Lord Yu. He will not let you off easily. Lord Kong was about to leave when he paused at her words, turning back to say, Are you certain that child is Yu Lingtian's? I may as well inform you that upon learning you have betrayed him, he has already spat blood in fury and fainted in the court. The woman, upon hearing this, crumpled to the ground. Her fate was sealed, and no one would come to her rescue. Lord Kong turned and exited. Preparing to visit the next location, Song Yao, in disbelief, remarked, Guo Guo, is that it? I expected to witness a fierce showdown. This one-sided torment of a scoundrel is simply uninteresting. I prefer the kind of drama where hair is pulled and slaps are exchanged. As Minister Song arrived, he overheard Song Yao's thoughts. Guo Guo then conveyed, Host, Lord Kong has headed to Jadeite Lane. Upon learning of Yu Lingtian's 3 mistresses, Lady Kong has gone mad with rage and is now leading a group of maids and housekeepers to Xinhua Lane. Song Yao's excitement surged once more. Really, women should tear each other apart. I want to see the battle of the mistresses. Where is my father? I'm dying of impatience. No sooner had Song Yao expressed her eagerness than Minister Song's voice called out, Yao. Song Yao felt her father's voice had never sounded so melodious, responding joyfully, Father, you're back. Yes, can we leave now? Shall we go, Father? I want to head to Xinhua Lane. What business do you have there? I heard a new pastry shop has opened. I want to check it out. Who told you that? Just someone I heard it from. Please, let me go. Song Yao resorted to all manner of charm and coaxing until Minister Song finally relented. Fine. Knowing it was futile to try and dissuade her, Minister Song acquiesced. Song Yao urged the carriage driver to hasten their pace. Upon finally arriving at Xinhua Lane, she leaped from the carriage before Minister Song could utter a word. Dashing towards number 28 as guided by Guo Guo, from a distance, she noticed a crowd gathered around number 28. After squeezing her way through, she witnessed a regal lady striking a younger woman, delivering slaps left and right. Goodness, Wasn't it said that noblewomen in ancient times were highly concerned with their image? How do we explain this scene? This is a first-hand display of drama. Onlookers whispered and pointed, prompting Song Yaoao to ask a nearby matron, Madam, what transpired here? The matron, upon noticing Song Yaoao's official attire, promptly responded, Esteemed official, what would you like to know? I want to know everything very well. I shall enlighten you. This noblewoman is Lady Kang, and the one being assaulted is the mistress of Lord Yu, the son-in-law of the minister. We had previously heard that Lord Yu remained devoted to his wife, despite her years of barrenness, and had no concubines or secondary wives. We praised him as a devoted husband. Who would have thought he was secretly keeping a mistress, and reportedly free of them? This is merely one of them. Song Yaoao already knew this but feigned surprise, asking, Is that true? Indeed, it is. Such shameless mistresses ought to be dealt with severely. Song Yaoao understood that, due to Yu Lingtian's position as a court official, the common folk dared not speak ill of him, but they had no qualms about voicing their disdain for these mistresses. The sensation of enjoying gossip alongside everyone else is indeed unparalleled. It is thrilling and exhilarating. Presently, Madame Kang, seizing that woman's hair, is attacking her from both sides. Occasionally, she even pinches and grabs at the woman, which is quite satisfying to behold. The concubine on the ground has a face swollen to the point of resembling a pig's head, rendering her original appearance unrecognizable. After quite some time, Madame Kang, having exhausted herself, finally stands up and addresses the matron nearby. This brazen hussy, isn't she fond of seducing others? Although her looks are rather unimpressive, her skills in bewitching are commendable. To prevent her from continuing to deceive other men, it would be prudent to mar her face. Yes, the matron replies, stepping forward to restrain the woman, preparing to act, only to be halted by Madame Kang's command, Stop. Upon reflection, I prefer to inscribe words directly. Let's carve the words licentious woman into her skin. Once done, pour honey over the wound and then gather some ants to place upon her face. Yes, the matron replies. Song Yaoao cannot help but click her tongue in amazement. Guagua, this woman is ruthless. I find myself at a loss for words. Just one word, impressive. Guagua concurs. Indeed, a woman must be fierce to secure her position. I admire her. These matrons are quite shrewd. They somehow procured all. Song Yaoao inquires of Guagua. Guagua, where do you think these matrons found the all? Surely they didn't carry it with them. Guagua responds, Host, you are quite right. One of the matrons happened to purchase new needles and threads earlier today, which included the all. She returned home just in time to join Madame Kang here, and now the all is proving useful. Song Yaoao expresses her astonishment. What a remarkable coincidence. A matron, trembling as she holds the all, approaches the concubine's face. Observing her, Song Yaoao voices her skepticism. Guagua, do you not think that matron is deliberately shaking her hand? Guagua agrees. Host, you are correct. The matron is indeed doing it on purpose. If her hand were steady, she wouldn't have the opportunity to inflict multiple wounds. Song Yaoao remarks. Goodness, the intrigues of this inner chamber are truly, the methods of torment are beyond imagination. The concubine emits a heart-wrenching scream, prompting another matron to hastily remove her sock and stuff it into the concubine's mouth. At that moment, a gust of wind carries the foul odor of the sock, causing Song Yaoao to retch. Internally, she curses. Damn that old hag, I merely wished to enjoy the spectacle. Why must she torment me so? Those standing alongside Song Yaoao quickly covered their mouths and noses, silently cursing the matron. Having not eaten breakfast yet, Song Yaoao merely dry heaves. Afterward, she swiftly retrieves her handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose, exclaiming, Guagua, just now, with the wind blowing, I could smell that foul sock from here. It is more pungent than a cesspool decades old. That matron has no sense of decency. It is utterly revolting. Despite the overwhelming stench, the onlookers merely cover their mouths and noses, showing no inclination to leave. It seems they are all seasoned gossip enthusiasts. When Song Yaoao casts her gaze back to the concubine, she sees her rolling her eyes, her entire face a gruesome spectacle of blood. A matron then states, Madam, this brazen wench has fainted. Madame Kang sits there and calmly replies, Continue. Yes, what should have been a swift task is prolonged due to the matron's trembling hands, causing the concubine to endure an additional 10 steps. Once completed, the matrons pour honey over the concubine's face and subsequently place the prepared ants upon it. Song Yaoao feels a shiver run down her spine. One matron declares, Madam, it is done. Madame Kang does not even glance at the result, instead instructing, Take her to the authorities. Yes, several matrons drag the unconscious concubine away to the government office. As the commotion subsides, the crowd gradually disperses. Song Yaoao prepares to turn away when Madame Kang,
spotting her among the throng, quickly strides over. Little Song, my dear. Song Yuao turns to see Madame Kong and respectfully greets her. Greetings, Madame Kong. As a second-rank matron, Madame Kong holds a higher status than Song Yuao, who is merely of the 6th rank. Thus, a bow is necessary, even without an official title. It is customary for a younger individual to pay their respects. Madame Kong, with an air of familiarity, takes Song Yuao's hand and inquires, Little Song, what brings you here? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Song Yuao cannot admit that she came solely to witness the spectacle. Instead, she replies, I came with my father. And upon seeing the crowd, I decided to take a look. I did not expect to encounter you here. What a coincidence. To be caught by the main party while merely seeking amusement is indeed an awkward predicament. Madame Kong, fully aware that Song Yuao is there for entertainment, does not expose her but instead smiles and says, Little Song, I have a daughter of a similar age in my household. When you have the time, you are welcome to visit us. Song Yuao nods in agreement. Certainly, Madame Kong continues. There are many matters to attend to in my household. Tomorrow, when I have the opportunity, I shall visit with my husband. A visit is indeed necessary. Had it not been for Song Yuao's revelations, they would remain oblivious to the schemes of that scoundrel Yu Lingtian. Song Yuao is puzzled as to why Madame Kong wishes to visit her home. But now is not the time to inquire about such matters. Madame Kong and Song Yuao part ways only after exiting Xinhua Lane. As they separate, Madame Kong reiterates her invitation for Song Yuao to visit. Song Yuao assents to each suggestion. She quickly approaches her family's carriage and climbs aboard. Song Shurlang sets aside his book, glancing at his troublesome daughter, and asks, Did you manage to buy the snacks? Caught up in the excitement of the gossip, she had completely forgotten about purchasing the snacks. How embarrassing! Yet, what sort of person is Song Yuao? Unflustered, she responds, I could not find the newly opened pastry shop. Perhaps next time, we should send one of the matrons to buy them. Song Shurlang says nothing, sighing as he instructs the coachman, return home. Upon arriving home, Song Yuao changes into her official attire and rushes to the dining hall. She is famished. At the dining table, Song Furen observes her husband and their ravenous daughter, asking, Why are you both home so late? We have already eaten breakfast and dinner, leaving only you two. Before Song Shurlang can respond, Song Yuao interjects, Mother, my father and I went to Xinhua Lane to buy some pastries, but we could not find that shop, so we returned. Song Furen remains silent. Casting a glance at Song Shurlang, who shakes his head without speaking, understanding her husband's demeanor, Song Furen realizes something is amiss. There must be more to the story. She knows her daughter's temperament well. Although the child has a penchant for food, there is no way she would run such a distance just to buy snacks. Compared to her cravings, Song Yuao is even lazier. She would rather lie down than sit. And sit rather than stand. After Song Yuao has eaten her fill and departed, Song Furen finally asks, What on earth happened? Song Shurlang sighs and recounts the events that transpired in court that day. After court, Yuao insisted on going to Xinhua Lane, purely to indulge in the spectacle, which is why they returned late. Song Furen reproaches her husband. If she wanted to go, why didn't you take her? Song Shurlang, feeling helpless, replies, You know Yuao's temperament. I simply cannot stop her. Hearing this, Song Furen expresses her worry. This child is so rebellious. What will become of her in the future? Song Shurlang pats his wife's hand. Let us take it one step at a time. Worrying is of no use. In the afternoon, Zuojini Dofu Rongping arrives with his wife at the Song residence. Song Shurlang instructs Song Yuao to go to the front hall. Upon receiving this news, Song Yuao, astonished, asks Baitao, what is happening? Are there guests at our home? Isn't my father and mother present? Why must I go to the front hall? At this moment, Song Yuao remains unaware that the guests are none other than the Rong couple. Baitao urged, This servant is unaware, miss, the master, madam, and guests are all waiting in the front hall. Having acknowledged this, Song Yao, after freshening up, proceeded to the front hall. Upon arriving there, she was reminded of her prior admonition when she saw Rongping. As soon as the couple caught sight of Song Yao, they rose to their feet. She hurriedly approached and paid her respects, saying, Greetings, Lord Rong, greetings, Madam Rong. Rongping nodded, while Madam Rong warmly remarked, It has been a few days since we last met. And young Miss Song appears even more enchanting. Touching her own face, Song Yao couldn't help but agree. Indeed, she was a beautiful maiden, adored by all. Observing Song Yao's self-absorbed expression, Madame Rong found the girl quite amusing. Having seen her once at the palace banquet, she now cherished this closer interaction even more. Although the girl had a somewhat spirited demeanor, her heart was pure.
devoid of guile. Next, the couple saw the deputy minister and Rong Ping engaged in light conversation. While Song Yaoyao sat quietly, not wishing to interrupt their discourse, as the topics were beyond her reach, when it came time for the Rong couple to take their leave, Madame Rong gestured towards the gifts they had brought, saying, "We have brought some presents for you. We hope you will accept them." Subsequently, she retrieved a stack of silver notes from her sleeve and handed them to Song Yaoyao, adding, "I am uncertain whether you will find the gifts to your liking. If not, you may use this silver to purchase something you prefer." Madame Song quickly interjected, "Madame Rong, that is not necessary." Madame Rong waved her hand dismissively. "Please accept it in comparison to the lives of our entire Rong family. This is but a trifle. We are immensely grateful for your timely warning, which allowed us to thwart that wayward girl's actions. The consequences could have been dire. If you refuse, it would weigh heavily on our hearts." Upon hearing this, Madame Song relented. With a large stack of silver notes in hand, Song Yaoyao felt elated. She had not anticipated such a reward for a single act of kindness. Truly, it echoed the saying, "Good deeds are rewarded." Once the guests departed, Song Yaoyao eagerly opened the gifts brought by Lord Rong and his wife. Inside a large chest, she found an assortment of items, predominantly suitable for young girls of her age. She decided to keep a couple for herself, select a few for her elder sister, and leave the rest for her mother to deal with. Just as she was about to dash away, Madame Song caught her by the collar of her garment, saying, "Where do you think you're running off to?" Song Yaoyao quickly concealed the silver notes and stammered, I wasn't running." Madame Song extended her hand. "Hand it over." Song Yaoyao feigned ignorance, asking, "What?" Madame Song glared at her. "Do not play coy with me. Give me the silver notes." Song Yaoyao adopted a silly demeanor, exclaiming, "What silver notes, mother? I haven't taken your silver." After several deep breaths, Madame Song shouted, "Song Yaoyao, stop pretending. Hand over the silver notes that Madame Rong gave you." Seeing her mother's suppressed anger, Song Yaoyao could no longer maintain her act and cautiously ventured, "Mother, could you spare me a little? Just a tiny bit." She indicated with her thumb and pinky. Madame Song replied, "First, return the silver notes, and then we will see." "Fine." Song Yaoyao reluctantly pulled out the notes. Observing her unwillingness, Madame Song snatched them away and began counting. Song Yaoyao craned her neck, watching her mother count the money, mentally tallying the notes herself. After a considerable time, Madame Song finished counting, revealing that each note was worth 100 taels, totaling 50 notes, equating to a grand total of 5,000 taels. Such a substantial amount, Song Yaoyao exclaimed, tugging at her mother's sleeve and playfully demanding, "Mother, with so many silver notes, how much can you give me?" After a moment's thought, Madame Song produced a 100-tael note, handing it to Song Yaoyao. "Here you go." Song Yaoyao pouted. "This is rather stingy, mother. Out of 5,000 taels, you only give me 100. That seems a bit too little, don't you think?" Madame Song retorted, "That's all there is. Take it or leave it." As she prepared to reclaim the notes, Song Yaoyao seized them back, declaring, "Who said I didn't want it? Even if it's the leg of a mosquito, it's better than nothing." Hearing her matter, Madame Song stopped and turned to leave. Quick-witted, Song Yaoyao grabbed her mother's clothing, exclaiming, "Mother, wait." Madame Song turned back, asking, "What now?" Since so many silver notes had already been taken by her mother, Song Yaoyao wished to share some benefits with her siblings. Thus, she carefully suggested, "It is a good thing when others come to express their gratitude. Mother, could you give 100 taels each to my elder sister, elder brother, and second brother, to bring them some joy?" Surprised that Song Yaoyao still thought of her siblings at this moment, Madame Song felt a sense of pride and nodded, "Very well. This time I will grant your request." She then extracted 300 taels, handing them to Song Yaoyao. "Here you are. Each of you 4 siblings shall receive 100 taels." Song Yaoyao nodded gratefully and left with the silver notes. She planned to take the 100 taels to her elder sister first, saving her elder brother's share for his return that evening, and waiting until her second brother returned from the military camp to give him his share. Although Song Yaoyao adored silver, she believed in rightful ownership. She had no habit of hoarding others' wealth. A gentleman cherishes wealth obtained through honorable means. Such disgraceful acts were beneath her. Furthermore, the 300 taels were meant for her family. She would never dream of doing otherwise. Madame Song watched her daughter's retreating figure, shaking her head. This child already possessed several thousand taels. She could not give her any more. The silver notes brought by the Rong couple would not be squandered but saved for Song Yaoyao as future dowry. Speaking of dowries, Madame Song felt a wave of worry wash over her. With Song Yaoyao's current disposition, prospective suitors might be hard to come by.
she couldn't help but ponder how this child would fare in the future. Rubbing her temples, she instructed the servants to carry the chest away from the front hall. Song Yo-Yo made her way directly to her elder sister Song Qingling's courtyard. Unlike her usual boisterous self, today she was subdued. Upon seeing her, Song Qingling was taken aback and inquired, "Little sister, what troubles you?" Song Yo-Yo threw herself into Song Qingling's arms. Weeping, "Elder sister, I feel so wronged. Mother, she snatched my silver nose, a whole 5,000 taels. Woe is me, elder sister. Do you think if I bought a piece of tofu and threatened mother that I would crash into it if she didn't return my silver nose? Would it work?" Supporting her tear-streaked sister, Song Qingling replied hesitantly, "That might not quite threaten mother." Upon hearing this, Song Yo-Yo cried even harder. "Woe is me." Song Qingling held her forehead, internally critiquing. "Little sister, you dare only to cry here. Try crying in front of mother and see how she handles you." After a lengthy bout of sobbing, Song Yo-Yo finally remembered her purpose for coming. She wiped her tears, and seeing her younger sister's tear-stained face, Song Qingling instructed the maid outside, "Fetch a basin of water. The second young lady wishes to wash up here." "Yes," the maid responded, promptly going to fetch water. Once Song Yo-Yo had cleaned herself, she revealed several exquisite trinkets from her pocket, offering them to Song Qingling. "Elder sister, these are for you." Examining the beautiful accessories, Song Qingling asked, "Yo-Yo, where did you acquire these?" With a sigh, Song Yo-Yo recounted the events leading up to her current situation, including the origin of the trinkets and the 5,000 taels. "Elder sister, I thought these few items suited you, so I set them aside. Please take them." Song Qingling accepted the gifts, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Yo-Yo, for thinking of me," waving her hand dismissively. Song Yo-Yo pulled out a 100 tael note from her pocket, saying, "Elder sister, this is your share." Song Qingling shook her head. "You should keep the silver notes for yourself." Without hesitation, Song Yo-Yo stuffed the note into her elder sister's embrace, insisting, "This is a hard-won benefit from mother. You must accept it." "Very well, I shall accept it." Song Qingling relented. "Good, now quickly tuck it away." Once Song Qingling had organized her belongings, Song Yo-Yo proposed, "Elder sister, tomorrow I have a day off. Shall we go to the market?" "Have you mentioned this to mother?" "Not yet, but I believe she will agree." "Then it's settled. As long as mother consents, we shall go out tomorrow." "Agreed." In the evening, Song Yo-Yo discussed the matter of leaving the residence with Madame Song, who agreed but requested that they take more attendants with them. Song Yo-Yo acquiesced to her mother's wishes. The following day, after breakfast, Song Yo-Yo visited Song Qingling's courtyard. "Elder sister, are you ready?" "Yes, today." Song Qingling donned a delicate lavender gown, complemented by an exquisite makeup look, making her appear exceptionally ethereal. Song Yo-Yo lavished her with compliments. "Elder sister, you look truly beautiful today. You little rascal, always jesting." "I am not jesting. I speak nothing but the truth." As they conversed, they made their way outside. "Elder sister, where shall we go today?" "Where would you like to go?" "The capital. But I am not familiar with it. Just decide on the arrangements." "All right, last time we visited the clothing store and the jewelry shop. This time, let us go to the rouge and powder shop." "Sounds good." As the carriage swayed, Song Yo-Yo lifted the curtain to gaze outside for a moment before letting it fall. Today, her curiosity had waned compared to her first outing, and she felt less eager to observe the bustling streets. The sisters engaged in light-hearted conversation within the carriage. The carriage came to a halt, and the driver announced, "Miss, we have arrived." Upon disembarking, Song Yo-Yo's eyes fell upon a grand establishment, the beauty workshop. The name was quite evident, instantly revealing its purpose. It was refreshingly straightforward. "Yo-Yo, let us enter." "Very well, elder sister." Following Song Qingling's lead, Song Yo-Yo curiously surveyed the interior. As soon as they stepped inside, a lovely young woman approached them. "Welcome, ladies. What can I assist you with today?" Song Qingling inquired. "What new items have recently arrived in the shop?" "Oh, we have received an abundance of new stock." The young woman's chatter was incessant, showcasing her remarkable salesmanship. Were she in modern times, she would undoubtedly be a sales champion. While Song Qingling listened attentively, Song Yo-Yo's eyes wandered, filled with curiosity. Lip balms, eyebrow powders, brow inks, makeup powders, blushes, and decorative face jewels. The selection was quite comprehensive. In her previous life, though Song Yo-Yo seldom adorned herself, she was well versed in skincare and makeup. Compared to the cosmetics and skincare products of her past, the ancient offerings felt rather rudimentary. She could certainly concoct some of her own when she had the time. In the end, Song Qingling purchased a box of lip balm and asked Song Yo-Yo, "Yo-Yo, do you need anything?" Song Yo-Yo waved her hand dismissively,
elder sister. I am merely browsing. At present, I have no needs. At just 12 years of age, her skin was in its prime condition. A simple skincare regimen sufficed, and there was no necessity for makeup. Although curious about these products, Song Yuo was not yet fervently passionate about them. Upon exiting the rouge shop, Song Yuo inquired, elder sister, are there any pastry shops nearby? I would like to take a look. There are. Let us go there now. The pastry shop was not far, and they chose to walk instead of taking the carriage. As they strolled, a group of individuals approached, blocking their path. Song Yuo initially assumed they had inadvertently obstructed her way and stepped aside to let them pass. However, to her dismay, they mirrored her movements, shifting left as she did, and right when she did the same, repeatedly blocking her way. Even a fool would recognize that this was a deliberate act. Song Yuo lifted her gaze and discerned the group before her, 3 men and 3 women, one of whom wore a pomegranate-colored gown. Her eyes filled with disdain as she regarded Song Yuo and Song Qinling. Confused, Song Yuo thought. She did not know these people. What was their intention? This was only her second outing, and yet she found herself attracting such animosity. Song Yuo felt as if she were a magnet for trouble, having been mysteriously attacked just days prior, and now faced with this group obstructing her path. It was utterly exasperating. She merely wished to enjoy her day off in peace. If they were courting disaster, she would not hold back. Song Yuo called out to Guoguo, Guoguo, who is that woman in the pomegranate-colored gown? Guoguo's voice chimed in, host, that woman is the daughter of your father's superior. Song Yuo scrutinized the individual before her and continued, my father's superior is none other than the Minister of Revenue, Qin Hanghang, correct? Guoguo confirmed, indeed, host, that is correct. The woman before you is Qin Hangshang's adopted daughter, Qin Mandai. Upon hearing Song Yuo's thoughts, the group accompanying Qin Mandai instinctively stepped back. They had not intended to follow her but felt compelled due to her father's higher rank. Now, upon hearing Song Yuo's inner voice, they were taken aback, realizing that Qin Mandai was an adopted daughter, something they had not previously known. Anticipating that Song Yuo would soon reveal more, they instinctively distanced themselves from her. Qin Mandai, too, heard Song Yuo's thoughts and quickly retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Song Yuo glanced at the woman before her and replied, did I say anything? I haven't even opened my mouth. If you wish to cause trouble, at least find a more plausible reason. Qin Mandai's chest heaved with indignation, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Song Yuo had indeed remained silent. Qin Mandai attempted to retaliate, but her voice seemed choked. Unable to escape her lips, observing the distressed expression of the woman before her, Song Yuo urgently pulled Song Qinling back several steps. Sister, she seems poised to play the victim. Let us keep our distance to avoid being implicated. Song Qinling responded earnestly. Very well. Qin Mandai's face flushed crimson with rage, yet she was utterly speechless. The moment she contemplated revealing Song Yuo's thoughts, a feeling of suffocation washed over her, making it difficult to breathe. Song Yuo regarded Qin Mandai and remarked to Guoguo, this woman seems rather unhinged. Might she collapse to the ground at any moment? Guoguo pondered before responding, it is hard to say. Upon hearing this, Song Yuo retreated another 2 steps, distancing herself further. Guoguo, this should prevent them from framing us. Qin Mandai finally managed to breathe a bit easier when she heard this, nearly choking from anger. Unbothered by Qin Mandai's expression, Song Yuo continued her inquiry with Guoguo. Guoguo, you mentioned that Qin Mandai is an adopted daughter. What is the story behind that? I have never heard of it before. Guoguo explained, host, this is a classic tale of false and true heirs. Qin Mandai is the false heir. The real adopted daughter exists elsewhere. The narrative of false and true heirs was one Song Yuo had frequently encountered in novels during her previous life. She never expected such a tale to manifest in reality. Excited, she urged, quickly tell me everything. How could such a situation arise in a grand estate? Guoguo began, host, listen closely. The Minister of Revenue, Qin Hanghang, married the legitimate daughter of the Grand Tutor, Su Wanner. After 3 years of marriage, Madame Qin finally became pregnant. 9 months later, she suffered a traumatic delivery and narrowly served us. They managed to manipulate the wet nurse and her husband. How remarkably coincidental it all seems. It appears as though everything was orchestrated specifically to ensnare the wet nurse, preparing her for the future task of swapping the children. After Song Yuo's reminder, everyone began to perceive the entire affair as highly suspicious. Guoguo praised, host, you are indeed clever. It is precisely as you surmised. From beginning to end, this has been a conspiracy, solely devised for the purpose of swapping the children. Yet, The orchestrators did not anticipate that the wet nurse would reveal the truth just before her demise. Upon learning the reality, Lady Qin, no matter how furious she may be, found that the wet nurse had already passed away. Leaving her unable to express her outrage, Mr. Qin and his wife followed the address provided by the wet nurse and went to the countryside to retrieve the true daughter. They named her Qin Yuyu. However, upon bringing her back, to be precise, it was Song Yuo who had put up Qin Mandai, who was beneath her. Song Yuo appeared pristine, while Qin Mandai at that moment looked as swollen as a pig's head. Her eyes bruised and her clothing torn open at the chest, revealing a multitude of scratch marks. Was the esteemed young master Song in a brawl, or was she merely taking advantage of Qin Mandai? The sight of those scratches on her chest left many bystanders blushing in embarrassment. How ferocious! Young master Song spared not even women, oblivious to her own disheveled state. Qin Mandai felt nothing but pain coursing through her body. As she rose from the ground, she noticed the crowd's furtive glances, a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Qin Mandai realized how utterly disheveled she must appear, yet did they really need to regard her with such eyes? Following their gaze, she looked towards the source of their attention. The sight that met her eyes was shocking. In an instant, Qin Mandai let out a piercing scream. She covered her chest with her hands, exclaiming, "Do not look, you must not look. If you do, I shall gouge out your eyes." Some, upon hearing this, immediately averted their gazes, while others, undeterred by her threats, continued to gawk indiscriminately, whispering, "Those 2 mounds are larger than the big white buns at old Wang's shop. That bun you mentioned seems rather small. I believe they surpass even the bouquet sold by Aunt Kai. He. I too believe they are larger than the bouquet." Their words were delivered with little regard for discretion. Resounding loudly for all to hear, Song Yuo glanced at the gossiping man and inquired of Guoguo, "Guoguo, who are these chattering gentlemen? Do they not fear the minister?" Guoguo replied, "They are notorious rakes in the capital. Wholly unafraid of the minister, their fathers hold positions far superior to his." Song Yuo nodded in understanding. They were indeed emboldened. Today, Qin Mandai donned a strapless gown, and at this moment, she had draped herself with a cloak that her maid had hastily brought. The maid had delayed in presenting the cloak as she had rushed to retrieve it from their carriage. Just then, a man suddenly emerged from the crowd, his fingers curled delicately, his voice effeminate as he inquired, "What are you all doing?" The crowd, momentarily silenced, turned their attention to the unexpected arrival. The man approached Qin Mandai with exaggerated grace, feigning concern as he said, "Cousin, are you all right?" Upon hearing this voice, Song Yuo felt a shiver run down her spine. It was utterly distasteful. She asked Guoguo, "Is this effeminate fellow Qin Mandai's cousin?" Guoguo confirmed, "Indeed, he is Su Yu, the son of Madame Qin's brother." Song Yuo mused, "How could the grandson of a high-ranking official like the Grand Preceptor turn out like this?" Guoguo explained, "From a young age, Su Yu believed he was born the wrong gender. Convinced he should have been a girl, he favored feminine things and enjoyed the company of girls. His father and the Grand Preceptor, despite having beaten him countless times, could never change his nature. Once, he nearly met his end from a beating, yet upon recovery, he returned to his old self. His family has since accepted that he cannot be swayed." Song Yuo nodded. "How persistent! If he were born in modern times, a trip to Thailand for a sex change would suffice. He truly is a product of the wrong era." Guoguo agreed, lamenting, "What a pity. In modern times, transforming into a woman would be entirely feasible." The man overheard Song Yuo and Guoguo's conversation, feeling a chill beneath their skirts. What did they mean by simply cutting off a manhood and getting breast implants? Did they mean that men could become women in Song Yuo's previous life? They understood that cutting off a manhood was akin to becoming a eunuch, but what was the meaning of breast augmentation? The men involuntarily lowered their heads, glancing at their own chests, grappling with the astonishing notion that such transformations were indeed possible. Su Yu, who had been concerned for Qin Mandai, suddenly shifted his gaze to Song Yuo. His eyes ablaze with interest. Song Yuo felt a shiver run down her spine under his intense scrutiny, exclaiming inwardly, "Guoguo, why is Su Yu staring at me? His gaze makes me feel like a piece of succulent meat he wishes to devour." At that moment, Su Yu approached Song Yuo, swaying his hips with an exaggerated grace. Before he could speak, Song Yuo's inner voice piped up again, "Goodness, Su Yu's movements put even women to shame. How does a man manage to be so flamboyant? I want to ask him, are your monthly cycles regular?" Guoguo chuckled, "Ha ha, host, you are too naughty. Would you dare to ask Su Yu that in person?" Song Yuo replied earnestly, "I am only 12. How could I possibly ask such a question?" Those nearby overheard her remark, their faces flushing crimson. Some struggled to suppress their laughter, their shoulders shaking as they fought to contain their mirth, What did it mean to inquire about one's monthly cycles? In truth, they too wished to pose the same question to Su Yu. However, given Su Taishi's status, none dared to approach him directly. Su Yu, caught off guard by Song You's thoughts, found himself at a loss for words. Despite his yearning to be a woman, he was undeniably still a man. How could Song You so brazenly mock him in her thoughts? Did he not possess any dignity? This Song You was truly insufferable. Su Yu glared at her, and Song You instinctively took a step back, pulling Song Qinling along with her. The crowd of onlookers continued to swell. Song You had long since noticed the spectators. She paid them no mind. Wasn't it a common pleasure to watch the drama unfold? She, too, had no reason to be surprised. However, she noted that the onlookers were primarily the wives, daughters, and young masters of officials. With the common folk scarcely present, Song You assumed that the families of officials had engaged in a brawl, and the commoners, fearing trouble, had wisely kept their distance. Little did they know, the commoners had not been able to hear Song You's thoughts at all. They simply left after witnessing the fight's conclusion, finding little of interest remaining. The current onlookers were those capable of hearing her inner voice. They had come specifically to see Song You, who had made quite a stir by engaging in a street fight. In an effort to avoid raising her suspicions, several ladies approached Qin Mandai, blocking her path under the guise of concern, inquiring after her well-being. Each one took turns asking her the same questions. After several rounds, Qin Mandai finally grasped that these individuals were not genuinely concerned for her but merely seeking to enjoy the spectacle. She was nothing more than a tool for their amusement. These people were utterly despicable. When Qin Mandai grew weary of their incessant questions and was about to explode in anger, a few young ladies pushed past her maid, offering their support while simultaneously covering her mouth to stifle her voice. Meanwhile, other ladies provided a protective barrier, encircling Qin Mandai. From Song You's perspective, it appeared as though these ladies were continuously comforting her. Song You was taken aback, realizing that Qin Mandai seemed to have quite a favorable social standing. And she couldn't help but pout in envy. However, the reality was far from what Song You perceived. These ladies were merely preventing Qin Mandai from speaking out and ruining their fun, all while straining to catch her every thought. Terrified of missing any juicy details, fuming, Qin Mandai glared at those surrounding her. Among them were her mother's close friends and her own confidants. How utterly vile of them to treat her this way for the sake of entertainment. All of this was instigated by that wretched Song You, and she vowed to remember this grievance. Unbeknownst to Song You, she had unwittingly gained another enemy. Had she been aware of Qin Mandai's thoughts, she would have quipped, "I seem to possess a talent for attracting animosity. I've grown quite accustomed to it." Meanwhile, Song You continued to mock inwardly. "Guo, is Su Yu unwell? Why does he keep glaring at me? It's not as if I am preventing him from becoming a woman. It's utterly exasperating." Suddenly, Song You's voice grew sharp. "Guo, look, oh dear. I can hardly bear it any longer, as I observe Su Yu biting his lip. With tears welling in his eyes, I cannot help but feel as though I am the one who has wronged him. Everyone is watching, yet I have done nothing at all. I have kept a considerable distance from Su Yu the entire time. One cannot help but wonder if he, much like Qin Mandai, is attempting to extort me." Truly, the Su family cousins are cut from the same cloth, possessing a shared talent for deception. Just moments ago, it was Qin Mandai, and now it is this Su Yu. I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes. After finally managing a day of respite, I am confronted with such peculiar characters. Guo, I suddenly perceive that Su Yu resembles a delicate green tea. Yes, that is the impression, an exceptionally rare male green tea. Guo concurs, exclaiming, "I feel the same. He exudes a strong green tea vibe." While everyone understands the concept of green tea, the type that Song You refers to is certainly not the kind they typically consume. In this context, green tea carries an entirely different connotation. Although they are unaware of the precise meaning, it is clear that it is not a compliment. They commit the term green tea to memory. For there will be ample opportunity to decipher its meaning in the future. What were the lyrics from that song in Madam Whitesnake? Moments later, Song You finally recalls. At that instant, everyone is startled by the piercing quality of Song You's voice. A millennium waits for a moment. Waiting for the green tea. A millennium waits for a moment. Green tea is indeed hard to swallow. Who whispers in my ear? What madness has overcome little Song? Why is she singing? Her tone is mournful and sorrowful, evoking an overwhelming sense of discomfort among the listeners. In their hearts, they cry out, "Little Song, please spare us your singing. We merely wish to indulge in gossip, not endure your screeching." Although Su Yu does not comprehend the meaning of green tea, he is certain it is no flattering remark, The tears in his eyes hover precariously. As he suppresses them with great effort, Su Yu glares at Song Yao in indignation, snorts coldly, stamps his foot, and swivels away. Song Yao watches Su Yu retreating. The way he twists that waist, he could almost turn 2 miles. The crowd erupts in laughter. Ha ha ha. How clever of little Song to come up with such a phrase. And to twist away for 2 miles, how amusing. In that moment, Song Yao produces her handkerchief, twirls it in her hand, mimicking Su Yu by snorting coldly, stamping her foot, and then attempting to twist as well. However, after only a few attempts, she feels a sharp pain in her waist. Tears nearly spring to her eyes as she exclaims, "Sister, help, my waist has gone out." Song Yao chastises herself inwardly. Song Yao, this is what you get for showing off. You've brought this misfortune upon yourself. The onlookers can no longer contain their laughter. Little Song is truly a character. Song Qinling rushes forward to support Song Yao. Scolding, "Who told you to imitate others? Now look where it has gotten you." With a sprained waist, Song Yao pouts, "Sister, you cannot blame me for this. If a man can twist like that, as a woman, I felt utterly inadequate and wanted to try it myself. I never anticipated it would end up like this." Song Qinling, exasperated, declares, "I will assist you into the carriage, and we shall head to the physician immediately to have your waist examined." Being a physician herself, Song Yao protests, "Sister, a sprained waist will heal with time. It is nothing serious. We need not trouble the physician." Song Qinling, unwavering, replies, "This time, you must heed my words, otherwise, I shall inform mother. And you shall not leave the household again." Upon hearing this, Song Yao concedes, "Fine. Compared to my freedom, a visit to the physician will suffice." Upon learning that Song Yao intends to visit the physician, many voices chime in. "Little Song, shall we escort you to the clinic?" Song Yao hastily waves her hands. "No need, I am quite fine." She thinks to herself, "What is the fuss? It is merely a minor issue. And besides, I am not well acquainted with these people. There is no need to burden them." Yet, the crowd insists, "Little Song, to take care of your health. You are a role model for us women. The only one capable of attending court. It is imperative you maintain your well-being. Indeed, we must personally escort you to the physician. Protecting Little Song is a duty for every woman. Safeguarding Little Song equates to safeguarding us all." Hearing such fervent pleas, Song Yao is taken aback. Has she truly sprained her waist to the extent that it necessitates such concern? These people are utterly perplexing. By the way, this is only the second time she has ventured out. How has she garnered such popularity? Song Yao begins to question herself. Could it be that she possesses an innate charm that endears her to others, observing the multitude eager to offer her comfort? She finds herself unable to refuse their kindness. The crowd is resolute in their determination to accompany Song Yao for some gossip. It is a rare opportunity to encounter Little Song, and they are determined to enjoy it to the fullest. Ultimately, a throng of individuals follows Song Yao to the physician's office. A single injured girl accompanied by a cacophony of over 100 people creates quite the spectacle. Passers-by part ways, making way for this unusual procession. What was meant to be an escort for a patient has transformed into a scene reminiscent of a brawl. In modern times, if they donned black suits, they would undoubtedly resemble a gang of ruffians. Upon their arrival, a small apprentice at the entrance, witnessing the commotion, trembles with fear and stutters. Who are you? Let me tell you, we are a century-old clinic, and we have influential patrons. Do not cause any trouble." The crowd exchanges glances, bewildered. They are merely here to accompany Little Song, not to stir up trouble. Someone quickly clarifies, "Do not misunderstand. They are here to see a patient, not to cause a stir." The apprentice, though frightened, inquires, "Where is the patient?" At that moment, Song Yao is helped down from the carriage by Song Qinling. She raises her hand. "I am here." The apprentice, seeing the slow-moving Song Yao, finally believes that this group is genuinely here to assist a patient and not to cause chaos. He gestures to Song Yao, "Miss, please come inside." As Song Yao enters the clinic, the others wish to follow. However, the clinic is rather small, and there is no room for such a crowd. After Song Yao and Song Qinling enter, the apprentice musters his courage to block the entrance, saying, "You must wait here. The clinic is too small to accommodate all of you." The crowd exchanges glances, recognizing the truth in his words, and reluctantly agrees to remain outside. After all, they can still hear Song Yao's voice. Seeing that the crowd is genuinely waiting outside, the apprentice hastily rushes into the clinic. He must inform his master to ensure that the distinguished young lady is not neglected, lest they provoke her entourage. The apprentice approaches an elderly physician with a white beard and goat-like chin. Whispering a few words, The old physician looks startled at first but soon regains his composure, glancing toward Song Yao's group before returning to his duties. Continuing to examine his current patient, the clinic is still bustling. With a dozen individuals queued ahead of Song Yao, it will take some time before her turn arrives. During this wait, Song Yao surveys the clinic. Noting its impressive array of medicinal herbs, truly a century-old establishment, after a half hour, it is finally Song Yao's turn. The elderly physician adopts a cautious demeanor, inquiring about her condition before prescribing remedies for her injury and offering his homemade ointment. He advises her to take the medicine on schedule and to massage the injured area with the ointment for a swift recovery. Having collected her medicine and settled the payment, Song Yao and Song Qinling prepare to leave when suddenly a man bursts into the clinic. Cradling a small child in his arms, the child is rolling his eyes, appearing to struggle for breath. The old physician quickly stands, directing the man to the curtain. There is a bed behind the curtain. Quickly lay the child down. This bed is typically used by the physician for examinations. The man rushes to the curtain and lays the child down. The physician hurries over, asking, "What seems to be the problem?" Following closely behind, a woman enters, crying, "Jin Bao, Jin Bao." The physician gestures for the man to ignore the woman and to first describe the child's symptoms. The man, on the verge of tears, explains, "My wife and I were busy. And the child was playing nearby. He took a large jujube and swallowed it whole. And now he is in this state." The man, known to the old doctor, had established a pastry shop a few steps away from the medical hall. The child was choking. The old doctor pried open the child's mouth, took a glance, shook his head, and uttered a phrase, "Bear your sorrow." The man immediately knelt down, pleading, "Doctor, please save my son. Just moments ago he was full of life. We cannot bear to lose him. You must save him." The woman also knelt, exclaiming, "Doctor, you must save my child. We are in our 40s and have only this one offspring. Nothing must happen to him." The doctor understood their anguish, yet he lacked the means for immediate rescue. At this critical moment, Song Yao, enduring her own pain, hurried over, declaring, "I can save him." The old doctor hesitated upon seeing a young girl. But the couple had already clutched onto Song Yao as their last hope. Not wishing to waste any time, she urged, "Let us not delay. We must act swiftly." She instructed the man to hold the child. Then positioned herself behind him, wrapping her arms around the child's waist, clenching one fist. She grasped it with her other hand and forcefully thrust upward into the child's abdomen, repeating this several times until the child finally expelled a large date from his mouth, which rolled directly to the feet of the old doctor. After spitting out the date, the child let out a loud cry. Song Yao comforted him, saying, "It's all right, it's all right. Such a small child must be watched more closely in the future." The couple attempted to kneel in gratitude, but she quickly helped them to their feet, insisting, "There is no need for thanks. It was merely a small effort. Please take good care of your child." The man's voice was choked with emotion, tears of joy welling up as he said, "Thank you, benefactor. What is the fee for the consultation?" Song Yao glanced at the old doctor, who understood her silent cue. It was this young lady who saved the child. Thus, the fee is rightfully hers to determine. Since it was her decision, Song Yao stated plainly, "It was merely a small effort. No fee is necessary." The woman hastily shook her head, insisting, "That is unacceptable. We cannot allow that." Song Yao continued, "I am not a practitioner here. I am merely a patient who happened upon this situation, and fortunately, I know a method of first aid. There is truly no need for a fee." After much discussion, Song Yao steadfastly refused. Finally, she advised, "You should return home quickly and take good care of your child. His throat may be a bit injured, so for the next few days, provide him with light, soft foods." "Understood. We will remember your advice. Thank you, young lady." Song Yao waved her hand, and the couple departed, cradling their child. Those gathered outside the medical hall, having heard the commotion within, perked up their ears to listen. They had all witnessed the earlier scene of the man rushing in with the child. They also heard the old doctor ask words of condolence, not expecting that the child would be saved by young Song. Now, as they observed the man exiting with the child, their gazes instinctively shifted to the little one in his arms. Previously, the child had been rolling his eyes, struggling to breathe. Now, he was breathing freely, clearly out of danger. They were astonished to learn that young Song possessed medical skills. As Song Qinling supported Song Yao, preparing to leave, the old doctor called out, "Ladies, please hold on a moment." They stopped, and Song Yao slowly turned to ask, "Doctor, is there something you wish to discuss?" The old doctor approached, stammering for a while, unable to articulate his thoughts. Song Yao regarded him and inquired, "Doctor, if you have something to say, please do so directly." After a moment of contemplation, the old doctor said, I would like to ask about the first aid method you used earlier. Could you explain it to me, if it is inconvenient? Do not feel obliged to answer. Understanding his hesitation, Song Yao nodded. In ancient times, medical knowledge was often passed down through generations and rarely shared with outsiders. Thus, the old doctor's reluctance to inquire was understandable. Yet Song Yao, possessing the spirit of a 21st century soul, had no such reservations. She merely wished for more individuals to learn this life-saving technique. There is nothing to conceal. This method is called the Heimlich maneuver. You stand behind the child, wrap your arms around their waist, make a fist with one hand, grasp it with the other, and swiftly thrust upward into the child's abdomen, repeating until the obstruction is expelled. As she explained, she demonstrated the technique to ensure he understood clearly. This method was straightforward, and soon the old doctor, along with those in the medical hall including the patients, had grasped it. Everyone was astonished that Song Yao, without hesitation, openly taught this life-saving technique to the crowd. Her magnanimity was truly commendable. The old doctor shared this sentiment. Initially, he had presumed her to be a spoiled, headstrong girl, but now he recognized his misjudgment. This young lady possessed remarkable medical skills and such a generous spirit, earning his utmost respect. The old doctor approached Song Yao, bowing deeply in gratitude. She quickly waved her hand, saying, There is no need for such formalities. The old doctor sincerely remarked, Young lady, your immense talent and broad-mindedness rightfully deserve this gesture of respect. Before Song Yao could respond, the old doctor continued, Do you possess medical skills? Without hesitation, she replied, I do not. The first aid technique I demonstrated was taught to me by a person I encountered previously. Since the old doctor did not know her, she felt free to fabricate her reasoning. The old doctor nodded. I see. Initially, he had intended to invite Song Yao to practice at his medical hall, but now it seemed unlikely. Had she known of his intentions, she would have glared at him in indignation. Questioning, I teach you a life-saving method, and this is how you repay me, by making me a diligent worker. Does your conscience not ache? This is ingratitude. Do you not understand? You are too ungrateful, Song Yao declared. Doctor, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The old doctor personally escorted the sisters to the entrance of the medical hall, saying, Ladies, travel safely. Song Yao nodded, and with Song Qinling as assistance, they made their way towards the waiting crowd. Upon seeing Song Yao, the gathered people immediately surrounded her, inquiring, Young Song, we heard you just saved that child. What method did you use? Indeed, what was your technique? We all saw the child rolling his eyes, yet now he appears fine. Their curiosity was genuine, with no intention of prying into Song Yao's medical knowledge. However, to their surprise, Song Yao proceeded to explain and demonstrate the Heimlich maneuver once more, saying, Once you have learned this, you will be able to provide immediate aid in similar situations. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished that young Song would share such medical knowledge with them. Her altruism was beyond their comparison. In silence, they stepped back in unison and bowed deeply to her. Witnessing this gesture from over 100 people, Song Yao waved her hands, saying, There is no need for such formalities. I merely hope to save more lives in critical moments. Of course, I also encourage you to teach this method to others. At that moment, the admiration for Song Yao reached its zenith. Just then, the man from earlier approached, carrying a generous assortment of pastries, stating, Young lady, since you refused a consultation fee, we have nothing else to offer in thanks. Let us gift you some pastries made from our own shop. Song Yao hesitated to accept, but the man, growing anxious, insisted, Young lady, if you do not accept, we shall feel an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. Please, just accept this. After a moment's consideration, Song Yao acquiesced, as Song Qinling assisted her towards the carriage. Someone inquired, Young Song, where will you go next? Without hesitation, Song Qinling replied, Back to the manor. However, Song Yao exclaimed, To Fulman Tower for a meal. Many believed that given her injuries, young Song should return home, yet unexpectedly, she wished to dine at the restaurant. Dining sounds splendid. We can accompany her and enjoy some refreshments for a while longer. They thought young Song, indeed a remarkable character, even in such a state, still craved exquisite food. Yet Song Qinling, displeased, said, Yao, you are injured. We should return home promptly. Song Yao, however, playfully tugged at Song Qingling's arm, pouting, Sister, it's a rare outing. Let us eat first before heading back. I beg you, dear sister. Overwhelmed by her persistence and seeing her pitiful expression, Song Qinling ultimately relented. Song Yao, filled with delight, climbed into the carriage, while the throng of over 100 people trailed behind her in a cacophony. as she lifted the curtain of the carriage and glanced back. She was utterly astonished. The spectacle was rather exaggerated. If each person were to wield an axe, they would undoubtedly resemble a band of axe-wielding ruffians, ready for a brawl. Song Yao mused that with so many patrons accompanying her to the emperor's fulminant tower for a meal, the emperor would surely profit handsomely. Perhaps, considering the influx of customers she brought, he might grant her a few extra days of respite, yet she dared not voice such thoughts aloud. Alas! The carriage came to a swaying halt at the entrance of fulminant tower. Upon disembarking and surveying the bustling hall, Song Yao immediately recognized that securing a table would be impossible once again. Indeed, a server approached with an apologetic demeanor. "Ladies, have you made a reservation?" "No," Song Yao replied. The server continued, "I sincerely apologize, but the restaurant is fully booked. You will need to wait for a while." So preoccupied with thoughts of dining, she had forgotten the thriving business of fulminant tower. It seemed their only option was to return home. As the crowd observed Song Yao stepping back outside, they quickly disowned the absence of available private rooms within the establishment. Among the onlookers, some had long-standing reservations for a private room and could bring the esteemed young Master Song along without issue. Thus, sharing a private room with young Master Song would allow them to hear more intriguing tidbits up close. Just as someone was about to invite Song Yao to join them, a voice called out from behind, "Young Master Song!" Everyone turned in unison to find that it was none other than the sixth prince. Cheng Yixiao. The crowd knelt in reverence. "We pay our respects to the sixth prince." As he approached, the sixth prince waved his hand. "Rise." Once the crowd had stood, he inquired, "I saw your group approaching fulminant tower from afar. Why?" Upon arriving at the entrance, does young Master Song seem intent on leaving without entering? Song Yao replied candidly, "I arrived at an inopportune time. Fulminant tower is fully booked, and without a reservation, I intended to depart." The sixth prince waved his hand dismissively. "If young Master Song does not mind, you may join us." This was the first time Song Yao had been invited to dine, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Before Song Qinling could speak, she eagerly responded, "Since the sixth prince has graciously extended an invitation, I shall not refuse." The sixth prince nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, he led the way, with Song Qinling and Song Yao following closely behind. Leaning in, Song Qinling whispered to Song Yao, "Yao, why did you agree to dine with the sixth prince without consulting me first?" Song Yao glanced at the group ahead, noting their lack of any unusual demeanor, and then leaned closer to Song Qinling, lowering her voice, "Elder sister, someone is treating us to a meal for free. Is that not a fortuitous opportunity? There is a saying, he who does not take advantage of a bargain is a fool." "I, Song Yao, am certainly not foolish. I refuse to be that fool. Besides, during our last visit to fulminant tower, I saw several dishes that I yearned to try, yet their exorbitant prices deterred me from ordering. Now, we need not spend a single coin. How splendid! Soon, we can select the priciest dishes and indulge in the experience of dining like a noble." Song Qinling cautioned, "Yao, this may not be proper." Song Yao dismissed her concerns. "What is improper about it? Moreover, this establishment belongs to the emperor, and if I am benefiting from his earnings, is that not akin to transferring silver from one pocket to another?" "There is nothing wrong with that," Song Qinling questioned. "Can it truly be interpreted that way?" Song Yao earnestly nodded. "Indeed, that is precisely how it should be understood." Song Qinling was left flabbergasted by Song Yao's reasoning, her mind swirling with the notion that benefiting from the emperor's wealth equated to a mere shift of silver between pockets. The sixth prince's entourage were all martial artists, and regardless of how softly the Song sisters spoke, they overheard every word. It appeared that young Master Song regarded them as gullible fools. They had kindly invited her sisters to dine, yet unbeknownst to them, she was plotting to exploit their generosity. Did they truly appear to be such easy marks? The sixth prince, having overheard the previous exchange, felt his lips twitch involuntarily. One of his companions, unable to contain his indignation, was about to turn and scold, but another companion restrained him. The sixth prince had yet to speak. They should refrain from acting impulsively. Upon reaching the fourth floor, the proprietor welcomed them into the homemade pavilion, which was considerably larger than the private room they had visited previously. The sixth prince gestured, "Young Master Song, Miss Song, please take a seat." After they settled in, the sixth prince inquired once more, "What dishes would the two young ladies like to enjoy?" Song Yao, oblivious to the concept of politeness, boldly declared, "I simply adore expensive dishes. The more lavish, the better." The others could not help but twitch their lips at her audacity. Song Qinling felt her friend's words were inappropriate and discreetly tugged at Song Yao's sleeve. Aware of her elder sister's disapproval, Song Yuao leaned in closer, whispering, "Elder sister, why are you pulling at me?" the prince asked sincerely, and I merely responded truthfully. The sixth prince maintained his usual composed demeanor. Finding no offense in the meal, and since he had already offered to treat them, he instructed the proprietor, "Please bring several of your signature dishes, along with 2 of your most expensive offerings. As for the rest, you may decide accordingly." "Certainly," the proprietor replied, pouring a pot of tea before heading to the kitchen to prepare. Song Yuao noticed that a gentleman seated next to the sixth prince was continually rolling his eyes at her. She inquired, puzzled, "Esteemed sir, is your eye discomforting you?" At this, the others followed her gaze to the man beside the sixth prince, who was indeed rolling his eyes incessantly, under the scrutiny of so many gazes. His face flushed crimson. In truth, he was not experiencing discomfort, he simply held disdain for Song Yuao's opportunistic behavior. Just then, Guoguo's voice chimed in, "Host, that is not discomfort, but rather his contempt for your petty demeanor. Intentionally rolling his eyes at you." The sudden interjection startled everyone present. Song Yuao responded, "Guoguo, I didn't he summon you today? Why did you speak first?" Guoguo replied, "That fellow's eyes are rolling so high they might touch the heavens. And you still foolishly inquire if he is unwell? I've never encountered a host so lacking in perception." Song Yuao explained, "I had already discerned that the fellow was displeased with me. I merely intended to provoke him. Did you not see how all eyes are now drawn to him? Look at how embarrassed he is now." The crowd, having overheard Song Yuao's thoughts, realized her intention to embarrass the man. Meanwhile, they were unaware that the 100-odd individuals who had accompanied Song Yuao were actually reserved for a private room on the 3rd floor, and there were no reservations on the 4th floor. This revelation caused them great anxiety. Ultimately, they pooled their resources to pay a significant sum to secure the surrounding private rooms for the sixth prince's party. The throng of over 100 people swiftly crowded into these rooms. Eager for gossip, they were willing to spend handsomely. Upon their arrival, they overheard the exchange between Guoguo and young Master Song, wondering who dared to roll their eyes at Song Yuao without fear of retribution. They then heard Song Yuao ask, "Guoguo, who is that eye-rolling fellow? He looks rather deserving of a scolding, yet the sixth prince has said nothing. He seems to be barking up the wrong tree." Guoguo replied, "He is Su Mu, the cousin of Gukui Mei, Qin Mandai." Song Yuao scrutinized the gentleman across from her and disdainfully remarked, "What a peculiar family. Gukui Mei Qin Mandai, male green tea Su Yu. Eye-rolling brother Su Mu." Although the others were unaware of the previous events, they recognized that these were the nicknames Song Yuao had assigned to them. Incensed, Su Mu stood, ready to retaliate. "You are the eye-rolling brother." "No, you are the eye-rolling sister. Your entire family are eye-rolling sisters." Su Mu was firmly restrained by 2 companions, and the sixth prince shot him a warning glance, prompting him to suppress his fury and refrain from outbursts. To avoid drawing Song Yuao's attention, the sixth prince proceeded with introductions among the others. Afterward, conversation flowed, but Song Yuao found their topics uninteresting. However, she held a strong opinion of Su Mu, internally critiquing. "A grown man rolling his eyes is utterly perplexing, as if no one else could roll their eyes. I can. It's simply that we civilized individuals refrain from such vulgar gestures." Song Yuao was implying that Su Mu was uncouth and barbaric. She then asked Guoguo, "Does Su Mu's family know that Qin Mandai is a false heiress?" Guoguo replied, "They do not know. The Shangshu mansion has consistently proclaimed to the outside world that they took in the child out of pity for Qin Yuyu. Finding it hard to bear, they fear that if the grand tutor were to discover this, he would demand that they send away the impostor. Qin Mandai, Qin Hanghang and Su Wano are unwilling to let Qin Mandai depart." Song Yuao remarked, "I always said that Qin Hanghang and Su Wano are not of sound mind. Their biological daughter, Qin Yuyu, has endured such suffering and hardship since childhood, and now that she has finally been found, they confine her in a secluded courtyard, where she is inadequately fed and clothed, even worse off than a maid in the mansion. Meanwhile, they dote on the impostor, Qin Mandai, to an excessive degree. They will surely regret this." Upon hearing this, Su Mu and the sixth prince exchanged glances, realizing that there had been events unbeknownst to them, and they would need to investigate thoroughly. Guoguo added, "If the grand tutor were to learn how Su Wano treats her own daughter, he would surely be infuriated by this charlatan." Song Yuao continued, "People like Qin Hanghang and Su Wano, whose minds are clearly unhinged, likely do not even recognize their faults. Alas, it is only poor Qin Yuyu, the true heiress, who suffers." Guoguo sighed in agreement. "It's not just Qin Hanghang and Su Wano whose minds are unbalanced. There's one sitting right across from you as well.
Upon hearing this, Song Yuo perked up. Guagua, what do you mean? The ones sitting across from me are all brought here by the sixth prince. How could there be anyone among them who is not of sound mind, if they were? Would the sixth prince dare to trust them? Guagua replied, Host, you should not focus solely on those whom the sixth prince brought. You ought to also consider the sixth prince himself. Song Yuo's eyes widened in disbelief. Her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. What? Are you implying that the one with an unsound mind is the sixth prince himself? The sixth prince's expression darkened immediately. How could he be deemed unsound? He was perfectly normal. Were it not for the edict from the emperor forbidding anyone from mentioning matters of the heart in Song Yuo's presence, he would have certainly retorted. The occupants of the neighboring elegant chambers were equally stirred. As it seemed the revelation concerned the sixth prince, their hearts raced and hands trembled in excitement. Finally, a juicy piece of gossip had emerged. Each of them leaned in attentively. Song Yuo lowered her head. Her gaze fixated on the teacup before her, subtly urging Guagua to continue. Guagua, please hurry and explain what is going on. The sixth prince also leaned in, eager to hear what this Guagua had to reveal. The companions he brought with him were nearly shrinking into themselves, fearful of hearing something they ought not to, lest they be silenced. Guagua's voice rang out. Sixth prince, Cheng Yixio's mother, a low-ranking noble, is surnamed Qi, and is commonly referred to as Lady Qi. Once, after the emperor had indulged in drink, Lady Qi was favored, and as a result, she became pregnant. Discovering her condition, she dared not confide in anyone, carefully hiding away in her palace, avoiding any outings. When her pregnancy became undeniable, it was only then that people noticed her condition. The Empress Dowager, aware of the situation, feared that Lady Qi, being of low status and lacking support from her family, could easily be victimized. Song Yuo interjected. That is certainly true. Where there are many women, there is bound to be gossip. The Empress Dowager's concerns are justified. Guagua continued. Thus, the Empress Dowager specifically instructed the Empress to keep a closer watch on Lady Qi. Consequently, the Empress dispatched a wet nurse and 2 palace maids to attend to her. However, when Lady Qi was 8 months pregnant, disaster struck. On her way to pay respects to the Empress Dowager, she suddenly slipped and fell, resulting in bleeding. The attending maids and wet nurse were horrified. Some rushed to summon the imperial physician, while others informed the Empress and the Empress Dowager. Upon arrival, the physician declared that Lady Qi was to give birth prematurely. She was swiftly taken to the birthing chamber. Meanwhile, the Empress had already sent people to investigate the cause of Lady Qi's fall. Soon, the investigators returned with the news that someone had spilled oil and scattered soybeans along Lady Qi's path. A blatant attempt to harm the royal heir. Upon learning this, both the Empress and the Empress Dowager ordered a thorough investigation. During Lady Qi's delivery, there were further attempts to sabotage her, with someone aiming for a double tragedy. Those sent by the Empress Dowager apprehended the midwife, who, upon realizing her plot had been uncovered, bit down on poison hidden in her mouth and died on the spot. Ultimately, Lady Qi, having narrowly survived, gave birth to the sixth prince, but tragically succumbed to blood loss shortly thereafter. The Empress Dowager, upon seeing the rosy-cheeked infant, could not bear to part with him and instructed the Empress to raise him as her own. Upon hearing this, the sixth prince finally grasped the entirety of the situation. He had long been subjected to whispers suggesting he was not the Empress's biological son. He had inquired with his mother, who had silenced the gossipers, affirming that he was indeed her child. It seemed that only the second prince was truly the Empress's biological son. The surrounding individuals were astonished, realizing that the sixth prince was merely the Empress's adopted son, while only the second prince was her true offspring. Had they stumbled upon a royal secret, would they face dire consequences for their knowledge? With so many witnesses, surely they would be safe. Song Yuo questioned. Is the sixth prince aware of this matter? Guagua replied. He is not. At the time, a decree was issued in the palace forbidding any mention of the sixth prince's origins. Even those who dared to gossip were dealt with by the Empress. Song Yuo expressed her curiosity. I am eager to know who sought to harm Lady Qi. Guagua responded. Indeed, Lady Qi was quite unfortunate. As a mere lowly noble, she was targeted by multiple factions. Song Yuo asked in disbelief. Multiple factions? Guagua confirmed. Yes, the first was concubine Lu. Although concubine Lu was favored above all in the harem, she had no offspring and was therefore displeased to see the other consorts with children. She had her people track Lady Qi's movements and, on her essential route, spilled oil. Those sent by concubine Lu believed their plan to be flawless. However, the act of spilling oil was witnessed by the people of concubine Liang. After concubine Lu's agents left, a maid from concubine Liang dared to report the incident back to her.
Upon hearing this, concubine Liang not only failed to prevent the ensuing calamity but also sent that same maid to scatter more soybeans along the oiled path. Song Yao remarked, it seems she feared that Lady Qi's demise would not be thorough enough, thus ensuring a double assurance. At this moment, the sixth prince's countenance darkened further as he recalled concubine Lu's haughty demeanor and concubine Lian's gentle, serene presence. Wishing he could eliminate them both, Guo Guo continued, as anticipated by concubine Lu and concubine Liang, Lady Qi went into premature labor, unexpectedly. Concubine Qi also had a hand in it. The maidwife was secretly planted by concubine Qi among Lady Qi's attendants. And thus, Lady Qi was lost. Song Yao lamented, alas, such a beautiful woman, gone in an instant. It is truly lamentable. Yet, concubine Lu, concubine Liang, and concubine Qi are all still thriving in the palace. Is it that the empress has failed to uncover the true culprit behind Lady Qi's demise? Or is there more to the tale? Guo Guo replied, there is certainly more to it. Concubine Lu, concubine Liang, and concubine Qi hail from powerful families. A single misstep could cause widespread repercussions. Thus, the death of a mere noblewoman was ultimately brushed aside. Song Yao sighed, Guo Guo, you have shared so much, but how does this relate to the sixth prince's supposed unsound mind? At this moment, the others began to realize the disconnect, questioning how all this information tied back to the sixth prince's mental state. Please continue. We are eager to learn what follows. Guo Guo, ever diligent, responded, host, do not be impatient, let me elaborate. The sixth prince grew up under the empress's care. The empress treated him well, ensuring that he had everything that the second prince possessed. When the sixth prince was 5, he, in a fit of playfulness, slipped away from his attendants and ventured to the lotus pond alone. There, someone pushed him from behind, causing him to tumble into the water. The sixth prince, unable to swim, flailed helplessly. Just as he felt himself sinking, a young girl rescued him. Before losing consciousness, he caught a glimpse of her necklace, which he memorized before succumbing to darkness. The sixth prince fell gravely ill, spending 2 months bedridden. Once he recovered, he began inquiring about the households that had entered the palace that day. Several ladies had brought their children to pay respects to the empress, and while he could not clearly identify which young girl had saved him, he distinctly remembered the necklace. The sixth prince kept track of those who had entered the palace on that day, determined to investigate further. 2 years later, at a palace banquet, he finally spotted someone donning that very necklace again. The necklace adorned the neck of Miss Obaiqing from the third-ranked general's residence. The sixth prince had also confirmed that the wife of the third-ranked general indeed entered the palace on the day she fell into the water. Hence, he believed that it was Obaiqing who had saved him. Subsequently, the sixth prince would ensure that any valuable items he acquired were sent to Obaiqing. It can be said that whatever he possessed, he would unconditionally offer a portion to her, practically elevating her to the heavens. Song Yao, perplexed, inquired, isn't it only natural for the sixth prince to treat his savior with kindness? The others concurred, feeling that the debt of gratitude for saving one's life was paramount, and treating the young lady with kindness was entirely justifiable. Judging by the current situation, the sixth prince's mind seemed quite sound. Was the reality not as such? Was there some hidden truth? Otherwise, why would Guo Guo claim that the sixth prince was not in his right mind? Guo Guo continued to divulge, the situation is far from what the sixth prince perceived. His savior is not Obaiqing at all. The true owner of the necklace is someone else. Song Yao guessed. Are we heading towards a shocking twist? Please, do tell me what transpired. The crowd murmured in anticipation, realizing that the matter was not as it appeared. Guo Guo, please, enlighten us. Upon hearing that he had mistaken the identity of the person who had saved him for so many years, the sixth prince felt a chill run through him. Guo Guo remarked, let me first introduce you to the third-ranked general Ou Yunshao. His original wife was Hong Lin, the legitimate daughter of General Hong. Although Ou Yunshao did not harbor affection for Hong Lin, he consented to marry her to repay the old general's life-saving and supportive kindness. Half a year into their marriage, Ou Yunshao quickly took a concubine named Chang Yan, who was exceptionally skilled in winning hearts. From that moment on, his affections were firmly ensnared by Chang Yan. Ever since she entered the household, Ou Yunshao rarely visited Hong Lin, only going once on the 1st and 15th of each month. Spending the majority of his time at Chang Yan's side, both Hong Lin and Chang Yan became pregnant in succession, giving birth to daughters 10 months later. Hong Lin named her daughter Ou Ruoxun, while Chang Yan named hers Obaiqing. After giving birth, Hong Lin's health deteriorated due to neglect and emotional distress, leading her to pass away 3 years later, half a year after Hong Lin's death. Ou Yunshao elevated Chang Yan to the status of his primary wife. The Hong family remained stationed at the border, unable to provide for their granddaughter Ou Ruoxun, who faced tremendous hardships within the household. It was common for her to go hungry and be poorly clothed, and she often suffered beatings from old Bai Qing, and the servants, Chang Yan, would frequently find reasons to punish old Ruoxun, making her kneel for hours at a time. Thus, old Ruoxun endured a turbulent childhood until the age of 5, when the empress summoned several generals' wives and their legitimate children to the palace. As the legitimate daughter of the primary wife, old Ruoxun was also required to attend. Upon entering the palace, she found herself starkly different from the other children, who were plump and rosy-cheeked. She appeared gaunt, reminiscent of someone from a refugee camp. The other children shunned her, refusing to speak or play with her, leaving her to play alone. One day, while wandering by the lotus pond, she spotted a young boy struggling in the water and, without a second thought, jumped in to rescue him. After saving the boy, she fainted from exhaustion. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in a carriage bound for a village, and her cherished necklace, a keepsake from Hongling, was nowhere to be found. Though she felt despondent about losing the necklace, the prospect of no longer enduring hunger and beatings filled her with joy. Upon hearing this, the sixth prince's face turned as pale as a sheet. If what Guogua said was true, what had he done? He dared not ponder further. The crowd, sensing a scheme at play, wondered how old Ruoxun had been sent away overnight, only for the necklace to later appear around old Bai Qing's neck. What monumental conspiracy lay hidden within this affair? Without making the audience wait long, Guogua resumed. Upon arriving at the village, old Ruoxun's circumstances improved significantly. Eventually, at the age of 14, she was brought back to the mansion. The reason for her return was simple. General Hong hoped to secure a good marriage for his granddaughter old Ruoxun through his military achievements, and after consideration, the emperor granted her to the sixth prince, Cheng Yishu. Many were aware that the sixth prince's heart belonged solely to old Bai Qing. Thus, the sudden emergence of a country girl claiming the title of princess consort would undoubtedly displease him. In the eyes of the sixth prince, his only consort could be old Bai Qing. Now, old Ruoxun was leveraging General Hong's influence to coerce him into marrying her. What a clever strategy! Consequently, prior to the wedding, the sixth prince humiliated old Ruoxun, deeming her shameless, and forced himself to marry her. After the marriage, he subjected her to extreme humiliation. On their wedding night, he did not even enter the bridal chamber, choosing instead to stay in the study. The following day, without a Hao Song Yo, it is truly unfortunate to be deceived by others while willingly rushing towards them. As the saying goes, it is difficult to dissuade a doomed spirit with kind words. Compassion does not save those who hasten their own demise. Sigh, I must ask, has General Hong lost his senses? Why would he marry his daughter to such a scoundrel as Old Yunshao, a dignified daughter of a great general, worthy of being wed even to the emperor himself? Yet she is paired with such a wretch. Furthermore, Old Yunshao, if you are not fond of Hongling, why not simply state it? No one is holding a knife to your throat, forcing you into matrimony. Yet, upon marrying Hongling, you act as if you have suffered the greatest injustice. Is it not clear that Old Yunshao covets the support of General Hong and cannot bear to relinquish it? He claims disdain for Hongling while simultaneously utilizing the resources provided by General Hong. Truly duplicitous. In truth, Old Yunshao is nothing more than a man who thrives off others' fortunes, and he does so with a sense of entitlement. What astounds me the most is General Hong, who, in his foolishness, harms his own daughter and now seeks to meddle with his granddaughter's fate. Without consulting old Ruoxun's wishes, he presumptuously seeks a marriage. Does he truly believe that as long as he deems his actions correct, he can disregard the desires of others? Guogua, I genuinely detest General Hong's hypocritical pretense of acting in others' best interests while causing them harm. If Old Yunshao is the murderer of Hongling, then General Hong is certainly the accomplice. As it stands, if old Ruoxun were to perish one day, the sixth prince would be the mastermind, while General Hong, Old Yunshao, old Bai Qing, and Chang Yan would all be complicit. Ugh, what a despicable lot! No matter how valiant General Hong may be, I hold no respect for such a brutish man. What does he think of women? That he can do as he pleases. Thinking of this infuriates me to the point of wanting to strike someone. The sixth prince sat there dazed, displaying no reaction even as Song Yao berated him. He had mistaken his savior. Moreover, he had subjected his true benefactor to humiliation and torment. What had he done? The few accompanying him dared not utter a word. They were aware of the sixth prince's disdain for his consort but did not anticipate such treatment towards a woman truly inhumane. The other guests were equally astonished. Not only had he mistaken his savior, but he had nearly beaten her to death. Had they been in old Ruoxun's position, they would have regretted saving the sixth prince, perhaps wishing instead to press his head beneath the water to hasten his demise. Song Yao continued, Guogua, does old Auction know that the boy she saved back then is the sixth prince? Guagua, indeed, she does. Upon her return, when she saw old Baiqing with her mother's heirlooms and attempted to reclaim them, the foolish sixth prince rushed out to protect old Baiqing, claiming that the necklace belonged to his savior. In recounting this, old Auction understood why her necklace ended up with old Baiqing and why she was whisked away in the dead of night. Everything was meticulously orchestrated by old Baiqing and her mother. Robbing her of her life-saving grace, old Auction explained to the sixth prince that she was indeed his benefactor, yet he looked upon her with contempt, saying, "You bully Qing and even steal her life-saving grace. What manner of person are you?" He then ordered her to be punished with 30 stripes, nearly beating her to death. From that moment on, old Auction never mentioned the matter of saving his life again. Song Yaoao, tsk, this sixth prince is utterly deranged. Even a robust man might struggle to withstand 30 stripes, yet he has inflicted them upon a woman his own consort, no less. I cannot fathom the depths of his malevolence hidden beneath that seemingly gentle exterior. The others murmured in agreement. The sixth prince truly lacks humanity, delivering such harsh treatment to a woman. He is indeed heartless. Song Yaoao continued her tirade. Guagua, a man like that deserves to be divorced. Not only is he blind, but he has also beaten his savior to the brink of death while engaging in ambiguous relations with that green tea old Baiqing. What purpose does such a scoundrel serve? Is he not concerned about the ill fortune he invites? What? Divorce him? How could Lord Song entertain such thoughts? They have only ever heard of divorcing wives, never husbands. Guagua, host, in this ancient era, only wives can be divorced. Not husbands, however. One could be widowed, poisoned, or assassinated. If the sixth prince were to meet his end, old Auction would be completely free. Song Yaoao, Guagua, can you not be realistic? He is a prince. Can one simply wish for his death? The crowd fell silent, horrified by Guagua's casual mention of the sixth prince's demise. The sixth prince nearly fainted upon hearing the word divorce, only saved from collapsing by those nearby. How blind could he have been to make such a grievous error? Old Auction had indeed clarified that she was his savior. Guagua, host, I have finished my explanation. Would you like to watch the video? Song Yaoao, yes, please. I am still adjusting to this newly activated video feature and often forget about it. Since you reminded me, I shall take a look. I want to see just how blind this sixth prince is and the extent of the harm he has caused to old Auction. Guagua, understood, host. Commencing now. At that moment, the sixth prince and his companions noticed a screen appear above Song Yaoao's head, gradually revealing an image of a delicate beauty. Song Yaoao, Guagua, this is Qiguren. She is truly exquisite. Guagua, there are no unattractive women among the emperor's consorts. Each is stunning. Song Yaoao, that is indeed true. The sixth prince gazed intently at the woman on the screen. Realizing that this was his biological mother, Qiguren, the footage chronicled her life from entering the palace to being favored, becoming pregnant, facing complications during childbirth, and ultimately losing her life, leading to his own adoption and being rescued by old Auction. It culminated in the unjust treatment old Auction suffered upon marrying into the sixth prince's household. Hearing the account was nothing compared to witnessing the video's impact. As Song Yaoao watched old Auction on the verge of death from the beatings, she began to express her outrage. Guagua, seeing old Auction beaten so brutally fills me with indignation. I truly wish I could help her. The sixth prince's behavior is inhumane. What kind of man resorts to beating his wife to display his strength? It is utterly revolting. Ugh, what a despicable man. Such a man is cherished only by old Baiqing. Disgusting. Beneath contempt, Song Yaoao cursed the sixth prince repeatedly in her heart. The others remained silent, awed by her fiery spirit. Even in anger, she did not hesitate to scold a prince. Everyone mentally applauded her bravery. While the sixth prince remained unresponsive, lost in reflection, he might question the truth of other matters. But he knew every instance of beating old Auction was indeed real. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that every scene depicted in the video was also genuine. As Song Yaoao looked up, she noticed the sixth prince staring blankly at her. She raised her head to see nothing above her. Guagua, this sixth prince isn't plotting something sinister against old Auction, is he? He looks noble, yet his actions are far from humane. Song Yaoao cast another glance at the companions seated beside the sixth prince. Scoffing inwardly, humph, those who associate with the sixth prince cannot be virtuous either. They say one who mingles with vermilion will turn red, one who mingles with ink will turn black. They are all cut from the same cloth. Especially that one with the disdainful gaze. He rolled his eyes at me as soon as he arrived. He is likely another who enjoys targeting women. Su Mu, Lord Song, could you please be reasonable? I have said nothing at all. How am I being accused of targeting women? This is utterly unjust. The others accompanying the sixth prince exchanged bewildered glances. They had done nothing wrong. How could they be blamed? They felt they were unfairly implicated by the sixth prince. At that moment, the innkeeper knocked on the door and announced, "Your Highness, the meal is ready." The sixth prince finally regained his focus and replied, "Bring it in." A voice from outside responded, "Yes." Moments later, the door opened, and an array of exquisite dishes was presented on the table. Song Yuo gazed at the culinary delights, her eyes sparkling, observing her eagerness. The sixth prince said, "Lord Song, please do not hold back. Feel free to enjoy." This small kindness made Song Yuo view the sixth prince with slightly more favor. "Just a smidge," she replied. "Then I shall not be polite." Taking up her chopsticks, she served some food to Song Qinling before indulging herself. The atmosphere at the table was tense, with everyone but Song Yuo eating cautiously. The sixth prince barely touched his food, while the others consumed little, unfazed. Song Yuo feasted heartily. The sixth prince, unable to endure any longer, remarked, "Lord Shaosong, I just remembered that there are matters in the estates that require my attention, so I shall take my leave. The payment has already been rendered. Please enjoy your meal." Upon hearing this, Song Yuo hastily replied, "Since your highness has pressing affairs, please do not mind me." As the sixth prince departed from the elegant chamber, he could still hear Song Yuo's inner thoughts. That despicable man, finally gone. With heavy steps, he returned to the residence of the sixth prince, immediately instructing his secret guards to investigate past events. It seemed that Baiqing had considerable confidence in persuading the sixth prince with her words, leaving no substantial cover. The incidents were riddled with flaws, and the secret guards could uncover the truth with ease. A day later, the secret guards returned. Upon seeing the evidence, the sixth prince's hands trembled. How foolish he had been to trust Baiqing's deceit without conducting any investigation. If Baiqing and her daughter dared to scheme against him, they must be prepared for the consequences. The sixth prince was eager to see Ruoxun, yet he feared the encounter. How could he face her? He had wronged his true savior, while the real benefactor had been insulted and beaten to a pulp by his orders. How could he possibly have the face to confront Ruoxun? With a mixture of longing and trepidation, the sixth prince eventually made his way to Ruoxun's courtyard for the first time. He noticed how secluded and shabby it was, attended only by 2 servants. When he arrived, an elderly woman and a maid were seated beneath the eaves, gossiping and snacking on sunflower seeds. One must possess self-awareness. The prince's heart belongs solely to Miss O'Air. What does it matter that Ruoxun occupies the position of princess? She lives in a manner inferior even to us servants. Indeed, if I were her, I would have long since thrown myself into the lake. What a waste of air to continue living. Yes, if only she had died earlier, perhaps in her next life, she might be born into a better fate. Serving this jinx truly brings misfortune. The servant's chatter continued, while not far away, Ruoxun, clad in faded garments, knelt on the ground, scrubbing clothes. She appeared oblivious to the conversation, her expression devoid of emotion as she mechanically washed the fabric. The sixth prince stood outside the courtyard for an indeterminate time before slowly entering. The 2 servants were visibly startled to see him, unsure of how much he had overheard of their remarks. However, upon reflection, they knew the sixth prince held no affection for Ruoxun, and thus felt somewhat relieved. At that moment, the sixth prince beckoned to his guard, who stepped forward. Your Highness. Song Qinling shook her head and replied, "No, you eat by yourself." Song Yuo glanced at the dishes on the table, most of which were meaty, and said, "Elder sister, would you like me to order a few lighter dishes for you?" Song Qinling shook her head again. "No need, just hurry and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold." "All right then." Song Yuo lowered her head and continued to eat. After she had her fill, she looked at the remaining dishes on the table. Noticing there was still a significant amount left, she quickly called the shopkeeper to help pack the leftovers. The shopkeeper, having never encountered such a situation where untouched food was being packed up, was momentarily taken aback. Seeing the shopkeeper standing there in a daze, Song Yuo inquired, "Shopkeeper, what's wrong? Is there an issue with the packing?" The shopkeeper came to his senses and hurriedly responded, "No problem, I will pack it right away." He immediately summoned a servant to assist with the packing. Song Qinling was slightly bewildered by Song Yuo's actions and asked, "Yuo, are we really going to pack this up?" Song Yuo patted her elder sister's arm and said, "Leave aside the exquisite delicacies. Even the most ordinary meals leave many common folk hungry. We must not waste food. Since we've spent money on this, we should take back what we cannot finish and enjoy it later. It's nothing to be concerned about. As for others' opinions, I am indifferent." In her previous life, Song Yuo had already developed the commendable habit of frugality. the spread before them was meant for 7 or 8 people. After the 6th prince and his entourage left, the elder sister had barely touched her meal, leaving behind an abundance. Moreover, these dishes were quite costly. What a pity it would be to waste them. Song Qinling nodded in agreement. All right. Once everything was packed, Song Youao and Song Qinling exited the tavern. After Song Youao left, some individuals in the private room began to question, should we continue following Miss Song? Miss Song has hurt her waist. She probably cannot walk much longer and will likely return home soon. So we cannot keep up. I won't follow anymore. My legs are about to give out. I won't follow either. I'm nearly starving. Eating melons is delightful. But I can't go on like this. I need to eat first. Following Miss Song allowed them to enjoy fresh melons, yet it wasn't feasible to accompany her for 12 hours straight. Some left the private room and returned home, while others ordered dishes in the tavern. Song Youao and Song Qinling boarded a carriage that headed toward their residence. Upon their return, Mrs. Song was immediately informed of Song Youao's injury and hurried over. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she began to reprimand Song Youao. Why did you twist your waist just by going out? Can you not be more composed like your elder sister? Song Youao felt quite aggrieved. She had merely imitated Su Yu's few movements. Who would have thought it would result in a sprained waist? Faced with her mother, Song Youao felt rather meek, seeing her sister looking like a quail. Song Qinling explained the situation to their mother. Mrs. Song glared at Song Youao. Why did you need to imitate others? While scolding, she also instructed the elderly maid by her side to apply medicinal oil to Song Youao. After applying the oil, it needed to be complemented with a massage to ensure better absorption for quicker recovery. The massage was indeed painful. Song Youao cried out in distress, causing the elderly maid's hands to tremble in fear. Mrs. Song reassured the maid, do not mind her, just continue. Then, turning to Song Youao, she said, the pain is expected. You need to endure some hardship to remember this lesson. Let us see if you dare to do it again next time. Song Youao pouted. Are you truly my mother? Mrs. Song retorted. I am not. You were picked up by the old maid who collects night soil. I merely took pity on you and kept you in the house. Song Youao, Song Qinling, they were taken aback by Mrs. Song's words. Alas, life seemed unbearable. Finally, once the medicinal oil was completely absorbed, the elderly maid ceased her actions. Song Youao felt as though the areas that had been kneaded were burning, and the sprained spot throbbed painfully. The sensation was truly intense. Mrs. Song, observing that Song Youao was still grimacing, said, you should rest well. I will have the maid come back tonight to help you with more medicine and massage. Song Youao panicked. Mother, must she come again? Isn't that enough? She understood that such treatments would expedite recovery, but the intensity was overwhelming and she found it difficult to bear. Rest well. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Song Youao attempted to argue further, but Mrs. Song had already left her chamber with a group of people. Song Youao extended her hand, calling out, Mother, wait a moment. Mrs. Song completely ignored her, already far away, with no choice. Song Youao retracted her hand and sighed. Well, so be it. Song Qinling comforted her with a few words before departing. As soon as Song Qinling exited Song Youao's courtyard, she was called away by Mrs. Song, who was eager to know what had transpired that day. The next morning, when Song Youao woke, she noticed that her waist felt significantly better than the previous day. The maid's massage was indeed effective. As soon as she entered the court, Minister Qian stood up to impeach the Minister of Revenue, Qin Hanghang, accusing him of inept household management, allowing a concubine to swap the legitimate daughter, and after much effort to retrieve the legitimate daughter, failing to treat her properly. Song Youao's eyes lit up. Guo Guo, the matter regarding Qin Hanghang has finally come to light. This is wonderful. Such a person is utterly unworthy of being a parent. Do you think that if Madam Qin discovered that Qin Mandai is the daughter of concubine Guo, she would collapse? Yet, perhaps not. Madam Qin has always been somewhat unhinged, and she might still be reluctant to part with Qin Mandai. Guo Guo replied, if Master Su is aware of this matter, it's likely that even if Madam Qin is reluctant, she will have no choice. Song Youao remarked, that is true. The emperor had long been aware of Qin Hangxiang's situation. Among those sent to Song Youao were several who could hear her thoughts. They had already reported this matter to the emperor yesterday, who was astonished to discover such an unhinged person among his ministers. Now, the officials were awaiting the emperor's response. The emperor looked at Qin Hanghang and inquired, Minister Qin, do you have anything to say? At that moment, Qin Hangxiang's entire back was soaked with sweat. He never imagined that Qin Mandai was, in fact, the deceased daughter of Gu Bian. From the very beginning, Gu Bian approached him with ulterior motives, and now she had committed such a deceitful act, putting him in grave danger. Your Majesty, I am guilty. However, I was unaware of concubine Guo's actions to substitute the daughters. I always believed that Qin Mandai was a child adopted from outside. Minister Qin, as a high-ranking official, you actually committed the act of abusing your legitimate daughter. This cannot go unpunished. You are to reflect in isolation for 1 month and forfeit your salary for 3 years as a warning to others. Furthermore, you must not mistreat your legitimate daughter again. Understood. At that moment, the Grand Tutor stepped forward. Your Majesty, I wish to take the genuine granddaughter, Qin Yuyu, to reside in my household for a time. Granted. The Emperor felt that even though he had punished the Minister of Revenue, he could not be certain that Qin Hanghang would treat his legitimate daughter well behind closed doors. Since the Grand Tutor wished to take her in, the Emperor approved of this arrangement. He was not inclined to impose harsher punishment on the Minister of Revenue. Making him reflect in isolation for a month was already the limit. The entire treasury's accounts were in the hands of the Minister of Revenue. If he were absent from court for an extended period, who would the court turn to for funds? Wouldn't it be the Emperor who would have to send someone to summon him? After dealing with the matter of Qin Hanghang, another minister Wu stood up to impeach the 6th prince. Song Yuo's eyes sparkled even brighter. Guo, has the issue regarding the 6th prince been discovered as well? This minister is truly commendable. The prince is being impeached without hesitation. Guo replied, Host, that is how these ministers operate. If the Emperor does something inappropriate, they will advise him. In the meantime, Minister Wu had finished detailing the 6th prince's mistreatment of the princess. The Emperor had known about this matter since yesterday. He could hardly believe that his son could be so ruthless. Initially, General Han had knelt before him, requesting a good match for his granddaughter, or auction. Considering the princess without consorts, the Emperor thought the 6th prince was the most gentle and refined. Thus he issued a marriage decree. Little did he expect that the 6th prince would treat his wife in such a manner. And upon hearing the report from his secret guards yesterday, he was filled with unease, fearing that our auction might lose her life due to the abuse. How would this reflect on General Han, stationed far away at the border? Would it not seem that the Emperor harbored ill will towards General Han and intentionally sent his granddaughter to suffer at the 6th prince's palace? The 6th prince had already knelt on the ground. Father, I am guilty. The Emperor remained silent, while the 6th prince knelt on the ground, persistently bowing his head in reverence. At that moment, Song Yuo's inner thoughts echoed, Guo. Could it be that the Emperor is reluctant to part with this despicable man? I've never encountered such a heartless individual before. I sincerely hope the Emperor grants a divorce between the 6th prince and Oru Oksun, allowing this callous soul to distance himself from her. Frankly, I truly believe the 6th prince is unworthy of Oru Oksun. The crowd remarked, Little Song, you are indeed bold. The Emperor has yet to speak. Yet you have already taken it upon yourself to arrange matters so clearly. Even the Minister Song appeared on the verge of kneeling in fright. In unison, they raised their heads to gaze at the Emperor, whose expression remained unchanged. Upon hearing Song Yuo's thoughts, the 6th prince glared at her with fury. It is said that it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. Why does this little Song think to advocate for their divorce? Furthermore, as a mere subject, what right does she have to meddle in such affairs? What kind of upbringing has Minister Song provided for his daughter? As Song Yuo looked up, she was met with the 6th prince's predatory glare, causing her to instinctively shrink back. Guo, this loathsome man looks as if he wishes to devour me whole. What have I done to provoke him? I am merely standing here, saying not a word. I have not exposed his secrets, nor have I instigated him to bully Oru Oksun. He is the one with a misguided mind, foolishly believing O Baiqing's words. If he wishes to glare, he should direct it at O Baiqing, not me. This has nothing to do with me. He's utterly insane. Guo consoled, Host, do not bother yourself with those who are mentally unstable. We must show leniency towards those with disabilities. Song Yuo replied, Indeed, Guo, you speak wisely. Comforted by Guo's words, Song Yuo felt markedly better. However, the 6th prince was anything but comfortable. Guo, you are the one who is disabled. Your entire family is disabled. I am perfectly fine. The ministers regarded the 6th prince with peculiar expressions, questioning whether he truly had a problem in his mind, given how easily he had been manipulated by that woman. O Baiqing, the 6th prince sensed the scrutinizing gazes of the ministers but was unable to turn and glare back at them while kneeling, which only fueled his anger and frustration. The Emperor, observing his son, also suspected that the prince was mentally unwell. Having been deceived by Bai Qing and her mother for so many years, he contemplated sending some pig brain soup from the imperial kitchen to his son to help rejuvenate his mind. With a deep sigh, the emperor remarked, "Not long ago, General Han submitted a memorial requesting your divorce from Ruoxun. The memorial merely stated that you were incompatible, without further elaboration, at the time. I found it peculiar that General Han would suddenly advocate for your divorce. I intended to send someone to investigate, but the issue of the floods in Jiangnan delayed my inquiry. It seems General Han must have already known about your treatment of the sixth princess." Which prompted that memorial. The sixth prince hastily interjected, "Father, I truly understand my mistakes. I will make amends to Ruoxun. I implore you not to permit our divorce." With that, he resumed bowing his head to the ground. The emperor sighed once more. The situation has reached this point. Mere bowing will not suffice. Throughout this past year, you have never brought Ruoxun to the palace banquets. Whenever your mother and I inquired, you claimed she was unwell. Whether she truly was or if you intentionally excluded her from the gatherings, have you considered the consequences of your actions? Is it not evident that you do not favor the sixth princess? How do you expect Ruoxun to conduct herself among the ladies of the capital and within the sixth prince's residence? General Han has only ever requested two things from me in his lifetime. 1. To find a suitable match for Ruoxun, and 2. To facilitate your divorce. I failed to investigate thoroughly before granting you this marriage, which has led her to endure so much suffering. In truth, the emperor felt a pang of regret. His intentions had been noble, yet they had culminated in such an unfortunate outcome. With a heavy heart, he continued, "Having reflected on this matter, since it was my error, I shall take responsibility for its resolution. I hereby grant General Han's request for your divorce and allow Ruoxun to choose her own marriage in the future." Upon hearing this, the sixth prince felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Hastily bowing his head again, "Father, I genuinely understand my mistakes. I beseech you to retract your decree and prevent our divorce." The emperor sighed again. "The imperial decree has been issued. There is no possibility of retraction." After a moment's pause, he added, "If you truly comprehend your errors, you must pursue Ruoxun once more. Should she agree, I will grant you another marriage. However, you must never coerce her. She must willingly consent." The sixth prince's heart sank upon hearing these words. He was well aware of the severity of his past actions. Now, Ruoxun completely barred him from approaching her. Any attempt to get close only heightened her anxiety. The prospect of winning her back seemed exceedingly daunting, yet he resolved to give it a try. Song Youo observed the sixth prince and remarked, "Guo, they have finally secured their divorce. Ruoxun has at last freed herself from this despicable man. She is finally liberated." However, judging by the sixth prince's demeanor, it appears he has not yet given up. Is he preparing for a relentless pursuit? It seems we are in for an entertaining show ahead. Unfazed by the sixth prince's grim expression, Song Youo reveled in her schadenfreude. The emperor, watching his son kneel and continuously bow his head, felt a pang of sympathy, yet he maintained, "The matter has been decided. You may rise." The sixth prince understood that the emperor would not alter his decision at this juncture. Slowly, he stood and moved aside. Just as everyone presumed the matter concluded, Minister Wu began to implicate the third-rank general, Yunxiao. Ruoxun's father, Yunxiao, had not treated his original wife, Hong Ling, with care, leading to her premature demise, and his legitimate daughter had suffered greatly in the household. Yunxiao had indulged his second wife and her daughter, perpetrating deceit and misappropriating the benefits of gratitude, ultimately causing the sixth prince to misidentify his savior, resulting in the current divorce. All of this was Yunxiao's fault. Standing below, Yunxiao realized that he could not escape when Minister Wu began to indict the sixth prince. Now, it seemed it was his turn. Terrified, Yunxiao quickly knelt. The emperor looked upon this man, who thrived off the labor of others, with utter disdain. He had claimed to marry Hong Ling to repay General Han's life-saving grace. Yet the emperor saw it as an act of vengeance against her and her daughter. General Han had only one daughter, who had been cruelly mistreated to death by this wretch. Such a man, who could treat his own wife and child with such cruelty, was hardly a reliable defender of the realm. This type of individual only cared for power and prestige. With this in mind, the emperor had already devised a punishment for Yunxiao. Yunxiao, do you acknowledge your crimes? I acknowledge my crimes. That is good to hear. You are unworthy of your rank. Go serve as a 9th-rank gatekeeper." His second wife, Chang Yan, had abused her legitimate daughter, deceiving those above while taking advantage of those below, and had misappropriated life-saving benefits. Her actions were disgraceful. she would be sent to the ancestral hall, where she would not live until death claimed her. As for his daughter, Bai Qing, her crimes warranted death, yet considering her youth, she would also be sent to the ancestral hall, not to live until death depart her. Upon hearing this verdict, old Yunshao collapsed to the ground. It was over. It was all over. With a wave of his hand, the emperor signaled for several guards to escort old Yunshao away, now a 9th-ranked gatekeeper. He had no right to attend court. Song Yao silently commanded the emperor, Guo. This emperor truly embodies authority and majesty. Though the others did not grasp the meaning of authority and majesty, they understood the sentiment of admiration for the emperor. To hear praise from Song Yao was a rare occurrence indeed. The emperor, unable to suppress a smile, touched his own face. Oh, little Song has an eye for talent. Even though I am aging, I still possess my charm. As for the terms he did not understand, he dismissed them as mere compliments. Subsequently, the emperor shifted the conversation back to the floods in Jiangnan. He surveyed the ministers below and stated, I have dispatched personnel to Jiangnan. Yesterday I received a memorial reporting that the region has been plagued by incessant rain, with rising waters and collapsed embankments. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts and suggestions regarding this matter? Upon hearing this, Song Yao inquired curiously, Guo, in ancient times, weren't embankments constructed using earth and stone? People would excavate the surrounding land to fill the foundations of the embankments to enhance their stability. How could they collapse so soon after repair? Is it a shoddy construction? Guo replied, Host, you may not be aware. The funds allocated by the emperor are siphoned off by layers of officials, leaving little for the localities. With such meager funds, it is only natural that corners would be cut in the construction. Thus, it is hardly surprising that the newly repaired embankments were swiftly washed away by the floodwaters. Moreover, the ancient techniques employed in the construction of embankments were rather limited, resulting in the riverbanks being repaired annually, only to be washed away each year in a vicious cycle. Song Yao remarked, Is the emperor aware of the corruption? Guo replied, He is, but there are simply too many officials involved in embezzlement. The law cannot punish the multitude. Previously, the emperor dispatched individuals to investigate the corruption, yet all the imperial envoys sent to Jiangnan met with inexplicable deaths. The political landscape in Jiangnan resembles a steel drum. Whoever ventures in is doomed. Song Yao sighed, Alas, the emperor must feel quite stifled. He cannot act according to his own whims. Those parasites should be dragged out and dealt with mercilessly. Upon hearing Song Yao's candid thoughts, the officials broke out in cold sweat. These matters were an open secret, yet no one had dared to speak of them openly. Little Song, however, exhibited remarkable courage by discussing such topics with Guo. Even Minister Song was taken aback. This impudent girl was not only gossiping about the officials but was now delving into state affairs. Song Yao's musings continued. Guo, when it comes to the techniques for constructing embankments, I am reminded of modern cement and concrete. If we employed such methods, the embankments would endure for decades, if not centuries, without the threat of being washed away again. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they eagerly leaned in to learn more about this modern cement and concrete. The emperor, who had been restless since receiving the memorial yesterday, was unexpectedly intrigued by Song Yao's thoughts during the morning court session. It was as if the universe had conspired to present him with a solution. If he could master the formula for modern cement and concrete, there would be no cause for concern. The emperor listened intently, feigning discussion with his ministers, wary of revealing any signs of discovery to Song Yao. Guo interjected, Host, your insight is commendable. However, it is imperative that the emperor dispatch reliable individuals to oversee this matter. The funds should be given directly to the officials sent, rather than being funneled through the layers of the Ministry of Revenue, thus circumventing the rampant corruption. Once in Jiangnan, they can utilize concrete for the embankment, ensuring absolute success. Song Yao responded, I am well aware of that. After court, I shall document the formula and applications of this concrete and cement for my father to present to the emperor. As for the implementation, that responsibility lies with the emperor. We can only do so much. Guo wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, we shall fulfill our responsibilities, and the remainder shall be beyond our control. With Song Yao's words, the situation appeared promising. After court, they arranged for the shadow guards to accompany them to the Song residence, as they had successfully done so before. With a solution in sight, the atmosphere in the court lightened considerably. Song Yao sensed this change. Guo, why does it feel as though the ambience in the court has suddenly shifted? Guo replied, Host, your intuition is indeed accurate. I sense it as well. Song Yao continued. These ministers, day after day, seemed to change their moods as unpredictably as if they were experiencing their monthly cycles, making it quite perplexing. Guo corrected her. Host, it's the women who have their monthly cycles. For men, it's referred to as the big uncle, Song Yao exclaimed. Oh, yes, indeed, Guo, you are truly cultured. While everyone else was puzzled about the term the big uncle, Guo had already provided clarity. The expression on the faces of those present resembled a colorful palette. Reflecting their mixed emotions, it was truly vexing. This frustration could not be voiced or vented. Little Song had managed to ensnare everyone present, including the emperor and her father, Minister Song. This audacious girl dared to speak her mind without restraint. The emperor maintained a calm demeanor. As long as the formula for cement and concrete was produced, he would overlook her remarks. Minister Song, however, was seething, wishing to deliver a thorough reprimand to his daughter. He glanced around at the expressions of the officials, intensifying his desire to chastise Song Yao. This child would certainly be subjected to a thorough application of familial discipline. Just then, Eunuch Wang called out. If there are matters to discuss, please raise them. If not, the court is adjourned. As the ministers prepared to speak, loud cries and commotion erupted from outside the hall. The emperor furrowed his brow in displeasure. What is the cause of this ruckus? Song Yao, curious, inquired of Guo. Guo, what is happening outside? Guo exclaimed. The family of Prince Yu, Doukai, has arrived. At that moment, a bruised and battered individual was brought in, lying on a plank and wailing incessantly. Beside him knelt an elegantly dressed elderly woman. The emperor, startled by the scene before him, exclaimed, Princess Yu, what has transpired? The elderly woman, who was indeed the princess, wept profusely. The prince departed too soon, leaving behind only this solitary child. See Yuan, though he may be a bit unruly, I cannot fathom who could be so cruel as to leave him in such a state. After listening for a while, Song Yao remained perplexed and asked Guo. Guo, I have not grasped the situation. What exactly has happened? Guo elucidated. Prince Yu, Doukai, lies here, the only legitimate son of the prince, Do Si Yuan, renowned in the capital for his debauchery, indulging in all vices. It is unclear how many heinous acts he has committed. Out of respect for the late prince, the emperor has often intervened to mitigate the consequences of his actions. This time, however, he has crossed paths with the wrong individuals and ended up in a sack. This is the result you see before you. Upon hearing this, Song Yao became animated. Caught in a sack, what did he do? Guo, do tell me. Meanwhile, the princess continued to lament their struggles as a mother and son. No one interrupted her. She had a habit of making such appearances every few months, and everyone present, except for Song Yao, was accustomed to it, although the princess was not permitted to appear in court. The emperor had tolerated her disturbances due to her late husband's merits. It had not been long since the last incident, and now the princess was back again. Everyone was weary of her repetitive lamentations. As she recited the same few lines, today, however, the reason behind Do Si Yuan being caught in a sack piqued the curiosity of all present. Guo did not disappoint, explaining, Host, you may watch the video while I elaborate. Do Si Yuan is nothing but a scoundrel. He frequents brothels and gambling dens, and we need not elaborate further. He is utterly shameless. On the streets, he would send his lackeys to investigate any attractive young woman from respectable families. If she lacked connections, he would seize the opportunity to abduct her into his household, subjecting her to his whims. This man is a pervert, indulging in depravity far beyond normal bounds. I believe you have seen the video, so I shan't elaborate further. Some women, unable to endure the humiliation, chose to end their lives. Others, who had upon discovering that the one who had abducted their woman was none other than Do Si Yuan, the sole legitimate son of the prince, despair washed over the crowd. They had heard whispers that the current emperor was Do Si Yuan's protector, regardless of what mischief Do Si Yuan might engage in. The emperor would always cover for him. With such imperial backing, they pondered the futility of reporting to the authorities, ultimately deciding against it. The emperor, upon hearing these remarks, was enveloped in a profound darkness. He had shielded Do Si Yuan out of respect for the prince, but he had underestimated the gravity of the situation. Believing it to be trivial, his unwavering trust in the prince and princess had led him to neglect a thorough investigation. How would the common folk perceive him now? His illustrious reputation was on the brink of ruin, all thanks to this scoundrel. Song Yao, adding salt to the emperor's wounds, remarked, Is the emperor losing his wits, protecting such a knave? And as for the one who backed him, truly, if one is to act, they ought to be decisive. Better to end it swiftly. Once deceased, a white cloth draped, a mournful tune played. and we could feast in peace. This could be the perfect opportunity for a splendid banquet. The onlookers exchanged glances, noting the emperor's countenance, dark as the sky before a tempest. Little Song, you are truly audacious. Daring to call the emperor senile, we all admire your bravery. If there's one thing we yield to, it's you. Moreover, we suspect your motives lean toward securing a feast by eliminating Do Xiyun. Host, are you longing for a feast? Queried Guoguo. Indeed, I am, replied Song You'll. But wait, Guoguo. We seem to be digressing. Shouldn't we be discussing that scoundrel Do Xiyun instead? What led to his being back this time? This fellow, just recently, encountered a remarkably beautiful woman in the streets and, upon investigation, found her lacking in connections. The woman had elderly parents and a brother stationed at a military camp on the outskirts. A mere minor leader whom Do Xiyun deemed insignificant. A few days ago, when he spotted the woman again, he attempted to seize her. Coincidentally, her brother had just returned to handle some affairs, only to find a gaggle of lackeys attempting to abduct his sister. With his troops, he swiftly dispersed them. After learning that Do Xiyun was the instigator, he stationed himself at the prince's palace. Yesterday, they found the prince, aside from his insatiable lust for power, harbored another passion, an ardent desire for beauty. While stationed at the borders, he indulged himself by keeping over a dozen enchanting women outside the military camp. During the quieter moments in the barracks, he would frequent the secluded residence of these women, all of whom were housed in the towns beyond the fortifications. The prince was quite the libertine. At times, he would summon several of these women to join him for the night. Song You'll remarked. Goodness, this prince is truly vigorous for his age, living the life of a bridegroom night after night. He must not fear that iron pencils could be ground into needles. Guoguo responded. Host, it appears the prince did not die from such a mundane cause, but rather from excessive indulgence. With wide eyes, Song You'll exclaimed. What? He did not perish due to the war. Instead, it was from excess. This contradicts the narrative that circulated at the time. If that is the case, why was it claimed he died because of the conflict? Guoguo explained. The prince, having aged and indulged excessively, suffered a fatal heart attack due to the excitement of his escapades. To cover up this disgraceful demise, his closest confidants executed the women in the secluded residence and publicly declared that he died from a sudden heart ailment brought on by the stress of war. Thus, the prince garnered a posthumous military honor. Song You'll inquired, was there no examination of the body? Guoguo replied, there was an examination, but it yielded no conclusive results. The prince's demise was indeed due to overstimulation and heart failure, and now those in charge assert he died from the pressures of war. How could this be investigated? The medical knowledge of the ancient times cannot uncover such truths. Frustrated, Song You'll exclaimed, how can this scoundrel obtain military accolades so easily? Why does this infuriate me so? Guoguo continued, aside from the two confidants of the prince, no one else is aware of the true cause of his death, including the prince's consort and Do Xiyun. When news of the prince's demise due to wartime anxiety reached the public, everyone held him in high esteem. The emperor was filled with guilt. This is why he has consistently protected the prince's estate and Do Xiyun. With a sigh, Song You'll remarked, Guoguo, the emperor has been terribly deceived by those scoundrels in the prince's household, and it has cost him dearly. The onlookers were incensed as they observed the video of the prince's treachery and the truth behind his death. The emperor clenched the armrests of his dragon throne, his rage so intense that he might have fainted had he not been gripping the throne. This was the man he had felt guilty about, merely a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing, deceiving all. Song You'll then directed her gaze toward the prince's consort below, saying, Guoguo, those two wretches down there, one weeping and the other wailing incessantly, are utterly vexatious. Given the prince's actions, his subordinates are even more audacious, daring to associate his death with the war and usurping military honors. Such individuals deserve to have their families eradicated. Guoguo, where are the two confidants of the prince now? They are crucial witnesses. Guoguo replied, they are currently stationed at the military camp along the borders, holding significant positions. One is named Fan Qinyun, a general of the 5th rank, while the other is Hu Chengming, also a general of the 5th rank. As Guoguo revealed their names and titles, their likenesses appeared in the video. Song You'll noted, I have memorized their appearances. Guoguo, I am not adept at drawing. I fear I might not capture their likenesses accurately. I had intended to sketch them to present to the emperor, but now what should I do? Guoguo responded, Host, I neglected to inform you earlier. Since my upgrade, I possess a printing function that can produce the images you require. Elated, Song You'll exclaimed, that is splendid. Upon returning, please print their likenesses for me, along with the recipe for cement and concrete. to present to my father. The emperor must apprehend these witnesses to hold the prince's household accountable. Guagua affirmed, understood, host. The emperor's grip on the armrest fluctuated, tightening and loosening in a restless manner. The courtiers below cautiously observed his demeanor, fearful of incurring his wrath. Aside from monitoring the emperor's countenance, Song Shulang was also concerned about Song You'll. Did this young girl possess too much knowledge? Even the term excessive indulgence escaped her lips. This girl had irreparably tarnished her reputation in front of so many people. In truth, her reputation had been lost the moment her thoughts were audible to the crowd. Now, Song Shulang worried it might already be too late. Song You'll's thoughts continued to flow. Guagua, did we not previously discuss that the prince had private soldiers? Now that he is dead, what will become of those soldiers? Guagua replied, the prince had amassed considerable wealth over the years. Fan Qingyun and Hu Chongming have been sustaining those private soldiers with this wealth. The soldiers conduct training and, during their leisure, cultivate land. When the growing season arrives, they plant crops to sustain themselves, and they also engage in hunting. Song You'll remarked, they are indeed self-sufficient, but wait, even with the prince deceased, why are Fan Qingyun and Hu Chongming still training those soldiers? Do they intend to rebel themselves? Guagua clarified, Fan Qingyun and Hu Chongming have no intentions of rebellion. Rather, they aim to prepare the soldiers to later hand them over to Do Xiyun, supporting him in his insurrection. Song You'll scoffed derisively, looking down at the individuals below. Pfft, that wailing fool down there is nothing but a useless pawn. Are Fan Qingyun and Hu Chongming out of their minds, thinking of aiding such a person? Should those soldiers fall into his hands, they would likely be disbanded within days. Fan Qingyun and Hu Chongming may be loyal to the prince, but they have misplaced their allegiance by the way. Guagua, please inform me of the location of the private soldiers later. I will note it down to present to the emperor. Guagua responded, understood, host. For the time being, Song You'll's thoughts fell silent. The hall was filled only with the voices of the prince's consort and Do Xiyun. The emperor interrupted, asking, Princess consort, Do Xiyun, are you aware of your crimes? Both the consort and Do Xiyun ceased speaking, staring blankly at the emperor. Upon seeing his stern expression, they were filled with trepidation. Had their misdeeds been uncovered? After a moment, the prince's consort stammered, Your Majesty, I am unaware. I beseech you to enlighten me. Do Xiyun echoed, I am ignorant. I implore you to clarify, Your Majesty. The emperor regarded the two below, stating, What have you done over the years? Must I enumerate it for you? Under my banner, you have committed acts of abduction and murder against the common folk. What do you take me for? Upon hearing this, the prince's consort and Do Xiyun understood their transgressions were exposed. Their foreheads beaded with perspiration. The consort attempted to defend herself. Your Majesty, those are but rumors. They cannot be trusted. At that moment, Do Xiyun's complexion paled, his body trembling. The emperor, dismissive of further discourse with the pair, said, Do Xiyun, you know well what you have done. There is no need for me to elaborate. The evidence lies within your household's flower garden. I have already dispatched people to your residence. The proof will soon be in hand. Upon hearing this, the prince's consort and Do Xiyun collapsed to the ground. The consort quickly regained her composure, kneeling and repeatedly bowing. Your Majesty, spare us, please. Your Majesty. Do Xiyun followed suit, kneeling and bowing as well. Your Majesty, spare us, please. The emperor merely cast a dispassionate glance at them, stating, Take them away and imprison them in the dungeons. Soon after, the prince's consort and Do Xiyun were dragged away. Song You'll remarked, Guagua, has the emperor uncovered the nefarious deeds of this mother-son duo? Guagua affirmed, Indeed. Song You'll celebrated, The emperor is truly wise. The emperor is formidable. The pleasant voice of eunuch Wang rang out. If there are matters to present, do so. If none, you may withdraw. The courtiers responded, We have no matters to present. Eunuch Wang concluded, Withdraw. Had it not been for the disruption caused by the prince's consort and Do Xiyun, the court would have adjourned much earlier. Their antics had delayed the proceedings. After court, Song You'll accompanied Song Shulang back to their residence. Upon changing out of her official attire, Song You'll began drafting the materials she intended to submit to the emperor. The recipes for cement and concrete, along with their applications, uses, and precautions, the portraits of Fan Qingyun and Hu Chongming had been printed in high definition, as well as details of their families and connections. Upon reviewing their network, Song You'll noted the extent of their connections was quite significant. She also had Guagua print the locations where the prince's private soldiers were concealed. Accompanied by a map to those locations, Song You'll meticulously examined these items several times, ensuring there were no issues. Before stealthily making her way to the study of Song Shulang following her original plan, she hurled the items against the door and fled. Only after confirming that her father had picked up the items and entered the room did she leave the premises. Song Shuren opened the items and, after a brief inspection, instructed his secret guards to take them back to the imperial palace. Upon viewing the high-definition photographs, the emperor was astonished. Is this what Song Yao referred to as printing? Has the likeness of a living person been transferred onto paper? Every strand of hair is distinct, the scars on the face, the texture of the skin all vividly apparent. How extraordinary! However, the emperor could not afford to dwell on the marvel of the printed photographs at that moment. Instead, he dispatched individuals bearing a secret edict to the border, tasked with apprehending Fan Qinyun, Hu Chengming, along with their families and networks. The emperor, surveying these connections, could not help but clutch his chest. The duke had been deceased for many years. Yet his influence persisted, reaching such a degree. Subsequently, the emperor arranged for individuals to bring cement and concrete formulas to Jiangnan. Just as these tasks were completed, the envoy sent to the duke's residence returned. Listening to the report, the emperor was consumed with a desire to see the duke's consort and Do Xiyun subjected to 1,000 torturous deaths. Beneath the flower bed, over 30 skeletons had been unearthed. To what extent had Do Xiyun descended into madness to have tormented so many women to their demise? Now was not the time for action. Only upon receiving news of a successful capture at the border could he deal with this mother and son. Otherwise, should the duke's subordinates learn of their demise, it was impossible to predict their reactions, and a situation could spiral out of control. It was wiser to preserve the lives of this mother and son for the time being. Though immediate execution was not feasible, some interest could still be extracted. The emperor ordered that the jailers treat the mother and son well, but not to the extent of killing them with the emperor's command. The jailers were well equipped with methods of torment that would not result in death. Meanwhile, after handing over the items to her father, Song Yao spent her days attending court and nursing her injuries. The old matron visited daily to assist Song Yao with back massages. 7 days later, Song Yao's back had fully healed. One day, after court, she prepared to venture out for some leisure, having been cooped up in the manor for too long. Unexpectedly, a few unexpected guests arrived at the estate. Madame Song summoned Song Yao to the front hall, where she was taken aback to discover the visitors were none other than Owu Auction. Accompanied by a young lady and a young man whom Song Yao did not recognize, she inquired of Guoguo, "Guoguo, what brings Owu Auction here, and who are the other two?" Guoguo replied, "I have no idea why Owu Auction is here. As for the other two, the young lady is Hong Logong's granddaughter, named Hong Mengxi, and the young man is her brother, Hong Trio." The trio had long heard of the remarkable young official, though they could not pinpoint what made her so special. Just moments ago, they had distinctly heard a voice in the hall, yet they had not seen anyone speak. Where did the voice come from? They did not dwell on it, quickly rising to bow to Song Yao. "Young official Song." Song Yao nodded to them, inviting them to sit. She scrutinized Owu Auction and remarked to Guoguo, "Owu Auction has improved significantly after a period of recuperation, looking much better than when I last saw her in the video. So gentle and beautiful. Such a fine young lady, yet she encountered that despicable sixth prince. What a misfortune!" The voice of Owu Auction echoed, identical to the one that had just spoken, yet young official Song had not opened her mouth. What could this mean? The others gazed intently at Song Yao. She then asked, "May I inquire as to your purpose in visiting?" Owu Auction quickly replied, "We all admire young official Song immensely, at such a young age. You have already entered the court, and we wish to make your acquaintance." Song Yao nodded. "Guoguo, this damp charm of mine, it seems to attract people." Guoguo rolled her eyes dramatically. "Host, can you not possess a modicum of self-awareness? What charm does a mere child like you possess? Only these three are blindly starstruck enough to be deceived by you." Song Yao retorted. "Would admitting my charm bring about your demise?" Guoguo replied. "I am not doomed, but I may very well hurl." The trio now confirmed that Song Yao had indeed not spoken, yet that voice was unmistakably hers. Was this her inner voice? Could this be what set young official Song apart? Listening to the banter between Song Yao and Guoguo, the guests found it exceedingly amusing. Young official Song was indeed entertaining. Owu Auction had heard that her matters would soon come to light. All thanks to young official Song's efforts, and she came to express her gratitude. However, others had advised her not to utter any words of thanks, but rather to speak of her admiration for young official Song during her visit. Owu Auction was puzzled as to why gratitude was to be avoided, but was told she would understand upon arrival. Now, she finally grasped that her issues had likely been exposed through young official Song's inner voice. Accompanying them were not only Madame Song but also her elder sister, Song Qinling. Song Yao found their discussions uninteresting and began to doze off. Napping in front of guests was impolite. She forced herself to stay awake and said to Guoguo, "Guoguo, share some new gossip to wake me up. I feel as if I am about to fall asleep. Guo Guo replied, very well, host. Moments later, Guo Guo's voice resonated again, and as she narrated, a figure appeared on the screen above Song You's head. It was none other than Hong Mangxi. Guo Guo continued, today, we shall delve into the tale of Hong Mangxi. Her father is Hong Logong's eldest son. Hong Fei trained under his father in the military from a young age, mastering exceptional martial skills. When he reached marriageable age, he wed the legitimate daughter of the Duke of N, and Pinru. The couple shared a blissful life for a time. However, after 3 years, and Pinru's womb remained silent. The old matron, concerned, arranged for a girl from her own family to enter Hong Fei's household. This girl is Hong Mangxi's biological mother. Mei Yinyang, Song Yao interjected. Was it Pinru who lacked fertility? Guo Guo clarified, no, Pinru is not infertile. She simply found it difficult to conceive. Host, please refrain from interrupting. Let me finish. Song Yao complied. All right, I shall not interrupt. Proceed. Owu Auction and the others watched the screen displaying Hong Fei, Pinru, and Mei Yinyang. Astonished at how Song Yao knew their appearances, Song Yao remarked, I do not know. Guo Guo knows. Guo Guo continued. Mei Yinyang was quite capable. Not long after, it was discovered she was pregnant. The old matron, fearing any mishaps, brought Mei Yinyang to her own courtyard and assigned someone to care for her. 10 months later, Hong Triu was born. The family was overjoyed and adored the child, although Hong Triu was a concubine's son. He was the first grandson of the Han family, thus holding a unique position in the household. His upbringing, attire, and provisions were all on par with a legitimate son. 2 years later, Pinru discovered she was pregnant, and she was overjoyed, eagerly anticipating the birth of a legitimate heir. However, contrary to her hopes, 10 months later, she gave birth to her first daughter, Hong Jinwang. The birth of a daughter was indeed a rare feat. Though she regretted not having a son, Pinru cherished her daughter immensely. As they watched the unfolding scenes on the screen, they continued discussing other matters to prevent Song Yao from detecting anything unusual. Guo Guo paused before continuing. Thus, 3 more years passed, and Mei Yinyang became pregnant again, giving birth to Hong Mangxi. Hong Fei maintained a relationship with both wife and concubine, and they coexisted harmoniously. As the children grew, Hong Jinwang married her cousin Enlei, the legitimate grandson of the Duke of N, and they had a son and a daughter. This lifestyle brought great satisfaction to Hong Jinwang. However, this happiness was short-lived. As Hong Jinwang was diagnosed with an incurable disease, she would not survive the year. Hong Jinwang wept daily, lamenting that with a stepmother came a stepfather. If she were to die, what would become of her 2 young children? One was 3 years old, the other merely 1, both at a tender age when they needed their mother. The thought of her children's suffering filled Hong Jinwang with anguish. Song Yao could not help but interrupt Guo Guo. Guo Guo, while Hong Jinwang's plight is indeed tragic, what does it have to do with Hong Mangxi? Guo Guo explained. Hong Jinwang contemplated that rather than leaving her husband to find an unknown stepmother after her death, it would be better for her to help him find a suitable one while she was still alive. After careful observation, she found no suitable candidates in the capital. Recently, due to the uproar surrounding the 6th prince's divorce from Owu Auction, the old general received news and sought to bring his granddaughter to his side, sending Hong Triu and Hong Mangxi to the capital to fetch her. After Hong Triu and Hong Mangxi arrived in the capital, they paid a visit to the residence of the Duke of Angua, where they encountered Hong Jinwang. Upon seeing her beautiful half-sister Hong Mangxi, Hong Jinwang's thoughts turned to her. Song Yao exclaimed in astonishment. Is Hong Jinwang out of her mind to propose that her half-sister become a concubine? What could she possibly be thinking? Moreover, how could this flower-like maiden, Hong Mangxi, ever agree to marry a man who has already been wed? This man not only has 2 children but is also her brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Hong Mangxi's face turned ashen, Hong Triu's countenance darkened ominously. Guo Guo continued to divulge. There is no need to ponder. Hong Mangxi would surely refuse. Who would want to wed a divorced older man, especially one burdened with 2 children? Marrying him would mean becoming a stepmother, responsible for raising them. Who would willingly take on such a role? Furthermore, being a stepmother is fraught with challenges. If one is lenient, others will say she lacks dedication because they are not her biological children. Yet if she is strict, they will accuse her of being cruel to her stepchildren. No matter how she behaves, it will all be misconstrued. It's like Xu Beiji looking in a mirror unable to fit in anywhere. Ultimately, nothing will come of it. Hong Jinwang is aware that Hong Mangxi will certainly oppose this. Thus she has concocted a nefarious scheme. Guo Guo paused before continuing. How the banquet is set to take place in 3 days. The households that received invitations are all inquiring whether the residence of Minister Song has also received theirs. Will Lord Song attend the banquet at the Duke of An's estate? Upon learning that Lord Song will indeed grace the event with his presence, they are filled with excitement. It has been quite some time since they last saw Lord Song. Especially after he injured his waist, they all miss him dearly. However, they are fully aware that it is not merely Lord Song they long to see. They eagerly wish to accompany him to witness the latest gossip. Recently, the lack of new tidbits has left them feeling somewhat unfulfilled. 3 days later, Song Youao, Song Qinling, and Song Qingyu accompany Madame Song to the Duke of An's residence. Upon arriving, Song Youao surveyed the crowd and assumed she had arrived early. Still a quarter of an hour remaining until the banquet's commencement. To her astonishment, the venue was already filled to capacity. Is everyone in the capital so eager to attend banquets? Indeed, the ladies of the capital have few leisure activities. Such gatherings are a delightful way to pass the time. Little did Lord Song know, it is not enthusiasm for the banquet that drives them. Rather, it is the competition for seating arrangements. They fear arriving late and being seated far from Song Youao, thus missing out on the freshest gossip. They have even reserved the finest table for the Song family. How shall I put it? With Song Youao seated there, everyone can gaze upon the video above her head from every angle. One must admit, these individuals have gone to great lengths to ensure they can indulge in the gossip in vivid detail surrounding Madame Song. Many of the ladies and young misses had encountered each other at the previous palace banquet. Upon seeing that all the expected guests had arrived, Madame Duke officially commenced the festivities. Today's banquet boasted a meticulously prepared feast, accompanied by splendid songs and dances. Everyone's eyes were on Song Youao. Yet her attention was solely on the food, guo. Though the offerings of the Duke's estate may not rival those of the palace, they are still quite delightful. Guo replied, Host, if you enjoy it, feel free to indulge a bit more. Without hesitation, Song Youao began to eat heartily. As she reveled in her meal, Guo's voice suddenly chimed in. Host, Hong Mangshi has been deceived out of the estate by a maid. Song Youao paused her eating, quickly wiping her hands. Guo, we must go out immediately. As Song Youao's thoughts resonated, everyone noticed above her head a young and beautiful girl, presumably the Hong Mangshi mentioned by Lord Song. Being called away by a maid, turning to Madame Song, Song Youao said, Mother, I've eaten quite a bit and wish to take a stroll to digest. Madame Song nodded. I shall accompany you. Song Qinling and Song Qingyu chimed in. We wish to join as well. Before Song Youao could say much more, Madame Song, Song Qingyu, and Song Qinling had already risen to their feet. Observing this, the others expressed their desire to join in the walk as well. Thus, the Song family found themselves followed by a throng of people. Of course, Song Youao noticed, but she thought to herself that with so many following Hong Mangshi, there was little cause for concern about her safety. Just as she prepared to chase after Hong Mangshi, Guo interjected, Host, there is no need for you to assist. Hong Mangshi can handle the situation on her own. You need not worry. Song Youao's footsteps halted. She watched the video as the maid led Hong Mangshi to a secluded area, where suddenly a figure emerged, taking advantage of Hong Mangshi's unawareness to knock her unconscious and carry her toward a room. Upon reaching the door, the assailant was about to push it open when another person sprang forth, incapacitating the one carrying Hong Mangshi. At this moment, Hong Mangshi opened her eyes and asked, Is everything ready? The response was reassuring. Rest assured, everything is prepared. The speaker nodded toward a shadowy figure nearby, revealing a woman of formidable stature, none other than Princess Yuping, Cheng Jiuping. Her father is the emperor's uncle, the idol prince, and her title speaks volumes about his leisurely status. Regardless, she is still of royal lineage. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the screen. Confused, Song Youao inquired, Guo, who is this plump girl? Guo responded, She is Princess Yuping. Cheng Jiuping. Song Youao nodded. Oh, I have heard of her, but this is my first encounter with her in person. Guo mischievously remarked, Now, we are in for some entertainment. Song Youao had long been aware that Cheng Jiuping, due to poor health in her youth, had resorted to medication, resulting in a significant weight gain. By the time she reached the age for marriage, suitors had become scarce, aware that her physique was to blame. She had desperately attempted to lose weight through starvation, with little success. On one occasion, she went 5 days without food, only to faint from hunger. The idol prince had summoned numerous palace physicians to attend to her, and the incident had caused quite a stir. Following this, the idol prince and his wife had taken measures to ensure Cheng Jiuping was closely monitored, preventing her from resorting to starvation again. Now, at the age of 20, Cheng Jiuping's marriage prospects remained elusive. Previously, some had sought to marry her for her family background, planning to take additional concubines after marriage. The idol prince and his wife were wary of this, fearing that the presence of concubines would render Cheng Jiuping's life miserable. Hence, the foremost condition for marrying Cheng Jiuping was the promise of no concubines, a stipulation many men found hard to adhere to. Thus, her marriage remained indefinitely postponed. Song Yao further inquired, Guo Guo, what is unfolding today? Wasn't the condition for marrying Cheng Jiuping to never take concubines? Yet Enlei not only has a wife but several concubines as well. How could the idol prince and his wife agree to this? Guo Guo explained, Cheng Jiuping is now 20 years old, and her marriage remains unfulfilled. She is eager as well. Previously, during a palace banquet, several young ladies mocked her, and Enlei defended her with a few words, capturing her attention. No one her age had ever spoken up for her before. It was a first. The more she learned about Enlei, the more she found him admirable, gradually developing feelings for him. However, upon discovering that Enlei was already married, her heart sank, and she could only harbor her affections in silence. Guo Guo paused before continuing. Recently, Cheng Jiuping noticed suspicious individuals near the Duke of An's estate. After some investigation, she learned of Han Jinwan's plans and discovered that Han Chuyu and others were seeking a way to break the deadlock. Thus, she personally approached Han Chuyu, offering to be the one to shatter the stalemate. Song Yao asked, surely the idol prince and his wife are unaware of this? Guo Guo replied, they are not informed. She came alone today. Cheng Jiuping intends to act first and explain later. Once the situation unfolds, her father and mother will have no choice but to accept it. Following this, Song Yao's thoughts fell silent as she focused intently on the screen. The crowd, having pieced together the situation from her mental musings, speculated wildly. They were unaware of Han Jinwan's terminal condition, merely curious about why she would scheme against her half-sister. All eyes remained glued to the screen. In the video, Cheng Jiuping entered the room, while Han Chuyu and Han Mangxi concealed themselves. Shortly thereafter, Enlei appeared at the door. He glanced around, detected no anomalies, and pushed the door open to enter. The room had already been infused with a potent aphrodisiac by Cheng Jiuping, and soon, sounds of adult activities filled the air. Oh, must you truly drive me to the brink of exasperation? Song Yao, with an overzealous demeanor, clung to Madame Song's arm and implored, Mother, do not be upset. I merely spoke in jest. Surrounded by a multitude of onlookers, Madame Song found it ill-mannered to reprimand her daughter. Thus she let out a cold huff and chose to ignore her. The bitterness in Madame Song's heart was palpable. This girl seemed destined to remain unmarried. At that moment, Han Jinwang, accompanied by her maids and servants, approached, feigning a search for her half-sister. Han Mangxi, good people, have any of you seen my half-sister Han Mangxi? She has just arrived in the capital and is unfamiliar with her surroundings, rarely attending the capital's gatherings. I am concerned she may feel out of place, hence my visit. The crowd, upon hearing her words, exchanged glances of disdain, observing Han Jinwan's self-serving theatrics without exposing her deception following the predictable turn of events. Han Jinwan rallied the crowd to assist in the search for Han Mangxi, and they, eager to please, complied and followed her lead. Eventually, they arrived at the door of a chamber, where sounds that ignited both embarrassment and excitement could be heard within. Han Jinwan feigned indignation and kicked the door open. Upon witnessing the scene inside, her complexion drained of color. How had the meticulously planned affair spiraled into such chaos? What had gone awry? Now was not the time for contemplation. Before the watchful eyes of all, the two individuals inside continued their primal embrace, prompting the crowd to shield their eyes in unison. The young maidens present turned crimson with embarrassment, while only Song Yao, unflustered and curious, craned her neck to peer inside. Being petite at merely 1.50 m, her view was obstructed by the throngs of people. The frustration was unbearable. Guo Guo, she exclaimed, what on earth is happening here? If everyone is covering their eyes, it indicates they do not wish to see. If they do not wish to see, then why stand at the forefront? Are they unaware they are blocking my view? I, who wish to see, am entirely obstructed. Could my esteemed relatives please part the way so I may glimpse the spectacle? Upon hearing her heartfelt plea, the crowd turned their gazes toward Song Yao. There she was, pushing through the throng, attempting to squeeze past to the front. Song Qingyu, witnessing her sister's antics, swiftly grasped Song Yao by the collar and began to pull her back, anticipating Madame Song's impending admonition. What are you doing, elder brother? Song Yao protested. I have yet to see enough. Song Qingyu's expression darkened further at her words. You must not go. Is this spectacle suitable for a young lady such as yourself? What good would it do you to witness such things? Do you not fear the consequences from mother? At that moment, Madame Song and Song Qinling also retreated, along with several other ladies who took their children away. Madame Song remained silent, her gaze piercingly fixed upon Song Youao. Aware that her mother was once again incensed, Song Youao offered a sheepish smile. Madame Song, gazing at her shameless daughter, felt a strong urge to enforce the family discipline upon her. Throughout her upbringing, both Minister Song and Madame Song had often contemplated instilling proper manners in Song Youao whenever her antics drove them to despair, yet whenever it came time to execute the family rules, they found themselves unable to do so, unable to bring themselves to discipline her. Alas, this was how Song Youao had been spoiled. Madame Song, stifling her frustration, resolved that upon their return home, she would indeed administer the family discipline to Song Youao. Meanwhile, the two individuals inside remained intertwined, seemingly reluctant to part. Han Jinwang felt as if she might faint from the pressure. A nearby maid noticed and quickly steadied her, regaining her composure. Han Jinwang shouted to a nearby matron, demanding, "Quickly, separate those two." An experienced matron, upon witnessing the scene, swiftly fetched a basin of cold water and splashed it upon the couple. Finally, they regained their senses. When Anlei realized that the woman across from him was not Han Mengxi but rather Princess Yuping, he fainted once more. Soon, the idol prince and his consort arrived at the residence of the Duke of N. Seething with fury, upon seeing Chen Jiuping, the idol princess embraced her and wept. "Jiuping, my daughter, you have suffered greatly. Your father will assuredly seek justice for you." Chen Jiuping nodded. What had transpired could not be undone. The only recourse was negotiation, seeking the most advantageous resolution to the matter. Chen Jiuping chose not to involve herself in the negotiations. With her father present, she was certain they would not suffer loss. As the two families negotiated, the Duchess of N declared the gathering at an end. Advising everyone to return home, Song Youao, feeling quite disheartened, realized they were being dismissed from the Duke's residence. How could they enjoy the spectacle outside the Duke's estate? One could not be too far from the source of gossip, lest they miss out entirely. "Guo," Song Youao lamented. "Once we leave the Duke's residence, we will be too far away to witness the unfolding events. What shall we do?" Guo replied, "Host, think of a solution. You know well that there are limits to enjoying the gossip." Upon hearing this, the crowd comprehended the predicament. Once they exited the Duke's estate, they would be unable to partake in its intrigues. Thus, they began to brainstorm alongside Song Youao, following the earlier events. It became clear that the inhabitants of the Duke's residence could not hear Song Youao's thoughts. As long as they remained unaware of her musings, they could devise a plan. Suddenly, a lady exclaimed, "Duchess, when I arrived, I noticed the scenery in your garden was quite lovely. I wished to see it before the Duchess could refuse." Another chimed in, "Indeed, we too found the scenery enchanting and wished to take a look." "Yes, your flowers and plants are remarkably well tended. How do you manage such beauty?" "Precisely. We have come all this way to your residence. Allow us to enjoy the sights of your garden before departing." "Indeed, I find your rockeries and lotus ponds quite unique. Was the garden truly as splendid as they claimed?" The Duchess, though perplexed, acquiesced and led the group to the garden. Could this be the means to remain? Song Youao felt a twinge of doubt. Was the garden truly remarkable? Upon arriving, she surveyed the area, observing the flowers, rockeries, and pond, and thought to herself, "It appears, well, rather average, if I am honest." Perhaps her taste differed from that of the others. However, Song Youao chose to dismiss her doubts. As long as she could continue to absorb the gossip, that was sufficient. She turned to Guo and inquired, "Guo, where do we stand in the unfolding events?" As she posed her question, a screen above her head illuminated once more. The image revealed Anlei, disheveled and kneeling on the ground, as if he had just been beaten, his hair a mess and scratches adorning his face. As Guo responded, the crowd realized their suspicions were correct. "Host, just moments ago, the idol princess accused Anlei of shamelessly assaulting her, claiming he, an old man, was bullying her daughter, who is but a young maiden." The idol princess grew increasingly distressed and furious, ultimately charging at Anlei, striking him. The maids and matrons dared not intervene. It was only Chen Jiuping who managed to separate them. Song Youao, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Really," they thought, "how unfortunate that I missed such a crucial moment. I relished the sight of slaps, hair pulling, and face scratching. Alas, to have missed such a thrilling spectacle." Listening to Song Youao's lamentations, the crowd could not help but twitch their lips. Young Master Song truly had an insatiable appetite for drama. In truth, they too young to witness such scenes, yet their social standings often restrained their expressions. In the scene unfolding, the idol prince sat in a position of authority. His countenance dark as he questioned, "The events have transpired. How do you propose to resolve this matter?" The Duke of N, trembling, replied, "We of the Duke of N's household shall take full responsibility. Rest assured." "Your Highness," the idle prince, dissatisfied, retorted, "do not try to mislead me. I demand to know the precise course of action." The Duke of N found himself in a difficult position. Princess Yuping could never be relegated to a concubine. And though Hong Jinwang was gravely ill, she was still very much alive. What was to be done? Seeing the Duke of N's prolonged silence, the idle prince pressed, "Why the hesitation? Is this a troublesome matter for you?" The Duke of N sighed. "The situation is indeed complicated." He proceeded to voice his concerns. "Princess Yuping cannot be made a concubine. With Hong Jinwang's condition, we might consider an engagement, and upon her passing, we could marry Princess Yuping." This predicament was indeed intricate. The Duke of N could never demote a wife to the status of a concubine. General Hong, commanding a formidable army at the borders, would be greatly insulted by such a slight against his granddaughter. Moreover, Hong Jinwang was the Duke of N's niece, making such actions even less feasible. The only resolution lay in waiting for Hong Jinwang's demise. The idle prince understood this logic all too well. Just as he was about to respond, a young servant rushed in, panting, upon the man's abrupt entrance. He paid no heed to his own impetuosity and, after kneeling, addressed the Duke of Angguo with urgency. "My lord, there is dire news." The Duke scolded him sharply. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am perfectly well." The man hastily shook his head. "My lord, that is not my meaning. The young mistress has been bleeding profusely." He then collapsed. The household physician had already examined her and declared that the young mistress's condition was grave. Upon hearing this, the Duke sprang to his feet. "What did you say?" The man nodded affirmatively. "It is true. The physician stated that the young mistress may have but a day or two left. The old master, the old mistress, and the lady have all gone to her quarters." The Duke waved his hand, dismissing the man. He then turned to Prince Xian. "Your Highness, given that matters have reached this juncture, once we have attended to Hong Jinwang's affairs, we shall promptly visit to propose a marriage. What do you think?" Prince Xian nodded and subsequently departed. The Duke then made his way to Hong Jinwang's quarters. The scene shifted to the quarters of Hong Jinwang, where the old Duke, the old mistress, and the Duchess of Angguo were present, inquiring about her condition from the household physician. The old Duke had already taken his own invitation to the palace to summon the imperial physician. On the bed lay Hong Jinwang, her complexion pale and eyes tightly shut. Song Yao turned to Guoguo, saying, "Guoguo, it seems Hong Jinwang has truly overstepped this time. Has her own ire exacerbated her condition?" Guoguo's voice chimed in. "Indeed, host, truly, she has brought this upon herself. One ought to refrain from engaging in wicked deeds to avoid retribution." The others nodded in agreement with Guoguo's words. Shortly thereafter, the imperial physician arrived, and after examination, he shook his head. "The young mistress is already afflicted with an incurable disease, and after suffering this shock, her situation appears hopeless. Please accept my condolences." This aligned with the household physician's assessment. Once the imperial physician departed, the Duke of Angguo's family gathered together. The Duke addressed the old Duke. "Father, I have conferred with Prince Xian. Once we have settled the affairs of our eldest daughter-in-law, we shall proceed to propose marriage at the prince's residence." Upon hearing this, Enlei became immediately agitated, exclaiming, "Father, I do not wish to wed Princess Yuping. I have no desire for a woman akin to a mountain." The Duke of Angguo approached Enlei, who was kneeling, and kicked him twice, scolding, "You insolent fool! With matters having escalated to this extent, do you think there remains any room for choice? The prince's residence is not to be trifled with. You had best prepare to become a groom without causing any ruckus, lest you bring misfortune upon the Duke's household." The Duke then called out, "Take the young master back to his quarters. Ensure he is well guarded." Yes, Enlei wished to protest, but upon seeing his father's grim countenance, he dared not utter a word. Reluctantly, he was escorted away. After Enlei's departure, the old mistress remarked, "I have already dispatched someone to investigate today's events." She then recounted how Hong Jinwang had plotted against Hong Mangshi. She continued, "It is evident that the two siblings from the Hong family were already aware of Jinwang's scheme. They played along, leading to today's outcome. However, I am curious as to how Princess Yuping became entangled in this." The old Duke replied, "This is assuredly the doing of Princess Yuping herself. After the incident, one could discern her attitude." The old mistress sighed, "I have heard that Prince Xian and his princess are quite protective of their own. It seems our household is in for quite a stir." There was little entertainment to be found, and Song Yao turned to her mother, saying, "Mother, we have seen enough of the garden. "When shall we return?" Song's mother replied, "We shall return now." With that, Song's mother departed with her 3 children, as soon as the little Song family left. Others began to exit the Duke of Angua's residence as well. 2 days later, news of Han Jingwan's demise spread throughout the capital. Notable figures flocked to the Duke of Angua's residence to pay their respects. Song Yuo also attended and encountered Princess Yuping there. Immediately, she sensed the aroma of gossip and inquired of Guoguo. "Guoguo, has the original wife just passed away, and the second wife already taken her place? Is this not a tad too swift? It is practically a seamless transition." Guoguo responded mysteriously, "Host, I have a juicy piece of gossip. Would you care to indulge?" Song Yuo exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, yes, yes, as long as it is gossip. I am all in." Guoguo continued, "Host, it seems that Princess Yuping is pregnant." Song Yuo gasped, "What? They have only just shared a bed a few days ago, and you are certain she is with child?" "Guoguo, could you be mistaken?" Guoguo proudly retorted, "We are products of advanced technology. 3 days post-coitus, we can ascertain whether conception has occurred." In her heart, Song Yuo couldn't help but give Guoguo a thumbs up. "Guoguo, you are truly impressive." Guoguo, full of pride, declared, "Indeed, let me tell you, host, Princess Yuping is carrying twins." Song Yuo chuckled. Princess Yuping's territory is undoubtedly fertile. She struck gold on the first try, with the second wife entering pregnant. The arrival of twins will be imminent. There will be little time to properly nurture the original wife's children. Simply allowing them to grow up safely is already a blessing, although this predicament was not the fault of Han Jingwan's 2 children. Their mother had orchestrated everything for their sake. After all the scheming, it ultimately amounted to naught. Several ladies who had just entered overheard Song Yuo and Guoguo's conversation and became quite agitated. They had been present during Han Jingwan's scandalous encounter just days prior, fully aware of the entire affair. They were astonished to learn of Princess Yuping's fortuitous pregnancy, after spending several days without venturing out. Song Yuo, upon exiting the Duke of Angua's residence, felt the urge to go shopping. After exchanging pleasantries with her mother, she intended to take Song Qinling along for a leisurely outing. Song's mother offered a few words of advice, to which Song Yuo promptly agreed. Subsequently, Song's mother departed. As they pondered where to go, they encountered Wu Ruoxun, Han Chuyu, Han Mangxi, and 2 other ladies. After greeting Song Yuo, Han Mangxi inquired, "Little Song, where are you and Miss Song headed?" Song Yuo replied, "We wish to take a stroll but haven't decided where to go yet." Upon hearing this, Han Mangxi's eyes brightened. "I would like to invite Little Song to the tea house for a cup of tea. Would you do us the honor?" After glancing at Song Qinling and seeing no objections from her elder sister, Song Yuo agreed, "That would be lovely." Han Mangxi quickly added, "Then, Little Song, please wait for us. We will emerge promptly after our condolences." Song Yuo nodded. Since they had no particular destination in mind, visiting an ancient tea house would be a delightful experience. A quarter of an hour later, the group emerged, but Han Mangxi and Han Chu bore grim expressions. Song Yuo asked Guoguo, "What happened? They seemed fine when they entered. How did Han Mangxi and Han Chu's expressions turn so sour in such a short time?" What transpired, Guoguo informed her. After paying their respects, the Duchess of Angua summoned Han Mangxi and Han Chuyu to her quarters. The Duchess confronted them directly, accusing the siblings. Her implication was that since they were aware of Han Jingwan's schemes on the day of the banquet, they could have simply avoided it. Why retaliate? Now, the Duke's residence has become the talk of the capital. Han Chu attempted to counter, but the Duchess chastised him for disrespecting his elders. In short, her words were rather harsh. Song Yuo, taken aback, said, "Is the Duchess of Angua out of her mind? She permits the officials to act with impunity while rebuking the commoners for lighting their lamps. On what grounds does she accuse Han Mangxi and Han Chuyu? I find their retaliation quite restrained. Additionally, they have even secured a princess for Anlei as a second wife. Were I in Han Mangxi's position, I would certainly find several men to create a scandal, leading Han Jingwang and her companions to catch them in the act. At that point, not only would Anlei's reputation be tarnished, but the entire Duke's residence would also be sullied. Let us see how the Duchess would continue her arrogance then." The others listened to Song Yuo's heartfelt musings, exchanging glances. Han Chu and Han Mangxi began to question themselves. Had they truly been too lenient? Song Yuo did not press further, and Han Mangxi said to her, "Little Song, Miss Song, let us depart." The carriage rocked back and forth, eventually coming to a halt after a quarter of an hour. Upon disembarking, Song Yuo gazed at the tea house named Jimizai. That is a rather fine name. They were led by a server to a private room, where they ordered a pot of Bailuo Chang tea and some pastries. While waiting for the tea to be served, Song Youall observed the two unfamiliar ladies accompanying Hong Mangshi and the others. Noticing Song Youall's gaze, Hong Mangshi remembered that the two parties had yet to be introduced and promptly began the introductions. This is Little Song, the only female official permitted to attend court, and beside her is her elder sister, Miss Song Qinling. Hong Mangshi then introduced. These two young ladies are from my aunt's family. Several years ago, they both married into the capital. The one with the oval face is named Mei Inshua, who wed the Minister of Personnel, Du Yichen. The round-faced one is named Mei Ruating, who married the registrar, Mao Jinlin. After the introductions, the two ladies promptly stood up and greeted Song Youall and Song Qinling. We pay our respects to the esteemed young Master Song and the esteemed Miss Song. There's no need for such formality, came the reply. Following the exchange of pleasantries, the group began to engage in conversation. Song Youall noticed Mei Inshua across from her, who was hastily indulging in refreshments. Concerned that she might choke, Song Youall poured her a cup of tea and then inquired of Guoguo. Guoguo, what is the matter with Mei Inshua? Why does she appear so famished? What is going on in the Minister of Personnel's household that has left the lady of the house in such a state? Guoguo responded, in truth, Mei Inshua is Hong Mangshi's true cousin, the daughter of Mei Yang's elder brother. She is also a victim of unfortunate circumstances. Having married Du Yichen several years ago, she has yet to bear a child. Her mother-in-law relentlessly berates her, likening her to a hen that does not lay eggs, and subjects her to various forms of torment every day. Just yesterday, that old woman punished her to kneel in the ancestral hall for an entire night. And upon releasing her, denied her any sustenance, insisting she attend a wake at the Duke's residence instead. She has gone 2 days without food, leaving her utterly starved. She came to the tea house with you all simply to fill her belly. If she were to return home, she would likely continue to suffer hunger. Song Youall exclaimed. How can there be such a malicious mother-in-law? Moreover, the inability to conceive is not solely the woman's fault. Perhaps the son himself has issues with fertility. It would be prudent to seek medical advice rather than hastily attributing blame to the woman. Guoguo clarified. Host, the situation is not as you perceive. Despite being married for many years, Du Yichen has never touched Mei Inshua. She remains a maiden, and thus how could she possibly conceive? The group was taken aback by this revelation, and they leaned in closer to listen. Mei Inshua's body stiffened momentarily before she relaxed again, returning her focus to her snacks. The fires of gossip ignited within Song Youall. Guoguo, could it be that Du Yichen is impotent? Guoguo explained. When they first married, Du Yichen confided to Mei Inshua that he had suffered an injury to his manhood, rendering him incapable of fathering children, and requested her to keep this secret. Mei Inshua, upon hearing this, was thunderstruck. After much contemplation, she chose to endure the situation, not wishing to burden her family, and accepted her role as a member of the Du family. For years, she has been tormented by her mother-in-law without revealing the truth. It was only after enduring severe mistreatment that Du Yichen intervened, not out of pity for Mei Inshua, but out of fear that his mother would inadvertently cause her demise. Song Youall, upon viewing Du Yichen in the video, found him to be rather ordinary in appearance. She sighed in disbelief. Du Yichen is quite unremarkable. What could Mei Inshua possibly see in him? Is it that useless appendage of his? Truly, one cannot help but scoff. Frustration welled within her as she pondered. Is Mei Inshua a masochist, so fond of bearing the blame and enduring mistreatment? What could she possibly be thinking? Guoguo continued to divulge. In reality, the truth is far from what Du Yichen has claimed. He has never been injured in that regard. He has been deceiving Mei Inshua all along. At this revelation, Mei Inshua abruptly lifted her head, staring intently at Song Youall. Hong Mangshi, noticing her demeanor, swiftly pulled her back to prevent Song Youall from detecting anything amiss. Mei Inshua then quickly lowered her head again. Song Youall was astonished. What? He is unscathed? That is utterly reprehensible. Why would he deceive Mei Inshua from the outset? Does he have someone he loves? Is it that his family disapproves, forcing him to marry Mei Inshua instead? Is Du Yichen preserving his virtue for that other woman? Guoguo interjected. Host, it is not as you think. Allow me to clarify. At that moment, a knock echoed through the door. Who could it be at such a critical juncture? Upon seeing the visitor, Song Youall was rendered speechless, internally berating. What brings this person here? Regretting now, are we too late? If I were over auction, I wouldn't even acknowledge him. I would simply tell him to get lost. Don't come near me. The visitor was none other than the 6th prince, who had traced over auction's whereabouts and followed her here. As soon as the 6th prince entered, he overheard Song Youall berating him. After all, the esteemed young Master Song had taken to chastising him daily since the revelation of old auction's affair. He had grown accustomed to it. After the customary greetings, Song Youall dismissed the sixth prince and urged Guoguo. Let us not concern ourselves with the sixth prince. Continue from where you left off. Guoguo complied. Indeed, in truth, Du Yicheng has always harbored affections for men. Song Youall nearly shouted in excitement, astonished that such a thing existed even in ancient times. She eagerly pressed for details. What exactly is going on? Please, do enlighten me, Guoguo explained. At the tender age of adolescence, Du Yicheng discovered his ATT. The crowd remarked, Lord Shaosong, you are overthinking. Mei Yinxue did not weep over a mere few plates of pastries. Mei Yinxue, aware of her earlier indiscretion, nodded at Song Youall. Song Youall continued to inquire, Guoguo, are Du Yicheng and Lu Su still together? Guoguo replied, yes, but their intimacy has waned over time. In recent years, Du Yicheng has brought 3 young men to that residence, each possessing looks that rival Lu Su's. Whenever Du Yicheng is absent, these 4 engage in fierce rivalries, creating quite a spectacle. Song Youall scratched her head in confusion. Is it truly necessary for these 4 men to fight over a rotten cucumber? Guoguo responded, Host, the situation is even more explosive. Initially, the 3 men were at each other's throats. But as time passed, they developed feelings for one another. Now, they have entangled themselves in a passionate love affair, believing that as long as Du Yicheng supports them, they can love one another without worry. Song Youall retorted incredulously, this is indeed outrageous. So, Du Yicheng has become nothing more than a financial benefactor for these 4 men, a complete fool. Wouldn't you agree? Guoguo concurred, exactly. He is indeed deserving of it. Song Youall continued, Du Yicheng is utterly despicable. To conceal his own proclivities, he can so shamelessly ruin a woman's life. It is truly inhumane. He is free to love whomever he chooses, but he has destroyed a woman and burdened her with the shame of his vices. Such shamelessness is beyond belief. Guoguo, do you know the address of the residence where those 4 men are staying? Guoguo replied, yes, it is located at 72 Changlu Hatong. Song Youall declared, when Du Yicheng next visits Changlu Hatong, Mei Yinxue should ideally bring someone to catch him in the act, so everyone can witness his true nature. Guoguo reminded her, Du Yicheng is currently at Changlu Hatong. Song Youall became excited. Is it still broad daylight? He is so eager to go there. Guoguo, have they engaged in Although the crowd was unfamiliar with the term, they could surmise its meaning. This Lord Shaosong certainly had a knack for fresh expressions. Guoguo looked at Song Youall incredulously. Why are you so worked up about it? They are merely indulging in their own affairs. Song Youall replied defiantly, I've never witnessed such things. Naturally, I want to experience it for myself. How could I not be excited, unlike you, who seems to know everything? Guoguo protested, Host, I am just as clueless. All right, Song Youall dismissed her. Humph. Who would believe that? I cannot be bothered to argue with you about this. I want to go and see it now, Guoguo cautioned. There is no need to rush. Du Yicheng typically takes several hours before he leaves. Song Youall insisted. I still want to go now. I need to think of a reason to bring everyone with me. Especially with the 6th prince here. I doubt Du Yicheng would dare to confront us if we catch him red-handed. The 6th prince thought to himself. So I am merely a tool, aside from the emperor and empress. Only Lord Shaosong dares to utilize me so shamelessly. Song Youall lifted her gaze to the group and asked, since we have nearly finished our refreshments, shall we explore other places? Mei Yinxue was the first to nod in agreement, eager to uncover the truth behind the matter, and said, yes, we have eaten well. It would be pleasant to wander elsewhere. The remaining individuals nodded in consent. Among them, the 6th prince held the highest status, and they all turned their attention towards him. He nodded. It would be nice to go out. There are several charming shops in Changlu Hatong. Shall we take a look? Song Youall felt a surge of joy, as she had been pondering how to lead everyone to Changlu Hatong, and now the opportunity presented itself. At this moment, her perception of the 6th prince became much more favorable. The crowd murmured, 6th prince, don't you think your reason sounds rather perfunctory? The shops in Changlu Hatong are quite small, and typically, affluent families would not venture there. Your justification seems rather half-hearted, the 6th prince replied. Whether it is heartfelt or not is irrelevant. The important thing is that we now have a reason to go there. Song Youall, unfamiliar with the shops in that area, cheerfully exclaimed, that sounds splendid. Let us depart. As they exited, the 6th prince attempted to walk alongside Auction, but she quickly moved ahead to join Song Youall and Song Qinling. The 6th prince refrained from pursuing her, realizing that should he do so, Lord Shaosong would undoubtedly reprimand him in her mind. he decided it best not to invite discomfort. Upon arriving at Chenglu Hatong, they found the shops to be modest in size yet numerous and bustling with activity. If they were merely shopping, such a vibrant atmosphere would be delightful. However, their purpose today was not simply to stroll. Song Yao contemplated how to guide everyone to 72, when she suddenly spotted Du Yicheng exiting from there. Mei Ruoting pointed at Du Yicheng and remarked, "Inshua, that man over there appears to be your husband." Mei Inshua, transitioning from her earlier anger upon learning the truth to a state of calm, gazed at Du Yicheng, recognizing him even if he were reduced to ashes. "Yes, that is indeed my husband." Mei Ruoting inquired further, "What brings him here?" Mei Inshua remained silent, simply observing. They watched as Du Yicheng entered a shop. And after a short while, he emerged again, returning to Qijiaodian. The group exchanged glances and followed suit. At the entrance of the alley, several women were playing with their grandchildren. Upon seeing a large group of unfamiliar faces, they became immediately wary, with one asking, "Who are you all?" Song Yao produced some candies from her pocket and distributed them among a few, saying, "Ladies, here, enjoy something sweet." One woman replied, "How can we accept this?" "It's quite alright, take them." Song Yao continued, "Ladies, do you know who resides at 72? The women cast furtive glances before one leaned closer to Song Yao, whispering, "Young lady, you should refrain from prying. The people at 72 are quite chaotic." Upon hearing this, Song Yao produced another handful of candies, offering them, "Please, just share what you know. I have a relative who hasn't returned home in quite some time, and our family is very worried. We heard he was seen around Chenglu Hatong, so we came to investigate. We were particularly curious about the mysterious happenings at Qishaodian." The woman replied, "Oh, I see. Well, I will tell you, but you mustn't tell anyone else." This phrase struck a chord with Song Yao, reminding her of the gossip shared among the women in her household. She nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, I will keep it to myself." The woman then lowered her voice and divulged, "There are 4 men living there, and it seems they have that kind of relationship. They've been residing there for several years now." She gestured with her thumbs and added, "You understand the nature of their relationship?" "Yes, man with man." Song Yao asked, "How do you know this?" The woman pouted, "I live next door. With all the noise at night, I am hardly deaf. How could I not hear it? Truly shameless." Song Yao feigned astonishment. "Really?" The woman nodded. "When those men are in the throes of passion, never mind. Why am I sharing this with you? If any of your relatives are inside, you must take them home and give them a good thrashing." Song Yao nodded in agreement. The other women chimed in. "We used to have a peaceful Chenglu Hatong, but now, with these unruly fellows around, our reputation has been tarnished. Indeed, everyone knows that 72 is the dwelling place of those shameless men." The group absorbed the gossip shared by the women, their gazes turning toward Mei Inshue. She approached the 6th prince and bowed respectfully before asking, "Your Highness, could you have your men open the door for me?" The 6th prince nodded to a nearby guard, who then scaled the wall and opened the courtyard gate from within. The group stepped inside. The courtyard was modest, and as they entered, they heard sounds of excitement and restraint emanating from one of the rooms. The guard strode forward and forcefully kicked the door open. Everyone was met with the sight of several pale bodies, prompting a hasty retreat. Simultaneously, those inside let out exclamations of shock, scrambling to find their garments and clumsily putting them on. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into a private residence? Get out!" Mei Inshua recognized the voice of Du Yicheng. Unable to contain her fury any longer, she shouted, "Du Yicheng, you deceiver, come out here at once." Du Yicheng, clearly recognizing Mei Inshue's voice, soon emerged from within, immediately kneeling upon seeing the 6th prince. "I pay my respects to the 6th prince." The other 4 individuals followed suit, kneeling on the ground. The 6th prince remained silent, while Mei Inshua charged at Du Yicheng, tackling him to the ground and unleashing her pent-up grievances upon him. Years of resentment erupted in that moment, initially taken aback and struck several times. Du Yicheng eventually attempted to resist. The disparity in strength between men and women was stark. Should he fight back, Mei Inshua would surely be overpowered. The guards, witnessing the scene, promptly stepped forward to restrain Du Yicheng. Sealing his acupoints, now unable to move, he could only endure Mei Inshue's onslaught. After an indeterminate time, exhausted, Mei Inshua collapsed onto the ground, sobbing. Du Yicheng, realizing his transgressions had been exposed, understood that matters would not be easily resolved, especially with the 6th prince present today. Moments later, Mei Inshua knelt before the 6th prince, bowing her head. "Your Highness, I wish to divorce." Before the 6th prince could respond, Du Yicheng, agitated, shouted, "Mei Inshua, you shall not." Mei Inshua turned to glare at him fiercely. If you refuse, I will report you to the authorities for deceitful marriage. You clearly prefer men, yet you married me to conceal your disgrace. All these years, we have not shared a bed. I remain untouched. I bear the shame of being unable to bear children, and how has your mother tormented me? You are fully aware of everything, yet you coldly watch as she tortures me. I declare this here today. We shall part ways. Even if it leads to mutual destruction, I will see how you will endure the scrutiny of the capital once this becomes known. Du Yicheng lay on the ground, immobilized, yet his mouth remained free to speak. He glared at Mei Yinxue in fury. Must you be so resolute, Mei Yinxue? She met his gaze without flinching. Is it I who is being resolute? You have ruined my life and now dare to reverse blame. We must divorce. A crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle, and they began to comprehend the situation. The legitimate wife confronting her husband's male concubines. How novel, witnessing male concubines for the first time. Whispers circulated among them. These male concubines are indeed handsome. Indeed, they are fair-skinned and delicate. Can men truly engage in such affairs? Do you even understand how they do it? I do not know. I arrived late, or else I would have witnessed it. The onlookers were particularly exhilarated, having not encountered such a scandalous event in years. Soon after, Song Youall left the courtyard. The sixth prince ordered the guards to escort the four men to Du Yicheng's residence. Upon learning the truth, Du's mother fainted on the spot. Chaos ensued at the Du residence, and Song Youall and her companions could no longer remain there. Exiting the Du residence, Song Youall sighed. Guo, do you think Mei Yinxue will successfully divorce? I hope they part ways swiftly. That scoundrel Du Yicheng has caused her immense suffering. After encountering such distressing events while out shopping, her spirits were decidedly low. Turning to the others, she asked, do you wish to continue shopping? Everyone shook their heads. After the earlier incident, none felt inclined to carry on. They bid each other farewell and returned home. The sixth prince's carriage followed closely behind all auctions. As they departed, Song Youall shook her head, pondering, if only she had known today would unfold this way. The following day, during court, Song Youall felt somewhat unwell. Having been engrossed in a storybook the previous night, she had gone to bed late and almost overslept that morning. As she entered the court, all she could think of was sleep. This could not continue. If others noticed her lack of diligence at work, it would be unacceptable. Guo, are you there? I am utterly exhausted. Uncover a bombshell for me, something truly explosive that will rouse me from my stupor. Here I am. Host, I have an explosive revelation for you. Guo replied. The courtiers tensed at the sound of the voice, silently hoping it would not concern them. After a moment, Guo's voice resounded once more. Today, we shall delve into the scandal involving the Minister of Rights. Upon hearing Guo's words, everyone collectively exhaled in relief. However, the Minister of Rights instantly grew tense. Soon after, an image of him appeared above Song Youall's head. Hurry up and speak, she urged. Minister Gu Huaiyu, a second-rank official, married the legitimate daughter of the second-rank General Ding Yushen. Ding Rulang, the couple bore one son and two daughters. Their son Gu Hongxian, elder daughter Gu Mu'a, and younger daughter Gu Muting. Later, Gu Huaiyu took in 4 concubines, leading to a gradual cooling of affection between the couple. They could only be described as living like respectful strangers. In the video, Mrs. Guo appeared resplendent and dignified, exuding both charm and beauty. However, after marriage, she was compelled to temper her brilliance and assume the role of the household matron. Song Youall exclaimed in frustration. Guo, are you jesting with me? This is hardly explosive. Host, I have yet to finish. What I want to discuss today is Gu Huayu's eldest son, Gu Hongxian. The video then showcased a stern-looking young man. Guo continued. Gu Hongxian, during an outing, saved a woman named Kang Pi, whose doe-like, pitiful gaze stirred within him a protective instinct. He rented a courtyard to house her. Thus she became his concubine before he had even married. Kang Pi, Song Youall remarked. This lad is audacious. He has not even wed his rightful wife yet has already taken a concubine. Watching the video, he appears to be barely in his teens, yet he shows no fear of being so young and already leading such a life. Later, as Gu Hongxian reached marriageable age, his family began arranging a match for him. He clearly stated that he did not wish to marry, as he already had someone he cared for. Mrs. Guo investigated and discovered that her son, at such a tender age, was keeping a concubine who was already pregnant. Mrs. Guo nearly collapsed from the shock, and Mr. Guo was equally incensed. What respectable family would allow their son to keep a concubine at such a young age without a legitimate wife? Especially with the concubine pregnant, if word got out, it would tarnish their family name, making it difficult for their other children to find suitors. The more Mr. Guo pondered, the angrier he became, eventually ordering a severe beating for Gu Hongxian. After a brief pause, Guo continued. Guo Hongxian was bedridden for 3 months. When he finally recovered, Mrs. Guo began arranging a marriage for him. Initially, Guo Hongxian resisted, as he wished to marry only Kangpi. Mrs. Guo then captured even after moving into the new house. Guo Hongxian remained reluctant to touch Feng Jinwen. Ultimately, he devised a plan wherein he would send his shadow to consummate the marriage on his behalf. The video revealed a man clothed in black. And upon removing his mask, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Guo Hongxian, leaving everyone astounded. Song Yao gazed incredulously at the figure in the video and inquired of Guo Guo, what is the story behind this man? How can he look so identical to Guo Hongxian? Guo explained, this tale begins with Madame Guo's childbirth. In truth, she gave birth to twins, Guo Hongxian and the man in black. In ancient times, the birth of 2 boys was deemed inauspicious, leading to the grim fate of one being secretly put to death. When Guo Huayu attempted to drown the firstborn, Madame Guo, despite her frail condition after childbirth, knelt and pleaded for her child's life, even suggesting he be sent away. As long as he was spared, she clung desperately to Guo Huayu's leg, weeping mournfully. In the end, Guo Huayu relented but cast the child into the dark camp, where he was raised by brutish men. This child remained nameless and subsequently became Guo Hongshuan's shadow, following him and assisting with various matters. Song Yao remarked, how ironic, both are sons of Guo Huayu. Yet they lead such divergent fates. One is a privileged scion of a noble family, while the other is a nameless shadow. In modern times, the birth of twins is a cause for envy. So why was it considered ill omen in ancient days? What heinous act did twin births commit to deserve such treatment? It is utterly ignorant. Does Guo Hongxian know that the shadow is his biological brother? Guo replied, he does. During their first encounter, Guo Hongxian recognized him. Song Yao continued, since Guo Hongxian is aware, how can he so brazenly command his own brother? Did the shadow acquiesce? Guo explained, the shadow serves as a dark guard, akin to a dog at his master's side, compelled to obey without question. Prior to their induction, they were fed poison. Disobedience could lead to their demise at the master's whim. The shadow was no exception and had also been poisoned. Initially resistant, he ultimately consented. When Guo Hongxian threatened him with the antidote required monthly, everyone was taken aback, shocked at Guo Huayu's cruelty in molding his own son into the shadow of another. Song Yao remarked, to be a dark guard is to have one's life and death controlled by another. Were I the shadow, I would first eliminate Guo Hongxian and then Guo Huayu. Neither father nor son is virtuous. Guo, did Feng Jinwen not notice that the man with whom she consummated the marriage was not her husband? Guo responded, they are identical in appearance, and given it was night, she detected no anomaly. Feng Jinwen found it perplexing that her husband was so different at night compared to during the day. At night, he was fervent, while by day, he was cold and indifferent. She assumed it was simply his nature and never suspected the truth. Unbeknownst to her, the two were not the same person. Months later, she discovered her pregnancy and subsequently bore a son, Guo Rui's, followed by another son, Guo Houchen. Of course, Kangpei had also given birth to a son, named Guo Yifeng. The audience absorbed every detail of the unfolding drama. Guo Huayu's face turned pale as he witnessed the events. General Guid clenched his fists tightly, fearing his sons, all martial leaders, might harm Guo Hongxian. Song Yao commented, this revelation is indeed explosive. Such peculiarities abound, particularly this year. Do Guo Huayu and Madame Guo know of Guo Hongshuan's actions? Guo replied, they do not. Only he and the shadow are aware. Song Yao scoffed. Guo Hongxian has been so indulged that he feels emboldened to commit such acts. It is utterly devoid of moral boundaries. Guo added, in fact, it was not Guo Hongxian who saved Feng Jinwen years ago, but the shadow. During a mission, he encountered Feng Jinwen being harassed and rescued her. Due to their identical appearances, she has always believed it was Guo Hongxian who came to her aid. To this day, she remains unaware of the shadow's existence. Song Yao mused, what a serendipitous twist of fate that brought them together. In essence, the brother, disinterested in his own wife, had his biological brother replace him in consummating the marriage. Years passed without her suspicion, and she bore 2 children for her brother-in-law. If Feng Jinwen were to discover this truth, I wonder if she could accept it. Guo admitted, I cannot speculate on that, but I hope she can find peace with the situation. By the way, recently, Guo Hongxian has been insisting on bringing Kangpei into the household. Madame Guo has yet to relent, as doing so would expose Guo Yifeng, the illegitimate child, to public scrutiny. Guo Yifeng is older than both legitimate sons, which would undoubtedly reveal that Guo Hongxian had an affair prior to his marriage. What reputation would remain for their household? Song Yao reflected, the Guo family is in disarray. Guo Hongxian has made it clear that he exclusively favors Kangpi and yet insists on marriage, or else these troubles would never have arisen. Guo, I just glanced at Kangpi. Her appearance is rather ordinary, not even approaching the level of a seductress. How could she captivate Guo Hongxian so thoroughly? Guo elaborated. Allow me to share some insights about Kangpi. After being harassed by several ruffians, she was saved by Guo Hongxian, who took her in after she claimed her family was involved in a minor business. She had traveled with her parents and attendants, only to encounter bandits that resulted in her parents' demise while her retainers perished protecting her, leaving her utterly alone and without refuge. Guo Hongxian, seeing her in such a pitiable state, offered her shelter. The video depicted Kangpei's first encounter with Guo Hongxian, and she did indeed appear quite forlorn. Guo continued. However, the truth is far more complex than Kangpei admits. Her real name is Miao Pei, and she hails from the Miao region. Her father, Miao Rong, was once a trusted subordinate of the Miao king, initially loyal but eventually grew discontented, believing he possessed the capability and cunning to rival the Miao king. He harbored treasonous ambitions. After prolonged scheming, he was discovered and executed. Those afflicted by this kind of poison can only harbor feelings for the one who has ensnared them. In other words, Guo Hongshuang's heart and mind are solely occupied by Miao Pei. He remains impervious to any stirrings of emotion for other women, and his body will not respond in the slightest, even if aphrodisiacs are administered. Unless the recipient is Miao Pei, Guo Hongxian will remain unresponsive, no matter how uncomfortable he may feel. Song Yao gasped, exclaiming, "Oh, this love poison is truly terrifying. It essentially allows one to manipulate another's affections, which is utterly frightening. By the way, is there an antidote for this poison?" The video then displayed the scene of Miao Pei administering the poison to Guo Hongxian, the poison appearing as a tiny white speck, indistinguishable when dissolved in soup, which Guo Hongxian drank without suspicion. The viewers felt a chill run down their spines. Such a small white dot, if wielded with malicious intent, could go unnoticed by anyone. What they witnessed was merely the love poison. What of other types of poison? The mere thought sends shivers down one's spine. It is no wonder that all 4 nations have prohibited the use of such poisons and hexes. The crowd was equally eager to learn how to counter this poison. Guo said, in ancient times, this poison was deemed incurable. However, in modern times, surgical removal may be a possibility. Song Yao replied, surgery is out of the question. The medical conditions here are inadequate for such procedures. We lack the necessary tools, and the risk of post-operative infection is exceedingly high. Is there no way to simply eliminate Miao Pei? Guo responded. If the person afflicted by the love poison dies, the surviving party, though not dead, will endure a daily torment of heartache. Though the others were unfamiliar with surgery, they understood that, in their circumstances, it was not feasible. Thus, the conclusion was clear. The poison was indeed incurable. It is no wonder that everyone holds Miaojiang in such dread, able to kill without a trace and manipulate the human heart. Song Yao sighed. At this point, I find myself at a loss for words. Although Guo Hongxian has fallen victim to the love poison, it is utterly wrong of him to have his brother take his place in the bridal chamber. In any case, the residence of the Minister of Rites is truly chaotic. Guo remarked. Indeed, the 2 legitimate sons of the Minister of Rites, one has been turned into a shadow by Gu Huayu, while the other has been poisoned. Both are rendered useless. Gu Huayu has 2 illegitimate sons. One is a debauched wastrel, spending his days indulging in frivolities, while the other is frail, perpetually immersed in medicinal concoctions. Song Yao shook her head, speechless. Once Guo had finished eating, Song Yao, now wide awake, began to diligently take notes. 2 days later, Ruoxun, Mei Inshua, Hong Mangxi, and Hong Chu arrived at the Song residence, having grown familiar with one another. Their conversations became more casual. Ruoxun spoke first. Little Song, I plan to accompany my cousin to the border tomorrow. Song Yao nodded. It's good to change your environment. Have you packed everything? Please be cautious on your journey. Ruoxun affirmed. Everything is prepared. We've hired several skilled individuals to accompany us. Thank you for your concern. Little Song, Song Yao continued to inquire. And what of the 6th prince? I noticed he follows you closely every day. When the 6th prince was mentioned, Ruoxun's expression remained impassive as she replied. My relationship with him has come to an end. There is no possibility of reconciliation. The past lingers painfully in my heart. Every time I see the 6th prince, I am reminded of those events. Now that we have divorced, it is best for us to part ways amicably. Song Yao nodded, finding this arrangement preferable. A scoundrel should be kept at a distance. Let him regret his actions. Shortly thereafter, Mei Inshua added, little Song, I have divorced Du Yicheng as well, and I will be leaving the capital tomorrow. Song Youo was taken aback by the rapidity of their divorces and asked, You divorced so swiftly? Mei Yinxue nodded, Indeed, I did not expect it to happen so quickly. Du Yicheng, fearing the situation would escalate, agreed without hesitation. Now, the Du household is in utter chaos, the matriarch remains unconscious. And those 4 men have taken residence there. Song Youo became excited. Those 4 men have moved in just like that. Yes, they are determined to exploit Du Yicheng's naivety, now in their 20s without any skills. If they do not rely on Du Yicheng, who will provide for them in the future? Hence, they will not easily let him go. Song Youo believed that evildoers would eventually meet their match. Saying, This is bound to be entertaining. I can only imagine the matriarch's reaction upon awakening to find those 4 male temptations. She might faint again. Mei Yinxue nodded, laughing as she said, You have no idea. Those 4, upon entering the residence, immediately began rummaging for anything of value to take to their own rooms. Just a short while ago, they were so enamored with one another that they fought over a vase, resulting in one of them suffering a head injury. Song Youo laughed along. What a lively scene. Once you return, what are your plans? Mei Yinxue pondered before answering. To be honest, I am reluctant to return to my family. I have some savings and wish to start a small business. After spending so many years in the capital, I have learned a thing or two about local culinary practices. I hope to open a shop specializing in capital delicacies in the border town. Song Youo nodded in agreement. Your idea is splendid. I am sure your business will thrive. I support you. Women should strive for independence. Anyone could betray you, but money will always remain steadfast in her heart. Song Youo mused, with wealth, why marry at all? I could be my own tycoon. What need have I for a young wolf or a youthful pup? What manner of man could I not find? I could change partners daily. With money, I could have many suitors, one to massage my shoulders, one to knit my legs, one to feed me fruit, one to play the lute for me, and another to sing for me. Just imagine how delightful such a life would be. Guo Guo interjected. Host, how is it that others can be self-reliant while you cannot? Look at yourself. All you do is laze about. Can you not strive for independence as well? Only through effort can you achieve a life where someone knits your shoulders, and another massages your legs. Song Youo was momentarily taken aback by Guo Guo's inquiry, but then replied defiantly. It's fine for others to be self-reliant. I am meant for leisure, after all. I have finally experienced life as a wealthy young lady. Am I not entitled to indulge in idleness? Guo Guo fell silent. Utterly exasperated, this host was beyond saving. When it came to lofty ideals, she could articulate them flawlessly, yet when it was her turn, she resorted to all manner of excuses. Upon hearing Song Youo's whimsical notion of changing partners daily, the others lowered their heads. The idea of changing partners daily sounded thrilling, didn't it? With wealth, it was not out of the question, though it felt somewhat shameful, imagining a scenario where one person knits their shoulders, another massages their legs, another feeds them fruit, and yet another plays the lute and sings was quite appealing, except for Hong Chuyu, who found the idea inappropriate. Wu Oxun, Mei Yinxue, and Hong Mangxi were all in favor. After enduring so much, they had come to terms with many things. Nothing mattered anymore, as long as they lived comfortably and joyfully. During her time in the capital, Hong Mangxi had glimpsed the darker side of these inner chambers through Song Youo's reflections and had completely abandoned any thoughts of marriage. Unbeknownst to Song Youo, she had inadvertently led these 3 into a mire of disillusionment. Hong Mangxi then spoke up. My elder sister has passed away, and our grandfather has received the news and urged us to return home soon. We have lingered here for far too long. It is time to depart. Song Youo nodded. Be careful on the road. These individuals were to leave the next day, and when they would reunite again remained uncertain. Having shared this acquaintance, they each presented Song Youo with gifts. Having brought a substantial amount of items with them, out of courtesy and obligation, Song Youo felt compelled to treat them to a meal. When it came to dining, hot pot was the way to go. Upon hearing that her daughter wished to treat their guests to hot pot, Madame Song was delighted. It was certainly convenient and delicious. They had enjoyed it several times already and had even procured a few copper pots for the occasion. The mere mention of hot pot brought joy to everyone in the residence, as the servants were also excited at the prospect of indulging alongside their masters. Once the hot pot was served, everyone gazed at the array of raw meats and vegetables, exchanging perplexed glances. Unsure of how to begin, Song Youo and Song Qinling took the lead, demonstrating how to prepare the dishes. Soon, everyone followed suit, mixing sauces and cooking the meat in the bubbling broth. As the meat hit their tongues, their eyes lit up. It was simply divine, so delicious they could almost swallow their tongues. After dinner, as the guests prepared to leave, Song Yuo gifted Hong Chu with some of her own concocted medicines, saying, "This is a remedy I prepared myself, with instructions for use attached. Keep it handy for emergencies." Hong Chu clasped her hands in gratitude, accepting the medicines. "Thank you, little Song. I hope for their safe journey." This moment of Song Yuo sending medicine was born out of concern for their well-being. She had prepared several kinds of remedies, one of which was critical and could save a life in dire circumstances. Once they departed, Song Yuo was struck by a new idea. To open a hot pot restaurant, to undertake this task alone, is undoubtedly unfeasible, lacking in manpower, financial resources, and a suitable venue. In summary, I possess nothing. Moreover, I harbor a desire to indulge in laziness. Such laborious work is ill-suited for me, and thus, I require the assistance of others. I shall seek a partner, entrusting the entirety of the endeavor to them. While I merely await the dividends, Song Yuo's thoughts are quite utopian. She envisions herself reclining upon a bed fashioned from gold bars, her eyes squinting with delight. Opening a hot pot restaurant necessitates careful consideration. Who shall I collaborate with? There is no rush. This requires a measured approach. Days later, during the morning court session, the emperor demoted Gu Huaiyu, reducing his rank by 2 levels. Song Yuo was perplexed. How could it be that Gu Huaiyu was unjustly stripped of his position? She inquired of Guoguo. "Guoguo, what could have led to Gu Huaiyu's demotion?" The emperor's stated reason is his lax household management. What incident has transpired in his residence? Did perhaps a concubine elope with a certain Huang He? Guoguo replied, "Host, the truth is that it was the sister-in-law who ran off with Huang He." "How did it morph into a concubine fleeing with him when it reached you?" Song Yuo chuckled. "Oh, it amounts to the same. They both ran off with someone. To enlighten me, did Gu Huaiyu's concubine indeed elope?" Gu Huaiyu was at the brink of exasperation. This wretched Song Yuo could not wish for a moment of peace for him. Already demoted, was that not sufficient? To suggest that his concubine ran off was to invite scandal upon his head. How vexing, how infuriating. The crowd was bewildered. Did Gu Huaiyu's concubine truly have an affair with someone named Huang He? Who is this Huang He? This name was unfamiliar. If a concubine of such stature disregarded a second-rank official to run away, it implied that Huang He must possess remarkable prowess. Yet, why had no one ever heard of him? Gu Huaiyu's misfortunes were indeed plentiful. With such chaotic affairs unfolding in his household, it was utterly distressing. As the crowd lamented, a resounding announcement blared from the screen above Song Yuo's head. "Zhujiang Wanzhou. Zhujiang Wanzhou, the Jiangnan leather factory has closed down. Zhujiang Wanzhou's largest leather factory, the Jiangnan leather factory, has shut its doors. Scoundrel Huang He, indulging in debauchery, has amassed debts totaling 3.5 billion, fleeing with his sister-in-law. Return my hard-earned money, return my hard-earned money." The music played on repeat. The crowd, captivated by this novel sound and animated visuals, collectively gasped. Though many were at a loss for words, the general idea was clear to all. This was utterly explosive. Such occurrences could even be sung about. At that moment, Song Yuo interjected, "I desire to partake in the fruits from Gu Huaiyu's estate, not to listen to this Jiangnan leather factory drama." Guoguo acknowledged, understood. The music ceased immediately. Only then did Guoguo broach the subject of Gu Huaiyu. The matter concerning Gu Huaiyu's 2 legitimate sons was uncovered by the general Feng Song, who, accompanied by several of his sons and numerous aides, stormed his residence. Upon sighting Gu Hongxian, without hesitation, they commenced an assault. When the shadow emerged to intervene, Feng Song had anticipated this and dealt with him as well. Though the shadow, Song Yuo groggily opened her eyes and, upon seeing her mother's furious expression, widened them in shock. Vivi arrived. As she spoke, she had already dismounted the carriage, her steps a bit unsteady. Quickly, she patted her cheeks to awaken herself fully. Only when Lady Song noticed that her daughter was completely alert did she allow the young eunuch to guide them further. Upon entering the grand hall, Song Yuo hurriedly knelt to pay her respects. "I pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress and to all esteemed ladies." The Empress replied, "You may rise." Once Song Yuo steadied herself, she lifted her gaze to survey the room. To her delight, she was greeted by a plethora of beautiful women. Internally, she exclaimed, "Guoguo, look, so many beauties." Guoguo retorted, "What are you babbling about? My ears are going deaf." "I'm not blind, I can see them. Tell me, how is it that a girl like you is so enamored with beautiful women?" Song Yuo replied, "Guoguo, you simply don't understand. Women have an even greater appreciation for beauty than men do. It is a feast for the eyes, don't you see? Just looking at these enchanting ladies makes me feel like I could eat 2 extra bowls of rice. Guagua scoffed. Host, you've never needed beauty to finish 2 bowls of rice. If you were to gaze upon these beauties, would you not consume 4? At this rate, you'll soon become spherical. Song Yuo shot back. Guagua, you are the spherical one. Your entire family is spherical. The empress and several concubines had already heard Song Yuo's inner thoughts during the last palace banquet. However, for some concubines, it was their first time hearing such musings. They were puzzled, as there had been no sound until Lady Song and her daughters entered. Yet, they had not spoken aloud. Was this truly a reflection of their thoughts? Everyone's attention was drawn to the Song family, curiously speculating whose thoughts these might be. Meanwhile, Song Yuo continued her banter with Guagua. Oh my, there are indeed so many beauties. The emperor is quite favored. Guagua, with so many wives, do you think the emperor can manage them all at night? The concubines exchanged awkward coughs, some blushing deeply. Guagua replied dryly, the emperor requires a selection process for his nightly visits. He only favors 1 per night. Why are you concerning yourself with such matters? Song Yuo acknowledged. Oh, I had forgotten about that. After the empress invited Lady Song and her daughters to sit, they engaged in conversation. Song Yuo scrutinized the beautiful women and inquired, Guagua, who are these lovely ladies? Guagua's voice responded. Host, in this hall, aside from the empress, the most splendidly dressed is concubine Lu. The lady in water-red attire is concubine Duan. Host, would you like some melon? Song Yuo eagerly replied, yes. As her words resonated, a screen appeared above her head, revealing an exquisite beauty. Everyone gazed curiously at the display. Guagua continued, this is concubine Jiang, whom I just introduced to you. Song Yuo nodded. Guagua elaborated, before entering the palace. Concubine Jiang had a childhood sweetheart named Jiang Zi. Jiang Zi, adopted by the Jiang family, grew up alongside concubine Jiang, and their bond was incredibly strong. When concubine Jiang reached the age to enter the palace for selection, her extraordinary beauty secured her place. Jiang Zi was heartbroken and eventually became a eunuch, watching her from afar every day. As concubine Jiang viewed the scene of Jiang Zi entering the palace on the screen, she fought back tears, determined not to reveal her emotions. Song Yuo asked, does concubine Jiang know about this? Guagua replied, she does not. Jiang Zi never intended to disturb concubine Jiang. Simply watching her from a distance was enough for him. Song Yuo remarked, what a devoted man. Guagua sighed, Jiang Zi is exceptionally talented. Had he not entered the palace, he would surely have become a top scholar. Song Yuo mused, it is indeed a pity that heroes falter in the face of beauty. While she lamented, a sharp voice pierced the air. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Everyone promptly stood. The Empress Dowager entered and took her seat at the head. The assembly knelt in reverence. With a gentle voice, she said, you may rise. Once everyone stood, she continued, today, I heard that the Song family has entered the palace, so I came to join the festivities. The Empress quickly interjected, if the Empress Dowager wished to see them, she need only send word. There was no need for you to come in person. The Empress Dowager waved her hand dismissively. I merely sought a chance to stretch my legs. Following this, she inquired about matters in the Song household. Song Yuo listened quietly until Guagua suddenly asked, host, would you like some melon? Upon hearing about the melon, everyone perked up, eager to discover who would be the next subject of gossip. Song Yuo affirmed. Yes. She had a fondness for all melons. Guagua announced, today, we shall indulge in the gossip surrounding concubine Lu. Upon hearing this, some concubines wore expressions of schadenfreude, eager for entertainment, while others fell silent. Fearful of uncovering secrets that could lead to dire consequences, concubine Lu maintained her composure, curious to hear what this young girl would reveal. At that moment, the screen above Song Yuo's head flickered to life once more, displaying the image of concubine Lu. Guagua began to divulge. Concubine Lu, named Lu Yubing, is the legitimate daughter of General Lu Qifeng, a second-rank official. From a young age, concubine Lu trained in martial arts alongside her father, living a carefree life until she laid eyes on His Majesty. Falling deeply in love, General Lu had warned Lu Yubing that entering the palace would leave no path of retreat. However, at that time, Lu Yubing was solely focused on the emperor, disregarding his counsel and entering the palace resolutely. As Guagua narrated, the screen displayed a youthful Lu Yubing in vibrant red riding attire, her hair elegantly styled. Riding alongside her brothers in the countryside, Lu Yubing was breathtakingly beautiful and spirited at that time. Guagua continued, after entering the palace, Lu Yubing suppressed her spirited nature and learned to embody the demeanor of a proper lady. Initially, the emperor spent an entire month with her, but as time passed, His visits became increasingly infrequent. Eventually, several other beauties entered the harem, and Liu Yubing's heart grew cold. The most devastating blow came when she inexplicably miscarried her first child. Song Yuo remarked, "It is clear that the miscarriage was not a simple matter." Guo Guo affirmed, "You are correct. The situation is indeed complex. It all traces back to the late consort Li. Li Fangyi." Years had passed, and many had nearly forgotten consort Li. Newcomers were unaware of who she was yet. All eyes were fixated on the woman appearing on the screen. Indeed, it was Li Fangyi. Guo Guo explained, Li Fangyi entered the palace later than Liu Yubing. In terms of family background and beauty, she could not compare to Liu Yubing at that time. Li Fangyi felt vulnerable in the palace and sought to establish a connection with Liu Yubing. During Liu Yubing's despondency over the emperor's absence, Li Fangyi approached her, offering comfort and advice. Her suggestions proved effective, and the emperor began to visit Liu Yubing frequently. From that point on, Liu Yubing and Li Fangyi formed a close bond. Liu Yubing, having entered the palace not long before, was naively trusting, while Li Fangyi viewed her as easy to manipulate. Not long after, Liu Yubing discovered she was pregnant. She decided to keep the news a secret until she felt secure. But her daily interactions led to Li Fangyi discovering her condition. Consumed by jealousy, Li Fangyi could not bear the thought of someone as foolish as Liu Yubing carrying the emperor's child. And her envy became twisted. As concubine Liu watched the screen displaying Li Fangyi's distorted face, she began to piece together the reason for her child's miscarriage. Guo Guo continued, after contemplating for several days. Li Fangyi devised a plan. Liu Yubing had a penchant for sweet treats and pastries. Each day, Li Fangyi began to prepare various confections, ensuring that a portion was delivered to Liu Yubing. Song Yuo inquired, "Is there something wrong with these pastries?" Guo Guo confirmed, "Indeed, the water used to make these pastries had been infused with cordyceps. Consuming the summer grass from cordyceps can lead to miscarriage and lifelong infertility for women." Li Fangyi was consumed by the fear that Liu Yubing would uncover her machinations. Thus, she meticulously administered minuscule doses, ensuring that the imperial physician could not detect anything amiss. However, as time elapsed, it became inevitable that the child would not survive. Ultimately, Liu Yubing suffered a miscarriage, which rendered her incapable of bearing children henceforth. Following the miscarriage, Liu Yubing contemplated whether the pastries had been the source of her misfortune. A few remnants of the uneaten pastries remained, which she had the physician examine, yet no issues were detected. In truth, when Li Fangyi first delivered the pastries, they had already been scrutinized without any findings of concern, prompting Liu Yubing to consume them. Subsequent examinations, involving several physicians, yielded no revelations. For many years, Liu Yubing had been unable to conceive again, regardless of her attempts to restore her health. Song Yuo shuddered involuntarily, exclaiming, "The inner palace is truly terrifying. They smile sweetly at you while secretly wishing for your demise." Upon witnessing the video that captured Li Fangyi's entire treacherous scheme, Liu Guifei clenched her fists in rage. She had long suspected that the miscarriage was no accident, but never did she imagine it was orchestrated by the venomous Li Fangyi. With Li Fangyi's demise, she believed the ordeal had concluded. But how could it be? The Li family still existed, and they awaited their reckoning. If Liu Yubing could not live in peace, then neither would anyone else. After years in the palace, Liu Guifei was no longer the naive girl she once was. Guo Guo remarked, "The reason Liu Yubing adorns herself so lavishly is to present herself beautifully and distinctively. Hoping to capture the emperor's attention, she yearns for a child of her own." Song Yuo sighed. "Alas, such a stunning beauty has been forced into this predicament. The emperor, with so many wives, cannot possibly attend to them all. Why marry so many only to leave them in solitude? It is truly inhumane." As Song Yuo continued to lament, Guo Guo interjected, "Having exhausted the tale of Liu Guifei, shall we delve into the story of Liu Guifei's brother? Would you like to hear?" Host, taken aback, Song Yuo responded. "Guo Guo, does Liu Guifei's brother also have a story?" Guo Guo affirmed, "Indeed, then please, enlighten me." Song Yuo urged. Guo Guo continued, "Liu Guifei's brother, Liu Shihong, is 20 this year and, at such a young age, has already attained the rank of a 6th-grade cavalry officer." As Guo Guo's words concluded, the screen revealed Liu Shihong's image, clad in a sleek black outfit, with brows resembling ink and eyes akin to stars. His features were strikingly defined, exuding an innate beauty imbued with an unspoken intensity and gravitas. Upon witnessing Liu Shihong's countenance, Song Yuo's inner self erupted in exclamations. "Ah, Guo Guo, this Liu Shihong is extraordinarily handsome. Those eyes, that nose, those lips. He is simply a vision that captivates my heart. This individual could easily thrive on his looks alone. Yet he relies on his strength. How can one be so magnificently attractive? It is utterly unfair. The onlookers chuckled at Song Yao's enthusiastic inner monologue, amused by the contrast between her outward calmness and inner excitement. Lu Guifei, observing Song Yao's animated expressions, couldn't help but smile. Her brother was indeed quite the handsome figure. Song Madam and Song Qinling exchanged awkward glances, unsure of how to react to Song Yao's unabashed admiration. Guo Guo chimed in, "Host, please remain composed. As a lady, should you not exhibit a touch of decorum? Your excitement hardly reflects the demeanor expected of a young woman." Song Yao retorted dismissively, "I am merely expressing my thoughts. Why should it concern anyone? Besides, I haven't uttered a word, so who can judge my innermost feelings? Now, hurry and tell me about this striking gentleman's story." Guo Guo complied, "Very well, host." Lu Shihong accompanied his father to the military camp. Concealing his identity as he ascended from a lowly foot soldier to his current position as a cavalry officer, relying solely on his own merits, over the years, Lu Shihong has formed deep bonds with a few comrades. Brothers forged through the crucible of life and death battles, relationships that no one could possibly replace. Song Yao furrowed her brow, her eyes aflame with indignation. "Guo Guo, do not tell me they are merely good friends. Such a handsome man, and he prefers the company of men." The crowd, perplexed by the term good friends, soon received clarification. Upon hearing this, Lu Guifei grew anxious. Her mother had recently entered the palace, urging her to consider suitable noblewomen for her brother. Her mother lamented that, at 20, he had yet to show interest in marriage, causing her great distress. Could it be that her brother truly favored men? This was utterly unacceptable. The Empress Dowager, overhearing Song Yao's words, choked on her tea, coughing uncontrollably. The nearby maidservants hurried to pat her back, while the concubines expressed their concern, rushing to inquire after her well-being. The Empress Dowager waved them off, assuring them she was fine. Prompting their collective sighs of relief, what was wrong with this little Song? Could a man truly prefer the company of other men? If Song Yao were aware of their thoughts, she would undoubtedly retort, "You simply haven't encountered one. Not long ago, there was Du Yicheng." Observing the Empress Dowager's flushed face, Song Yao asked Guo Guo, "Guo Guo, what could have caused the Empress Dowager to cough like that?" Guo Guo replied, "I am uncertain. Perhaps she was simply startled by the tea. I see. Let us return to the tale of Lu Shihong." Song Yao suggested. Guo Guo continued, "Indeed, host, the situation is not as you might think. Lu Shihong does not prefer men. He simply relishes the military life, dedicating himself to training, and has yet to consider marriage." Song Yao nodded in relief. "Now I feel considerably reassured." Lu Guifei concurred. "I too feel relieved." Guo Guo pressed on with the revelations. Despite Lu Shihong's daily camaraderie with his brothers, none are aware of his true identity. They only know he hails from the capital and assume his family is quite ordinary. Among his comrades is one named Chao Deshen, who is orphaned and supports his younger sister, Chao Xiulan. In pursuit of survival, Chao Deshen enlisted, while his sister was settled in a safe house near the border. During breaks, Chao Deshen would visit her, often bringing Lu Shihong and their other brothers along. They all treated Chao Xiulan with great kindness, regarding her as their own sister. Song Yao inquired. Chao Xiulan wouldn't have developed feelings for Lu Shihong, would she? Guo Guo confirmed. Indeed, among the men brought by Chao Deshen, Lu Shihong stood out as the most handsome, capturing Chao Xiulan's attention immediately. After Lu Shihong and the others departed, she incessantly questioned her brother about him. Though Chao Deshen knew little, he relayed all he could. Upon realizing his sister's infatuation, he became concerned. He did not want her to marry a soldier, fearing for her safety and well-being. He warned her against harboring such thoughts, adamantly stating he would not permit her to wed a man from the military. To dissuade her, he insisted that handsome men were unreliable, and that one should seek a partner who was dependable and steadfast. Chao Xiulan agreed outwardly, yet her heart held a different sentiment. Song Yao nodded in understanding. "I can comprehend that. Everyone is drawn to good looks, myself included." The others chimed in. "Little Song, you wouldn't be enamored with Lu Shihong solely based on his appearance, would you?" Song Madam felt an urge to march over and firmly admonish Song Yao. Guo Guo queried, "Host, you wouldn't genuinely have feelings for Lu Shihong, would you?" Song Yao rolled her eyes in exasperation. "I am not foolish enough to fall for someone based solely on appearance. My admiration is merely aesthetic, devoid of romantic implications." Guo Guo responded. "Oh, so it is mere admiration. Now I understand. Let us proceed." Chao Deshen, fearing his sister's lingering thoughts about Lu Shihong, ceased bringing his brothers to visit Chao Xiulan. Deprived of seeing Lu Shihong, Chao Xiulan found herself consumed by longing, day and night tormented by thoughts of him. This relentless yearning gradually took a toll on her health, leading to her illness. Upon learning of his sister's condition, Chao Deshan hurried back to care for her. Song Yao remarked, "Is this a case of lovesickness? I thought such afflictions were mere figments of fiction, non-existent in reality. I never expected that today would be an eye-opening experience." Guagua, indeed, Chao Xiaolan has fallen victim to lovesickness. Upon learning that his sister was afflicted, Chao Deshan, looking at her haggard countenance, softened his heart and decided to invite Lu Shixing to their home. After Lu Shixing's arrival, Chao Xiaolan expressed her feelings of affection. Lu Shixing was taken aback by Chao Xiaolan's boldness and gently declined her advances. At this moment, he harbored no thoughts of marriage, and furthermore, his matrimonial affairs were not something he could easily decide upon. He resolutely rejected her. Song Yao. Chao Xiaolan is indeed quite audacious to confess her feelings directly to Lu Shixing. By the way, is Chao Deshan aware of this confession? Guagua. He is. At that time, Chao Deshan had gone to the kitchen for something and returned promptly, overhearing Chao Xiaolan's declaration of love as well as Lu Shixing's refusal. Although Chao Xiaolan wished to further express her affection, Lu Shixing was contemplating an opportunity to leave when Chao Deshan entered, thus breaking the impasse. Seizing the chance, Lu Shixing found an excuse to depart. Subsequently, Chao Deshan sought out Lu Shixing privately and explained that his sister's lovesickness had muddled her mind and that her words should not be taken seriously. With such a brotherly assurance, Lu Shixing chose not to dwell on the matter. Song Yao. Surely, this incident cannot simply end here. Guagua. Indeed, it is far from over. That day, after Lu Shixing's departure, Chao Deshan harshly reprimanded Chao Xiaolan, reiterating that he would never allow her to marry a man from the military and urged her to abandon such notions. This left Chao Xiaolan utterly heartbroken. From that day forward, she began to create a scene. Refusing to eat, resorting to self-harm, and even attempting to hang herself, her methods were endless. However, Chao Xiaolan did not genuinely wish to die. She merely intended to provoke a reaction from Chao Deshan when alone. She would not behave in such a manner. Whenever Chao Deshan returned home to see her, she would commence her antics. Despite his concern for his sister, Chao Deshan remained steadfast in his stance. Eventually, whenever he returned home, he would merely check at the door, never crossing the threshold. As long as he confirmed that Chao Xiaolan was unharmed, he would leave, watching the video. The various antics of Chao Xiaolan and the helplessness of Chao Deshan standing behind his own door evoked profound sympathy for this brother. Song Yao lamented, Chao Deshan truly cares for Chao Xiaolan, yet she remains oblivious to her brother's heartfelt intentions, forcing him to the point where he cannot return home. Guagua. Indeed, no matter how much chaos Chao Xiaolan caused, Chao Deshan did not relent. He believed that with time, his sister would come to her senses. Thus, 6 months passed, and Chao Xiaolan's affection for Lu Shixing showed no signs of waning. In fact, it had escalated to an obsessive level. She could neither see Chao Deshan nor Lu Shixing. While contemplating how to meet Lu Shixing, an incident occurred. The video showcased Chao Xiaolan's frenzied longing for Lu Shixing, continuously murmuring his name regardless of her activities. She appeared utterly deranged. At this point, Guagua paused. Song Yao anxiously inquired, Guagua, why have you stopped? What happened next? Please, continue. The suspense was unbearable for Song Yao. Not only was she anxious, but the others in the grand hall shared her urgency. Guagua, host, do not fret. Allow me to elaborate. When Lu Shixing and his group of comrades went to scout enemy territory, they fell into an ambush, narrowly escaping with their lives, though all the brothers returned alive. Each bore severe injuries, with Chao Deshan suffering the most. Under the care of the military physician, Chao Deshan managed to survive. The physician advised that as long as he adhered to his medication schedule and changed the dressings on his wounds promptly, he would recover. Lu Shixing felt immense guilt, knowing that Chao Deshan had been injured gravely while trying to save him. After discussing among themselves, they concluded that they could not provide the same attentive care as a woman like Chao Xiaolan. So with the higher-ups' consent, they procured additional medicine from the physician and took Chao Deshan to see Chao Xiaolan. The video depicted the harrowing escape of the group. It was a scene of great brutal. Guguadan paused momentarily before continuing, after attending to Chao Deshan's funeral arrangements. Lu Shika and the others inquired about Chao Xiaolan's future plans. Lowering her head, Chao Xiaolan took a long while before responding. Before his death, my brother asked Lu Shika to take care of me. Lu Shika felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, knowing that Chao Deshan had sustained grave injuries, ultimately losing his life while trying to save him. When Chao Xiaolan expressed her desire for his care, especially as it was her brother's wish, Lu Shika did not refuse. He resolved to treat Chao Xiaolan as his own sister, vowing to look after her well and prepare a substantial dowry for her when the time came for her to marry. However, unbeknownst to Lu Shikai, Chao Xiulan harbored a singular ambition to become his wife. When Lu Shikai proposed regarding her as a sister, she acquiesced, believing she must not rush things and should proceed gradually. What if she were to directly confess her desire to be Lu Shikai's wife and scare him away? If that happened, her goal would remain unfulfilled, and she would find it impossible to see him, let alone become his wife. Song Yuo let out a cold laugh. Ha! It seems Chao Xiulan has finally learned to be more strategic, opting for a roundabout approach. Guo Guo replied, after all she has experienced, Chao Xiulan is no longer as straightforward as she once was. She has been devising ways daily to win Lu Shikai's affection. Song Yuo retorted sarcastically. Chao Xiulan is truly putting in a tremendous effort to secure Lu Shikai. Guo Guo added, Chao Xiulan is indeed exhausting her wits. Moreover, Lu Shikai and his brothers visit Chao Xiulan every rest day, which infuriates her. She wishes for Lu Shikai to come alone, not with the entire group. With them around, how can she have a moment alone with Lu Shikai to cultivate their feelings? Although Chao Xiulan is displeased, she maintains a facade of happiness. She hinted several times that if the military camp is busy, they need not visit, but this group of rough men waved her off, asserting that she is their dear sister, and no matter how busy they are, they will come to see her during their breaks. This only served to further frustrate Chao Xiulan. Observing Chao Xiulan's beleaguered expression in the video, Song Yuo felt a sense of relief. The others, witnessing Chao Xiulan's predicament, similarly found solace. Guo Guo continued. Chao Xiulan realized that this situation could not continue, and that nurturing their relationship was progressing too slowly. She devised a plan. The next time Lu Shikai and his companions visit, she would prepare a sumptuous feast and brew a barrel of wine. Her intention was to intoxicate them, and then lie alongside Lu Shikai, so when they awoke, they would find the two of them intertwined. In that moment, she would claim that Lu Shikai had forced himself upon her after drinking, and with the debt of gratitude owed to Chao Deshan, he would have no choice but to marry her. Chao Xiulan has already procured the wine and added something to it, eagerly awaiting their next arrival. As she witnessed the scene of Chao Xiulan drugging the wine, Song Yuo was filled with fury. Chao Xiulan is utterly shameless. Even after Chao Deshan's death, she seeks to exploit his last vestige of value, leveraging his life-saving deed to compel Lu Shikai into marrying her. How despicable! Guo Guo, what can we do? Is Lu Shikai, this innocent cabbage, destined to be ravaged by Chao Xiulan, this boorish sow? How has he become entangled with such a woman? She is nothing but a relentless leech, impossible to shake off. The only way to rid Lu Shikai of Chao Xiulan is to reveal the true cause of Chao Deshan's death to the authorities. Leading to Chao Xiulan's arrest, Guo Guo remarked, isn't it true that Lu Shikai's striking appearance has attracted such troublesome affections? Song Yuo nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu Shikai's looks are remarkable. A man whose beauty rivals that of a calamity has drawn Chao Xiulan, a genuine menace. If he falls victim to her scheming, with Chao Xiulan wielding the leverage of Chao Deshan's favor, Lu Shikai's life will be ruined. Just imagining a serpent-hearted woman as one's partner is terrifying. If Chao Xiulan were to be brought back to the capital, peace in the Lu household would be utterly disrupted. I wish to assist, but how can I discreetly warn the noble consort? What a vexing predicament! Guo Guo reassured her. Host, do not fret, I can compile and print this information, along with the evidence, for you. You can then secretly place the note on the noble consort Lu. Song Yuo responded, Ha, but I lack a reason to approach the noble consort. Guo Guo suggested, you must find an opportunity. That will depend on your own ingenuity. By the way, I will prepare the documents for printing now. Song Yuo replied, all right. Moments later, Guo Guo announced, Host, the printing is complete. Song Yuo acknowledged, understood, I will seek an opportunity shortly. Upon hearing this, Lu Guifei interjected, young Master Song, you are quite to my liking. Come closer so I may observe you properly. Guo Guo brightened, Host, this is your opportunity. Act swiftly. Song Yuo felt a surge of excitement and said, got it. Approaching, Lu Guifei grasped her hand, scrutinizing her closely while inquiring about various matters. Seizing the moment, Song Yuo discreetly slipped the documents into Lu Guifei's garments. Although her actions were not particularly deft, everyone pretended not to notice. Lu Guifei, fearing the documents might fall, adjusted her clothing, making it quite challenging for everyone to cooperate with Song Yuo's endeavor. By the time Song Yuo returned to her position, more than a cup of tea had passed. She exhaled a long breath. Guo Guo, I finally managed to deliver the items. I felt like a spy. After taking a few sips of tea, she finally calmed down. Guo Guo chimed in, Host, would you like some melon?
Song Yao responded, "There are indeed many melons in this harem. Of course, I will eat. As long as it is a melon, I shall partake." Upon hearing there was a melon, everyone's ears perked up, speculating whose story would be revealed next. Guagua stated, "Then let us discuss the tale of concubine Duan." As Guagua's words faded, an image of concubine Duan appeared on the screen above Song Yao's head. All eyes turned to her, concerned. Concubine Duan felt a surge of anxiety. Since entering the palace, she had been cautious, never offending anyone. What could she possibly have to reveal? While she pondered, Guagua's voice broke in. Concubine Duan is meticulous in all her endeavors, so she has no juicy tales to share today. However, I will speak of her sister, Duan Songyu. A charming young woman appeared on the screen. This was Duan Songyu. Guagua began to divulge. Duan Songyu is the biological sister of concubine Duan, the legitimate daughter of the Zuocheng of the Ministry of Personnel, a fourth-rank official. Recently, she stealthily slipped out of the house for some leisure, only to discover, after dining, that her purse was missing. The shopkeeper, believing she was attempting to dine and dash, chastised her without mercy. The video showcased Duan Songyu, accompanied by her maid, frantically searching for her lost purse after finishing her meal. Following that, the sound of the shopkeeper's reprimand echoed. Guagua continued, just as Duan Songyu was overwhelmed with shame and anger, a young man appeared, paying for their meal. Grateful for the assistance, Duan Songyu was taken aback when she finally saw the young man's face. The man on the screen, possessing striking brows and captivating eyes, was exceedingly handsome. Guagua noted, this young man, whom Duan Songyu recognized, is the newly minted Jinshi Gao Mirang. Duan Songyu had caught a glimpse of him from a distance during his celebratory parade. Following the earlier incident, her impression of Gao Mirang significantly improved. Thus, they became acquainted. In this era, it is quite normal for men and women to venture out together for leisure. During this period, Gao Mirang frequently invited Duan Songyu on outings. Her feelings for him only deepened. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Mirang expressed his affections for Duan Songyu. Although she reciprocated his feelings, she understood that a woman's marriage must be approved by her elders. So she refrained from giving an immediate answer, stating she would need to inform her family, and their consent was required. Gao Mirang expressed his understanding. Song Yao interjected, "Is this considered a juicy tale? A romance between a talented scholar and a beautiful maiden is quite normal." Guagua replied, "Host, the situation is not as simple as it appears. Allow me to elaborate on Gao Mirang. He has been exceptionally bright since childhood. However, his father passed away when he was young, and he was raised by his mother. Gao's mother supported him by mending clothes and washing linens, ensuring he could pursue his studies. Gao Mirang also supplemented their income by copying texts, barely managing to cover his educational expenses. He truly cherishes the rare opportunity to learn." Pausing briefly, Guagua continued, after Gao Mirang passed the scholar examination, he was once coerced by his classmates to accompany them. Claiming they wanted to broaden his horizons, though reluctant, they dragged him along. Their destination was a well-known local establishment, Yichun Pavilion. Upon hearing the name, one can instinctively discern the nature of this place. This is the largest pleasure house in the locality. Upon arriving, Gao Mirang, upon sighting this establishment, contemplated leaving but was forcibly drawn inside by his classmates. Once within, they ordered the establishment's star performer, Miss Nanxing. Miss Nanxing, known for her artistry rather than her physical allure, engaged her patrons in the recitation of poetry and the strumming of melodies. While his classmates reveled in the merriment, Gao Mirang remained silent. Retreating to a corner, Miss Nanxing noticed his presence but chose to remain silent. Such is often the demeanor of first-time visitors. In subsequent visits, Gao Mirang's initial discomfort began to dissipate, leading to a budding familiarity between him and Miss Nanxing. Song Yao remarked, "Could it be that Gao Mirang has fallen in love with Miss Nanxing?" Guagua replied, "Host, your guesses are spot on." During their conversations, Miss Nanxing learned of Gao Mirang's family background and came to admire him greatly. Originally the daughter of a wealthy merchant, she had fallen from grace and found herself in these circumstances. Miss Nanxing is well educated, and regardless of the topic, she could engage with Gao Mirang effortlessly. Thus, love blossomed between them. Concerned for Gao Mirang's arduous studies, Miss Nanxing offered her own savings to ensure he could focus on his education. Initially hesitant to accept her money, Gao Mirang gradually grew accustomed to it. Freed from financial worries, his situation improved significantly. With Miss Nanxing's support, Gao Mirang's living conditions became far less strained. Sustained by her generosity, he eventually earned recognition as a top scholar. Over the years, Gao Mirang had spent tens of thousands of taels of silver provided by Miss Nanxing. Initially, the silver was offered willingly 10 or 20 taels at a Song Yao. Guagua,
let me ask you something. Just look at yourself. I say one sentence, and you respond with 10. Are you a contrarian? Guo, I am merely being pragmatic, Song Yuao. All right. You are absolutely right. Did you not say there is more gossip? Let us hasten and continue our discussion. No one can deter Song Yuao from indulging in gossip. She is currently in high spirits, Guo. Then our next topic shall be about the 8th prince, also known as the war prince Song Yuao. What? You mentioned there was gossip before the war prince arrived. Yet now that he is here, you switch topics, Guo. I believe the gossip regarding the war prince is far more sensational. Let us delve into that first, Song Yuao. Very well, as Guo's words concluded. An image of the war prince appeared on the screen above Song Yuao's head. All eyes turned towards him. Hong Fei anxiously gazed at her son, while the emperor was also eager to hear the latest news about the 8th prince. The war prince, however, looked bewildered, staring at the image above Song Yuao's head, having just returned from the frontier and unaware of her situation. He was puzzled as to why he could hear the thoughts of the young lady across from him. Observing the excitement of those around him, he deduced that they too could hear her thoughts. A glance at his father confirmed his suspicion. The emperor was also privy to the young lady's musings. The war prince remained silent, fixated on his own image in the video. Guo's voice rang out. The war prince, named Cheng Jinbai, is the son of Hong Fei and the offspring of a military family. At the age of 11, he followed his maternal grandfather to the border, where he remained for 15 years. Naturally, he returned home once or twice during this period, when he first joined the military. Much like Liu Shihong, whom we previously discussed, he concealed his identity and began as a common soldier, unknown to anyone. Through sheer perseverance, he earned countless military achievements and rose to become the war prince. Enduring innumerable trials along the way, what I will recount now pertains to events from the past year. The video showcased the war prince's life in the military training, battles, injuries. His body bore the marks of numerous scars. Hong Fei, upon seeing the various scars on her son, felt tears welling up. She quickly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe them away, fearing that Song Yuao might notice. Before tucking it away again, Song Yuao, observing the scars, remarked, "Oh, how many injuries has he sustained? That scar on his back is so deep. It must have been a severe wound to have left such a mark. Each of these scars is a testament to his valor." Guo, host, let us begin with the deepest scar. A year ago, the war prince sought to procure a supply of grain for the army, so he personally left the military camp. He set out with only 10 guards. Unfortunately, word got out, and they were ambushed. Song Yuao, an insider, appeared beside the war prince. Guo, the individual was not an insider. He was a spy placed within the military by the opposing forces. Upon learning that the war prince was traveling with only 10 men, they prepared meticulously to eliminate him. Over 100 of their men launched an ambush against the 11, then all 10 of the war prince's guards perished. And in a fierce struggle, he managed to kill dozens before ultimately being overwhelmed and falling off a cliff. Fortunately, the cliff led to a river, and he fell into the water, losing consciousness. The war prince was fortunate to be swept far downstream. Eventually washing ashore, the search parties, having briefly looked for him without success, departed. Their lack of thorough searching was not due to a lack of desire but rather fear that the war prince's people would soon be alerted to his disappearance, making it impossible for them to escape. Thus, they reluctantly withdrew, allowing the war prince to narrowly evade disaster. The video depicted the scene of that ambush, with the deepest scar a direct result of that encounter. Song Yuao, and then, Guo, the war prince, unconscious, was rescued by someone. Host, allow me to tell you about the war prince's savior. A stunning young woman appeared in the video, Bai Yining. The war prince's heart raced upon seeing the familiar figure. He had yet to discuss this matter with his father and mother, and now it was being revealed by others, causing him to clench his fists in anxiety. Guo continued, "This young lady is Bai Yining, the renowned daughter of Yujin Manor. Her father, Bai Zangpeng, intends to marry her off to the young master of Lion Manor, Song Wuan. Bai Yining has made it clear that she does not favor Song Wuan. Yet her father insists he is an exceptional match. Regardless of her resistance, Bai Zangpeng remains resolute in his decision to wed her to Song Wuan. The wedding date has been set for a few months hence." After several failed attempts to oppose her father, Bai Yining ceased her protests, understanding that further resistance would only lead to her being confined. Though she appeared submissive, she secretly plotted her escape. A month later, she finally seized the opportunity to leave Yujin Manor under the pretext of purchasing wedding supplies, eluding her guards, and fleeing with only her personal maid. Watching the video of Bai Yining outsmarting her father, Song Yuao couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, Seeing Bai Yining like this reminds me of my own cunning battles of wits with my mother. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Song's mother glared at Song Youo with gritted teeth. What to do now? She felt the urge to strike her again. Determined, Song's mother resolved to teach this troublesome daughter a lesson upon their return. Song Qinglin, observing her mother's expression, knew precisely what she was thinking. Her mother always behaved this way. Each time she threatened to punish her younger sister, she would end up either not mentioning it afterward or merely brandishing a stick without actually striking her. They had long grown accustomed to it. Whenever their mother threatened to discipline Youo, after enough theatrical gestures with the stick, they merely had to offer some token advice, and if someone provided an escape route, she would hand the stick over to them, proclaiming, "You all indulge Youo too much. She will inevitably cause great trouble." With that, she would leave without a backward glance. Their mother, unable to strike her younger sister, always shifted the blame onto them. Alas, they have been the scapegoats for years. As Song Youo continued to chuckle at the video of Bai Yining, her laughter resonated with everyone present. Guo Guo resumed, after escaping. Bai Yining dared not venture into the town and took to the back roads, fearful of being captured by her father's men. Bai Yining and her maid, Ling Qiu, traveled for several days before finally leaving the vicinity of Yujian Manor. One day, they came upon a riverbank and decided to rest and wash their faces. To their surprise, they discovered the war prince lying on the riverbank. Initially, they thought he was dead, but after Long Qiu checked for signs of life, she found he was still breathing. Thus, Bai Yining and Long Qiu dragged the war prince to safety. After examining his injuries, they suspected he was a victim of a vendetta. Long Qiu argued that they should not involve themselves, as they were also fugitives and could not afford to take on others' burdens. Having dragged him to safety was already a significant act of compassion. Whether he survived was a matter of fate. However, Bai Yining was captivated by the war prince's appearance. The video displayed the scene of Bai Yining and Long Qiu rescuing the war prince, along with Bai Yining's mesmerized expression as she gazed at him. Song Youo, witnessing this, couldn't resist a mischievous laugh. Oh my, could it be that this young lady has taken a fancy to the war prince's striking visage? Guo Guo, host, you are truly perceptive. You noticed that? Song Youo, surely anyone could see that. Look at Bai Yining, utterly entranced by his face. It's quite evident. Guo Guo, Bai Yining believes that in the realm of chivalry, one should not be bound by trivialities. Since she has taken a liking to him, she cannot let him go. Ignoring Long Qiu's objections, Bai Yining rescued the war prince. Fearing to take him to the town's medical facility, they sought refuge in a nearby village, where she explained to the village chief that they were merchants who had encountered bandits, resulting in the deaths of their guards while her husband had sustained serious injuries and fallen unconscious. They requested to rent a place in the village to care for him. Given their disheveled appearance, the village chief was inclined to believe them. Thus, the three settled in the small village. Although Bai Yining was a young lady of status, she was also skilled in martial arts and possessed some medical knowledge, adept at treating external wounds. Bai Yining also discovered that aside from external injuries, the war king had several broken ribs, indicating that his condition was quite grave. After disguising Ling Qiu, she sent him to the town to procure medicine, personally tending to the war king's wounds. Guo Guo paused for a moment before continuing. The war king awakened 10 days later. As he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and the unknown woman before him, he deduced that he had been rescued. Bai Yining was overjoyed to see the war king conscious, and he expressed his gratitude for her salvation. The war king did not reveal his true identity, introducing himself as Han Jinbo, merely stating that he was on a mission when he encountered enemies, was ambushed, and fell from a cliff, losing consciousness thereafter. Upon awakening, he found himself in his current predicament. He chose not to use his real surname, as Chong was a royal surname, which would have undoubtedly disclosed his noble lineage. Hence, he opted for his maternal surname. Han Bai Yining, likewise, withheld her true identity, identifying herself as Bai Yining, the daughter of a wealthy merchant, who was out for leisure when she encountered mountain bandits and, while fleeing with her maid, stumbled upon the war king by the riverbank and saved him. Neither of them spoke the truth. The three remained in the small mountain village for over half a year. Bai Yining diligently cared for the war king, and under her attentive nurturing, his health gradually improved. The video showcased moments of Bai Yining tending to the war king. Guo Guo's revelations continued. During this half year, Bai Zhangpeng did not cease searching for Bai Yining, and Li Guovilla also dispatched people to seek her whereabouts. Once the war king was able to rise from his bed, he re-established contact with his subordinates, instructing them that he would not return until he was fully healed, and to create a false impression that he was still missing. Song Youo remarked, "It has been over half a year. Has Bai Yining not yet captured the war king's heart?" Guo replied. During their prolonged interaction, feelings blossomed. Initially, Bai Yining was merely captivated by the War King's appearance. But over the course of their companionship, she found him to be quite admirable, suitable to be her husband. The War King, in turn, found Bai Yining to be vivacious and charming, precisely his preferred type. With mutual affection, under the witness of Lin Qiu, they exchanged vows and became husband and wife. Song Yao nodded. Indeed, lovers ultimately unite. Let us celebrate. Guo interjected. Host, your thoughts are overly simplistic. Though they are now married, their circumstances render this matter far from straightforward. At this time, the War King's health was not yet fully restored. He began to lead a life of an ordinary couple with Bai Yining in the small mountain village. As months passed, the War King's injuries completely healed. At this juncture, his subordinates delivered a secret edict summoning him back to the capital. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to return. Before departing, he repeatedly urged Bai Yining to await his return, assuring her that once he returned, he would inform his family of their relationship and ceremoniously welcome her into his home. Bai Yining nodded in agreement. Promising to wait for him, the video displayed snippets of the War King and Bai Yining's interactions, transitioning to scenes of their reluctant farewell. Guo continued. After the War King's departure, Bai Yining wept bitterly. On the day the War King's subordinate arrived, she overheard their conversation. Bai Yining could hardly fathom that Hong Jinbo was a prince, and that even his name was a fabrication. She understood that with Hong Jinbo's departure, their romance had come to an inevitable end. Historically, the realms of the Jianghu and the imperial court have remained distinct and unblended. As the eldest daughter of the Yujian villa, her father would never permit her to marry into royalty. Thus, she realized that her connection with Hong Jinbo was ultimately a fleeting dream. Upon reflection, she recognized that she too had concealed her true identity, rendering their deception evenly matched. Bai Yining resolved to leave the small mountain village. Song Yao inquired, Guo, is it truly impossible for Jianghu individuals to unite with those of the imperial court? What kind of rule is this? Guo responded, such sayings do exist, yet circumstances can be altered. Allow me to continue. During this period, Bai Yining's spirits plummeted, and she suddenly fainted. Upon regaining consciousness and taking her pulse, she discovered that she was with child. This revelation filled her heart with renewed hope. She resolved to raise the child alone, determined to give birth and nurture it to adulthood. Song Yao remarked, Bai Yining is remarkably free-spirited, detaching herself when necessary. Moreover, I find her thoughts particularly progressive. The notion of raising a child without a father is audacious and commendable. Truly admirable. The onlookers regarded the radiant woman on the screen, each with their own thoughts. How could such a beautiful lady be the eldest daughter of Yujian villa? If only her counterpart were not from the Jianghu, matters would be much simpler. However, the complexities between the Jianghu and the imperial court cannot be easily articulated. It is indeed a challenging situation. The War King's expression turned ashen. Ying. So you are the eldest daughter of Yujian villa. Are you truly choosing to forsake me? The War King felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. He never intended to deceive Ying. Upon awakening, he had to exercise caution. He had formulated a plan to return home, explain the situation to his father and mother, and then reveal his true identity to Ying upon their next encounter. He never anticipated that Ying would overhear his conversation with his subordinate. With his princess and child slipping away, the War King felt an urgent need to kneel. Quick-witted, the other princes caught him just as he was about to bow, silencing him with their hands. The emperor immediately cast a warning glance his way, prompting the War King to fall silent. Guo continued to divulge. Not long after Bai Yining and Lin Qiu left the village, they were discovered by Bai Jiangpeng's men and brought back. Lin Qiu was imprisoned in the water dungeon. Bai Jiangpeng pressured Bai Yining to marry Song Wuan immediately. Bai Yining, resolute, divulged that she was already married and pregnant. Bai Jiangpeng was infuriated, demanding to know the identity of the man. But Bai Yining refused to disclose anything. Bai Jiangpeng insisted that she terminate the pregnancy, to which Bai Yining declared that if the child were lost, she would not wish to live any longer. With only one daughter, Bai Jiangpeng could not bear to see her perish. Faced with such a predicament, he had no choice but to withdraw from the marriage arrangement with Li Wo villa and compensate them handsomely. Song Yao asked, is this matter truly resolved just like that? Guo retorted, how could it be? Unable to extract any information from Bai Yining, Bai Jiangpeng resorted to interrogating Lin Qiu in the water dungeon. Under duress, Lin Qiu divulged everything. Upon learning that a member of the royal family had harmed his daughter, Bai Jiangpeng was seething with rage, vowing to sever ties with the imperial court. Moreover, Bai Jiangpeng had resolved that regardless of whether Bai Yining's child was a boy or a girl, the surname would remain Bai. Additionally, to better care for Bai Yining, Ling Qiu had been released from the water dungeon. Bai Zongpeng had already determined that once Bai Yining gave birth, he would seek a suitable husband for her, ensuring that his daughter would find a commendable partner. However, this plan had not been disclosed to Bai Yining. Song Yao mused, is the War King truly to lose both his wife and child? Yet, I genuinely admire Bai Yining. She knows when to let go, especially with her progressive thoughts on raising a child without a father. She is indeed a remarkable woman. This ideology is so advanced that even some modern individuals struggle to keep pace. As for Bai Zongpeng, why is he so insistent on finding a husband for his daughter? The War King's expression darkened considerably. While Song Yao continued to stoke the flames, Song Yao remarked, Guo Guo, does this not imply that the War King has been cast aside? Given Bai Yining's current stance, does this not suggest that she remains untouched by worldly affairs? Men are like garments. Old ones must be discarded before new ones can come into play. As Song Yao's musings grew increasingly absurd, Lady Song could no longer endure the discourse. Clearing her throat to interrupt, she looked at Song Yao and asked, My dear, what troubles you? Lady Song could only respond, Nothing. By the way, the pastries in the palace are delightful. You should try them. Fearing that Song Yao might utter something scandalous, Lady Song sought to divert her attention with food. Indeed, Song Yao's subsequent remarks revolved around the various evaluations of the delicacies. Previously, she had been so engrossed in the unfolding drama that she had failed to notice the pastries on the table. Furthermore, her mother had repeatedly instructed her to behave and refrain from looking around or speaking indiscreetly upon entering the palace. Today, she had strictly adhered to her mother's counsel, sitting quietly without uttering a word. She was indeed a well-behaved and understanding child. Since her mother had suggested she indulge in the pastries, Song Yao picked up a piece and began to eat. Meanwhile, the War King's countenance had grown increasingly grim. Had he truly been forsaken, how could Yining treat him in such a manner? Having spent several hours in the palace, it was time to return, with Song Yao's thoughts no longer echoing in her mind and no further gossip to indulge in. She consented to leave with Lady Song and her mother. As soon as they departed, the War King knelt down, exclaiming, Father Emperor, Grandmother, Mother Empress, I wish to marry Bai Yining as my princess. I beseech you to grant me this request. The War King persisted in bowing repeatedly. His demeanor resolute. The Emperor had yet to utter a word, and within the grand hall, silence reigned supreme. After a considerable pause, the Emperor finally spoke. We are well aware of the circumstances surrounding your affair with Bai Yining. The court and the martial world have maintained a mutual non-interference for many years, a tacit agreement upheld by both sides. Now, your desire to wed Bai Yining may prove to be more challenging than anticipated. The Prince of War quickly expressed his determination. Regardless of the difficulties this matter may entail, I am willing to make the attempt. The Emperor nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, our royal bloodline must not be diluted or merged with another surname. Given your resolute stance, I shall refrain from further remarks. As long as you can persuade Bai Zongpeng to relinquish his objections and allow his daughter to marry you, I shall not stand in your way. Whether you can accomplish this depends solely on your own abilities. This is something I cannot assist you with, nor shall I. However, I guarantee that even if you wed Bai Yining, I will not meddle in the affairs of the martial world. Nor will I involve myself with the Yujian manor. Upon hearing this, the Prince of War promptly bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Father Emperor. Thank you, Grand Empress. Thank you, Mother. The Empress Dowager hastily interjected. Do not kneel any longer. Rise. Concerns began to stir within Hang Fei as she gazed upon her son. She feared that his pursuit of a marriage proposal might lead to unforeseen hardships. The martial world has historically shunned dealings with the court, particularly with the likes of Yujian Manor, Lai Yan Manor, Feishuan Manor, Baihua Pavilion, Baishui Palace, and Xian Bin Sect. Convincing the master of Yujian Manor to accept a marital alliance with the court is undoubtedly a formidable task. With this in mind, Hang Fei sighed, realizing her son's aspirations to marry Bai Yining would entail considerable trials. With nothing further to discuss, the concubines took their leave. Lu Guifei and Duang Ping hastily sent word to their respective fathers, urging them to enter the palace without delay. The matters concerning Lu Shihong and Zhuang Songyu required immediate resolution. On that day, during breakfast, Madame Song informed everyone, the Duke of Engguo has sent an invitation. In 5 days, his heir, and Lei, shall wed the stepdaughter, Princess Yu Ping. Song Yao instantly perked up. Mother, does this mean we can attend the feast? Madame Song shot her a disapproving glance. Feast, feast, all you ever think about is eating. Unfazed, Song Yao retorted, in this life, what else is there but to eat and drink? I am merely contemplating the feast. What is amiss with that? Madame Song, choosing to ignore her daughter, continued, today I have invited a seamstress to come and craft a set of garments for each of us. Especially for you, Yo-Oh, as you possess too few dresses suitable for attending banquets. Song Yo waved her hand dismissively. Mother, I already have 2 dresses for such occasions, and they are splendid. Furthermore, I am still growing. Any newly made garments will soon be ill-fitting, so there is no need to spend money on them. Madame Song firmly stated. You shall heed my words. New garments must be made. Just as Song Yo was about to protest further, she was interrupted by Song Shilang. Yo, you should follow your mother's arrangements. Fine. She relented, realizing her father's word was law, and she no longer opposed the decision. After their meal, the seamstress arrived to take measurements, and upon receiving Madame Song's instructions regarding the garments, she departed. On the eve of the banquet, the new clothes were delivered to the residence. Song Qinling received a sky blue gown, while Song Yo was presented with a light purple dress. Delighted by the attire, Song Yo tried it on, finding it perfectly fitting. Clad in her new ensemble, she resembled a little fairy, provided one did not hit her inner thoughts. At that moment, Song Yo's internal monologue was rather unflattering. Guo. They say a person is judged by their attire. In this outfit, do I not appear to be an absolute little fairy? Guo readily agreed. In this outfit, you certainly look quite presentable. Song Yo exclaimed in exasperation. Guo, do you have any sense of decorum? What do you mean I look somewhat presentable? I am a person in my own right. Thank you very much. Guo retorted. What I mean is, before one is aware of your wild nature, based solely on your appearance, you do indeed come across as a gentle and charming young lady. However, once your true nature is revealed, it matters not what you wear. Song Yo shouted. You wretched system, do you think it will kill you to offer me a compliment? You are the epitome of a cosmic, invincible, super garbage system. Guo was not one to back down. And you, a cosmic, invincible, super narcissistic host, what do you think of yourself? Do you not possess any self-awareness? You ask me every few days. Song Yo cried out. Oh. Uncle can endure, but aunt cannot. Everyone had grown accustomed to their bickering. It was a routine occurrence every few days for the past decade, and they had accepted it as normal. Disputes among children were trivial matters, and it was understood that they would soon reconcile. The following day, Song Shilang and Madame Song took their 3 children to the banquet. For Song Yo, this was her inaugural experience attending a wedding feast in this world, and she could not help but feel a surge of excitement upon arriving at the Duke of Nguo's residence. Song Shilang led Song Qinyu to the male guests, while Madame Song escorted Song Qinling and Song Yo to the female guest area. The seats for the female guests were nearly filled. Curiously, Song Yo noticed that the 3 central seats remained unoccupied. Why was that? Surely, those were prime spots. As she pondered this, they were unexpectedly directed to sit in the central seats. Perplexed, Song Yo inquired of Guo. Guo, why have we been placed in the C position? Guo replied. This Guo does not know either. Song Yo shrugged. If you don't know, then so be it. She decided not to dwell on it. It was just a few seats, after all, and not a matter of great significance. Seated at the center, the guests formed a circle around her, allowing everyone to partake in the spectacle that was Song Yo. Every time this little lady made an appearance, she brought along a juicy piece of gossip. What might she unveil today? The guests were filled with anticipation. They had arrived a bit early, and the groom had just gone to fetch the bride. The feast had yet to commence. Meanwhile, Madame Song was already engaged in conversation with the surrounding ladies. Having only recently been allowed to step outside, Song Yo realized she hardly knew anyone and felt an overwhelming sense of boredom. Song Yo lamented. Guo, I am so bored. Guo suggested. Host, if you are bored, why not indulge in some gossip? Song Yo eagerly replied. Yes, please share. The moment they heard this, everyone perked up, eagerly awaiting the revelations from Little Song. They were all curious to know whose scandal would be unveiled today. Guo declared. Today, we shall delve into the gossip surrounding Princess Anren. Upon hearing this, the expressions on the guests' faces shifted dramatically. Princess Anren was renowned as the flower widow of the capital, her reputation widely known. Everyone was keen to learn of her escapades, as Guo's words echoed. An image of Princess Anren appeared above Song Yo's head. The illustrious Princess Anren, known as Chongliu, filled Song Yo with excitement. Guo, Princess Anren is indeed a famous flower widow in the capital. I am eager to hear about her romantic exploits, so hurry and tell me. Princess Anren sensed the multitude of gazes directed at her and had long become accustomed to such scrutiny over the years. She remained unfazed, Guo began to share. Princess Anren, whose name is Cheng Liu, is the biological cousin of the current emperor. She is the legitimate daughter of the ex-Ian Wang, who is another uncle of the emperor. Since childhood, Cheng Liu has been known for her exquisite beauty, and as she matured, she became a captivating beauty, enchanting all who beheld her. Now in her 30s, she is in the prime of her life. A video showcased Princess Anren's childhood, depicting her as a delicate and adorable young girl. As she grew, her charm blossomed, captivating all with her enchanting gaze, her grace and allure undeniable. In summary, the word that best describes her is beautiful. Guo continued. At the age of 15, Cheng Liu was betrothed to the talented scholar, Chai Xinghai. The video then displayed the visage of Chai Xinghai, whose handsome appearance made it clear why he was honored as a talented scholar. Guo further divulged. Cheng Liu first laid eyes on Chai Xinghai during his procession through the streets, and she was instantly smitten. A few days later, the ex-Ian Wang inquired about her feelings towards Chai Xinghai as a prospective husband. Cheng Liu shyly responded that she would defer to her father's decision, signifying her consent. The ex-Ian Wang nodded and departed. Since his daughter was willing, he proceeded to the palace to seek the emperor's blessing for their union. Before the marriage was sanctioned, the emperor questioned Chai Xinghai multiple times regarding his intentions. Had he been promised to another? Was he willing to marry Princess Anren, Cheng Liu? Chai Xinghai affirmed that he had no prior commitments and was indeed willing to marry Princess Anren. Thus, the emperor granted their union. Song Youao, is this yet another cliche detail of a phoenix man rising to prominence? Guo, no, it's not. Song Youao, that's a relief. I've grown weary of hearing about phoenix men as rise to power. Guo, rest assured, this is a fresh tale, one that won't bore the host with monotonous themes. Song Youao, alright, please proceed swiftly. Guo, very well. Several months later, Cheng Liu married Chai Xinghai. The couple enjoyed a blissful life together, with Chai Xinghai treating Cheng Liu exceptionally well, always prioritizing her needs. Cheng Liu felt fortunate to have wed such a fine gentleman. However, one day, a woman appeared at the gates of the princess's residence. Accompanied by 2 children, claiming to seek her husband. Chai Xinghai, the children, a boy and a girl, were both his flesh and blood. This matter concerned the royal family, prompting the gatekeeper to promptly inform Cheng Liu. Upon hearing this news, Cheng Liu's mind went blank. Chai Xinghai had always been kind to her, humble and courteous. She couldn't believe he would commit such a betrayal. Nevertheless, Cheng Liu immediately made her way to the gate. Song Youao, it's clear that after Chai Xinghai graduated, he abandoned his humble wife. Guo, indeed, upon arriving at the gate, Cheng Liu saw a strikingly beautiful woman with 2 children. The girl appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, while the boy looked merely 4 or 5. The woman knelt on the ground with the children, exuding a sense of despair and sorrow that tugged at Cheng Liu's heartstrings. Cheng Liu helped the mother and children to their feet and explained that when the emperor arranged their marriage, he had inquired with Chai Xinghai, who claimed he was neither married nor betrothed. Leading to the royal decree, the woman countered, saying she had already gathered information confirming that Chai Xinghai had indeed won the top scholar title and returned to divorce her afterward. The truth of the matter needed to be investigated further. Cheng Liu instructed them to follow her into the residence, as the gate was not a place for discussions. Upon hearing that Chai Xinghai was not present, the woman refused to enter and left with her children. Stating she would return the next day, respecting her wishes, Cheng Liu refrained from further comments. Guo paused before continuing. That evening, when Chai Xinghai returned and learned of the situation, he realized he could no longer conceal the truth and confessed. He had been married in the countryside, but that woman had already been divorced and was no longer his concern. Chai Xinghai explained that at the time the emperor issued the decree, he had indeed divorced her and was neither married nor betrothed. Cheng Liu inquired about the reasons for the divorce, to which Chai Xinghai replied that his ex-wife had been disobedient, offering no further details. Cheng Liu remained furious and sent Chai Xinghai to the study for the night. Song Youao, and that was the end of it. Guo, certainly not. Let me first introduce Chai Xinghai's ex-wife. Young Banxia. When she was just an infant, an old man named Yang took her in, living by foraging herbs. He was uneducated and named the girl after a medicinal herb, Banxia, growing up under the old man's care. Young Banxia learned about various herbs and began foraging herself. Their lives were hard, yet they were content. A scene appeared in the video depicting a strikingly beautiful woman and an old man foraging herbs on a mountain. Song Youao, what happened next? Guo, in the year young Banxia turned 13, the old man passed away, leaving her heartbroken. Without him, many in the village coveted young Banxia, for her skill in foraging herbs meant that whoever married her would secure a livelihood. As a lone girl, without a betrothal, she found it increasingly difficult to survive in the village. Understanding this reality, she ultimately agreed to marry Chai Xinghai when he came to propose. Young Bangxia pledged to observe a 3-year mourning period for the old man. And it was agreed that they would wed after this time. Throughout those 3 years, young Bangxia covered all of Chai Xinghai's educational expenses. She also occasionally brought flour and meat to the Chai family, significantly improving their circumstances. 3 years later, young Bangxia married Chai Xinghai, and their household prospered even further, with her bearing 2 children, a son and a daughter. Guo Guo sighed before continuing. When Chai Xinghai passed his examinations, young Bangxia was overjoyed. However, instead of receiving the expected news of him bringing her and the children to the capital, she instead received a divorce decree. The decree stated that young Bangxia had not upheld her duties as a wife, frequently venturing out and bringing disgrace upon the Chai family, thus leading to her divorce, with the children allowed to go with her. Song Youao, that as a baseless reason for divorce, contrived out of thin air. In our Tianfeng kingdom, the customs are quite liberal. There is no notion that women cannot go out after marriage. Furthermore, how could young Bangxia earn money to support his education without venturing out? She had to honor her in-laws, raise the children, and strive for their livelihood. Where could one find such a devoted daughter-in-law? Guo Guo, precisely, Chai Xinghai is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Song Youao, didn't he Chai Xinghai's parents say anything? Guo Guo scoffed coldly. Those 2 old fools, upon learning of their son's success, dismissed young Bangxia entirely. When they found out their son was to marry a princess, they couldn't wait to have him divorce young Bangxia and rid themselves of this troublesome burden. Song Youao, how shameless! This entire family is utterly disgraceful. Did not the ancients place great importance on offspring? How could Chai Xinghai abandon his own 2 children? Guo Guo, at that time, Chai Xinghai thought that keeping the children would eventually reveal to the princess that he had been married before, so he intended for young Bangxia to take the children with her. Song Youao, that is not right. The marriage between Chai Xinghai and young Bangxia was registered with the authorities, which would be easily verifiable. Guo Guo, when Chai Xinghai married young Bangxia, the Chai family left a loophole. They deceived young Bangxia and did not register the marriage with the authorities. The Chai family believed that once Chai Xinghai succeeded, young Bangxia would never be worthy of the status of a noble's wife. Hence their scheme. Moreover, young Bangxia's name, along with those of the children, was absent from the Chai family genealogy. This was something young Bangxia remained unaware of. Song Youao, it seems they had everything planned out in advance. This is akin to marriage fraud. Guo Guo, indeed, it is marriage fraud. After her divorce, young Bangxia was heartbroken. Although she could sustain herself and her children through her skills, she felt a profound sense of injustice. At that moment, a figure clad in black approached young Bangxia. The video presented a figure entirely shrouded in black, leaving only their eyes visible. Song Youao, Guo Guo, I sense a hint of conspiracy in the air. Guo Guo continued. The black-clad figure indeed had ulterior motives. They urged young Bangxia to take her children to the capital and protest, insisting she should suffer in silence. What of the princess? Surely she could not wield her power to oppress others or snatch away another's husband. Such actions would hold no merit, and the public would undoubtedly support young Bangxia. The figure further revealed to young Bangxia the Chai family's deceit, including the absence of her and her children's names in the family genealogy. Young Bangxia, in disbelief, asked multiple times, and the figure reiterated until she finally accepted this bitter truth. All those years, what had her status in the Chai family been? A concubine. In her situation, she didn't even qualify as a concubine, merely a kept woman. In this era, concubines were registered with the authorities, yet she had no such documentation. How could a virtuous woman of good standing be reduced to such a state? The Chai family had been excessively cruel, and young Bangxia, filled with indignation, secretly took her children to the capital, leading to the scene at the princess's gates. The video depicted the black-clad figure revealing the truth to young Bangxia. Portraying her devastation, the onlookers, including ladies and young misses, expressed profound sympathy for young Bangxia's plight. Song Youao, young Bangxia truly is unfortunate, encountering such a family of ingrates. Guo Guo, indeed, let us return to the present. The following day, young Bangxia returned to the princess's gates with her 2 children. On this occasion, Chai Xinghai happened to be present. Upon seeing young Bangxia, he lost his composure and rushed to the gate. The children, upon spotting Chai Xinghai, rushed to embrace his legs, calling him father and asking, "Why don't you come home? We miss you so much." At that moment, Cheng Liu arrived at the gate and witnessed this scene. Left at a loss for words, young Banksia, upon seeing Cheng Liu's arrival, immediately became wary, pulling her 2 children protectively behind her. The entrance of the manor was already crowded with onlookers, making it an unsuitable place for conversation. Chai Xinghai suggested that young Banksia take the children inside the manor to discuss matters further, but she resolutely declined, insisting that any issues be addressed at the entrance. She dared not enter the manor with her children. Fearing that within, the princess's entourage might cause her and her children to vanish without a trace, Song Yao remarked. Before knowing Cheng Liu's true character, young Banksia's caution was entirely justified. Guo continued. Thus, young Banksia confronted Chai Xinghai publicly. She recounted her years of sacrifice and revealed that Chai Xinghai and the Chai family had deceived her into marriage. There were no official records of their union in the government archives, nor were their names listed in the Chai family genealogy. It was evident that the Chai family had plotted to abandon her after Chai Xinghai's success in the imperial examinations, hence their refusal to register their marriage. Young Banksia even presented a divorce decree for all to see, which accused her of being unfilial, a claim she vehemently rejected, asserting that her daily foraging for medicinal herbs was solely for survival. She also accused Princess Cheng Liu of using her noble status to coerce Chai Xinghai into divorcing her, leaving them unable to survive. The video depicted a heart-wrenching scene of the woman's anguish, stirring deep sympathy among the onlookers. In the already progressive Tianfeng kingdom, women still faced significant hardships. If young Banksia were to be branded as unfilial, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, making future marriage impossible. And her children would equally suffer repercussions. As the children grew, their prospects for suitable matches would dwindle. If the boy pursued education, it would also adversely affect his opportunities. After young Banksia's tearful account, the crowd turned their disdain towards Chai Xinghai and Cheng Liu, whispering accusations. Cheng Liu felt both anger and injustice, insisting she had done nothing wrong and was also a victim, Song Yao observed. In this situation, not only is young Banksia aggrieved, but Cheng Liu shares in her plight. She has been unjustly labeled as a homewrecker despite her innocence. Guo added. Host, this is merely the beginning. Cheng Liu indeed felt wronged. She attempted to clarify her position, yet no one believed her, branding her as a manipulative seductress who shamelessly pursued a married man. Good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. The incident at the princess's gate quickly became the talk of the capital, and within 3 days, it had stirred a frenzy. People incessantly cursed Chai Xinghai for his ingratitude and branded Cheng Liu as a vixen, alleging she only desired married men, despite the multitude of eligible bachelors. Why did she fixate on another woman's husband? Cheng Liu, who had always been pampered and never faced criticism, found herself on the brink of collapse under the weight of public scorn. After much contemplation, she resolved to part ways with Chai Xinghai. Why should she bear the shame for the transgressions of Chai Xinghai and his family when she had done nothing wrong? She began gathering evidence to prove her innocence. The video showcased the public's outcry against Chai Xinghai and Cheng Liu. Among the gathered ladies, some recalled the events from years past, their memories still vivid. Guo sighed and continued. Before Cheng Liu could prove her innocence, another incident occurred. During that period, Cheng Liu was so distraught that all the ladies and young women present fell into a profound silence upon hearing Song Yao's heartfelt sentiments. They felt deep compassion for Cheng Liu's plight. Had they been in her position, they might have been crushed by despair or chosen to live a life of solitude, devoted to the flickering light of a solitary lamp and ancient Buddha. Yet, Cheng Liu had chosen otherwise. She opted for a life filled with unrestrained elegance and grace. As the esteemed Lord Song remarked, why should men be permitted multiple wives while women cannot have several husbands or companions? Why indeed, some among them still held reservations about such notions, yet others found themselves admiring Cheng Liu's audacity. At that moment, many eyes turned to scrutinize Cheng Liu with a look of bewilderment. It was evident that she could not hear Song Yao's inner thoughts. Perhaps it was for the best, as it spared her the burden of recalling past sorrows. Nonetheless, Cheng Liu was acutely aware of the gazes upon her, prompting her to touch her own face in confusion. What was amiss today? Why did everyone seem to be observing her so intently? As her eyes swept across the room, some quickly averted their gaze, while others met her eyes boldly, nodding in acknowledgement. Though perplexed, Cheng Liu returned their nods with polite grace. Having finished her snack, Song Yao inquired, Guo, we've devoured all the melons, yet an lay has yet to return with the bride. Guo replied, in ancient times, weddings were conducted with the groom riding a majestic steed, accompanied by a throng, so the pace was certainly slow. Song Yao nodded in understanding. I see, but how long must we wait? Guagua mused, it may still be some time. If you find it dull, shall we continue indulging in gossip? Absolutely, Song Yaoao exclaimed. The promise of more gossip swiftly distracted the crowd from earlier events. Who would be the next subject of their intrigue? They were eager to find out. Have you noticed the lady seated to the right? Guagua asked. Song Yaoao glanced over and quickly withdrew her gaze. I saw her. What of it? Guagua stated. Next, we shall delve into the tale of Lady N's. As Guagua's words resonated, an image of Lady N's appeared above Song Yao's head. Xu Ran, the Lady N's, was in her early 30s. Although widow, she was of impeccable reputation, adhering strictly to societal norms. In stark contrast to Chen Liu, was there something about her that remained unknown to them? What is happening? Pray tell, urged Song Yaoao. Guagua explained. Lady N's, named Xu Ran, is the legitimate daughter of the renowned Xu family, a prominent merchant clan in the kingdom of Tianfeng. Their wealth spans across 3 nations. They are never short of funds. Xu Ran's father is the current head of the family, having secured a minor official title for himself. Yet it is merely a nominal position. Aside from him, no one else from the Xu family serves in the court, which leaves him feeling quite regretful. Hence, he desires for his daughter to marry into a noble family, thereby forging connections with the aristocracy in the capital. For this reason, when Xu Ran reached a suitable age for courtship, her father rejected numerous suitors until the arrival of the N's marquis. Chu Lifeng, Xu Ran's father, did not immediately decline, instead sending inquiries about the marquis's circumstances. By the time of Chu Lifeng's generation, the marquisate had fallen into decline, lacking both power and wealth, with no riches and no connections. The Xu family, abundant in wealth, found themselves in a favorable position. Furthermore, it was discovered that Chu Lifeng's household was impeccably maintained, with no concubines, prompting Xu Ran's father to agree to the union. Did Xu Ran's father never consult her opinion? Song Yaoao queried. He did, and Xu Ran seized the opportunity to meet Chu Lifeng, finding him handsome and charming, which led her to consent, replied Guagua. In this ancient era, Xu Ran's father achieving this much is quite commendable. Acknowledged Song Yaoao. Thus, Xu Ran, adorned in a grand bridal procession, wed Chu Lifeng. Upon her arrival at the N's market, Chu Lifeng's mother eagerly entrusted her with the management of household affairs. Upon receiving the account books, Xu Ran was taken aback. While she and her father had anticipated the possibility of financial woes, they had not expected the situation to be so dire. The N's household was devoid of silver, with servants' wages in arrears for 5 months, leaving them only able to subsist on thin porridge. The dowry items brought by Xu Ran had been hastily cobbled together, including the funds required for the wedding, all of which were borrowed. However, the Xu family was not lacking in such items, as Xu Ran had brought them along on her wedding day. Now, it seemed those items would have to be returned promptly. Having mentally prepared for the financial shortfall, Xu Ran did not hesitate to clear the debts. To her, the sum was but a trifling matter. Witnessing Xu Ran settle the debts, both Chu Lifeng and his mother breathed a sigh of relief. The video displayed the N's household's mounting debts alongside Xu Ran repaying them. Song Yaoao remarked incredulously. Chu Lifeng has essentially found himself an ATM in Xu Ran. Aside from his looks, I fail to see what merits he possesses. A man without ambition, relying on a woman to provide for him, how shameless. And as for Xu Ran, though she is the niece of a merchant, she is also a lady of distinction, possessing both wealth and beauty. What could have compelled her to fall for such a man? What in him was worth her investment? This pair truly embodies the essence of mutual consent in folly. Guagua interjected. Dear host, do not be agitated. Allow me to continue soon. Xu Ran's fortunes will rise, then hasten to inform me, lest I be driven to despair by these two. Song Yaoao urged. When Xu Ran first entered the N's household, Chu Lifeng treated her well. However, 6 months later, when she became pregnant, he ceased visiting her chamber, citing her condition. Even after the birth, he only visited her once a month. Subsequently, he was assigned a task that required him to travel far. Promising not to return for 6 months, though reluctant, Xu Ran assisted him in preparing for his departure. 6 months later, Chu Lifeng returned gravely ill, seemingly on the brink of death. How swiftly he meets his end. Is heaven finally tired of his treachery? Just half a year ago, he appeared as vibrant as ever. Song Yaoao exclaimed. Continue listening, and you shall uncover the truth. Guagua urged. Xu Ran felt as though her world was collapsing. Barely 2 years into marriage, she was to become a widow. How would she navigate the days ahead? Despite her sorrow, she summoned several doctors, all of whom foretold Chu Lifeng's imminent demise, urging her to mourn. During that period, she wept daily, yet maintained a facade of cheerfulness before her mother-in-law and Chu Lifeng. the video depicted Chu Linfeng's pallid face, an image of impending death. Guogua continued. One fateful night, plagued by worry, Xu Ran ventured to check on Chu Linfeng, only to overhear a shocking secret. It was a conversation between Chu Linfeng and his mother. In truth, Chu Linfeng was not ill. He had consumed a certain pill that rendered him seemingly gravely unwell. Undetectable even by physicians, they had plotted to feign his death and, within 7 days, he would take an antidote to revive himself. Henceforth, the burden of the household would rest solely on Xu Ran's shoulders. She also learned that during her pregnancy, Chu Linfeng had taken 3 concubines, all kept discreetly outside, with 2 already expecting. Fearing Xu Ran would uncover his infidelity and seek divorce, he chose to stage his death and life with his concubines. His mother agreed to covertly supply him with 2,000 taels of silver each month to support him and his 3 mistresses. When the concubines bore children, should any be male, Chu Linfeng's mother would claim that their family lacked heirs, thus legitimizing the children under Xu Ran's name, burdening her with the financial responsibility of raising them. When the time came for these children to marry, Xu Ran would also be expected to provide dowries. After all, the Xu family had more than enough wealth. The video captured the animated dialogue between Chu Linfeng and his mother. Oblivious to Xu Ran standing at the threshold, Song Yao remarked, "The Chu family truly plays a masterful game." Chu Linfeng had shifted the responsibilities of filial piety and child-rearing squarely onto Xu Ran, the unwitting victim. The entire N's household thrived on the fortune of Xu Ran's dowry, and now they wished to use her resources to sustain his concubines. I have witnessed shamelessness, but this is an entirely new level. Xu Ran could scarcely recall how she made her way back home. Once there, she sat in silence for an entire night. She felt like a fool, realizing that this family had never regarded her as one of their own. Since they have plotted so cunningly against themselves, they ought not to blame her. In the video, Xu Ran sat in a daze throughout the night, and everyone who witnessed her forlorn state felt an overwhelming sense of compassion and sympathy for her. A woman treated as nothing more than a mere purse by her in-laws, and manipulated to such an extent, who would not be outraged? Some were reminded of their own predicaments, and a wave of melancholy washed over them. Song Yao remarked, "Is Xu Ran preparing to retaliate?" Guogua replied, "Since that day, Xu Ran has dispatched individuals to closely monitor Chu Mu and Chu Linfeng. With particular attention on Chu Mu, the antidote to the death-inducing potion lies in her hands, and Xu Ran is eager to see how this mother and son will proceed next, so she can respond accordingly." Song Yao commented, "Finally, Xu Ran has shed her infatuation. It was exasperating to watch her before. What comes next?" Guogua continued. 5 days later, Chu Linfeng consumed the death-inducing potion and fell utterly silent. Chu Mu feigned overwhelming grief, but Xu Ran outperformed her, weeping more tragically than anyone, fainting from the intensity of her sorrow. This moved everyone deeply, and they proclaimed that Xu Ran's feelings for the Marquis were profoundly touching. In the video, Xu Ran wept uncontrollably, yet during her cries, she pounded her fists against Chu Linfeng's chest, lamenting, "Marquis, how could you abandon us, a widow and her orphan? Open your eyes and behold, how shall we, the weak and helpless, survive without you?" She continued to strike his chest with her fists, and in her frustration, she clawed and scratched at him. Numerous deep scratches marred Chu Linfeng's pallid skin, which appeared agonizingly painful. Chu Mu approached, attempting to intervene, but Xu Ran seized the opportunity to shove her aside, pleading, "Mother, please allow me to gaze upon my husband one last time. I beg you, mother," with Xu Ran's heartfelt plea. Chu Mu could not protest further, permitting her to continue her theatrical display of grief. Observing this, Song Yao chuckled, "Ha, this is utterly hilarious. Xu Ran truly excels at acting, underhandedly scheming." Chu Mu is powerless to intervene. If she does, it would mean denying Xu Ran the chance to see her husband for the last time. How utterly exasperating. Chu Linfeng, in his state of feigned death, must be oblivious to everything happening around him. The spectators laughed, astonished by Xu Ran's unexpected performance. The esteemed lady of the Marquis truly was a remarkable character. Guogua added, "Only when Xu Ran grew weary did she cease her assault. Exhausted, she rose to prepare for Chu Linfeng's funeral. The coffin must remain undisturbed for 7 days before burial. During this period, Xu Ran kept a vigilant watch on Chu Mu and Chu Linfeng. From their conversations, she gathered that the antidote must be administered within 7 days for him to survive. Otherwise, he would truly perish. Throughout these days, the coffin was guarded, yet Chu Mu found no opportunity to administer the antidote. As the 7th day approached, Chu Mu grew anxious. It was the final day of grace. Before the coffin was closed, she implored to see her son one last time, persuading the guards to take a break for sustenance, as they would soon need to exert themselves to lift the coffin. In essence, Chu Mu sought any excuse to disperse the onlookers. Upon hearing her words, the guards, grateful for her generosity, agreed to eat before resuming their duties. The video showcased Chu Mu's increasing agitation over these days. She was genuinely desperate to find a chance to give her son the antidote, yet opportunities eluded her. Song Yuo urged, Guo, at such a critical juncture, do not keep us in suspense, please continue. Guo complied. Once the guards had stepped away, Chu Mu glanced around to ensure that only her trusted aides remained, and swiftly retrieved the antidote, administering it to Chu Linfeng's lips. He had previously indicated that the antidote would rouse him in mere moments. While awaiting his awakening, Chu Mu arranged for a corpse she had prepared earlier to be brought in, intending to place it in the coffin once Chu Linfeng regained consciousness. Upon witnessing this, Song Yuo gasped, My, Chu Mu was thoroughly prepared, even having a corpse ready, but won't the discrepancy in appearance between the corpse and Chu Linfeng raise suspicions when the coffin is closed? Guo reassured. The features have been artfully painted, and Chu Mu had already bribed the coffin bearers. Even if they notice something amiss, they will remain silent, Song Yuo remarked. Such meticulous preparations indeed. Guo continued. Yes, everything was in place. Save for the final piece, yet that final piece remained elusive. Song Yuo grew anxious. What is happening? Wasn't it said that the antidote would awaken him almost immediately? It has been quite some time. Why has he not stirred? The video showed Chu Mu fixated on Chu Linfeng, her anxiety palpable. The onlookers were equally transfixed by the screen. Guo revealed, in truth, there is no such thing as a death-inducing potion. It is all a ruse. To clarify, the substance Chu Linfeng ingested was a genuine poison. Upon consumption, it caused his immediate demise, rendering him lifeless yet appearing as if he were merely asleep, devoid of any signs of poisoning. This poison has no antidote. Song Yuo's agitation heightened. Has this truly gone awry? Has he brought about his own demise? Such is the consequence of one's own folly. As time passed, Chu Mu's panic escalated. When the guards returned, Chu Linfeng remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, Xu Ran arrived with the clan leader, the elders, and the coffin bearers. As the time for sealing the coffin approached, Chu Mu positioned herself before it, preventing anyone from proceeding. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain about the corpse on the ground, yet urgency prevailed. They merely wished to proceed with the burial. In the video, Xu Ran appeared haggard, supported by others, urging, Mother, I understand your reluctance to part with Linfeng, but the deceased must be honored. The auspicious time has arrived. Let us hasten to seal the coffin. Mother, please step aside. Do not delay the propitious moment. Despite her pleas, Chu Mu remained obstinate, and the clan leader and elders admonished her to relent. Chu Mu, in her grief, was deaf to their entreaties, clinging tightly to the coffin. Observing her distress, the others assumed she was mourning the loss of her only child. The clan leader ordered her to be forcibly removed. At this juncture, Chu Mu had no choice but to reveal the truth. Upon hearing her confession, the clan leader and elders reprimanded her. Despite their rebukes, they hastily summoned a physician to ascertain why Chu Linfeng had yet to awaken. Xu Ran, embodying the role of a wronged daughter-in-law, appeared utterly heartbroken. On the verge of fainting, she evoked great sympathy. When the physician arrived, he was rendered speechless. Having practiced medicine for many years, it was his first time diagnosing a corpse. He silently marveled at the extravagance of the affluent, though he kept his thoughts to himself. After his examination, he informed everyone that Chu Linfeng had succumbed to poison in 7 days prior. Chu Mu, cradling her son's lifeless body, could not fathom the finality of his death. Overcome by grief, she fainted. When she regained consciousness, Chu Linfeng had already been interred. The clan leader and elders deemed the incident too embarrassing and forbade any discussion or dissemination of the matter. As the audience absorbed the unfolding events, their emotions were complex. Chu Linfeng had indeed orchestrated his own demise. Song Yuo exclaimed, Truly, had he not sought his own ruin, he would have lived. Guo added, Chu Linfeng has inexorably brought about his own end. No die, Song Yuo interjected. My goodness, Guo, you've resorted to foreign phrases. Guo responded, Host, I am a cultured being. The audience remained perplexed by Guo's words, yet from their exchange, it was clear they were conversing in a language unfamiliar to all present. Song Yuo retorted, You seem to be quite out of breath for someone accused of being overweight. I do not wish to bicker with you now. Please, tell me what happens next. Guo obliged. After awakening to the realization that Chu Linfeng was truly dead and had been buried, Chu Mu fainted once more. Following this episode, she suffered a stroke, leaving her paralyzed, her speech impaired. Song Yuo concluded, At last, the entire An's marquee household is under Xu Ran's dominion. She has finally emerged victorious. Although the title will be downgraded to a count house in her son's generation, with proper nurturing, it may yet rise again, Guo Guo remarked. Xu Ran never anticipated that Chu Mu would meet such a fate. On the day of Chu Linfeng's poison ingestion, the seventh day had arrived, and Xu Ran's watchers returned to inform her that Chu Mu had taken a corpse to the mourning hall. Xu Ran realized they intended to swap the bodies. She hastily gathered the clan leader and elders to confront them, prepared to expose their ruse. However, she was taken aback to discover that Chu Linfeng was truly dead. And the death-inducing potion was nothing but poison, devoid of any antidote. Truly, the wheel of fate turns, and the heavens spare none. Song Youao, by the way, what about Chu Linfeng's concubines? Haven't they come knocking? Guo Guo, those 3 women are not to be trifled with. They are still waiting in the other courtyard, hoping that Chu Linfeng's feigned death will allow them to indulge in a life of luxury. Yet, they did not anticipate that they would instead receive news of his demise. Now that Chu Linfeng has passed away, what will become of those 3, with no one to provide them with financial support? How will they manage to survive? After much deliberation, the 3 of them decided to confront us directly. In the video, the 3 women approached the Anne's Marquis' residence, 2 of them visibly pregnant. They loudly proclaimed themselves to be Chu Linfeng's concubines. Xu Ran remained unperturbed and directly inquired whether they were registered with the authorities. The 3 women fell silent at once. In this era, concubines must be registered with the government. Without such registration, they are merely kept women, lower than even a secondary wife. Merely trifles. Xu Ran asked them if they had any evidence to substantiate their claims of being Chu Linfeng's concubines. The trio had no proof. Initially, Chu Linfeng had taken great care to conceal their existence from Xu Ran, ensuring that no one was aware of them. Now, faced with Xu Ran's inquiries, they were utterly unprepared to produce evidence. Since they could not provide any, Xu Ran declared them to be frauds, questioning whose child they bore. Were they attempting to extort the Anne's Marquis' residence, fully aware that the Marquis was deceased and could not contest their claims? Xu Ran instructed the steward to expel them immediately. When the 3 women persisted in their entreaties, Xu Ran firmly stated that should they continue, she would have them taken to see the authorities. Prompting them to finally relent, Song Youao remarked, once this matter with the 3 women is resolved, Xu Ran will finally be able to enjoy some peace. Guo Guo responded. Indeed, from that point on, Xu Ran devoted herself entirely to raising her children. And even when urged to remarry, she steadfastly refused. Song Youao commented, the entire Marquis' residence is under Xu Ran's command. Who needs a man? Men only serve to hinder our swiftness in drawing our blades. Besides, what if she were to remarry and encounter another scoundrel? Guo Guo agreed. That is indeed a valid point. After finishing their fruit, everyone felt a lingering sense of satisfaction. It was primarily due to Chu Linfeng's self-inflicted demise that they found it so gratifying. Even heaven could not tolerate such a scoundrel, thus taking him away. Just then, the sound of firecrackers erupted outside. Someone announced, the groom is here to collect his bride. Song Youao craned her neck to peer outside. After the firecrackers had settled, a plume of smoke rose moments later, and Lei and Princess Yuping entered, both adorned in resplendent red wedding attire, each holding a large red silk flower. At that moment, Guo Guo's voice chimed in again. Host, I have received the latest scoop on Princess Yuping. Would you like to hear it? Song Youao responded. Yes. Guo Guo continued. The idol king and idol queen, fearing that Princess Yuping might be mistreated upon marrying into the Duke of An's family, specially dispatched 10 elite bodyguards, 15 experienced and skilled matrons, and 20 carefully trained maidservants. The 15 matrons have distinct responsibilities, with some designated to attend to Princess Yuping during childbirth, others to assist her during her confinement, and some to care for the children. And all 20 maidservants are martial artists, each possessing remarkable skills. Song Youao exclaimed, wow, the idol king and idol queen are truly attentive to their daughter, considering every detail for Princess Yuping. With such a large entourage accompanying her to her husband's family, does the Duke of An have no objections? Guo Guo replied, logically, a daughter cannot bring so many people to her husband's family. But given the idol king's status, the Duke of An dares not utter a word, pretending to be unaware of the situation. Song Youao cautioned, and Lei must protect Princess Yuping well, if she were to suffer even the slightest grievance. The idol king and idol queen would undoubtedly come storming in. They clearly strike me as the overly protective type, Guo Guo affirmed. Indeed, they are exceptionally protective. Everyone concurred with Song Youao and Guo Guo's sentiments. The idol king and idol queen's protectiveness was well known throughout the capital. If their family's dog were mistreated, they would immediately send someone to demand justice. as this both. The newlyweds had completed their ceremonial rites and Princess Yuping was escorted to the bridal chamber. Song Yuo sighed. Finally, the feast can commence. While others seized the opportunity of the banquet to forge connections, little Song has genuinely come solely for the feast. The banquet was indeed splendid, featuring a total of 28 exquisite dishes, each more delectable than the last. This outing was certainly worthwhile. Upon returning home, Guoguo's voice rang out, "Host, I am about to level up again and will be unable to communicate for a while." Song Yuo, puzzled, inquired, "Why have you not upgraded in the past several years? Yet now you are leveling up consecutively. Guoguo, do you know the reason?" Guoguo replied, "This Guoguo does not know either." What neither Song Yuo nor Guoguo realized was that this upgrade was due to their earlier contribution of a remedy for a plague, saving the lives of tens of thousands of citizens and gathering considerable merit, which facilitated Guoguo's current upgrade. Song Yuo remarked, "Oh, so you are also in the dark. If that's the case, so be it. Ultimately, an upgrade is a good thing. By the way, during the time you are gone, if I encounter danger, will the system still be able to protect me?" Guoguo reassured her, "Although the system is in a dormant state, it will still be able to protect the host in the event of danger, so do not worry." Song Yuo felt reassured. "That puts my mind at ease, Guoguo. Please hurry and upgrade. I am eagerly looking forward to the upgraded version of you." Guoguo affirmed, "All right, I shall proceed with the upgrade." Song Yuo acknowledged. With no further communication from Guoguo, Song Yuo understood that Guoguo had entered a state of slumber, rendering her unable to converse for a while. Having grown accustomed to Guoguo's companionship, the sudden absence felt quite disconcerting. Both Song Madam and Song Qinling had overheard the dialogue between Song Yuo and Guoguo in the days that followed, aside from attending court. Song Yuo would return home to sleep, concerned that she might become too reclusive. Song Madam decided the entire family should go for a lakeside outing. A lakeside excursion sounds delightful, since arriving in this world. Song Yuo had yet to experience such an adventure. Imagining the gentle ripples and the joyous play by the lake filled her with poetic inspiration. Song Madam instructed Song Qinyu to invite his fiancée Ji Mingyua to join them on their outing. On the day of the excursion, Song Qinyu first went to fetch Ji Mingyua, and upon his return with his elder brother, Song Yuo noticed that Ji Mingyua was accompanied by her older brother Ji Zihong and younger sister Ji Lilang. The three siblings were full-blooded siblings, all born of Ji Madam. Ji Zihong, whether in appearance or intellect, was not inferior to Song Qinyu, and the two were often referred to as the twin prodigies of the capital. Ji Lilang was a lively and adorable young girl. As for the elder sister, Ji Mingyua, she was exceptionally beautiful, with skin as radiant as jade, delicate brows and vermilion lips, and her eyes subtly upturned, exuding an air of nobility. Standing alongside her, Ji Mingyua and Song Qinyu were a match made in heaven. Having brought along the prepared provisions, the group set off towards their destination. Ji Lilang, of a similar age to Song Yuo and possessing a vivacious personality, kept glancing at Song Yuo and following closely behind her. This child's enthusiasm was a bit excessive. Not only did she trail behind Song Yuo, but ultimately, she even linked arms with her, calling her Yuo with every breath. This left Song Yuo bewildered. After some contemplation, she realized that this was only the third time she had encountered Ji Lilang. The child was far too familiar. Nevertheless, as long as her exuberance was not off-putting, it was acceptable. Ji Lilang had heard her elders speak of Song Yuo as being extraordinary, but when pressed for details, no one would elaborate. Today, Ji Lilang had taken the liberty to join her sister on an outing, hoping to observe closely what set Song Yuo apart. After following for a while, she found nothing particularly different. Ji Lilang was oblivious to the fact that Guoguo's absence over the past few days was the reason she had not discerned any differences in Song Yuo. Ji Lilang insisted on sharing a carriage with Song Yuo, and as a result, the carriage ended up accommodating 4 people: Song Yuo, Song Qinling, Ji Mingyua, and Ji Lilang, with some distance still to cover. The bumpy carriage ride became quite tedious, prompting Song Yuo to suggest a game of dodishu. She had previously taught everyone to play this game at home, and while Song Qinling was familiar with it, it was the first time for the Ji sisters. After teaching them the rules, the 4 began to play. Initially, the Ji sisters lost frequently, but eventually, it was Song Yuo who found herself on the losing side. After yet another defeat, a fake mustache was affixed to her face, causing her to irritably tug at her hair. Truly, teaching the apprentice had led to the master's downfall. The ancients did not deceive me. How embarrassing, so utterly embarrassing. Just as Song Yuo was about to concoct an excuse to quit, the carriage came to a halt. The driver announced, "Madam, young master, miss, we have arrived," just as she thought she was about to doze off. The arrival was perfectly timed. Song Yuo tossed the playing cards onto the table and declared, "We have reached our destination. This time, I shall spare you, but next time, I will ensure that you are utterly vanquished." One may lose the battle, but never the spirit. The momentum must remain unyielding. After uttering these words, Song Yuo lifted the curtain and was the first to leap down from the carriage. The remaining three exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter as Song Qingyu descended from the carriage. She was greeted by the sight of Song Yuo's face adorned with a scruffy beard. Song Yuo was in the midst of tugging at the facial hair. Having already pulled at it for quite some time, some of the hairs had dried, and when she tugged, it caused her face considerable pain. Grimacing in agony, Song Yuo thought it necessary to apply some water to ease the removal process. Song Qingyu had the same realization and quickly instructed a maid to fetch some water. Upon disembarking, Madame Song saw her daughter's face covered in paper strips and felt a surge of irritation. How could a simple outing become so chaotic? Yet, witnessing Song Yuo's pained grimace, her heart softened once more. Song Qinling and the others had already removed their beards inside the carriage before stepping out. Ji Jihen, observing the sight of Song Yuo, struggled to suppress his laughter, fearing that a chuckle might embarrass the young girl further. As Song Yuo pushed aside the beard on her face, she caught sight of Ji Jihen's shoulders quaking with suppressed mirth. With annoyance, she remarked, "If you wish to laugh, then laugh. Do not stifle it." Ji Jihen, upon raising his head, beheld the young girl puffing her cheeks, glaring at him indignantly. He waved his hand, suppressing a smile, and replied, "Sister Yuo, you are overthinking. I am not laughing." Song Yuo remained silent, merely fixing him with a glare that clearly conveyed her disbelief. At last, the maid arrived. After a considerable effort, she managed to remove all the strips from Song Yuo's face. Some areas of her skin had turned red from the tugging. She vowed to remember this grievance and would ensure that her tormentors would also sport beards, more so than she had today. Meanwhile, Song Qingyu and Ji Jihen went off to rent a boat, leaving the others to wait. There were indeed many people who had come to enjoy the lake today. After a quarter of an hour, Song Qingyu and Ji Jihen returned. Subsequently, Song Qingyu led everyone onto a beautifully painted boat. The vessel glided gracefully across the lake, serene and elegant, with ripples parting like crushed silk, delicately spreading outward. The banks were lined with lush, drooping willows, their slender branches gently brushing the water's surface, each movement leaving ephemeral yet exquisite trails upon the lake. In the center of the lake, a flock of ducks leisurely paddled, their reflections dancing in the water. Harmonizing with the blue sky and white clouds above, in the distance, the mountains loomed, shrouded in mist, resembling a delicate ink-wash painting, drawing one into the tranquility and mystery of the landscape. Standing at the edge of the boat, Song Yuo gazed upon this enchanting scene, feeling an unprecedented tranquility within her heart. At that moment, a boat approached slowly from afar. At the bow sat a woman clad in white, holding a flute and playing a melodious tune that melded seamlessly with the surrounding beauty. This exquisite sight captivated everyone present. Song Yuo couldn't help but recall a modern song and began to sing softly. The mist and rain sing of Yangzhou, gently I sing. The wind stirs the clouds while the heavens remain still. The water pushes the boat while the shore stays unmoved. The knife slices through lotus roots but the strands do not sever. The mountains are high and waters distant, yet feelings do not part. The rain falls softly, affections linger. It was the first time everyone heard Song Yuo sing so earnestly. The melody was unfamiliar to them, yet it resonated beautifully with her voice, evoking an indescribable charm. Previously, her singing had been a cacophony that grated on the ears, but this was different. Her voice had transformed into something truly delightful. That earlier discordance had been a deliberate act. This girl was indeed full of surprises. However, Song Yuo's poise lasted but 3 seconds before she leaned over the side of the boat and began to retch. Bitio hurriedly stepped forward to pat her back, for she was pale and felt exceedingly unwell. To her utter dismay, Song Yuo realized she was seasick. After finally attempting to play the part of a refined lady, she found herself utterly undone. How embarrassing! Once her stomach was emptied, all that remained were sour waters. Madame Song, watching anxiously, inquired, "Yuo, are you all right?" Song Yuo, as wilted as a frost-bitten eggplant, shook her head weakly. "Mother, I'm fine. It's just seasickness. I will rest inside for a while. You all enjoy yourselves." Madame Song nodded in understanding. Song Yuo was assisted into the boat, where she collapsed onto the table, lifting her head weakly. She noticed that she was the only one feeling ill aboard the vessel. Everyone else seemed perfectly fine. She felt utterly aggrieved. After all the trouble of coming out to enjoy herself, this had to happen. She raised a defiant finger to the heavens. Cursed heavens, was this some sort of game? To have her afflicted with seasickness amidst such breathtaking scenery was clearly intentional. Cursed heavens, I despise you. Song Yao's resentment reached its peak. Aside from Bitio and Madame Song in the boat, everyone else was at the ball observing her daughter's discontent. Madame Song remarked, in our family, no one gets seasick. I never imagined you would be the exception. Come again a few more times, and you will be all right. Song Yao nodded. In her previous life, although she had never taken a boat ride, she had never experienced motion sickness in a vehicle. Why was she now afflicted? It made no sense. Madame Song asked again, shall we return to shore? Should we head back to the estate? Song Yao waved her hand dismissively. No need renting this boat for a day isn't cheap. I cannot let my discomfort ruin our outing, or else that money would be wasted. Madame Song looked at her daughter in disbelief. How could this little girl be so money-minded? Even at a time like this, if you don't wish to return, then rest well. Song Yao nodded. Mother, you need not stay with me. You should go enjoy yourselves at the ball. Madame Song agreed and stepped out. Song Yao turned to Bitio. Bishao, it's such a rare outing. You should go have fun as well. Don't mind me. Bitio quickly refused. Miss, I will stay here with you. Bishao, being merely 2 years older than Song Yao, was also at an age where she enjoyed play. Song Yao insisted. I'm fine. I will just stay here. I want to rest for a bit. You go play, miss. Can you truly manage alone? At that moment, Song Yao felt too unwell to speak, merely nodding and waving Bitio off, urging her to leave reluctantly. Bitio walked away, glancing back multiple times. Song Yao, exhausted, closed her eyes and drifted off into a light slumber. Time passed unmeasured until she was abruptly awakened by piercing cries emanating from nearby. What was happening? Though still feeling unwell, she was markedly improved compared to before. She stepped outside to investigate. Several boats surrounded a pavilion. The sign reading Lake Pavilion, from which the cries originated. Song Yao could only see a crowd gathered, obscuring her view of the situation. Confused, she asked, Mother, what is happening? Madame Song replied, Yao, you're awake? Yes. I woke up to the sound of crying. What is it? I heard that a child fell into the lake and has just been rescued, but the child is not breathing. Upon hearing this, Song Yao immediately exclaimed, Mother, let us move our boat closer. Perhaps I can save that child. Song Yao possessed medical knowledge, and Madame Song had long since understood her intentions. She quickly instructed the boatmen to steer their vessel toward the lake pavilion. They were already quite close, and soon the boat docked. As it steadied, Song Yao rushed forward. Everyone, please make way. Perhaps I can save this child. How long had the child been submerged? Song Yao was uncertain if she could revive him. Yet she dared not make any promises. Upon hearing her words, the crowd parted, but upon seeing a girl of merely 12 or 13 years speaking, they regarded her with skepticism. The grieving mother on the ground looked up at Song Yao. Little girl, can you truly save my child? I will do my utmost, Song Yao replied, refraining from further explanation. Time equated to life, and she had no time to waste. The child, a boy of about 5 or 6, lay on the ground. Song Yao knelt beside him, placing her palm on his chest and pressing down with her arms. She repeated this motion, yet the child showed no signs of response, preparing to administer artificial respiration. She pinched the boy's nose and leaned in from mouth to mouth when Song Qingyu suddenly grasped her arm, saying, Let me do it. The child's mother chimed in, Let us do it. Although the customs of Tianfeng Kingdom were relatively open-minded, performing such intimate acts publicly even on a child could mar Song Yao's reputation. Song Qingyu would not allow his sister to bear such a stigma and preferred to take on the responsibility himself. Fortunately, the mother had spoken up, allowing her to step in. Song Yao articulated a method, and the child's mother followed her instructions diligently. After administering breaths, the child still showed no signs of response. Undeterred, Song Yao continued her compressions. After 30 compressions, she instructed the mother to blow air into the child's mouth once more. As time passed, the child remained unresponsive. Tears streamed down the mother's face, while onlookers murmured that the child might be beyond saving. Yet, Song Yao refused to yield, persistently repeating her earlier actions. Despite her tears, the mother complied when instructed to blow air into the child. After several more cycles of this procedure, the child expelled a mouthful of water, followed by several more coughs, and then, to everyone's astonishment, let out a wail of cries. The mother, overwhelmed with joy, embraced her child tightly. Song Yao comforted her, saying, It is all right now, but you should hasten to the shore and take the child to the medical clinic for further examination. The lady quickly expressed her gratitude, inquiring, "May I ask your esteemed name? I shall certainly return to express my thanks to you." Song Yuo waved her hand dismissively. It was merely a small effort. "No need for thanks. Please take your child to the clinic without delay." The lady nodded, cradling her child as she made her way toward a painted boat. Only then did Song Yuo slowly rise. Her legs numb from kneeling, and her arms sore. It had been quite some time since she had engaged in such strenuous activity, and her body was struggling to keep pace, observing her stillness. "Mrs. Song inquired, "Yuo, what troubles you?" "Mother, my legs have gone numb, and I cannot stand," she replied. Hearing this, Betel hurried over to assist her. At that moment, Song Yuo felt discomfort not only in her legs and arms, but also in her stomach due to seasickness. In short, she was unwell all over. Just as Mrs. Song and the others were about to leave, someone stopped them, stepping forward with cupped hands. "Miss, please hold on." Song Yuo turned slowly, asking, "What is it?" The speaker was an elderly man with graying hair, who bowed again and said, "Miss, I am a physician from the government. I accompanied my master on this lakeside excursion and did not anticipate witnessing the incident of the child falling into the water. My master is aboard that boat over there, and upon hearing of the child's peril, I came over. Although the child is not from my household, I wished to help. However, upon examination, I found the child to be devoid of breath. Yet, through your efforts, the child has miraculously revived. It is truly astounding. May I be so bold as to inquire about the method you employed to save the child? I, being unlearned, have never encountered such a technique before. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me? If it is inconvenient for you to share, please disregard my inquiry." Song Yuo understood. In ancient times, skills were often closely guarded secrets, rarely imparted to outsiders. And medical knowledge was no exception. However, as a modern individual, she harbored no such reservations about sharing her knowledge. Noticing the old physician's anxious demeanor, she nodded. "Not at all. The technique involves applying pressure to the chest of the drowning victim. This method is known as cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR. Pinching the victim's nose and administering breath into their mouth is referred to as artificial respiration." Subsequently, Song Yuo earnestly explained the procedure while demonstrating it. A considerable crowd had gathered, all ears attuned to her detailed instructions. In conclusion, she emphasized, "It is crucial to note that CPR is merely a first aid measure and does not guarantee the survival of the drowning victim. Today, the child was rescued shortly after falling into the water, but prolonged submersion would render even this method ineffective. One must remain calm while performing CPR and execute the procedure as swiftly and effectively as possible. Most importantly, vigilance over children is paramount. Everyone should learn these life-saving techniques." The old physician bowed deeply once more, expressing his gratitude. "Your kindness, miss, in teaching us such a vital method of rescue is commendable. Should you require any assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask." "My name is Xiaomian, the physician of the esteemed household." The crowd also bowed to Song Yuo, praising her noble spirit for selflessly sharing life-saving knowledge. Feeling unwell, Song Yuo excused herself and departed with Mrs. Song and the others, who were preparing to return home. Upon arriving home, Song Yuo collapsed into bed and slept for 2 whole days before finally recovering. She had never anticipated such severe seasickness. A few days later, while perusing a novel in her room, Betel entered and announced, "Miss, the lady has requested your presence in the front hall. We have guests." Intrigued, Song Yuo queried, "Betel, do you know who has arrived?" "It seems to be the family of the little boy you saved on the day of the lakeside incident," Betel replied, realizing who it was. Song Yuo requested Betel to help her prepare herself. Upon entering the front hall, she was greeted by an elderly woman, the little boy, and his mother. As they saw Song Yuo approach, they hurriedly stood and bowed in respect. "No need for excessive formalities. Please take a seat," she said, waving her hand. The elderly woman spoke first. "We are immensely grateful to you, Miss Song, for rescuing our child that day. The Chen family has had a single heir for generations. And with my son being the only child in our family, we cannot bear to imagine the consequences of that day. It was merely a small act. There is no need for thanks." Song Yuo replied. The elderly woman then urged the child to kneel and bow in gratitude. Song Yuo quickly helped the little boy up, reiterating, "Truly, there is no need for thanks. However, please do keep a close watch on your child. At such a tender age, it is best to avoid taking him near the lake, and minimize visits to water sources." They then engaged in conversation, during which Song Yuo learned that they were a wealthy merchant family. The Chens, among the richest in the capital, with countless estates and shops to their name. They had come prepared with 3 chests of gifts, 5,000 taels in silver notes, and a country estate in the outskirts of the capital for Song Yaoao. She initially declined, but the elderly woman insisted, "Please accept this, Miss Song. It brings us some comfort. These gifts pale in comparison to the life of our beloved child." Ultimately, with Mrs. Song's approval, Song Yaoao accepted the offerings. As they were leaving, they remarked, "In the future, should you require anything from the Qian family, do not hesitate to ask." With a twinkle in her eye, Song Yaoao had indeed thought of a request. She whispered to the elderly lady, "I do have a matter I wish to discuss with you. I will visit tomorrow." The elderly lady, being astute, sensed that Song Yaoao wished to keep this matter from Mrs. Song, and nodded in understanding. Once they departed, Song Yaoao swiftly tucked the silver notes and the deed to the estate into her clothing and made a hasty exit. By the time Mrs. Song realized what had occurred, Song Yaoao had already vanished without a trace. Once back in her room, she secured the door and hid the silver notes and deed away. After ensuring everything was safely stored, she leisurely opened the door again. Peering outside, she was relieved to find that her mother had not pursued her. How delightful! She had outsmarted them, her quick thinking and even quicker feet securing her newfound wealth of 5,000 taels and a country estate. The following day, Song Yaoao purchased some gifts and ingredients for a hot pot, and together with Bito, made her way to the Qian residence. The elderly lady had already instructed the steward to await her arrival at the entrance. Upon her arrival, the steward promptly ushered them inside. True to their reputation as the wealthiest family in the capital, the Qian residence was indeed grand. Upon seeing Song Yaoao, both the elderly lady and Mrs. Qian rose to greet her with bows. "No need for excessive formalities," Song Yaoao said, waving her hand. After refreshments were served, Song Yaoao cleared her throat and stated, "Elderly lady, the purpose of my visit today is to discuss a potential collaboration." The elderly lady perked up with interest, asking, "Oh, what kind of collaboration?" "I wish to introduce a delightful culinary creation known as hot pot." Song Yaoao explained. "What is hot pot?" she added, aware that it was challenging to articulate. "It may be difficult to explain, but since it is not yet mealtime, may I borrow your kitchen? I would like to prepare a hot pot for everyone to sample." The elderly lady nodded, instructing an elder maid. "Wang Momo, please take Miss Song to the kitchen. Whatever she needs, she may ask you directly." Pointing to the items she had brought, Song Yaoao remarked, "I have brought everything I need." The elderly lady agreed. Very well. Wang Momo guided Song Yaoao and Bito to the kitchen. Upon arrival, Song Yaoao and Bito began their preparations. Bito expertly crafted the seasoning, a task she had performed many times in the residence. While Song Yaoao busied herself with the ingredients, as the seasoning simmered, the aroma wafted through the kitchen and into the adjacent courtyards, drawing the attention of the servants in the Qian household, who inhaled deeply and craned their necks to catch a whiff of the enticing scent. They exchanged curious glances and whispered, "Who is this person who has come today? What is being prepared? It smells divine. Is she a new cook?" "I don't know. I have been a cook for decades, yet I have never encountered such a delightful fragrance before." Half an hour later, the hot pot was finally ready. Considering the presence of elderly and children in the residence, Song Yaoao opted for a yin-yang pot. When the pot was brought to the table, everyone exchanged puzzled glances, confronted by an oddly shaped vessel they had never encountered before. Furthermore, the raw ingredients laid out on the table left them wondering how to proceed. They speculated that this peculiar pot was likely brought by Song Yaoao. Sensing their confusion, Song Yaoao began to elucidate and demonstrate the process. After preparing the dipping sauce, she placed the slices of raw meat into the pot for a brief moment, then picked them up and dipped them before savoring the flavor, unable to resist the enticing aroma of the hot pot. Everyone eagerly followed her example. The moment the first bite of meat touched their lips, their eyes instantly lit up. Subsequently, a hush fell over the table, with only the sound of chopsticks hastily picking up ingredients breaking the silence. This meal left everyone exceptionally satisfied. After dining, Madame Qian inquired, "The hot pot is indeed delightful, with an irresistible flavor and an innovative method of enjoyment. How does young Master Song propose we collaborate?" Without a moment's hesitation, Song Yaoao articulated her thoughts. "I will provide the recipe, and you shall handle the rest. I shall not interfere, and I will only take a share of the profits each month." Madame Qian pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well. Let us proceed as young Master Song suggests. We shall split the profits 50-50. How does that sound?" Song Yaoao waved her hand dismissively. 3-7. "You take 7, I take 3. Madame Qian was taken aback, not expecting Song Yaoao to request such a modest share, and quickly insisted, "That is unacceptable. It must be 50-50. During this time, Madame Qian had thoroughly investigated Song Yaoao's background. At just 12 years of age, she was the only female official permitted to attend morning court sessions in the kingdom of Tianfeng. Although she held a mere 6th-rank position, her father was a prominent 4th-rank official. And her maternal family wielded significant military power at the borders. The emperor was particularly indulgent and fond of her. Young Master Song could navigate the capital with ease. Madame Qian's previous mention of a 50-50 split was a test to gauge the other party's stance. Having lost her husband at a young age, Madame Qian had single-handedly upheld the Qian family and raised her son until he was old enough to manage the family business, allowing her to enjoy the status of matriarch. Her son had recently traveled out of town for business and had yet to return. A few days prior, there had been a near-tragic incident involving her only grandson nearly drowning, which had nearly sent Madame Qian into a panic. But fortunately, it had only been a false alarm. Once the child had fully recovered, Madame Qian learned the identity of the lifesaver. She promptly prepared gifts and, accompanied by her daughter-in-law and grandson, went to express her gratitude. Not anticipating such a delightful surprise today, for a family of merchants like theirs, establishing a connection with someone of official standing was undoubtedly advantageous, although they had their own backing. Wouldn't it be even better to have an additional layer of security? Madame Qian's earlier mention of a 50-50 split was also to ascertain young Master Song's bottom line, that young Master Song would propose a 3-7 split, requesting only 3 parts. Was entirely unexpected. Merely 3 parts was far too little. That simply wouldn't do. Ultimately, after much negotiation, they each made concessions, settling on a 4-6 split, with Song Yuo receiving 4 parts. Once everything was agreed upon, the contract was drafted and sealed with their handprints, thus solidifying their collaboration. Song Yuo handed over the meticulously prepared recipe to Madame Qian. Having completed these arrangements, she took her leave with Beto. The items brought by Song Yuo, including the copper hot pot, remained at the Qian residence. Upon exiting, Song Yuo felt particularly elated, relieved of the burden of worry, with monthly dividends to look forward to. How wonderful! Previously, she had to engage in a battle of wits with her mother over her pocket money, leaving her feeling drained. With this new source of income, such conflicts over personal finances would surely cease. Song Yuo hummed a tune. Today is a splendid day, all my wishes coming to fruition, and tomorrow shall be equally bright. Just as Song Yuo returned home, she heard Guoguo's voice in her mind. Host, I have returned. Overjoyed, Song Yuo exclaimed, Guoguo, you're back. I've missed you terribly. Guoguo replied, really? Song Yuo nodded vigorously, pointing to herself. Indeed, every pore in my body has been yearning for you. Guoguo responded, Host, is this your idea of a cheesy pickup line? We are simply not meant to be. You should abandon that notion. Interspecies relationships are impossible. Song Yuo rolled her eyes dramatically. I was just joking. Who would fancy a mere string of data? However, to avoid discouraging the child, Song Yuo hastily interrupted Guoguo's incessant chatter and asked, Guoguo, tell me, what new features do you possess after this upgrade? Guoguo replied, Firstly, with this upgrade, our ability to gather information has expanded from the original 30 meters to 100 meters. We can now easily access any person or event within that radius. Song Yuo responded, That's quite impressive. What else? Guoguo asked, What do you think this is? Before Song Yuo could comprehend, a gun materialized on the table. She gasped, rushing over to grasp the handgun. Examining it closely, it was a Desert Eagle. A Desert Eagle. This upgrade has yielded a firearm. Guoguo, you are truly remarkable. However, Guoguo, having a gun without ammunition is futile. Guoguo explained, Host, allow me to elaborate. This handgun is bound to your soul, meaning only you can wield it. Should anyone else obtain it, they would be unable to fire it. Furthermore, as soon as you think about it, the gun will automatically return to your hand. It requires no bullets, so regardless of how you shoot, the gun will always contain ammunition. Moreover, the Desert Eagle can transform at your will. It can become an Eagle Eye, a 98K, a sniper rifle, or even a heavy machine gun. As Guoguo continued, the gun in Song Yuo's hand morphed into a sniper rifle, then into an automatic rifle. Watching the transformations, her smile widened. Song Yuo exclaimed, Guoguo, I truly adore you. Guoguo retorted, Host, I've told you, we have no future together. Song Yuo sighed in a good mood. She found it too tedious to bicker with Guoguo. After playing with the gun for a full quarter of an hour, she finally paused and asked, Guoguo, are there any other surprises from this upgrade? Guoguo responded, Host, did you not mention that you had nowhere to hide your silver notes? This upgrade has introduced a space. Upon hearing this, Song Yao's hand holding the gun froze momentarily. Then she excitedly exclaimed, "Did you see space? Is that true? People who traverse realms often gain a space immediately upon arrival. I've waited 12 long years for this, and finally, a space has appeared. Heaven truly favors me. Guagua, tell me more about this space." Guagua explained, "Host, you can enter the space and explore for yourself." Song Yao asked, "How do I access the space?" Guagua replied, "You merely need to think enter space in your mind, and you will be able to enter. To exit, simply think exit space." Song Yao closed the door to her room. Silently thought enter space, and suddenly vanished from her location, gun in hand. At that moment, Song Yao found herself in the space, which resembled a modern villa with 3 stories. It featured a kitchen, storage room, bedrooms, a bathroom, and the backyard blooming with flowers. Most importantly, the 3rd floor was equipped with a sterile operating room, a pharmacy, and a laboratory. The entire 3rd floor was dedicated to medical facilities. Was this the universe's way of nudging her, Song Yao, into becoming a divine healer in ancient times? Well, it was fortuitous to be prepared for any eventuality. Song Yao mused. Guagua, why is everything on the 3rd floor related to medicine? Is this meant to turn me into a miraculous doctor in this era? Guagua responded, "Host, you may use these items if you wish, or leave them be. It has no impact. By the way, everything in the space can be infinitely replenished. For instance, the medicines in the pharmacy will automatically restock once used. The same goes for the items in the refrigerator, including toiletries, skincare products, and cosmetics." Song Yao replied, "That is absolutely splendid." She wandered about, arriving at the double-door refrigerator, and casually opened it. Inside, she found an array of beverages, ice creams, and an abundance of fresh fruits: mangoes, longans, lychees, sunshine roses, durians, dozens of varieties of fruit. Gazing at the bounty, Song Yao felt her mouth water. It had been ages since she last indulged in such treats. Unable to contain herself, she eagerly retrieved a tub of ice cream and took a bite. The familiar flavor and icy texture sent shivers of delight through her soul, nearly bringing her to tears. At that moment, she heard Bitao's voice. Miss Song Yao took another generous scoop of ice cream and savored it before sealing the container, marking it, and returning it to the refrigerator, resigning herself to the fact that she would have to wait until next time to indulge again. As she silently conjured her spatial realm, she found herself instantly transported to her own boudoir. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Bitao, who stood at the threshold with something in hand. "Miss, Madam has sent some sweet soup. Please place it on the table." Bitao set down the sweet soup and glanced around the room, wondering what her mistress could possibly be up to behind closed doors in broad daylight. Although Bitao was puzzled, she refrained from asking any questions. After Bitao departed, Song Yao swiftly concealed her stash of silver notes and landed these into her spatial realm. Once she completed this task, she sat by the table and retrieved the half-eaten ice cream from her space, continuing to relish it. Family, who understands? After 12 long years, she was tasting something so long missed. Her excitement was beyond words. After finishing the ice cream, she drank the sweet soup and then climbed onto her bed. These delightful treats could not be shared with her family at present. She would have to wait for another opportunity. At that moment, Song Yao was unaware that she had already begun nibbling on a cluster of sun-kissed roses. The following day, as court was in session, Guagua's voice rang out, "Host, why is there an impostor in the court? Who dares to impersonate a court official? Such audacity is astounding." The emperor and the ministers had not heard Guagua's voice for several days, and the sudden revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Guagua's explanation left everyone grasping the concept of an impostor. Who could this impostor be? They immediately began to scrutinize those around them. Song Yao, startled by Guagua's sudden outburst, exclaimed, "Guagua, your unexpected announcement nearly frightened me." "An impostor? Who?" "Guagua, aside from me, a mere novice. Everyone else here holds high ranks of 4th grade or above. Who would dare to impersonate a high-ranking official?" Guagua replied, "Host, when have I ever spoken falsely? By the way, before my upgrade, there was no such impostor in the court. I have only been dormant for a few days. How could the emperor allow an impostor to ascend to a 4th grade official position?" Upon hearing Guagua's words, everyone realized who the impostor was. Aside from the newly promoted Lord Mu, all other officials had been present in the court. The impostor was none other than Lord Mu. The ministers instinctively distanced themselves from Lord Mu, and with a wave of the emperor's hand, they understood his intent. Having experienced the incident with Sikong Su, they were already familiar with the emperor's gestures. Several military officials quickly rearranged themselves, encircling Lord Mu, however, appeared utterly bewildered, unaware of what had transpired, and confused as to why the civil and military officials had switched positions. Clearly, Lord Mu could not hear Song Yao's thoughts. Song Yao too realized who Guoguo was referring to and continued to inquire. Guoguo, are you talking about Lord Mu? How can he be the impostor? The image of Mu Qingyang appeared on the screen above Song Yao's head. Guoguo explained, Lord Mu, originally named Mu Qingyang, is a top scholar. He is exceptionally talented and hails from a farming family. The emperor has shown great favor towards agricultural scholars and holds Mu Qingyang in high regard. After becoming the top scholar, Mu Qingyang was dispatched by the emperor to serve as a fifth-grade governor in a distant region. This is common knowledge. Song Yao asked, what about what we don't know? Guoguo replied, the person before you is not Mu Qingyang at all. Song Yao exclaimed, what? He is not Mu Qingyang? Then who is he? Guoguo revealed, the person before you is called Wang Jifeng. Song Yao pressed, Guoguo, please tell me what exactly happened. How did Wang Jifeng come to impersonate Mu Qingyang? What transpired? Guoguo elaborated, Mu Qingyang's ancestors were all farmers. He was exceptionally bright from a young age and could memorize anything after only one exposure. When it came time for schooling, Mu Qingyang expressed his desire to study. After much deliberation, his family consented. Once in school, he excelled and eventually passed the provincial examinations. To advance further, he needed to travel to the capital for the imperial examinations. Thus, after gathering funds from various sources, Mu Qingyang set off with his meager savings. The video depicted the true life and studies of Mu Qingyang. Guoguo continued. The incident occurred while traveling to the capital for the examinations. One day, a torrential downpour forced Mu Qingyang to take refuge in a dilapidated temple. At that moment, a carriage pulled up outside, and a young gentleman accompanied by several servants entered the temple. This gentleman was none other than Wang Jifeng. Wang Jifeng, clearly the son of a wealthy family, caught Mu Qingyang's eye. Who wished to avoid him, however, Wang Jifeng greeted him warmly, and as the saying goes, one should never strike a smiling face. Thus, Mu Qingyang had no choice but to respond. They soon discovered they hailed from the same hometown and were both traveling to the capital for the examinations. Fostering a sense of camaraderie, since they shared the same destination, Wang Jifeng invited Mu Qingyang to travel with them. Initially hesitant to accept, Mu Qingyang eventually acquiesced after repeated invitations from Wang Jifeng. Together, they journeyed to the capital. The video displayed scenes of Wang Jifeng and Mu Qingyang traveling together to the capital. Song Yao inquired, and then? Guoguo responded, upon arriving in the capital, all the inns were fully booked, leaving Mu Qingyang without a place to stay. Wang Jifeng's family had a residence in the capital, and upon learning of Mu Qingyang's predicament, Wang Jifeng once again invited him to stay at their home. With no alternatives, Mu Qingyang reluctantly agreed. Thereafter, they studied together and attended social gatherings, their bond growing ever stronger. After a series of examinations, Mu Qingyang was eventually appointed as the top scholar by the emperor. Conversely, Wang Jifeng failed to achieve any recognition. Throughout this time, Mu Qingyang consoled Wang Jifeng, encouraging him not to give up and to try again in a few years. The video illustrated Mu Qingyang comforting Wang Jifeng. Witnessing their friendship, the onlookers couldn't help but sigh. However, things were certainly not as straightforward as they appeared. Guoguo's next revelation brought a significant twist. When Mu Qingyang attained the title of Jinshi, Wang Jifeng's mindset shifted entirely. He had always looked down upon the poor, and his initial friendship with Mu Qingyang was merely a means to an end, believing that anyone capable of traveling to the capital must be accomplished. He thought that cultivating relationships with such individuals might prove beneficial in the future. However, he never anticipated that this poor wretch would become the top scholar, while he himself would fail. Wang Jifeng perceived Mu Qingyang's comforting words as mockery. Song Yao remarked, this Wang Jifeng never regarded Mu Qingyang as a true friend. He was only ever interested in exploiting Song Yao. It seems that Wang Jifeng's every action is known to the Wang family. Guoguo, indeed, after Wang Jifeng killed Mu Qingyang, he returned to the Wang family. Upon learning of this, Wang's father first panicked, but then reflected that the situation had reached this point, and they could only proceed according to Wang Jifeng's plans. Perhaps, with Wang Jifeng's support, the Wang family would ascend to even greater heights. Thus, Wang's father publicly announced the news of Wang Jifeng's death. The video shows Wang Jifeng and Wang's father conspiring in the study, both contemplating how to leverage Wang Jifeng's current official position to elevate the Wang family status. The emperor's countenance turned particularly grim, causing the ministers below to regard him with trepidation. They continued to cautiously discuss state affairs while furtively watching the video. Song Yao remarked, Wang's father is indeed a businessman at heart. His first thought in crisis is how to maximize profit. This entire family is vile, Guogua continued. After Wang Jifang assumed office, he engaged in corruption and accepted bribes. The common folk and officials suffered immensely. Some officials drafted memorials intending to report Wang Jifang's misdeeds to the emperor. However, just as the memorials were dispatched, they were intercepted by Wang Jifang's associates. Subsequently, those who penned the memorials met with untimely deaths. Everyone knows who is responsible, yet evidence is lacking. Since then, no official has dared to risk submitting a memorial. The video depicts Wang Jifang's subordinates surveilling various officials. Ready to act at the slightest hint of discontent, the prefect had long been bribed by Wang Jifang. Song Yao exclaimed, "A fifth-rank prefect? How audacious!" From the video, it appears Wang Jifang has cultivated a cadre specifically to carry out heinous acts and other nefarious deeds. Guogua, indeed, this group consists of notorious criminals, several of whom are wanted by both the court and the underworld. In their desperation, Wang Jifang provided them refuge. They struck a bargain. They would handle Wang Jifang's illicit affairs, and in return, he would protect them from being captured by the authorities or the underworld. For each life taken, Wang Jifang would compensate them handsomely. As the officials witnessed this scene, they instinctively shifted away from Wang Jifang. Song Yao, filled with indignation, stammered, "Wang Jifang is simply a scoundrel." After a pause, she continued, "The emperor has truly lost his discernment. Does he not send anyone to investigate? How could such a person be allowed in the court? If one day he finds someone displeasing, will he not unleash a spree of violence upon the officials?" Upon hearing Song Yao's remarks about the emperor's lack of wisdom, the crowd cautiously glanced at him. It was the first time since his ascension that someone had spoken to him in such a manner. The ministers were genuinely fearful of the emperor's potential wrath. However, the emperor maintained a composed demeanor, while the officials grew increasingly apprehensive. This was clearly an omen of an impending storm. The emperor must be harboring a grand scheme. Song Shulang felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This reckless girl had even dared to insult the emperor. Unaware of the officials' unease, Song Yao continued to vent to Guogua. "They say a 3-year clean prefect is worth 100,000 taels of silver. Wang Jifang must have embezzled a considerable sum. And one can only imagine the Wang family's gains," Guogua replied. During Wang Jifang's tenure as prefect, he indeed amassed a significant fortune, approximately 500 to 600,000 taels. The Wang family has extorted from the locals over the years, and with the gifts from local gentry, they have hoarded over 1,000,000 taels. Song Yao gasped, "Wow, that's an astonishing amount. The national treasury only had 30,000 taels before. This exceeds the treasury itself. The emperor must confiscate their assets and channel that ill-gotten wealth into the state coffers." Guogua continued, "You just said the emperor has lost his discernment. I believe he has not yet reached the point of being unable to distinguish right from wrong or hid falsehoods. At least concerning General Pei's matter, the emperor has not been biased and is still seeking evidence." Song Yao, puzzled, inquired, "There is no General Pei in the court. Could it be the general station at the border?" "Guogua, what is going on? Why have I not heard any rumors regarding General Pei? Please, enlighten me." "Guogua, do you know why Wang Jifang was promoted?" Song Yao, "I only heard that he achieved great merit by reporting someone for treason, which led the emperor to bestow upon him a 4th-rank position. The specifics were never disclosed in court, so I am unaware. Could Wang Jifang's promotion be related to the General Pei you mentioned?" As Guogua and Song Yao conversed, an image of General Pei appeared above Song Yao's head. "Guogua, indeed, it was due to Wang Jifang's report on General Pei that he was promoted. Let me elaborate on this matter. Starting with General Pei, age 45, is named Pei Jintian and hails from a military lineage. After the old general retired, Pei Jintian succeeded his father's position and became the new General Pei. Stationed at the frontier, the area under General Pei's command is not far from the jurisdiction overseen by Wang Jifang. Logically, one is a 3rd-rank military official directly answerable to the emperor, while the other is a 5th-rank civil servant under the prefect's authority. They should have no interaction yet. In reality, these two men did indeed intersect. Upon hearing this, everyone held their breath, eager to learn what transpired between the two. The emperor, too, strained to listen. General Pei was accused of plotting treason. Although a dragon robe was discovered in his residence in the capital, the emperor did not believe the allegations. The emperor had known General Pei since childhood. They trained in martial arts together and spent several years in each other's company. The emperor was well aware of General Pei's character. Even with the discovery of the dragon robe, he remained unconvinced of any treasonous intent, while the emperor ordered General Pei's detention and his family imprisoned. he did not issue a decree for the extermination of their clan. During this time, the emperor diligently sought evidence to clear General Pei's name. Suspecting Wang Jifang, he elevated him to a fourth-ranked court official. As only officials of that rank or higher could attend court, the emperor's intent was to bring Wang Jifang into the court to see if Lord Song and Guoguo would discuss Wang Jifang's misdeeds. Previously, when Guoguo ascended, the emperor did not hear Guoguo's voice and thought he had wronged Wang Jifang. Little did he know that Guoguo had been away for days to upgrade and had just returned with such significant revelations. Angered, the emperor clenched his fists, then released them, only to clench them again. Wang Jifang was truly a venomous serpent. Guoguo's voice rang out again. Wang Jifang has committed numerous atrocities. Under his intimidation, most officials have already succumbed. Yet, a few individuals still held their breath, secretly reporting Wang Jifang's actions to the local prefect. Unbeknownst to them, the prefect had long been bribed by Wang Jifang, who promptly informed him of the whistleblowers. Upon learning this, Wang Jifang took action against them. Gradually, everyone realized that Wang Jifang and the prefect were in cahoots, and no one dared to report any grievances thereafter, with no officials willing to speak out. Wang Jifang grew increasingly brazen, making life even more arduous for the common folk. Driven to desperation, these people recalled the general station at the border, known for his benevolence towards the populace, clinging to their last glimmer of hope. They prepared to seek out General Pei to voice their grievances. The video depicted the plight of the common folk, suffering under oppression, land grabs, and additional taxes imposed by Wang Jifang, who not only extorted money but also secretly increased the tax burden by 10%. All of which ended up in Wang Jifang's and the prefect's pockets. The veins on the emperor's temples throbbed. Wang Jifang was audacious indeed. Each of his misdeeds warranted 1,000 cuts in retribution. Song Yao exclaimed, Wang Jifang and the Wang family truly deserve death. General Pei must stand up for the people. Guoguo, Wang Jifang has consistently monitored the officials of those prefectures, completely disregarding the common folk, and failed to keep an eye on them, thus granting the people an opportunity. By the time Wang Jifang discovered that the common folk had gone to lodge complaints, it was too late. As they had already met with Gu upon reviewing the memorial, the governor perceived General Pei as a significant threat, leading both parties to conspire to eliminate him. In the video, a scene unfolds where General Pei's emissaries are investigating the matter. And the scene shifts to the governor and Wang Jifang plotting against General Pei. Song Yao exclaimed, these two are utterly audacious, daring even to conspire against a third-rank official. They truly deserve their fate. Guoguo remarked, these two would resort to any means to survive. After deliberation, they resolved to employ the old tactic of assassination. They dispatched numerous agents. However, this time they underestimated their opponent. General Pei, renowned for his martial prowess, was surrounded by equally skilled individuals. Wang Jifang's assassins failed in their attempts, resulting in significant losses on their side. After several failed assassination attempts, nearly half of their forces were lost. Clearly, assassination was not a viable strategy. Following this, the governor and Wang Jifang decided to abandon the assassination plan in favor of another method, to kill with a borrowed knife. Song Yao commented, these two wretched scoundrels are relentless in their pursuit to eliminate General Pei. Guoguo replied, indeed, they are quite malicious. They sent agents post-haste to the capital, hiding a dragon rope within the Pei residence. Wang Jifang submitted a memorial, claiming he discovered General Pei's treasonous intentions. Their goal was to use the emperor's hand to eradicate the entire Pei family. As anticipated, the emperor conducted a search of the Pei residence and uncovered the dragon rope. General Pei was subsequently taken to the capital, along with all members of the Pei household, who were imprisoned in the celestial jail. Song Yao exclaimed, General Pei has been wrongfully imprisoned. It's infuriating. What of the emperor? Does he truly believe it? Guoguo responded, although the dragon rope was discovered, the emperor does not believe General Pei would rebel. He has known General Pei since their youth. Even when the emperor was a prince, they trained together in martial arts. The emperor understands his character. Even with seemingly irrefutable evidence, the emperor remains skeptical and has merely detained him without further decree. The emperor secretly visited General Pei, who adamantly denied any treasonous intentions and relayed the schemes of Wang Jifang and the governor. During this time, the emperor dispatched agents to investigate. However, the locations where Wang Jifang had previously resided were now under the control of Wang Jifang and the governor's men. They captured the families of officials and commoners, threatening them that if they dared to speak out, they would never see their loved ones again. Consequently, the emperor, as investigators found nothing, the emperor has been quite troubled by this situation. Song Yao remarked, Wang Jifang is utterly lawless and deranged. I am tempted to kick him a few times. He is a disgrace, a scoundrel. By the way, if we expose Wang Zifang as a murderous impostor? Can we not bring him and the Wang family to justice? Once captured, we can employ severe torture methods such as the tiger bench, finger extraction, and even castration, ensuring he confesses, Guo Guo replied, precisely. Under such brutal interrogation, he will have no choice but to divulge the truth. Such scum must not be tolerated. Host, I stand with you on this. Song Yao continued to inquire. To reveal his identity, the key is to remove the human skin mask from his face. Guo Guo, do you know where Wang Zifang has hidden the potion to remove the mask? Guo Guo replied, this human skin mask must be removed every 7 days to allow the underlying skin to breathe. Otherwise, it will rot. Therefore, Wang Zifang carries the potion with him wherever he goes. Currently, it is hidden in his study, behind a painting on the wall. There is a secret compartment behind the painting, and the potion is contained within. As Guo Guo spoke, the video revealed a room, evidently Wang Zifang's study. Wang Zifang was seen peeling back a landscape painting, revealing a hidden compartment containing a vial of liquid, the potion for the human skin mask. Wang Zifang took the potion, dripping a few drops onto a handkerchief, and gently rubbed it on his face. Moments later, the skin on his face wrinkled. He carefully peeled away the layer of skin, revealing a very pale and unremarkable visage. Song Yao remarked, Wang Zifang's true skin, having been deprived of sunlight for so long, is even paler than that of a corpse left for 3 days. If he were to venture out at night with a long tongue, he could easily pass for a ghost. Guo Guo, do you think he might suffer from some skin ailment? It's quite terrifying. Guo Guo replied, Wang Zifang's skin is indeed alarming, but he does not suffer from any disease. That said, his face does resemble that of a corpse. The onlookers were taken aback at the true appearance of Wang Zifang. Previously, in the video, they had seen his face before he assumed an alias. While ordinary, it was a normal countenance. However, now his skin bore no color and was wrinkled, akin to having been submerged in water for an extended period. The observation that Wang Zifang's skin was whiter than that of a dead person was no exaggeration. Wang Zifang had truly gone to great lengths for this impersonation, Song Yao declared. I must quickly inform my father about Wang Zifang, urging him to relay this to the emperor. If we delay any longer, who knows what further mischief Wang Zifang might enact? Might he attempt to harm General Pei? This man is a menace. Wang Zifang, the Wang family, and the governor cannot be spared. They are all despicable. Countless lives have perished at Wang Zifang's hands, and we are merely ridding the world of evil. I also hope the emperor will soon restore General Pei's honor and release his family. Furthermore, reparations should be made to the family of the true Mu Qingyang. Speaking of the true Mu Qingyang and his family, their plight is indeed pitiful. Alas, all of this is the result of Wang Zifang's malevolence. Guo Guo replied, Wang Zifang is stained with far too much blood. His crimes are beyond count. Song Yao pondered another question and continued to inquire. Guo Guo, do you know where the governor and Wang Zifang have imprisoned the families of those officials and commoners? Guo Guo replied, the governor has a villa, and the lotus pond in the back garden has dried up. The captured individuals are imprisoned beneath the lotus pond. Next to the pond is a pavilion. Turning the round table 5 times to the left and 3 times to the right will reveal an opening in the ground. This opening serves as the entrance to the lotus pond. As Guo Guo's words concluded, the video depicted several individuals clad in black, carrying food and water. After rotating the round table, an opening indeed appeared in the ground, allowing them to enter. Subsequently, the entrance sealed shut, with all necessary information disclosed. Song Yao ceased her inquiries. The emperor and the court officials were still engaged in discussions regarding state affairs. After an indeterminate period, Song Yao inadvertently looked up, noticing the civil and military officials had exchanged positions, prompting her to question, Guo Guo, why have the civil and military officials switched places again today? Aren't the positions in the court determined by rank? Why are they changing positions so frequently? Look, those 2 military officials have joined the ranks of the civil officials. When did the seating arrangement become so arbitrary? Guo Guo, do you know the reason? Guo Guo replied. This Guo Guo is also unaware of the reason. Host, why concern yourself with seating? It doesn't affect us. Why fret so? The crowd remained tense, pondering whether Song Yao would uncover anything. Unexpectedly, Guo Guo had already prepared a response. Everyone sighed in relief. Song Yao remarked, true, the emperor is unpredictable. Who knows what whims he might have? Today he places military officials among the civil ranks, and tomorrow he might have civil officials occupy military positions. After all, he is the emperor. As long as he is pleased. The crowd silently commended Song Yao. Young Master Song, you are truly bold. This is the 2nd time today you have criticized the emperor. Minister Song was drenched in sweat, and upon hearing this, he trembled in fear. This audacious girl had already berated the sixth prince and now dared to speak ill of the emperor twice in one morning. Minister Song cautiously glanced at the emperor, who remained composed, his expression unchanged. The emperor, in fact, was quite pleased. Recently, to clarify the situation regarding General Pei, he had dispatched several groups to investigate, all of whom reported back with no findings. It turned out that the officials and commoners had been threatened into silence. Now that the location of the hostages was known, everything else would be manageable. General Pei would soon be exonerated. With this thought, the emperor disregarded Song Youao's remarks, as they were merely the girl's innermost thoughts, unspoken. Even if one were to impose punishment, it would be utterly futile. One cannot simply declare, "I can hear your innermost thoughts, and I know you are cursing me in your heart." Is that something that can be uttered aloud? The answer, of course, is no. Since punishment is not feasible, one might as well pretend to have heard nothing at all. At that moment, everyone was suddenly privy to Song Youao's inner voice. "Guo Guo, what time is it? Why are we still in court? Why does it feel like today's court session is dragging on excessively?" Guo Guo replied, "The court session has already lasted 3 hours. Song Youao exclaimed, "Ah, it has been an hour and a half already. No wonder. My legs are going numb from standing." While everyone was still perplexed about the length of 3 hours, they heard Song Youao continue. It turned out that the esteemed official Song was explaining that 1 hour equates to half a time period, and 2 hours to 1 full period. Thus, this is the modern method of timekeeping. They understood. The discussions regarding state affairs had nearly concluded when the melodious voice of eunuch Wang resonated. "If there are matters to address, please present them. If not, you may take your leave. We, the ministers, have no matters to present. We take our leave." Each time the moment to adjourn approached, Song Youao found eunuch Wang's high-pitched voice particularly pleasing to the ear. At last, the end of the day had come. After handing over her records to Lord Jiang, Song Youao dashed towards Minister Song. Minister Song's back was drenched, and he stood there in a daze, feeling as though he had just danced on the edge of life and death. Unable to calm his racing heart, observing her father's immobile stance, Song Youao inquired, "Father, what troubles you? Why are you standing here? Are we not returning home?" Minister Song remained silent, merely glaring intensely at Song Youao. She felt utterly bewildered. After all, she had done nothing wrong. Why was her father glaring at her? Noticing the grim expression on his face, she leaned in closer and whispered, "Father, have you perhaps committed some misdeed that makes you hesitant to return home?" Before Minister Song could respond, Song Youao, stroking her chin in contemplation, continued, "Father, has mother discovered your secret stash of money? Or did you, while in the restroom, forget to bring toilet paper and resorted to using your hand instead?" Song Youao. Minister Song called out her full name. It was rare for him to address her so formally. This indicated that he was genuinely angry. Upon lifting her gaze, she was met with her father's ashen face. Without a moment's hesitation, she lifted her official robes and hurriedly made her way out. Surely, her father would not strike her, would he? With so many witnesses around, how could she ever face anyone again if he did? Did she have no pride? One word echoed in her mind, "Run." She fled swiftly, as rushing through the palace was not an option. She could only leave the premises as hastily as possible. Her father's frightening expression had truly terrified her. It was merely a jest. Little did she know it would provoke such anger. Hurry, hurry, she thought, lest her father catch up. The onlookers witnessed the usually languid Lord Song moving quickly towards the exit. In unison, they turned to see Minister Song following closely behind. His face a stormy shade of blue. Compassion filled their gazes as they regarded Minister Song. Today, Song Youao had insulted the emperor, and it was likely that Minister Song had been utterly terrified moments ago. What family could endure such a troublesome daughter without feeling distressed? Moreover, the frustration was compounded by the inability to voice it. It seemed that Minister Song would eventually be driven to internal strife by his daughter's antics. With these thoughts, their sympathy for him deepened. Upon exiting the palace gates, Song Youao swiftly reached her family's carriage and climbed aboard, obediently settling into a corner. Shortly thereafter, Minister Song joined her in the carriage. Upon seeing Song Youao in the corner, he raised his hand. However, when he noticed her wide, innocent eyes gazing at him, he found himself unable to bring his hand down. With a sigh, he lowered his hand. Addressing the coachman outside, he commanded, "Return home." Yes, the carriage began to move slowly. Song Youao scrutinized her father's expression. At this moment, Minister Song had his eyes closed, seemingly unwilling to even glance at his troublesome daughter. As Song Youao observed that her father was ignoring her, she began to reflect on what might have provoked his ire, had she not merely inquired whether mother had discovered his hidden funds, or mentioned that he had perhaps forgotten to bring toilet paper to the restroom. Beyond that, she had said nothing. Truly, the heart of a man is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Who could fathom why her father was upset? It was utterly incomprehensible.